About 20 years ago, Earth stopped being a peaceful place, and everything people took for granted cracked overnight. One day, gates and dungeons just appeared, and monsters spilled out until the whole world felt like a broken game map. Humanity was forced to stare down disasters, so terrifying they rewrote what normal life even meant. This young man used to be a web novelist, the kind who lived on deadlines and late, night plot twists. But when Yu Yingxi picked up his phone, something about the screen instantly felt off. He spotted a weird app called the Creator, like some divine admin panel hiding in plain sight. Yu Yingxi couldn't remember downloading it at all, which only made it creepier. He brushed it off as a game app, the kind of junk you tap once and forget. It looked ordinary enough, so he clicked in just to see what it was about. Right away, an ant appeared on the screen, tiny and strangely vivid. Then a bizarre notification popped up, and no matter how he read it, it made zero sense. He'd never seen a game with a setup this barebones, but curiosity got him, so he played anyway. Every time Yu Yingxi tapped the screen, an ant was instantly killed, like he was farming something. At the same time, he received a dark coin, and the reward felt way too ominous for a game. That's when the system message finally showed up, like a tutorial from the underworld. Congratulations, you've taken another step toward becoming a great demon king, seeker of brutal power, it declared. Yu Yingxi froze, because that sounded exactly like a hunter awakening, not some casual mobile app. So he bolted to get his abilities tested, moving like his life depended on the results. Not long after, the staff cheerfully told him he met the requirements to awaken as a hunter. Hearing that, Yu Yingxi had a gut feeling his life had just turned the page into a brand new chapter. Becoming a superhero was the dream, even if he knew he couldn't dare fantasize about S-class glory. He swore that if he could even hit E-rank, he'd quit writing on the spot and go pro as a hunter. Reality slapped Yu Yingxi sideways, though, because his rank came back as G. That result crushed his spirit, since a G-rank hunter was basically no different from a regular civilian. The receptionist tried to comfort Yu Yingxi, clearly seeing his disappointment hit hard. She emphasized that his ability was described as a power that could create matter, which sounded insane on paper. But it still didn't hype him up, because sounds good and actually useful aren't the same thing. Yu Yingxi, would you like to register for a license? The employee asked again, still polite. How much? He shot back, and she answered brightly, registration is 280 0. Her reply snuffed out his last spark of hope, because why pay 280 0 for a license he couldn't even use, when no dungeon would let a G-rank hunter enter? Yu Yingxi left crushed, sighing non-stop, accepting that he should go home and finish his manuscript before his editor started hounding him. That night, Yu Yingxi stayed up past 2 a.m., trapped in the same spiral of frustration. Maybe the afternoon's test messed with his head, but his mood was awful, and the draft he wrote was awful too. For 5 straight hours, he wrote and deleted and rewrote, and still hated every line. Just as Yu Yingxi decided to take a short break and rest his eyes, the late-night news reported that Special Hunter Baek Juhyun had cleared a disaster-level dungeon called the Dark Dragon Dungeon. Baek Juhyun's smug, triumphant face on the broadcast was basically a flex aimed at the whole nation. Yu Yingxi felt wrecked by the comparison, got irritated, and angrily switched channels. He immediately ran into a skincare commercial, like the universe was mocking him again. It featured another S-rank hunter named Seong Mina, looking flawless enough to make revenge feel personal. Yu Yingxi was grinding his teeth in rage. Outside, it felt like genius hunters were everywhere he looked. You could pick at random and hit an A rank or S rank, yet he awakened as the most useless tier. What a sick joke from the creator. Every headline about S-rank hunters made Yu Yingxi itch with jealousy and disgust, like sand in his eyes. He snapped the TV off and told himself he'd de-sleep, then wake up and write with a clear head. But right then, his phone started spamming notification sounds, one after another without mercy. Yu Yingxi tried to stay in bed and ignore it, stubbornly refusing to move. The alerts kept chiming non-stop though, and it got so annoying he couldn't fall asleep at all. Finally, in pure irritation, his temper boiled over into action. Yu Yingxi sat up, grabbed his phone, and opened the Creator app like he was picking a fight. Each time he took down an ant, his tapping grew sharper, faster, and nastier. A gold coin would drop out of the app every kill, and Yu Yingxi looked like he was venting his fury on the swarm. He wanted to see who would win in the end. He ground through the whole night, passed out exhausted, and holy coins piled up around him. But when he woke up, the scene was completely different, like the world had reset. Only a few coins were left, scattered here and there around him like crumbs. Yu Yingxi groaned and picked one up, staring hard as if it might explain itself. Before sleeping, he was sure the small coins all had the number 1 stamped on the surface. Now they'd turned into larger coins stamped with 100 instead. What the hell was going on here? While Yu Yingxi was still spaced out, a fresh notification from the app popped up again. Congratulations, nameless deity. You have completed the requirements to unlock the Divine Shop, it announced. Divine Shop, Yu Yingxi blinked. What kind of new nonsense was this supposed to be now? Yu Yingxi didn't understand it at all, and that uncertainty made it even more unsettling. Still, he couldn't resist the curiosity anymore, not with his nerves already on fire. So he opened it immediately, like a man stepping into a dungeon just to prove a point. The moment he tapped that Z option, everything went sideways in an instant. His phone crackled with static, and a blinding light burst out like a flashbang. At the same time, a major meeting was underway at South Korea's presidential residence, with the president, top politicians, and the head of the Hunter Association. The agenda was explosive. South Korea had finally produced someone who could unlock the Hunter shop. It was an insanely rare ability, something only a tiny handful of hunters could ever awaken. Unlocking the Hunter shop let them buy items and skills that normally only existed in other guilds. That's why everyone was buzzing. Not long after, the main door swung open with a heavy, dramatic thud. A striking man and woman strode in, both carrying themselves like they owned the battlefield. The brown-haired man was Kang Woo, an S-rank creator hunter, the one who had unlocked the Hunter shop. And the gorgeous woman beside him was Seong Mina, an S-rank psychic there to boost everyone's perception and awareness. Facing them was an older man seated in the position of highest authority, calm but commanding. He was the current president of South Korea, Yoon Hee-gyun, the one everyone had been waiting on. Under the thrilled, feverish stares of the room, the tension climbed like a boss fight countdown. Kang Woo quickly activated his Hunter shop, wasting no time and showing zero hesitation. The action sent shockwaves through the entire room, like a skill activation with real force. Papers flew everywhere, chaos erupted, and even the freshly styled hair started coming undone. Even President Yoon Hee-gyun's slicked back hair got blown into a complete mess by the sudden burst. After the room finally settled back into silence, the tension hung in the air like a dungeon fog. With a face full of suspicion, Yoon Hee-gyun said it looked flashy, but he couldn't see anything at all and asked if anyone else could. He couldn't see a single trace. The coordinator hurried to explain that normally, only the person who activated the Hunter shop could see it. That's why Seong Mina was here today, to use her psychic skill so everyone could see what Kang Woo was seeing. She cleared her throat a few times. Then she started tuning and activating her ability, like adjusting a spiritual signal. The people in the room quickly saw the Hunter shop interface appear clearly right in front of them. They got insanely excited because they were finally seeing items with their own eyes. These were the kinds of things they'd only ever heard about in legends and rumor-filled guild chats. Like an A-rank high-grade divine elixir consumable priced at 7,000 gold, or the S-rank holy sword Excalibur for 2 million, and the SS-rank living god's blessing skill for 300 million. 300 million gold for God of Thunder's blessing, a number so big it made people choke. That's like $30 billion in real money, someone muttered while calculating, and another replied that for that effect it was actually cheap. While they were still arguing loudly, the room buzzing like a marketplace before war, Yoon Hee-gyun suddenly spoke up again, his expression tightening into something close to fear. He said the nation's fate depended on this, so he hoped everyone present would keep Kang Woo's Hunter shop activation a secret. At the same time, he assigned 2 other S-rank hunters to serve as Kang Woo's personal bodyguards. Standing beside Kang Woo, Seong Mina looked slightly awkward after hearing that, but she didn't say a word. Meanwhile, Yu Yingxi had just spent 100 coins of some strange kind. He successfully activated his own divine shop, and the screen felt like it had unlocked a hidden menu. The moment he confirmed the payment, his heart thumped like he'd just signed a blood contract. Another 100 stamped coin on the ground vanished instantly, like it had been collected by an invisible hand. It was honestly miraculous, because so far the only supernatural thing in his life had been these weird coins. Yu Yingxi started hoping he could become like an S-rank monster such as Kang Woo, even though G-rank to S-rank was a heaven and earth gap, so his shop was probably limited. Still, it should at least let him do something right. But the moment he opened the shop, reality hit again. Yu Yingxi got splashed with cold water a second time, like the system loved humiliating him. The item list descriptions were written in strange symbols, just like the very first notification he saw in the app. So even after reading it, Yu Yingxi couldn't understand what any of it actually meant. Worse, he'd grinded all night, and only earned close to 500 gold in total. He just spent 100, and now he only had 372 left, a pathetic stash for a so-called shop. Meanwhile, everything in the shop was priced in the millions, like it was trolling him on purpose. With prices this criminal, how was he supposed to buy anything? Yu Yingxi sighed, feeling downright cheated. He was about to exit the app when the items suddenly started spinning wildly, like a roulette wheel. After a bunch of refreshes, Yu Yingxi saw something priced at 100 gold, as if the system was pushing him to buy it. So Yu Yingxi didn't think too hard and tapped it, gambling on the cheapest lifeline he'd ever seen. The system announced he had successfully purchased the exclusive authority of the Blind Divine Eyes. Blind Divine Eyes, the name alone sounded like cursed treasure from a dark sect. Yu Yingxi had no idea what it did, and the mystery made his stomach twist. But before he could finish reading the notification, his vision suddenly flared white and went fuzzy. Yu Yingxi reflexively toppled backward, his body moving before his mind could catch up. The phone slipped from his hand and hit the floor, as everything went dark around him. He couldn't see a thing anymore, and that instantly sent Yu Yingxi into full-blown panic. He stumbled off the bed, feeling around for his phone, desperate to call an ambulance. But since he was blind, he clipped his foot on the cabinet and went down hard. The pain dropped him to the floor again, and tears and snot poured out in a messy rush. Then, right at that moment, his vision snapped back on like a light returning. Yu Yingxi still wasn't over the shock, and he could only gulp air, because what just happened was terrifying. He saw his phone on the floor and reached to pick it up, and the weird part was that after that temporary blindness, he could finally read the divine shop text. The equipment inside all had fancy, dramatic names, like they were ripped from myth and sect scrolls. Yu Yingxi scrolled for a while and still couldn't find a single thing he could actually afford. But then his gaze stopped when he saw an entry called Exclusive Crafting. It was labeled Transcendent Grade, priced with an absurd string of zeros, and even broke as he was, Yu Yingxi got hooked. He felt like owning it would make him the protagonist of his own novel. But if you're G rank, you stay G rank until you die, right? And S rank stays S rank forever. But maybe there were exceptions, Yu Yingxi muttered, and a sudden idea sparked. Yeah, what if he really was the exception, the one glitch the system didn't account for? With that thought, Yu Yingxi kept scrolling the shop, checking if there was anything else he could buy. That's when he saw another item, one called the Divine Authority Index Finger. Besides a note that it could develop, there was basically no description at all. The money Yu Yingxi had left was only enough to buy this one thing, and nothing more. He let out a long sigh, then decided to go all in and gamble on fate. He bought the Divine Authority Index Finger, like he was signing up for a cursed upgrade. After the purchase successful notice popped up, the room stayed the same, dead quiet. Yu Yingxi didn't feel any change, so he stared at his index finger like it had betrayed him. He started wondering if this whole thing was a scam designed to clown him. But while he flailed around, waving his hands like a lunatic, Yu Yingxi suddenly realized something was different, something he couldn't ignore. He could control the direction of the air conditioner's vent, like he was nudging it with invisible force. He could also use his index finger to turn on the TV, like issuing a silent command. And he didn't even have to touch them, not once, not even a little. It was exactly like a remote control ability, and Yu Yingxi just kept staring, stunned at what he'd become. The first thing Yu Yingxi wanted to do with his brand new power was simple and shameless. He wanted to use that index finger to write his story for him, so he could finally stop suffering. But of course it didn't work, because he still had to use his brain to actually create the plot. Right then, his phone rang again, cutting through the room like a system alert. It was the supervisor calling, the same guy who usually handled his submissions. Yu Yingxi didn't understand why he was calling out of nowhere, which made his stomach tight. He hesitantly answered, and a voice blasted his eardrums. Wow, author, that chapter you sent earlier was amazing. I'm seriously shocked. Yu Yingxi stammered, what? Because he'd only written random nonsense about killing a few ants. And this guy thought it was interesting. Interesting how exactly, you're serious? Yu Yingxi asked, full of doubt. Absolutely, the man confirmed, praising his talent, then saying there was a big problem, and Yu Yingxi instantly got nervous. What problem? Just tell me and I'll. He was about to say fix it, but got cut off. The problem is the next chapter. Where is it? I'm dying to read it. Yu Yingxi's face went dark. That guy's sudden shout nearly made him jump out of his skin. After thinking it through, Yu Yingxi negotiated for 2 days, promising a new draft by then, and the other man happily hung up. Yu Yingxi still felt the reaction was way too dramatic. That dumb ant story he typed on a whim was interesting, so he had to keep going. With that decision, Yu Yingxi picked up his phone again, like he'd accepted a quest. He logged into the creator app and went right back to the ant, killing grind to farm coins. He kept at it until he'd earned 100 small coins, and then the system finally kicked in. Those coins automatically merged together, smooth and clean, like a crafting animation. They transformed into a larger coin with a 100 value stamped on it. Even so, getting that 100 gold took a ridiculous amount of time and finger abuse. And at this pace, it would take forever before he could afford anything else in the shop. Still, Yu Yingxi kept diligently checking the shop, refusing to give up. He was hunting for something that actually fit his next stage, something that could change his fate. He spotted a consumable called God's Blessing of Growth. It said it came from the lowest tier deity, cost 10 gold, but Yu Yingxi guessed it beat that remote control index finger by a mile. Plus, just seeing the word growth was enough to make his heart pound like a cultivation breakthrough. Fired up, Yu Yingxi kept smashing ants to scrape together the full 10 coins. At first, everything went smoothly, like a steady farming route. Then Yu Yingxi ran into a red ant labeled 404, and the vibe instantly changed. No matter what he tried, he couldn't kill it, like it was immune to his taps. Yu Yingxi stared, because its color was totally different from the rest of the black ants. He figured it had to be the boss, the kind that shows up to ruin your night. And if it was a boss, it should drop way more coins than normal, guaranteed. Thinking that, Yu Yingxi got even more hyped, chasing it like revenge was on the line. But as fast as his finger moved, that ant ran just as fast, like it was reading his inputs. He tapped until his hand cramped, and still couldn't catch the thing even once. After a long struggle, Yu Yingxi was officially pissed, the kind of anger that blurs your vision. He swore he'd show that stupid ant what the mighty great god Odison really meant. But even after more time passed, the situation didn't improve at all. Yu Yingxi still couldn't catch that slippery ant, not even close. It was just an ant, for crying out loud, nothing more than a tiny pixel. How could it possibly be this fast, like some S-Rank speed demon? Yu Yingxi was practically losing his mind, sanity cracking one tap at a time. He switched targets, going back to slaughtering normal black ants to vent. After who knows how long, his grind finally started to show numbers. He managed to take down the 801st ant, and the counter kept climbing. The system sent a new message. The nameless deity's karma had surpassed 800. It said he only needed 200 more, and Yu Yingxi felt the finish line pulling him forward. Then he could obtain a new title, Great Evil God, Seeker of Power and Destruction. And along with that title, the system promised a reward, like a brutal blessing. By then, Yu Yingxi was about to pass out, running purely on stubbornness. The clock had already hit 3 a.m., and the night felt endless. And he officially nodded off, not even making it to the last line of the system message. The special authority of the blind divine eyes will now activate. The notification continued. It would follow the request the nameless deity had missed, the red ant labeled No. 404. Suddenly, a sharp clicking sound echoed around, like chitons snapping in the dark. At the same time, a blinding light flared up, washing everything in white. Yu Yingxi jolted awake in panic, like he'd been yanked out of a nightmare. He looked around and realized he was inside a movie theater, and it made no sense. And there wasn't a single person around him, not even a shadow in the seats. When the screen in front lit up, it felt like a spell being cast in silence. At that instant, Yu Yingxi's gaze went blank, like his mind got forcibly muted. On the screen appeared the image of a desert, endless sand under a cruel sky. A tiny figure limped along with a cane, and at first it looked human, but it was the red ant No. 404 that Yu Yingxi had tried to kill that afternoon. So this was the true power of the Black Tribe's god, willing to sacrifice countless pawns just to erase him. And that wasn't a god at all, it was demon-level cruelty. No more time to waste, he had to warn his buddy brethren right now, the ant thought. It dragged itself forward like that, step after step, refusing to collapse. In the end, it finally made it back to a cave, like returning to a last refuge. Inside were many red ants just like him, packed together in a tense little colony. They were sitting at a stone table, calmly enjoying a meal like nothing was wrong. It wasn't even clear what they were eating. The red ant Yu Yingxi chased earlier stormed in and shouted. The moment it entered the cave, it raised its voice, sounding half panicked and half proud. I found the food source, it announced, trying to hold the room's attention. The Black Tribe was on the run, it continued, spitting the words like a report. But they were all wiped out, it said, and the cave air suddenly turned cold. Wiped out by a Black Tribe god, it finished, like naming a forbidden curse. That thing is grotesque and terrifying, the ant warned, voice shaking with disgust. So we have to flee immediately, it urged, like survival instinct had taken over. We need to act before that monster comes back and attacks again, it pleaded. The red ants went silent for a few seconds, then harsh laughter rang out from the crowd. They mocked it as a coward, the shame of their great empire, like pride mattered more than life. A monster, huh, since when is a Black Tribe god a monster, they sneered. If your food beat you, you should just die out there. Enough, a powerful voice cut through the jeers, silencing the cave in an instant. The red ants who were lounging and laughing a second ago stiffened like soldiers. All of them stood up at once and bowed respectfully toward the owner of that voice. It was the Grand Magus of the Red Ant tribe, the one who spoke like law. And this Grand Magus actually agreed with what the Red Ant had reported. He acknowledged that No. 404 wasn't lying, not even exaggerating for attention. He could sense the presence of the demon No. 404 mentioned, like a curse lingering in the air. And he stated with certainty that everything being said was real, not superstition. This land is now that vile god's territory. He's in our sacred domain, and we must eliminate him immediately, the Red Ant Grand Magus roared. No. 404 was overwhelmingly grateful, almost to the point of tears, because someone as powerful as the Grand Magus believed him. Then the Red Ant Grand Magus suddenly placed a hand on No. 404's head, calm as a ritual. In just a moment, he healed every wound on its body, like mending a cracked spirit core. After that, No. 404 was even honored with command authority, the kind that changes your status overnight. It was put in charge of leading the clan to subdue the monster it had warned them about. To the Grand Magus, No. 404 was a brave warrior who returned from a death zone alive. Once someone with that much influence spoke, the other ants didn't dare question it anymore. They all stood and roared a slogan, vowing to fight together and kill the vile dark god, their killing intent surging. Right then, Yu Yingxi woke up in bed, breathing raggedly like he'd just escaped a raid. The scenes from before felt way too real, like he'd actually been there. It made him wonder if he dreamed about the ants, or if that ant tribe was somehow dreaming about him. Out of habit, Yu Yingxi grabbed his phone and got a creator app alert saying No. 808 was launching an invasion. When he opened the screen, he saw that same red ant again, and his blood pressure spiked. Just waking up and he was already boiling with rage. Fine, I'll kill you right now, Yu Yingxi hissed through clenched teeth. Nature will stop the demon, another voice declared, answering him like a holy decree. That strange reply echoed out, as if someone on the other side could actually speak back. Yu Yingxi stared and saw many more red ants, including the mustached Grand Magus in a white robe from his dream, all lining up in formation. Yu Yingxi kept watching without blinking, locked in like he was witnessing a battlefield stream. Then a force blasted out from the phone and struck him, like a real hit from a skill. For a second, he couldn't process what had just happened, brain fully lagging. When he came to, he realized he was bleeding, and just like coins dropping from the phone, that attack was completely real. In that other world inside the phone, the Red Ant army under the Grand Magus was truly forming ranks to fight. To them, Yu Yingxi's existence was literally a god in the heavens, watching from above. But the Red Ant Grand Magus wasn't some weak NPC. His power was the real deal. Yu Yingxi blinked and got hit again, like the phone was punishing him for looking down. It hurt so bad he had to clutch his face with both hands, gritting through the shock. As expected of the Grand Magus quickly subdue him, the Red Ants shouted in excitement. The Red Ants swarm cheered wildly, their morale soaring like they'd won a major clash. You've achieved a great military merit, they yelled, hyping him up like a war hero. His Majesty will definitely be pleased, they added, acting like rewards were already guaranteed. But before the fake ant could celebrate, the sky above them suddenly turned red, and it panicked, screaming for its clan to run. It was too late, because the first wave of power had already slammed down from the heavens. After that came a barrage of light pillars, each one packed with terrifying force. They rained down like divine punishment, relentless and crushing, with no place to hide. The red ants were blasted apart and scattered, their formation destroyed in seconds. And for every one of those descending strikes, there was a matching action outside. Yu Yingxi was endlessly punching his phone screen, his fists driving the divine attacks. After getting hit twice, it looked like his anger finally overwhelmed even his stinginess. He didn't care about wasting money anymore, he just wanted them gone. By the time Yu Yingxi finally calmed down and came back to his senses, his phone was already shattered into pieces, wrecked beyond saving. The young man lunged for his phone and cried out loud, "Ah, my phone screen is completely shattered." But after that emotional explosion, one thing was painfully clear to him. Yu Yingxi had truly wiped out the entire red ant swarm, like a one-man massacre. His karma score shot past 10, and he received a new title, Evil God. Along with that title came an effect called Brutal Slaughter, F-Rank, sounding way too edgy for his taste. It supposedly increased the Evil God's combat luck, like a sinister buff from the system. Yu Yingxi stared at the screen, eyes twitching with disbelief. "Evil God, Brutal Slaughter, what kind of nonsense is this?" he muttered. "I'm a law-abiding citizen. How am I an evil god?" He protested to nobody. And honestly, instead of the new title, he cared way more about the money he'd got. The gold coins were steadily merging into fat 100 gold coins, like automatic refinement. But inside that pile of gold, Yu Yingxi spotted something that looked like a ring. When he brought it closer to his face, Yu Yingxi subconsciously caught a faint scent. He moved it nearer to his nose, and a breathtaking fragrance flooded in. It was the first time he'd smelled something that cleansed his mind like this, and he couldn't tell if it was an herb or something else. Driven by curiosity, Yu Yingxi slipped it onto his pinky finger without much thought. The moment it touched his skin, he felt lighter, like his whole body had been purified. The feeling was incredible, and almost all of his exhaustion seemed to melt away. It seemed like this was the reward tied to his new title, the one he missed last night when he fell asleep, and then his phone chimed again. Yu Yingxi scrambled over and turned on the mangled screen to check the new alert. He saw the notice, the blind divine eyes had been activated. "Appraising ring, appraisal complete," it read, and Yu Yingxi stared blankly at the ring again. Then a simulated window appeared with the item's info. It was called the Grid Ring, worn by Red Ant No. 808. It contained the life force of an entire forest and could boost elemental attribute strength. Yu Yingxi couldn't stop marveling, because this haul was even crazier than he expected. He also wondered if this skill worked on other things, not just loot drops. Curious, Yu Yingxi tested it first on the TV in his house, like a quick sanity check. And sure enough, it returned extremely accurate results, almost too detailed. It even said he'd used that TV for a year, and that its installment plan had 3 months left. Next, he tried the laptop on the table, pushing the test further. Then he checked the bed in the corner too, like he was scanning his whole room. All of their information became crystal clear, displayed like an inspection panel. That was the power of the blind divine eyes, and it didn't feel like a cheap trick. This skill was seriously abnormal, the kind of broken utility you only see on protagonists. Yu Yingxi kept doubting for a while, trying to swallow the reality in front of him. With this skill and the grid ring, a question started clawing at his mind. Was he really just a G-rank hunter, or had the system tagged him wrong? If he wore that ring openly, people probably wouldn't look down on him as G-rank anymore. With that thought, Yu Yingxi made a decision. Tomorrow, he'd go back to the appraisal center. And he meant it, because early the next morning, Yu Yingxi was already there. The receptionist even remembered his face. She warned Yu Yingxi not to waste more time and money, since appraisal errors were under 1%. But Yu Yingxi stayed stubborn, insisting he had to do it again no matter what. The first appraisal was fully covered by the government, but from the second time on, it cost 1,580.01. Yu Yingxi almost fainted hearing that. There was no way he had that kind of money. So he left in disappointment. He'd gotten really excited about the ring after all. But that number was way beyond his limits, like a price tag meant to crush dreams. Instead of trying to escape the G-rank label just to enter dungeons, maybe he should spend his time writing, the one thing he could actually afford to do. Yu Yingxi looked at the crowded flow of people moving through the hall. Almost everyone was here to get their hunter abilities appraised, chasing rank and survival. He wanted to steal a little inspiration from them for his next chapters. While he was absent-mindedly watching, the blind divine eyes auto-activated, and Yu Yingxi hadn't even thought it would work on people. He scanned the crowd from head to toe, one person after another. But all he saw were their bodies and a special note floating beside them. Their names were hidden like protected data, until he spotted Mina staring at a wanted hero poster. She was just standing there, frozen, eyes locked on the poster like it was haunting her. She was the first person whose full name Yu Yingxi could actually see, clear and uncovered. The system note also said she was suffering a massive shock, like her spirit had taken a hit. And for some reason, Yu Yingxi couldn't explain it, but the warning made him uneasy. Yu Yingxi abruptly stood up, his body moving before his brain finished deciding. He rushed straight towards Mina, ignoring how insane it probably looked. He reached out, wanting to use the Divine Authority index finger to stop her from taking another step forward, like he could interrupt fate itself. And that became their very first encounter, the spark at the start of everything. They were the two people we've been watching since the beginning of this wild ride. And yeah, everyone already knows how it ends, because the aftermath is legendary. When Yu Yingxi approached her, he tried to speak, but it came out wrong. He blurted out awkward, bizarre lines, like a guy possessed by bad dialogue. Mina immediately took him for a crazy person, no hesitation at all. She even looked ready to use her psychic powers on him, like self-defense was justified. Yu Yingxi wanted to explain he wasn't insane, just panicking and trying to help. But this guy was born with zero talent for talking to girls. It was tragic. The more he talked, the weirder he sounded, digging his own grave sentence by sentence. Luckily right then, his phone rang loud and sharp, like a rescue bell. It was his older sister calling, cutting the tension at the perfect time. Yu Yingxi's older sister wasn't exactly the gentle, patient type, not even close. That's why Yu Yingxi instantly threw on a terrified, obedient expression. He hurriedly answered and ran off, escaping the scene like a fugitive. His sister wanted him to help pick up her daughter, no excuses accepted. It was that little girl, the one everyone calls Xian's kid, waiting for her ride. Looking at the little girl with her chubby cheeks, Yu Yingxi honestly felt like he might melt. She was too cute, the kind of innocence that disarms you in one glance. At the same time, he wondered how his devilish older sister could somehow give birth to an angel like this, like the universe was trolling him. While chatting without thinking, Yu Yingxi's hands moved on their own. He couldn't resist pinching her plump cheeks, a little too boldly, a little too happily. The result was immediate. Xian's kid scolded him for a solid while, because getting her cheeks pinched was the one thing she hated the most. Yu Yingxi sighed, because once Xian's kid started lecturing, it could drag on for a full hour. But times were different now. He had the blind divine eyes, didn't he? If anything was hard, this skill could crack it. After a quick target appraisal, it delivered an answer. The blind divine eyes suggested Xian's kid was craving a chocolate cone ice cream. So that's all it was. Buying ice cream was easy. Yu Yingxi smiled and said, "Xian's kid, let's go get ice cream, a sweet chocolate cone." She was still a child, and no kid can resist the pull of sweets for long. Just like that, she forgave him in a heartbeat, mood flipping like a switch. After that, the two of them walked together to an ice cream shop. But when it was time to pay, Yu Yingxi pulled out a whole pile of coins. The cashier clearly looked annoyed, like his payment method offended her soul. And when she served the ice cream, she was way stingier than before. Was she seriously discriminating because he paid with coins? Yu Yingxi thought, irritated. This was for the future seedling of the nation standing beside him. Okay. Then Yu Yingxi remembered something right. He had the divine authority index finger. Normally that skill felt kind of useless, like a gimmick nobody respected. But in this situation, it was perfect. Yu Yingxi stepped back and activated it from a distance. The machine suddenly blasted out ice cream until it overflowed, and the employee couldn't take it back. So Xian's kid ended up holding an absurdly huge cone in her hands. It was an ice cream tower nearly half her height, ridiculous and glorious. The little girl was completely satisfied, eyes sparkling like she'd won a jackpot. And Yu Yingxi finally got a peaceful, quiet day, the rare kind that feels like a blessing. But the moment he started to relax, it didn't last long at all. His phone began firing off rapid notifications again, like the system was impatient. Yu Yingxi received a notice that his composite killer title and its brutal effect had been activated, the wording ominous as hell. Through this activation, the message continued, as if announcing a new phase. The nameless deity's combat luck effect was greatly increased, like a hidden stat spike. "Oh, so you are human," a voice said, sudden and strange. "The one walking the path of the great demon." It continued, cold and amused. "I will devour everything, even the trials you're enduring, until you become a true demon god." The eerie voice echoed in the air. Xian's kid got so scared, she dropped the delicious ice cream right out of her hands. Her eyes went wide as she looked up at the sky, and Yu Yingxi followed her gaze instinctively. Then he saw it, a colossal monster tearing reality apart as it forced its way in. With one savage rip, it shredded open a spatial gate and emerged like a nightmare made real. Thanks to the blind god's eyes, the truth came into focus with sickening clarity. Lion pinpointed it, Yao Fei armor, male, exactly the kind of raid boss you pray never targets you. 400 years old, a monster obsessed with claiming the ice god's trials for himself. And his method was simple, devour the so-called nameless god whole. Problem is, Nameless God was literally his nickname and creator god, the game he'd been playing. Which meant that Trash Yao wasn't here by chance. He'd locked onto him by mistake, and fate wasn't involved at all. Luckily, Xiang Mina showed up right when things were about to go irreversibly bad. She punched way above her level and took down that horned bull like it was personal. Because of that, Yu Yingxi and his niece barely escaped, and the moment the bull dropped, another alert popped up. It said his brutal killer title had leveled up, rewarding a free purchase of one low god authority in the divine shop. Sounds tempting, right? But after he and his niece nearly got flattened under the hoof of that forest, horned bull, temptation felt like a joke. Yu Yingxi developed a deep, burning hatred for that stupid, cursed interface, like it had personally betrayed him. That's why he was here now, ready to chuck the phone straight into the river and be done with it. But just as Yu Yingxi was about to act, the phone chimed again with a brand new notification. In the end, his curiosity beat his anger, and he couldn't stop himself from checking. 2 words on the alert hooked Yu Yingxi instantly: Water City. Through the screen, Yu Yingxi saw a vicious red ant tribe, rampaging like a living wildfire. They were slaughtering another ant tribe without mercy, carving through them like fodder. And the saintess mentioned in the message finally appeared on screen. She was an ant queen who looked weak at a glance, fragile, trembling, already half defeated. Yet she was the female leader of this tribe, carrying their survival on her tiny shoulders. The saintess of the black tribe. Do you really think you have any chance of escaping the imperial soldiers' hands? After slicing down the gate guards, that aggressive red ant stormed straight toward the black ant tribe's saintess. In her most panicked moment, she begged the nameless god for help with everything she had. That nameless god was Yu Yingxi, set up as this tribe's guardian, and watching her shake on screen hit way too close to home. That trembling stare dragged his memory back to the people he cared about, like fate was rubbing salt in. He remembered clutching Xian's cart, shaking so hard he could barely breathe. It was the same terror he'd felt when that horned bull had him dead to rights. And he was pretty sure he'd looked exactly like this back then, small, helpless, and one step from ending. If that was the case, how could Yu Yingxi possibly turn away and pretend he didn't see it? So he moved, no speeches, no hesitation, just action. He executed the biggest red ant on the screen in one clean strike. The same ant that was threatening the black tribe's saintess, looming over her like an executioner. Instantly, dozens of coins spilled out of the screen, as if the system itself was bleeding loot. Along with them came a single line of text, glowing with ominous promise. It said the black tribe's saintess wanted to know the nameless god's true identity, offering all her gratitude in return. His true identity, huh? Yu Yingxi hesitated, and then the system mechanically repeated his name like it was confirming his identity. A new notification immediately popped up right after that, flashing across his vision. It said the singing tribe's saintess was fanatically devoted to Yu Yinsi, and because of that devotion, he obtained a supreme god title, savior of mortal souls, like the story just leveled up on the spot. That was huge because Zhu Yu Yinsi already held the evil god title, and now the system stacked another one on him. So yeah, he now carried both the evil god title and the supreme god title at the same time. That twist redirected his whole alignment, shifting him from the dark faction into a razor-thin neutral path. And that supreme god title didn't stop there. It also handed him an extra reward. A clean 100 gold, and in this busted game, that kind of payout was basically mythic. For the first time, Yu Yinsi got this much gold and couldn't hide his height. Added to his old stash, he now had 700 coins total. He instantly opened the divine shop, scrolled like crazy, and hunted for something worth pulling the trigger on. The first target was obvious, the consumable item Yu Yinsi had been eyeing since way back. Blessing of the God, price 10 gold, sitting there like a temptation trap with a shiny label. The description claimed it was a liquid essence that had been stored and concentrated over time. It supposedly formed after dripping out during training, like some kind of cultivation byproduct, specifically from a seeker of eternal truth, which sounded cool until you thought about what that implied. Its effect forcibly unlocked latent potential to the max, and the more you drink, the stronger you become. It sounded tempting, but the moment Yu Yinsi heard it was literally someone's bodily fluid, he wanted no part of it. Still, that jar already cost him 10 gold, so he refused to waste it. He popped the lid and chugged it with his eyes shut. After finishing, he felt nothing special at all. It was basically an energy drink, yet it cost a whole 10 gold. Yu Yinsi got heated and started cussing the system out, calling it a scam with a straight face. But then he reread the line that said, the more you drink, the stronger you get, and his greed started winning. Grinding his teeth, Yu Yinsi bought a few more bottles and forced them down like an idiot chasing power. Once he finished, his eyelids suddenly drooped, heavy like someone hit him with a sleep technique. His body stopped obeying him, and he collapsed right in the middle of the street. At that moment, his omnipotent assimilation rate jumped from 0% to 5%, and his skills evolved in sync with that new ratio. But when he finally opened his eyes again, the scene was completely different. He discovered he was lying on that familiar soft bed, one that had clearly been used for over 10 years. Yu Yinsi's head throbbed like a sledgehammer, and he had no clue how he ended up back home. Out of habit, he reached for his phone and started tapping without even thinking. But then his hands started itching, and out of nowhere, a few ants crawled up onto Yu Yinsi's skin. The numb, prickly itch snapped him fully awake in an instant, and then Yu Yinsi damn near died when he saw a whole swarm of red ants filling his room like an invading army. He leapt off the bed, and his first instinct was pure panic. Run, escape, survive. Except the door wouldn't open, like something had sealed it shut on purpose. The ant swarm was unbelievably vicious, moving like a coordinated monster pack. The moment they caught Yu Yinsi, they latched on and bit like they were trying to eat him alive. They were tiny compared to him, sure, but when a whole horde attacks at once, it's no joke at all. In the clutch, Yu Yinsi stared at the window like it was his last lifeline. It was only the 3rd floor though, and that fact hit like cold water. So even if he jumped, he probably wouldn't die. That was the logic his desperate brain clung to. Thinking that, Yu Yinsi took a deep breath and lunged straight for the window. But sadly, the window wouldn't open either, and Yu Yinsi slammed his face hard, pain exploding instantly. He sprawled out flat on the floor, looking like he'd been dropped, kicked by reality itself. Damn it, he thought, am I seriously going to be trapped in here forever? If running was impossible, then there was only one option left: fight. Yu Yinsi made up his mind, and his survival instinct finally took the wheel. He started clashing with the 7 red ants that were in his face like elite assassins. But they also signaled the rest of their force, calling in the whole swarm. Their army swarmed him, coordinating like soldiers to overwhelm Yu Yinsi on the spot. The ants even prepared ranged support, like tiny archers with missile-level attitude. Sure, the arrows were ridiculously small, almost laughable at first glance. They were smaller than even porcupine quills, basically needle-sized torture. But Yu Yinsi got pierced by thousands at once, pain locking him down until he couldn't move. "Ha, do you like this feeling, you nameless monster?" The ants mocked with cruel delight. This is the true might of the Empire. Their taunt hit like a stomp on his pride. The leader Red Ant screamed it out, practically drunk on power. Then it ordered the troops to press the advantage and keep attacking, until Yu Yinsi dropped for good. The assault grew vicious, and Yu Yinsi couldn't control his body anymore. He collapsed onto the floor. Agony tore through him, and he felt like he was about to lose the ability to breathe. But right at that exact moment, fate tossed him a brutal little lifeline. Yu Yinsi spotted an insect solution bottle sitting on the table. like a last-chance item drop. Gritting through the pain, he burned his final strength and threw himself toward the table. Meanwhile, the red ants were still celebrating, high off the idea of victory. They truly believed they were seconds away from killing the so-called nameless god. That's when Zhu Yinsi used the insect solution, without hesitation. The insect-killing solution wiped out the entire swarm in one merciless sweep. The ants got erased by that power, scattered and crushed into total ruin. Even so, Yu Yinsi had taken too much venom, and his body still refused to move. He honestly thought this was it, that he was about to meet his ancestors and clock out. Then the system appeared at the perfect time, like it always does when drama peaks. It announced that the high-tier dark god, Silent Nightmare, had granted Yu Yinsi a gift. With the last of his breath, he tapped Option Z on the simulated screen. Instantly, Yu Yinsi's finger started to react, as if something inside him had changed. A strange, abnormal sensation spread through him, cold and sharp like forbidden power waking up. At the same time, Xiang Mina finally slipped away from the reporters and cameras crowding her. She headed to a mountain on the outskirts of the city, needing space to test herself. She tried again and again to trigger her lightning authority, but every attempt failed. She couldn't force that explosive surge like the one she'd felt before. Not like when she fought that horned bull monster and her power fully detonated. Xiang Mina kept grinding her teeth, rage and resentment chewing at her from the inside. If she awakened that power one more time, even just once, everything would change. Then revenge wouldn't be some distant daydream anymore. It'd be a plan with teeth. Far away, Yu Yinsi was still struggling as his apartment went up in flames. Right after that silent nightmare hit him, the kind that leaves no scream behind. He felt something strange at his fingertips, like an alien itch crawling under the skin. But the sensation vanished in a blink, too fast to pin down or understand. And Yu Yinsi didn't notice anything else happening at all, just the fire closing in. He'd inhaled way too much smoke, his lungs turning into sandpaper and ash. In the end, he couldn't take it anymore, and he collapsed hard onto the floor. He hated the idea of dying like this, powerless, unfinished, and full of regret. But Yu Yinsi truly couldn't move another inch, his body refusing every command. Just as he was about to give up, the wall suddenly exploded, shattered by some force. Yu Yinsi looked over on instinct, and the blind god's eyes activated to analyze the target. Before his consciousness snapped, he thought he recognized a familiar silhouette in the dust. When Yu Yinsi woke up, he was in the hospital, wrapped in bandages like a mummy from the burns. Xian's niece stayed by his side, and seeing him bundled like a sticky rice cake, she squinted. "Are you really my uncle?" Of course, Yu Yinsi nodded. Then Xian's kid pressed password. He answered, "Mom's the evil auntie, the chubby auntie, hee." Only then did Xian's kid seem satisfied, diving straight into his arms like a missile. Meanwhile, his sister's daughter looked ready to hang both of them up and beat them senseless. "Hey Yu Yinsi," she snapped, voice sharp enough to cut gauze. "Is it really okay to call the sister who scrubbed you clean after a fire, Auntie Mock, like that?" His sister scolded and smacked him anyway, not caring that he was technically a patient. As the siblings wrestled and bickered, a sudden knock sounded from outside the room. Xian's kid ran over and opened the door, moving fast like a trained messenger. But there was no one there, only a huge flower basket left like a quiet warning. A note was attached, addressed to EU Exin, neat and deliberate. Yu Yinsi couldn't figure out who would send something like this to him. Of course he couldn't guess it, not with the pieces he had right now. The sender was Xiang Mina, watching from the shadows with a patient smile. After the horned bull went down in that fire incident, she started connecting the dots. She thought carefully and realized that when she was near Yu Yinsi, she felt different. She could push her strength past her own limit, like a hidden system buff kicking in. That's why Xiang Mina stayed at the hospital, quietly observing him for 4 straight days. But she found no answer, no clue what about Yu Yinsi allowed her to break her ceiling. All Xiang Mina could remember from that moment was one thing, sharp and undeniable. In the middle of battle, some surge had touched her, nudged her, and changed her output. Yu Yinsi just lay there in bed without a twitch, looking exactly like an ordinary patient. But when Xiang Mina was about to quit monitoring him and head back home, she suddenly saw Yu Yinsi sit bolt upright, growling nonstop, like he was in unbearable pain. Meanwhile, in the creator's world, another storyline was quietly moving into place. The Black Ant clan's saintess wanted to present her tribe's treasure to Yu Yinsi. Even with the elders desperately trying to stop her, she didn't back down. After all, this was an heirloom, a sacred relic passed down through the clan. But she believed she could never forget the debt she owed that man. He had saved them from a disaster that would have wiped their whole tribe out. And on top of that, this item could make Yu Yinsi even stronger. Only then could he keep protecting the Black Ant clan as their shield and savior. Seong-mina watched him twitch and jerk on the bed like he was fighting an invisible enemy. After reading the phone notification, she still had no clue what was happening. The situation made zero sense to her, like a system prompt without context. It wasn't until Yu Yinsi received another message that things started to click. The Black Ant Saintess and her 101 followers were praying for him and offering a tribute. Only then did he calm down a little, his breathing finally easing. He even felt a small, ridiculous sense of accomplishment rising in his chest. Tributes are usually for the important ones, he thought, so I must matter a lot to them. With that, Yu Yinsi crossed his legs smugly, the pose of a guy savoring his own legend. He tapped accept tribute, acting like he was collecting rewards after a boss clear. A small stone dropped out of the screen, and the blind god's eyes kicked in at once. After appraising it, the skill fed him intel, calling it one special case among them. It was tied to the 7 kinds of fruits from the world tree, rare and absurdly valuable. Yu Yinsi didn't actually know what it did, not in any practical, usable way. But the system said it would help his endurance, so he didn't hesitate. He shoved it into his mouth and swallowed, like downing medicine in a survival run. Right after that, Yu Yinsi immediately felt something was very, very wrong. A deeply unpleasant sensation hit him, like his stomach was rebelling. Outside, Seong-mina held her breath, watching every tiny change in his face. She saw Yu Yinsi grit his teeth hard, his jawline tightening with pure misery. Drool kept spilling out, unstoppable, like his body was rejecting the taste. Because this devilish thing tasted horrifying, the kind of flavor that feels like a curse. It was salty, harsh, spicy, and bitter all at once, a full spectrum assault. But the surprise came fast. After a short while, his wounds stopped hurting entirely. He tore off the bandages and found every injury on his body had healed cleanly. Seong-mina, peeking from outside, was stunned so hard she nearly forgot to blink. It looked like his full body burns had happened ages ago, not just recently. That only made her more curious about who he really was and what he was hiding. Then the system chimed again, stacking new mechanics on top of the old. Along with receiving offerings, the creator's holy blessing function activated, letting him bless their progress in return. Yu Yinsi paused for a few seconds, thinking, what do those ants even like anyway? As soon as he thought that, Yu Yinsi spotted coffee sugar packets sitting by the bed. Meanwhile, the Black Ant Clan's Saintess kept praying. The elders got anxious, since they'd offered all their gold and jewels and still heard nothing back. Then something like snow began drifting down from the sky, soft and unreal. They reached out and caught the pure white flakes in their hands. Someone rushed to taste it, and the flavor hit like heaven, sweet and clean. Even crazier, blessed by Yu Yinsi, these sugar grains could heal wounds. Everyone injured by the red ant attack recovered completely. Now the elders had no doubts left. They were so moved they started crying. Is this a miracle? O great and merciful God, our beloved Yu Yinsi, they chanted with trembling devotion. Through his phone screen, Yu Yinsi watched the ants hop around in joy, and he couldn't help smiling too. It was hard not to, because they were ridiculously cute. And with just one sugar packet, he'd basically recruited 101 believers. Each believer converted into 100 divine coins, so that one blessing netted him 100 divine coins. With his injuries fully healed, Yu Yinsi checked out of the hospital right after. The first thing he did was go look for a legit shop to sell loot. A place that looked reputable, the kind that deals in hunter goods and relics. And Yu Yinsi had no idea that throughout all of this, he was being followed by someone mysterious, watching his every move. The shop Yu Yinsi chose was one he'd picked by instinct and luck. It was called Haya, a clean storefront with that trust me vibe. The clerk heard he came to sell items and lit up immediately. Awesome, the clerk beamed, practically bouncing in place. Are you a hunter? The clerk asked, eyes sharp with interest. Not yet, he said, I've awakened, but I don't have a hunter license. Oh, is that so? The clerk replied, tone suddenly more careful. Then please wait just a moment, the clerk said politely. After that, the clerk handed Yu Yinsi a form and told him to fill it out. The form required him to clearly list the origin of each item. Yu Yinsi froze, not knowing what to write. He couldn't exactly say he got it from catching ants in a game. If his apartment hadn't been wrecked in half, destroyed by the fire, he wouldn't be this strapped, forced to sell gear just to fix his place. Not long after, several more people walked in, including one guy who was huge. They seemed like regulars because the shop owner Zehi recognized them right away. Yu Yinsi scanned them and got basic info. The system noted their muscles were quite weak. He was confused, since these beefy guys looked anything but weak. Maybe weak only meant weak compared to bosses. I heard your shop hasn't been doing well lately, the leader said. He slammed a big suitcase on the counter, so I brought something fun. Inside was a bright silver armor set that looked insanely expensive. The moment Zehi saw it, Her eyes sparkled. But thanks to the blind god's eyes, Yu Yinsi instantly saw something was off. It looked gorgeous on the outside, but in truth it was scrap armor that had been used for 29 years. It was disguised with a half-baked blessing and a perception jamming skill. The effect had about 4 hours left, then it would revert to junk. 560 mana total, that's a lot, Zehi laughed, clueless, haha. My goods are always top quality. The man shamelessly replied, we'll take only 3 stacks. You want 300 million in cash, Zehi shot back, startled. Zehi hesitated for a beat, then still insisted on buying the item anyway, dead set on it. Please wait a moment, she said. I'll prepare the cash as fast as I can. Yu Yinsi didn't want to meddle, but 300 million wasn't pocket change. He jumped up and warned Zehi it was a fake. Don't buy trouble and drag a curse home. The moment he said it, the air in the room went stiff, like winter hit indoors. The 3 con men's faces darkened, their smiles snapping off like masks. The biggest one rushed in and grabbed Yu Yinsi by the collar, lifting him clean off the ground. You got proof, he snarled. Can you prove what you just said is true? A flame flickered into existence in the leader's hand, hot enough to threaten violence. Yu Yinsi had no choice. If he didn't use a skill, he'd get beaten into bruises today. He activated God's mighty index finger, the kind of cheat move that ends arguments. In an instant, that shiny armor turned into a heap of scrap metal and rusted truth. The 3 swindlers were exposed on the spot, their trick collapsing like rotten paper. Getting their scam blown up only made them angrier, pride turning into pure malice. The tall brute genuinely wanted to beat Yu Yinsi down until he stopped moving. But their boss signaled him to stop, a cold gesture that cut the rage short. Then the boss bowed a full 90 degrees and apologized. My fault, high rank hunter. If you wish, we'll leave immediately. Only then did the big guy finally let Yu Yinsi go, still glaring like a chained beast. After that, the 3 of them puffed up their chests and stormed out in humiliation. Their boss clearly mistook him for a high rank hunter, but hey, surviving mattered more. Once they left, Zehi thanked him non-stop. Without you, I'd waste 300 million on junk. You're a hermit hunter, right? She asked, thrilled. By hermit, Zehi meant the recluses who have hunter power, but live oddly, choosing a normal life instead of the spotlight. Yu Yinsi got mislabeled as high rank, then mislabeled as a hermit too. He couldn't explain it, so he just mumbled and nodded. Oh right, you came to sell items, didn't you? Zehi asked. Only then did Yu Yinsi remember why he came. He took out the Gris ring, but after Zehi inspected it carefully, her expression cooled. She concluded it was only 12 mana. Even if I pay more, it's still a low-tier item, not worth much. Yu Yinsi accepted the ring back, feeling that familiar frustration of being broke. And then the blind god's eyes suddenly. Ray appraised it on their own, like they'd noticed something everyone else missed. This time the item's note line had changed, the hidden tag finally surfacing. The system suggested he should give it to someone close to him, someone he trusts. For example, Seong Miri, the woman who kept orbiting his life like fate had hooks in her. On the crowded street, Seong Miri hid behind a wall, spying as Yu Yinsi traded items. She wondered if his fast recovery came from a top-grade elixir. He's only G rank, so how did he even get that? Just like I thought, she told herself, he might actually be a high-rank hunter. If she could uncover his identity and that insane healing speed, maybe he could help her break her limits. 2 figures suddenly appeared and cut her off, making her pause. Wait, am I stalking him again like last time? On the street, those 2 were obnoxious, yelling at people to move. Seong Miri worried, if my sister finds out, she'll explode. As she turned to leave, Yu Yinsi popped up behind her out of nowhere. He scratched his head. Grant. No, Seong Miri, right man, I've got something to give you. At the academy, arcs of electricity flashed above the building, lighting up the entire sky. On the rooftop, the scowling professor stared at the monitor and yelled, 1000 MP. That's still way too high for a rank hunter's. Seong Miri studied the ring on her hand and realized it was the reason her power had jumped. She replayed the street moment in her head when Yu Yinsi blurted, Brent, no, Seong Miri, right, oh man, I've got something for you. Her mind filled with question marks. She almost ran, but Yu Yinsi called out, wait. Please take this, he said, it'll definitely help you, his tone oddly sincere. The moment he finished, he turned and sprinted into the crowd, leaving her confused and stunned. Then Seong Miri looked down in shock as both her hands began to glow. Back at the building, she pondered the ring, smiling in disbelief. He handed me a treasure like it was nothing, and it really did boost her strength. Sung Man, standing nearby, clapped in approval, like he was watching a rare awakening. He kept praising her, calling it extraordinary, almost too good to be true. But Seong Mina beside him said coldly, don't get cocky, you're still only A rank, Seong Miri. Ju Hyan shot Seong Mina a look, clearly unhappy with how harsh she was being. He raised a hand and said he looked forward to working with her. Let's fight together sometimes. Seong Miri agreed instantly, yes sir. Seong Mina snapped, hey Seong Miri, her voice sharp as a drawn blade. If you're still thinking about revenge, don't blame me for hitting hard. Seong Miri pouted, thinking, sorry sis, I can't stop. If that man could help her break her limits, then revenge wouldn't be a delusion anymore. Over on Yu Yinsi's side, he was trying to trigger a new ability, forcing the system to respond. The innate authority of the eyeless god's eyes activated, like a sealed command key unlocking. A vision flashed, General Kamakiri accept Jim's order. 5 million troops stood behind Jim, awaiting command. Till the monster guarded by the savage black tribe, it had slaughtered 100 soldiers led by Hibiscus and Kim. General Kamakiri obeyed, as the fourth sword among the Empire's 10 swords, a living weapon. The soldiers below answered in unison, we will follow your guidance. Yu Yinsi jolted awake in terror and flung the phone from his hand. Sweat drenched him as he muttered, was that a dream? Realizing it wasn't real, he wiped his forehead and exhaled, thanking the heavens. Then a chill hit him, wait, with everything so far, that can't just be a dream. He'd nearly been driven to death by 100 ants, and that wasn't even the first time, it was after 50 loops. He paced in a daze, hands in his hair, not knowing what he was supposed to do now. A notification ping cut through his thoughts. Who's messaging me now, he snapped. Who jokes at a time like this? A message from user Silent Dream arrived. Do you crave power? Yu Yinsi typed back, who are you? Silent Dream replied, weak naive god first, sacrifice 100 beings of your kind, especially those who share your blood if you do. The sheer insanity pissed him off. You bastard, Yu Yinsi cursed, you're blocked. Silent Dream panicked and tried to pull him back. No, wait. Suddenly the system screen lit up. The eyeless god's eyes' innate authority had activated again. Something appeared that made Yu Yinsi freeze, shock jolting through his spine. Right in front of him stood a savage tribal beast, the clan's monstrous champion. It roared low, I, General Kamakiri, will gouge out your eyes and cut off your head to offer the great emperor. In that instant, Yu Yinsi realized it was the exact thing he'd seen in the vision. And the timer on the screen showed the deadline, only 4 days remaining. He immediately stared at his phone's screen, heart pounding like a war drum. The system showed the same test, and 101 followers panicking as the Empire launched its attack. Yu Yinsi frowned, thinking, so even you guys can be scared like that. He hurriedly mapped out a plan, knowing this time he had to prep everything perfectly again. The building's wall looked like it got smashed by something, opening a ragged hole. Yu Yinsi shouted in anger, why is self-analysis useless this time? It worked on other people. A sharp chime rang out, and the system announced his analysis was successful. He finally exhaled, relieved. Okay, it works, he thought, clinging to that small win. Joy never lasts here. The system flagged traits like incomprehensible and failure, and he snapped, no, wait. That freaky, cursed power again, showing up to ruin his mood at the worst timing. Yu Yinsi went back to the bed and checked what he'd bought from the hunter shop. Gehenna Flame sounded cool, but it was just God's judgment finger. Besides the edgy name, it was basically a lighter. It claimed to shine when paired with God's judgment finger. Then he realized he'd been scammed again, almost instantly. Furious, Yu Yinsi cursed himself, thinking he should have thrown it straight in the trash. As his anger faded, the phone pinged again. He squinted. Now what is this? It was that arrogant manager, author. It's been over a week since your last draft. I get you have your reasons. But work still needs finishing. Keep stalling and it'll look bad. Remember, you're already in the lead. Sweating, Yu Yinsi replied fast, I'm truly sorry. I've had a few unexpected incidents lately. I still believe in you, author, the manager wrote. Yu Yinsi muttered, Popcast. He suddenly shouted, that's it, what he needed was Popcast, the growth god's blessed tonic. Cheers echoed non-stop from somewhere unseen. We'll fight 20 soldiers, like a hype track in his head. At the same time, the system displayed the almighty assimilation rate jumping hard, from 5% to 10%. Yu Yinsi's authority was strengthened, the power boost hitting like a stat spike. The title Savior of Humanity activated, stamping his status with heavy mythic weight. He focused on the quest, forcing himself to grind through it like survival training. The mission felt so brutal it made him gag, like his body rejected the difficulty curve. Heaven rewards hard work. In the end, he finally finished it, exhausted but victorious. Even though he still had to send it to that supervisor, he planted onto the desk and passed out. Seong Miri skipped over to Yu Yinsi's place in a decent mood. Nice. I even brought some pastries, she thought. Then she froze. Wait, will it look creepy that I know his address? But she needed his help, so she had to make a strong first impression, no matter what. Seong Miri scolded herself. Stop overthinking. She decided to play it off as a SLU-che-a-krakoi encounter. With that settled, she slowly climbed the stairs, step by step, calming her breathing. Then she hurried to Yu Yinsi's door, standing right in front of it like fate had guided her. Inside, he was deep asleep, dreaming it's all over. I'll buy beef for the supervisor. Outside, Seong Miri hesitated, unsure whether she should press the doorbell. Seong Miri made the call and rang it anyway, committing to the moment. No response, she wondered, is he not home, her confidence slipping. She glanced at the lock and noticed something off. The door didn't seem locked. Seong Miri slowly opened it and stepped inside, calling softly, Yu Yinsi, are you home? Over at the office, everyone was grinding through work. The manager fumed. This guy's late again. He smoked while texting, "Author, you're late again," like he'd given up on hope. Suddenly a hand slammed the desk so hard it scared the life out of him. Yu Yinsi stood there with his arms crossed, wearing the smug confidence of a man who cleared the quest. He handed over his new manuscript. The manager stared at the thick stack, eyes wide, this much in one go. He held it with trembling hands, tears welling up like he'd just witnessed a miracle. Yu Yinsi was ridiculously proud of himself, like an underdog finally cashing in. He decided to reward himself. "Tonight I'm eating beef," he thought, satisfied. Then mocking voices rang in his ear. He can still sleep now. Did he pull an all-nighter or what? Yu Yinsi was still dreaming, unaware, mumbling, "So good." So good, he licked his lips and begged, "Ma'am, 2 more orders of ribs, please." He snapped awake, and the 3 guys around him jumped like they'd seen a ghost. "They cursed, you bastard," Yu Yinsi blinked, confused, kidnapping. "Where am I? What's happening?" he panicked. Was the beef just a dream? Minho's face went purple with rage, flames flickering from his hand. "Nice, you can still sleep at a time like this." Kim-soo and Jimin were already poised to beat him down, fists itching for payback. Yu Yinsi stammered, body weak and limp, "Wait, you guys. It was the scammers from Haya." Jimin's eyes were icy. "You remember now, right? Nice to meet you, Yu Yinsi." He didn't feel nice at all. He swallowed and asked, "What do you want?" Minho smirked. "Compensation, obviously. You meddled last time, lucky for you. We take transfers too." Yu Yinsi blurted, "How am I supposed to pay? I don't even have my phone." Kim-soo raised a phone and sneered, "This one." "Yeah, we took it," he bragged. Then the system suddenly flashed. Appraisal successful. A countdown appeared, showing the time until the Imperial Army led by General Kamakiri reached Yu Yinsi. Kim-soo glanced at it, clueless. "What the hell is this? A stopwatch?" Yu Yinsi realized time was up and screamed, "Let me go now, throw that phone away." Min-ho laughed like a villain who'd never seen a coffin. "Shut up, bastard." At the same moment, the phone in Kim-soo's hand exploded, blood spraying everywhere. Crimson splattered across his body, soaking him like a horror scene. He screamed in agony, choking out broken "Please, save me." The other 2 stood frozen, not understanding what was happening at all. And then it arrived, General Kamakiri's army, marching in like a nightmare made real. They lined up in perfect formation, and Jimin went pale. What are those things? The sheer numbers were insane. Minho snapped at Yu Yinsi, "You bastard, your power is controlling bugs, huh?" Yu Yinsi looked stunned. "They look like bugs to you." Minho didn't deny it. He got even more excited. He conjured a roaring blaze and bragged, "So what if they're bugs, we just burn them all." The flames were way too strong. Nothing like a weak muscle stat. Yu Yinsi's mind spun. Was that info a lie? He stared as the soldiers were swallowed by fire, eyes tight with dread. Min-ho stayed smug, like he was already counting the profit. "Let's add more," he said. "You killed my underling too, so pay up for that." With the situation collapsing, Yu Yinsi cursed under his breath, "We're screwed. This is going to blow up." Out of nowhere, Minyu staggered like he was about to collapse, and Jimin beside him panicked, yelling, "Hey, are you okay?" while Yu Yinsi looked on in stunned disbelief. A second later, Minho was already face down on the floor, like his body had simply shut off mid-breath. At the back of his neck, an energy stone surfaced, smeared with blood, and everyone present lined in with the same confused question, "What even is that?" Jimin and Yu Yinsi stared hard at the scene, the kind of moment that makes your stomach drop in a survival arc. Up ahead sat the Kamakiri army's stone launcher, and both of them just gaped, because this wasn't a game gimmick anymore, it was a siege weapon. Then Kamakiri barked the order to get ready to fire, like he owned the battlefield and everyone's fate with it. Jimmy, all nerves, bolted while screaming for help. The classic coward sprint you see right before a brutal reality check. UNC snapped in rage, "Hey, what about me?" And on the other side he yanked at the door with all his strength, but it wouldn't budge. Jimin's shrill cries kept looping, "Help, help," and UNC couldn't shake the deja vu, like being trapped in that house again. Kamakiri didn't hesitate, just raised his hand and ordered them to fire, doubling down like a tyrant in a dark fantasy court. The moment the command landed, energy stones shot straight toward the target, cutting the air like judgment. Blood sprayed upward in a brutal burst, turning the impact into a horror panel splash. NC realized that even that massive blaze wouldn't kill them, and that truth hit harder than any technique. Can I really survive and get out of here alive? Or is this where the underdog story ends? Jimin kept clawing at the doorknob, but it was useless, like the world had decided no escape was the only rule. Watching everything spiral, he cursed himself. If I'd known they were this strong, I never would've. No, if it weren't for that damn cursed game, none of this would be happening in the first place. Kamakiri cut through his thoughts with a smug grin, boasting that the evil god's underlings were all dead already. NC squeezed his eyes shut and whispered, "I'm finished. I'm dying today," while Kamakiri kept posturing, "I'll kill you and turn you into food for his majesty." Hearing that, the boy just went blank. His face freezing like his brain refused to process what came next. In front of them stood an elite force, disciplined and razor-sharp, the kind of army that makes heroes feel small. Right then, the system flashed a notification. Minor magic effect has been activated. Streams of blue light began to bloom across the insect swarm, like runes igniting under a cultivation seal. The glow grew more violent by the second until it blinded him, and he had to turn his head away to keep his eyes from tearing up. He clenched his teeth and endured, forcing himself to hold on through the pain like a true survival protagonist. The beams surged forward, slamming toward Kamakiri and his soldiers in a sudden reversal that felt like a system-triggered counterattack. With tears in his eyes, he watched and shouted, "Are you insane? How dare you attack His Majesty's army?" "Step forward," he roared, "you servants of the evil god," trying to sound brave while fear chewed through him. Suddenly a girl's voice came from behind, checking on him, "Are you okay?" And of course it was Seong Miri, arriving like a plot-saving heroine. She had a helmet on and called out to UNC, steady and clear, like she'd been tracking him this whole time. The second he saw her, his eyes went wide and he screamed at full volume, "Ah, Thunder Empress." Seong Miri unleashed savage lightning bolts, striking straight into Kamakiri's ranks with ruthless precision. It drove him completely mad. Insolent, he raged. How dare she attack His Majesty's army? And he still didn't even step in personally, hiding behind command like a general terrified of getting his hands dirty. Behind them, Inshin laughed out loud, "Ha ha," while Kamakiri stood there stunned, because this wasn't supposed to be possible. She was strong enough to be summoned as an underling, the kind of trump card that flips a whole war in one chapter. Rage churned in his chest as he thought, "This evil god is a menace, a walking threat to everything I serve." UNC's form sharpened like a star descending, releasing a stream of violet light that screamed awakening energy. Kamakiri knew it well. The leader of all demons was a direct threat to the empire and the throne itself. Still, he was a general. How could he beg for life? So Kamakiri swore he'd die here today, no matter what it cost. With a die-together mindset, he declared he'd drag at least one of their underlings down with him, even if it meant burning his own life away. Seong Miri fired off a technique on the spot, shouting "smoke gun," as lightning lanced straight down and hammered the floor like a divine warning. The soldiers were packed in formation, and even she blinked in surprise, muttering that there were way too many ants. The ant troops urged, "General, find cover," but Kamakiri ignored them, crossed his two scythe arms and prayed for 10,000 swords to shred everything. "My lord," he pleaded, "grant me your power," like a fanatic begging for system blessing in a dark ritual. A voice drifted through the void, "The one who wishes to stain my blade with blood. Are you ready to offer your life?" Kamakiri swore, "I will present the heads of every soldier to you." As his words ended, the godlike presence commanded him with a single order, "Rise." One soldier kept pleading, "General, we must retreat," but the warning hit a wall of obsession. He didn't even glance back, just swung one scythe arm and forged a beam of light that carried pure death. Seong Miri and UNC both stiffened, shocked by what he'd just done, because it felt like he'd cut his own side down. Kamakiri's entire body flooded with energy, forming eerie pink streams that pulsed like cursed cultivation chi. Then he marched straight toward Seong Miri, closing the distance with the pressure of an executioner. UNC narrowed his eyes and muttered, did he seriously kill his own people just now? The system displayed, Kamakiri, 98 years old, Imperial Grand General, intends to eliminate Seong Miri with 1,000 swords. Kamakiri snarled in fury, wretched lackey of the evil god, spitting the title like it was poison. UNC forced himself to focus, tracking the battlefield as Kamakiri's killing intent locked onto Iker. In the next breath, he lunged at Seong Miri, cursing her for blaspheming his majesty as he came in for the kill. She still tried to joke, "Hey, wait," but he was boiling, growling that she'd pay with her life. Kamakiri's speed made Seong Miri gasp, too fast, like the panel itself couldn't keep up. She wasn't helpless though, and snapped back by unleashing leopard style to meet him head on. Lightning bands coiled tight and wrapped his whole body, sealing him up like a beast, tamer snare turned lethal. But Kamakiri shattered it in an instant, smashing the bind like it was paper. UNC held his breath and stared, because this was the kind of gap that turns hope into despair. Seong Miri blurted, stunned, "My thunderstorm got cut apart," and her confidence finally cracked. Through her visor she saw his silhouette rushing in, a pink, lit nightmare charging straight at her throat. Kamakiri pushed further and activated another special ability, stacking buffs like a system boss in Phase 2. Seeing it, UNC screamed no, the kind of shout that comes too late in survival stories. Pink streams of light swarmed around her, sealing her in like a cultivation cage that wouldn't release. UNC couldn't stay still anymore, panic turning his limbs heavy and his mind razor-sharp. He tried to force power out, straining to send the blinding cord from his body like a last-ditch skill cast. But something yanked his attention, and he went stiff, staring as if time had stopped. Seong Miri had fallen right in front of him, collapsing like a heroine taken out at the cruelest cliffhanger. Blood splashed across her visor, and Kamakiri's voice rang out coldly, "Blaspheme his majesty, and you pay with your life." After finishing Seong Miri, he turned on UNC and barked, "Evil god of the Black Tribe, you'll pay with your life too." UNC's face went dark with rage, anger so thick it felt like it could ignite his cultivation core. Suddenly, jagged fangs appeared behind him, sharp enough to make a veteran hunter flinch. Above them hovered a single glowing eye, watching like a curse that had finally found its target. Then it opened its mouth wide, as if it meant to swallow him whole in one horrific bite. The system flashed, "Heartless nightmare ability detected. It has foreseen the fate of a mere mortal." He ground his teeth in fury and spat a curse. Damn it, like the world was mocking him at the worst possible moment. The system kept talking, warning him that this nightmare still wasn't over, not even close. UNC's resentment boiled over and he snapped, "You bastard insect," venom dripping from every word. The system fed him more data, cold and inevitable, like this final event was always destined to happen. Kamakiri said sharply, "Now I'll personally send you straight to hell," with the confidence of a boss on his last phase. The system displayed, "UNC, you are an existence that can change a mortal's fate." Hearing that, he frowned, thinking, "Someone has saved me 3 times already." The system offered a choice. Do you want to change fate with the power of the god of destiny for 100 gold, yes or no? UNC didn't hesitate for even a heartbeat. He chose yes, because survival arcs don't reward indecision. Kamakiri raised his scythe, armed to finish him off, ready to end the chapter with a clean kill. UNC lifted his chin and locked onto the system. Time rewind activated by the god of destiny. Fate is being rewritten. Blue lightning sparks, just like before, burst into view, crawling through the air like a reset effect. The scene snapped back to when Seong Miri was fighting Kamakiri, like the comic had flipped to an earlier panel. She sensed something off about that ant, a strange presence that felt dangerously out of place. He threw out a heavy strike and cursed, "Die," the kind of blunt malice you see in dark fantasy generals. The system displayed, 100 gold and faith has been consumed, payment accepted without mercy. Seong Miri crossed her arms and focused her ability, even knowing she might die, because she wouldn't back down. The iron chains shattered in midair, cracking apart like restraints breaking under cultivation pressure. The system announced, "Seong Miri's fate has been altered," a clean trigger message with terrifying weight. She closed her eyes and waited for her opponent to take her life, bracing for the fatal hit. From behind, UNC grabbed her and pulled her back, turning the doomed panel into a clutch save. Both of them tumbled and sprawled backward, bodies hitting the ground in a messy, desperate roll. At that sudden move, both Kamakiri and Seong Mina shot their eyes toward him, instantly on alert. Turns out UNC had freed himself, and Seong Miri ended up held tight in his arms like a protected ally. She rested a hand on her chin and thought, "I knew it. He really is that kind of guy." Inchin clenched both fists to fight, but still asked, "Han, are you okay?" And Seong Miri hurriedly answered, "Ah yes." Kamakiri went berserk with rage, screaming, "Die, you evil god," like he was trying to drown fear with noise. UNC scowled and mocked him, "You're seriously annoying, you little ant," turning contempt into a weapon. Kamakiri bared his teeth and charged forward, feral and furious, all dignity stripped away. UNC raised his middle finger to provoke him and declared, "This is the god's judgment, pure disrespect in one gesture." In case Kamakiri didn't get it, he emphasized again, holding that middle finger higher like a taunt in bold text. Then a massive hole ripped open in the roof, flashing so bright it seemed to tear the sky itself. Fire roared inside the opening, and debris exploded outward, pieces whipping through the air in every direction. The whole scene became chaos, red light washing over everything and swallowing the mountain behind them. Kamakiri suddenly turned reverent and shouted, "Long live his majesty," like the judgment had finally arrived. UNC stayed eerily calm, while Seong Miri coughed through smoke, KH, and a knife came flying from nowhere. The blade successfully drew UNC's attention, and Seong Miri stared, wondering if he really was. "Are you going to become my master?" she asked, as UNC picked up the knife and wondered what it even was. Suddenly he felt heat, and by reflex he hopped on one foot, yelping, "Ah, too hot." He jolted awake with a pathetic, dazed expression, like the nightmare dumped him back into reality. Smacking him right in the face was a small cart, the kind of mundane impact that ends an arc on a cruel joke. And Seong Miri, gripping the shovel with wide eyes, chirped, "Please leave that to me, master." He still didn't get it, but he waved it off, replying, sure." Seong Miri hoisted a sack of cement up onto her shoulder like it weighed nothing, moving with hunter-grade efficiency. It only made UNC more confused, because none of this fit the normal life he was trying to return to. Flashback again, UNC stared at the knife in his hand, hesitating, thinking, "What am I even supposed to use this for?" Seong Miri saw that and asked, "You're a cultivator, right?" Like she'd already decided his secret identity. UNC turned, nervous, realizing she'd misunderstood, and he mumbled awkwardly about that. Before he could finish, Seong Miri dropped to her knees and called him master twice, dead serious. She begged sincerely, "Please make me stronger, I'll do anything. I know it won't be easy, but please accept me." UNC silently groaned, oh man, I have to resolve this fast, before it snowballs into a whole disciple arc. Then he brought her over to the computer, like maybe logic and a screen could fix a fantasy misunderstanding. Calmly, UNC said, Thunder Empress, and she answered softly, yes, master. Just call me Seong Miri, he added. I never agreed to take you in, so how long are you staying? She smiled, until you teach me. That answer made him panic so hard he grabbed his head, blurting, no, I'm just a normal guy. I'm Ga Rank, he insisted, but she had her own logic. You gave me a ring that made me way stronger, so you're obviously. UNC rushed to explain, I'm glad it helped, but I only got it by accident, trying to kill the myth before it grew legs. Seong Miri clung like glue, I get it, but please give me at least one chance to repay you, refusing to let the thread drop. Back to the present, she tilted her head up and said happily, they're done, this looks livable now. Curious, he looked and couldn't hide his shock. The huge hole had been patched into a cute little window frame. But then he heard something and frowned, thinking, why does that sound like thunder? Is it about to rain, he asked, and Seong Miri answered shyly, no, I'm just a little hungry. Feeling sorry for her, UNC said, you worked hard, want to order food. She agreed instantly, of course, Jae Jajangmyeon. Suddenly his phone flashed an emergency alert, like the system and reality were syncing up again. At the same time, the phone in his hand started ringing, sharp and urgent in the quiet room. UNC quickly told Seong Miri, wait here, and she blinked, letting out a small, confused hut. The system displayed, you have purchased the blessing of the god of growth. UNC handed Seong Miri a few bottles of Popcast and told her to take them with her. Seong Miri stared in admiration. How do you do that? Then added, just like a top-tier hunter. He got shy and said, I don't know who that is, but drink it, it'll help. Seong Miri climbed out the window, looked back and said, thank you master, I'll drink every last drop. UNC hurriedly replied, it's not that much. She said okay and dashed outside, calling, bye then, see you later, like she was off to a raid. With Seong Miri gone, UNC figured he'd be eating alone after all, back to the loner grind. A while later, the restaurant owner called, your food's here, and the TV suddenly blasted a breaking news banner. An S-Rank rate cup monster has appeared at the gate by the National Assembly, and nearby customers echoed, stunned, the National Assembly. One guy muttered, hope it just wrecks everything, but the broadcast continued. Fortunately, a hunter arrived in time. However, she can only buy time for civilians to escape. The hunter is now alone, facing the Dracula monster. Hearing Bami Rank, UNC inhaled with food in his mouth, choking so hard it shot out his nose. Then the screen showed Seong Miri struggling against the beast, and most people assumed she couldn't beat an S-Rank monster. The Hunter Federation quickly dispatched reinforcements, but in survival stories, quickly is never quick enough. We will broadcast the scene live, the anchor said, and UNC murmured shaken, so that's what S-Rank danger looks like. The Rake monster's eyes burned blood, red, locking on like a predator that found its prey. It raised its claws high, the posture of a finishing move about to drop. Then it slammed down hard, cracking the asphalt and splitting the street like a cultivation shockwave. Seong Miri slammed one hand to the street, and with the other she gripped a schoolgirl tight, shielding her like a frontline guardian. As the monster closed in, she released the girl and urged, run as far as you can, I'll stop it. The girl hurriedly bowed, thank you so much. Seong Miri clenched both fists and sized it up, realizing it was an S-Rank monster. She swallowed hard, thinking, can I really hold it off alone? Even then, her sister's warning echoed in her head, if you cause trouble, I'll deal with you, and if I ever find out. She didn't get a second to breathe. The beast smashed down at her, and she sprang up fast, dodging by a hair. Seong Miri hyped herself up, focus. Seong Miri, don't freeze up, don't get sloppy. Then she poured all her strength into both palms, gathering power like a cultivator condensing lightning chi. And she fired, unleashing bolts so bright they lit up the entire sky like a thunder tribunal. Under Seong Miri's control, the lightning whipped tight and bound the monster, wrapping it like chained judgment. Up in the sky, only Seong Miri hung there, and the announcer seized the moment. Hunter Seong Miri has defeated the Drake, taking one of its horns. Our hero strikes again. People kept cheering non-stop. You've got this, Thunder Empress, you're so cool, Thunder Empress. Seong Miri smiled and celebrated, thinking I did it, I actually pulled it off. But the rake wasn't some weak extra. It blasted a brutal force straight at her without warning. The impact kicked up dirt and dust everywhere, turning the street into a storm of debris. Seong Miri got hit and fell hard onto the road, her mind spiraling, damn, am I really not strong enough? The commentators stared with mouths hanging open, watching the fall like the cliffhanger of the year. Seong Miri hit the ground injured, clutching her leg and cursing, damn it. Her sister's words still rang in her ears, don't cause trouble, don't make a scene. Then Seong Miri noticed the Popcast potion UNC had given her, the little lifeline in her pocket. Seeing the Drake looked untouched, the announcer stammered, while the Drake appears unharmed, Seong Miri is. Everyone grew terrified as the rake targeted them. It's coming this way, please, let Seong Miri be okay. The Drake hovered in the sky, radiating a powerful golden glow like a boss monster, entering its true form. Seong-miri drank the popcast bottle UNC had handed her, trusting it like a system-issued consumable. Power surged through her, and blue lightning began to spread outward, slowly expanding like an awakened field. With an icy stare, Seong-miri shouted, "The Thunder Empress is back," and the crowd felt hope snap on again. Her face filled with battle intent as she locked eyes with the enemy in front of her, fearless and sharp. The massive Drake, eyes blazing red, stepped toward the crowd, each footfall screaming disaster. They were shocked and scared, but they still kept filming, because live coverage doesn't stop for terror. Draghai stomped a foot into the ground, blasting rocks and dust into the air like a quake technique. In midair, Seong-miri activated her ability, Lightning Leopard, her aura snapping into a predator's rhythm. A terrifying wave of power followed, shining so bright it flooded the whole sky with raw voltage. At the same time, everyone in the restaurant stared at the TV, watching the live fight between Seong-miri and the Drake. The owner couldn't hold back in praise. "That's incredible. Thunder Empress right." A customer blinked, "Yeah, but she still looks like a student." The news kept rolling. A rank hunter Thunder Empress is gaining the upper hand against an S-Rank Drake, and UNC muttered, irritated, "Who's teaching who exactly?" "Next, we'll interview Seong-miri live." They said, "You beat a giant S-Rank monster right after ranking up. How do you feel?" Seong-miri scratched her head, stunned. "Wait, we're live." She faced the camera confidently, gave 2 thumbs up, and said, "Master, are you watching? I did it. It's all thanks to the potions you gave me. You're the best." Meanwhile, UNC was back in his room, brooding while watching on his phone. Views hit 2 million, and he thought, how is she this famous? And why is she eating jjajangmyeon at my place? After the crake mess, Seong-miri innocently took a bite and praised, "This is so good, thanks for buying me food, but NC worried, aren't you going home?" Seong-miri looked pitiful and answered, "No one's worried about me anyway." Seeing that, he asked carefully, "Wait, your parents don't worry about their daughter at all?" Seong-miri sadly told him the reason. Her family all died in the laser dragon incident, and the grief still sat heavy on her chest. NC's face tightened as he repeated the word nether, like even saying it out loud carried weight. Right now the whole world is united and still can't beat them, he realized. They're a horror that's already taken millions of lives. He suddenly understood he'd touched Seong-miri's wound, covered his mouth, and cursed himself for his stupid, careless question. To make up for it, UNC pulled out food and offered gently, "You burned a lot of energy, want to eat this too?" Seong-miri hesitated for a moment, her eyes lowering like she didn't want to look weak. Then she whipped around like a full 180, beaming as she reached out, of course, mood snapping bright again. The system suddenly popped up, and he blurted, caught off guard by the timing. "System notice, the target now likes and trusts you. If the target says the next keyword, you will activate faith." Keyword I trust UNC. He sighed, wondering if this was some storyline quest, then he froze. Wait a second. If faith activates, am I going to turn into some holy maiden and start farming a pile of divine points or what? Money really does open people's eyes. He got weirdly excited, even thinking about when those ants might attack again. If more divine points were the answer, then the more the better, and just imagining it made UNC grin to himself. He glanced at Seong-miri eating happily and asked carefully, "Seong-miri, I need to ask you a favor." Seong-miri jolted, then nodded quickly, ready to respond without missing a beat. Without hesitation she said, "Just tell me, I'll do anything you need," as if loyalty was already her default setting. With a scheming look UNC asked, "Can you repeat what I say?" She agreed, "Sure," but he still struggled to say it. After stammering forever, he finally forced it out, "I trust UNC." He acted dramatic, dropping to the floor like a repentant monk. "That's hard, right? Sorry, I'm being weird." Unexpectedly, Seong-miri repeated, "I trust you," and her absolute confidence made his heart practically explode with joy. Then she said it clearly, like a vow, "I trust UNC." The moment she finished, his phone flashed, "You have created faith." He leaned in and read the notification closely, eyes scanning every word like it was a treasure drop. "Congratulations, Seong-miri is your first believer on Earth. Current believers 1, current faith 102. Still not seeing the points he wanted, UNC blurted, "Okay, but where are the divine points?" The system guided him, "Skill sharing menu has been initialized. You may now share skills." Confused, he asked, "I can borrow a believer's skill." The system replied, "Master, you can borrow their skills. Recruit strong believers. Current skill share target, Seong-miri." Seeing cash right in front of him but not being able to grab it, he snapped, "I want points. This game sucks, delete it already." Seong-miri didn't understand at all. Why is he acting like this? Is he worried about something? Suddenly, beside her, a group of figures in official robes appeared on the floor, stepping in like an imperial summons. A locust stared at the two of them and declared, "That one is the evil god of the Black Tribe." Seeing UNC's pathetic state, the locust spat, "A proud man like that in a divine post," then added, "His Majesty has made a great decision. His Majesty says the evil god is a crucial variable in the Great War." It continued, so let him witness His Majesty's generosity. UNC ignored them, focused only on testing. Can I use Thunderstorm anytime? Ah, fine, I'll let this slide for now. Then he raised his hand and chose to share Seongmiri's skill, committing to skill sharing Seongmiri. The system accepted, and the room suddenly flared with light in the middle of the dark night. The Locust Squad blurted out, confused, what the hell is that supposed to be? Only blazing lightning streams were visible, smashing everything upward into the swarm like a violent purge. The Locust troops were scorched pitch black and they panicked. How can the evil god's power be this terrifying? Seongmiri got so hyped she was practically shaking, like she'd just watched a legendary skill awaken in real time. The noise made a neighbor in the next building rage, yelling, "Oh my god, shut up already, why are you causing trouble every day?" Meanwhile, those two were praising like proud fans, "That was awesome. And Master, you can use lightning too, that's insane." Then he checked his phone and his face twisted in misery, muttering, "Yeah, that's not what matters right now." Turns out the system charged a repair fee and he nearly cried. Seongmiri blinked, confused, Master, what's wrong? Back at the palace, the defeated Locust returned to report, and the Emperor on the high dais bellowed, "What did you say?" "He attacked my army," the Emperor snarled, and the Locust bowed. "Yes." He suddenly fired lightning like he refused to negotiate. The Emperor raged, "Locust, you wanted to send envoys to meet that savage." The Locust stammered, "But your majesty, I..." Before he could finish, a Sanzu spear skewered him on the spot, sending him straight to the afterlife. A sharp-faced court officer shouted, "How dare that arrogant evil god annoy his majesty?" Then hissed, "In 500 years, I've never been humiliated like this." The Emperor ordered, "Bring me that fool's head, in the name of this throne and this empire." The officer answered at once, "As you command, your majesty, mighty divine hero of the empire." On Seongmiri's side, she moved like a track and field athlete built for speed and relentless stamina. Wherever she ran, dust and smoke erupted behind her, turning the street into her personal training ground. UNC couldn't help admiring it. "She's that fast without using abilities. That's a top-tier hunter." Seongmiri's voice rang back, "Master, should I keep running?" He asked, stunned, "You already finished 100 laps." Seongmiri grinned wide, "Yep." UNC pulled out a popcast bottle and said, "Drink this, then rest a bit." Seongmiri accepted politely and thanked him. She chugged it immediately, still warm, while he looked away thinking, "For me it's like being a calf at a trough, but it works on her." He rubbed his forehead, baffled. It felt silly, but if he'd accepted her as a disciple, he had to do something, and all he could offer was this potion. Bursting with energy, Seongmiri asked eagerly, "Master, what's next?" UNC hesitated. How about squats?" She nodded, "Sure." His brain fired off an idea. "Wait, I can train her properly if I use the mindless eye god to assess her stats." Thinking at doing it, he activated the ability to take a look, committing to the scan. The system displayed, "Mindless Eye God activated," entering the target's consciousness. In an instant, he was pulled into a different space, like reality had been swapped out for an inner domain. UNC stared around in shock and wondered, "Where the hell am I?" Suddenly, a beam of light shot straight into his face, blinding and invasive. He had no clue what it was and snapped at the system. "What is this supposed to be?" The system displayed, "Seongmiri's true potential, S-Rank, has been sealed for 10 years, bound by JSS chain." Only now did UNC realize she was originally SS-Rank, and sometimes her seal loosened when his god, power index finger triggered it, like a remote control, which meant her full power would be completely released if the chains were cut clean through. Hearing that, he raised his index finger, already plotting what to do next. By evening, the scene returned to the street, crowds flowing past in the usual city bustle. Seongmiri bowed to say goodbye, "Master. Thank you for today." He waved back and reminded her, "Drink the potion before." Before he finished, Seongmiri spun around and sprinted off, kicking up a thick cloud of road dust. UNC sighed, impressed. She's already at that level, so how much stronger will she get once the chain is cut? Images of her true potential kept looping in his mind. Either way, his god, power index finger could cut iron chains. But if it only cuts a tiny bit each time, how long will this take? Who locked her up like that? She didn't do this to herself. He turned to leave calmly, thinking he'd figure it out, but people on the street all murmured the same thing. What the hell was that? UNC walked on, holding his head, not noticing that behind him a mysterious figure was blending into the crowd. That shadowy person kept watching UNC's every move, tracking him like prey in a revenge arc. Suddenly he grabbed his head and stomped forward, looking downright wrecked, like his sanity bar had hit zero. Then he screamed, "Her seal isn't the problem. The problem was his house." Somehow his bedroom wall had been smashed clean through. He checked his phone and saw a new notification, the kind that never shows up for anything good. Silent Dream was watching him sadly, and he thought, "Didn't I block this on Jalo earlier? What now? Seriously, this is exhausting." Then Heaven, splitting blade of despair, stared at him with raw fury, like it wanted blood, not conversation. He bit his nails and tried to think it through. So this guy is the sword's consciousness, isn't it? Heaven, splitting blade of despair, howled that it wasn't some ordinary sword master, but a divine blade that could even cut gods. UNC blinked and asked, so what, because he was way past being impressed. Then he noticed something off. Wait, can you two actually read my thoughts? UNC gritted his teeth and cursed, great, I borrowed one sword, and now I've got two annoying ghost demons on my back. They didn't let up. Alerts kept spamming him, with Silent Dream demanding he unlock it. Heaven-splitting Blade of Despair demanded he return its divine sword, like it owned his life and his loot. UNC finally snapped, shut up, you bastards. I nearly died because of that freak divine sword already. Heaven-splitting Blade of Despair offered 2 million divine points, taken from its army, in exchange for the divine sword. UNC couldn't accept it. What, stolen from the army? You're seriously trying to pay me with stolen money? Silent Dream laughed at how cute he was and proposed, give the sword to me instead, offering 10 million divine points. He echoed, stunned, 10 million, like his brain had to reboot to process the number. With that, he could buy some decent low-tier authority or a solid item, or even stockpile potions for Seong Miri. Across from him, Heaven-splitting Blade of Despair grew anxious, rattled by Silent Dream's massive offer. And Silent Dream mocked it openly, laughing that it was broke as dirt. Swallowing tears, Heaven-splitting Blade of Despair offered a trade with its own authority. UNC asked, authority, what kind? Heaven-splitting Blade of Despair offered its special privilege, Infinite Sword. Hearing it, UNC smirked, Infinite Sword, that name sounds insanely cool. The blade added, no one will dare oppose you if you have this, selling it like a cheat code. UNC was thrilled. A sword perk like that is exactly what guys dream about in power fantasies. Silent Dream chuckled and told him to take its authority instead, Night Blooming Rose. UNC repeated, confused, Night Blooming Rose, like it sounded poetic and suspicious at the same time. Silent Dream claimed that with its power, he could crush enemies easily, without sweating a single drop. UNC's eyes lit up like stars, and he clenched his fist in celebration, already tasting the payoff. Then he asked the system, all right, who's offering more, turning the negotiation into a bid war. The system displayed, you received Infinite Sword, 2 million divine points, and 3 treasure uses from Heaven-splitting Blade of Despair. The system displayed, you received Night Blooming Rose from Silent Dream. After reading, UNC hesitated. Only 3 treasure uses meant he had to be careful, and he wondered what Infinite Sword and Night Blooming Rose even did. He raised 2 fingers and activated the authority, Night Blooming Rose, ready to test it on the spot. Nothing changed at all, and he frowned, wondering why it had 0 effect. The system reminded him Night Blooming Rose only activates when the user is asleep. He scowled hard, if it works while I'm sleeping, how am I supposed to know what it even does? UNC knew it. Trusting these creepy spirits was a mistake, but he still tried his luck with the other authority, Infinite Sword. This time wasn't any different. There was still no movement, no aura, no dramatic activation. UNC snapped and yelled, you scammy bastards, what the hell is even working here? Suddenly the system displayed, Infinite Sword is activating, like the authority had finally decided to show its teeth. But he'd already lost all trust in them, so he scoffed, nice try, what you think I'm that easy? UNC got wildly agitated as something shifted inside him, and he thought, this is different, what the hell is happening? His face twisted, his eyes went blood, red like he wanted to cut, and crimson energy poured off him as a sharp dagger formed in his hand. He licked his lips and panicked in his head, why am I like this, cut, slash, I want to slice everything. He bolted outside with his tongue hanging out, yelling, I want to cut everything. 2 souls, good and evil, seemed to wrestle inside him. Stop, I'm a good person. At UNC's usual restaurant, voices echoed warmly, great work, and yes, everyone worked hard today. A female customer finished eating and said politely, I'll head out now, and the owner nodded calmly, go carefully. The owner told her husband, let's clean up, and he chuckled, I've still got vegetables to chop. Then she pointed toward UNC, we've got him, and the husband grinned proudly, that's right. They whispered that they really should thank him. He'd done these humble chores for years, and even helped with that, too. An author, the guy who wrote those web novels. UNC's tears streamed down, but his face stayed vicious as he raised the blade. I want to cut everything. After burning out completely, he stumbled outside and groaned, I'm dying, like the berserk mode had drained his soul. Then he hurled the dagger down and cursed, Infinite Sword, whatever, this knife too, it's dangerous, it controls the user. He flopped onto the bed, curled his legs and swore, I thought something awful would happen, never touching that again. Then he wailed, my butt, oh no, like he'd pulled something and it hurt like hell. Outside, Sanzu stood braced and asked his subordinate, is the evil god asleep? The subordinate replied, yes, Sanzu, he's definitely asleep. Sanzu bared his teeth smugly, good, the honor of killing him will be ours. The other answered, yes, Sanzu. Arrogant or not, Sanzu gloated. Today the title of strongest among the 10 blades will belong to me. Sanzu ordered, move out, and the underlings shouted in unison, yes. UNC, meanwhile, slept peacefully, totally unaware of the approaching execution squad. Then a rose suddenly sprouted from inside his body, blooming like a cursed miracle. It made Sanzu's mind fill with question marks, his confidence cracking into confusion. The rose kept swelling larger, releasing a blinding light that washed over the scene. The system displayed, Silent Dream's exclusive condition has been met. Night, blooming rose has activated. Sanzu's army charged in with spears, stomping and clattering straight toward him. But giant mouths grew from the rose and snapped them up, picking soldiers off like snacks. After eating its fill, it quickly closed its mouths again, leaving only silence and horror behind. Sanzu ground his teeth in rage, having no idea what that freakish thing even was. The system displayed, pitiful creatures, tremble in fear. Your nightmare will soon bloom. Watching from above as the rose radiated power and hunger for prey, Sanzu realized it had to be a dream, phantom rose. I remember reading about it in tribal records, he said. A brutal god once devoured over 90% of a territory's people 3-0 years ago. A subordinate panicked. What do we do, Sanzu? Seeing UNC still sleeping, Sanzu muttered, so he's Silent Dream's disciple, the dream, phantom rose. Sanzu's fighting spirit flared. We can't retreat. Today will be our eternal glory, a milestone for all of us. He surged forward in fury, launching himself like a blade intent on carving history. The underlings understood and hurried after him, following Sanzu into the nightmare garden. Sanzu instructed them on the approach, avoid the branches, close in on the core. The underlings answered together, understood. Sanzu sprinted and slammed a fist into a branch, grinding through with painful force to clear a path. The underlings weren't so lucky. One by one, they were swallowed whole by gaping mouths. They screamed for help, voices breaking as the rose's hunger drowned them out. Sanzu lifted her chin and cursed, damn it, frustration snapping through her like a cracked blade. Clinging to the tree's trunk, she told herself, even if I can't kill the evil god, I'll still drag that savage god's disciples down with me, and we'll all die together in this hell. With that, she swung the spear in her hand, focused her strength, and hurled it straight at the enemy. The spear shot toward a gaping mouth, then vanished, like it got erased mid-flight. Sanzu couldn't believe her eyes and thought, no way, it swallowed my attack whole. She landed hard and glared at the dream, phantom rose, fury boiling behind her teeth. Still stubborn, Sanzu clenched her jaw until it hurt, grinding, impossible. In the next instant, she was devoured by the dream, phantom rose, swallowed like she'd never existed. A phone ring yanked UNC awake, and he groaned, annoyed. What is it now, seriously? Half asleep, half dreaming, he blinked, confused why his stomach felt weirdly full. He squinted at the phone, thinking, what new disaster is this supposed to be? The alert said, the Saintess and 101 believers are desperately waiting for you to save them. He shot upright, stunned. No way, what happened to her? Is she sick? He blurted, then froze mid, thought, wait a second. He shut his eyes tight, pressed a hand to his temple, and activated information intake. The mindless eye god had been triggered. Assessment complete. The Saintess and 101 believers are afflicted with bee venom. He blinked and repeated, venom. UNC looked blank, then genuinely worried. How do you even get bee poison? He rambled. Did you break a hive for honey? If you want sweets, just tell me. What were you doing with those ants? He muttered, then snapped louder, hang on, hold out for me, and he rushed to power on his computer. The system announced, miracle menu activated, enabled by ESIM sincere devotion. UNC blurted, startled, wait, miracles. The system explained, miracles are the greatest gifts gods can grant believers. The more you bestow, the more they will worship you, or fear you. It asked, spend holy power and 100, 0 divine points to cast healing miracle. Do you agree, yes or no? UNC thought, of course, points or whatever, and holy power, take as much as you want. The system displayed, 100, 0 divine points have been consumed. A portion of the world tree fruit UNC had absorbed was extracted, used as the core material for the miracle. The miracle formed from UNC's wish, and he worried, are they going to be okay now? His eyelids drooped and his head tilted. He suddenly felt unbearably sleepy. Even the system seemed helpless with this sleep saint, and all it could do was sigh, here we go again. While UNC was knocked out like a log, sleep hitting him hard. The system continued narrating for viewers. UNC's alignment has shifted from evil to neutral. It added that a host of gods, including the god of abundance, have begun paying attention to him. A hand suddenly appeared with a harsh cough, and blood splattered across the ground in messy streaks. It was the Saintess, gravely wounded, dragged to her knees by whoever struck her. She knelt and pleaded, please, gods, have mercy on our tribe, bless us, I beg you. Right then, a streak of light appeared in the sky, cutting through the gloom like hope. The Saintess lifted her head and stared up, eyes wide with trembling belief. Light pierced the clouds, and trails fell down like a shower of stars. The saintess and her tribe cheered. The rain is washing the toxins away. God UNC has protected us. Thank you, my lord. She clasped her hands with sincere devotion. O God UNC, I truly thank you from my heart. Then she turned back, her voice forged in steel, and declared, O tribe, O faithful citizens of the divine tree, please bless us one more time, and in return we swear to trust in you forever. Let's unite as one and prove to him that our faith will never die. The whole tribe answered at once, yes, I'm in, me too. Sunlight spilling in from outside hit his face, and Yu Yinsi jolted awake. Half asleep, he muttered, what time is it, then frowned. Why do I feel this wiped out? Seong Miri sat beside him and asked gently, you're awake. He blinked, lips parting. Seong Miri. Why are you here? She smiled. You didn't show up to train, so I got worried, and he hurried to apologize for missing it. Then Seong Miri noticed the statue neatly placed on the desk, and tilted her head, confused. Hey, what is that junk? She asked, and Yu Yinsi blinked back. Huh, what are you talking about? Not understanding what it was, he immediately asked the system. Reply, Haktuk stole a statue to commemorate and honor your kindness. Identifying feature, ugly to the point of emotional damage. Yu Yinsi stared, then screamed, oh my god, how can it be this ugly? This is beyond ugly. He pointed at himself and demanded, ugly, huh? But Seong Miri stepped closer, admiring it with interest, and whispered, if you look carefully, it's not that bad, which somehow made it sting even more. She shot Yu Yinsi a pleading look and started wheedling, it's kind of cute. Can I have it? He agreed right away, sure, go ahead, while silently roasting her like, girl, please get your eyes checked. With a regretful sigh, he said, sorry, but I probably can't train today, and Seong Miri replied, that's a shame, then next time. After she left, Yu Yinsi sat at his work table and told himself, alright, time to get down to planning. But the system hit him with another surprise. What now? System notice, world tree seed. This sprout was nurtured by the miracle you bestowed. It has fallen gravely ill and is about to wither, time remaining before withering. 24, 30, 39, he froze. The sprout is sick. Then I'll use the blessing of growth, he decided, but it didn't work. What, seriously? Last time, the world tree fruit had healed his wounds instantly, so why was this different? He'd been caring for it ever since, then sold the fruit afterward, so maybe the shop would have something to save it. In the end, Yu Yinsi finally found it. There it was. Tears of the God of Abundance. Exclusive item, price 20 coins. Low tier divine grade trait. Only those chosen by the God of Abundance can use it. To purchase, you must complete a prerequisite quest. Warning, failure means no refunds. He gave quest for this. The kind-hearted Yu Yinsi crouched down and carefully picked up cigarette butts scattered along the road. He muttered to himself, baffled, to save that tree, I have to go this far. System notice, join hands to add a little green to earth. Reward, +1 good deed point. Quest progress 10/100. Working himself to the bone for almost nothing, he complained, why is this crawling, then groaned, how much longer until I'm done? Suddenly a shout exploded behind him. Hey, what are you doing on my turf? Yu Yinsi flinched and whipped around. A burly man stood there, arms crossed, his face carved from stern stone. In a low, heavy voice he said, this isn't a place for rookies. Yu Yinsi wondered, a homeless guy. Inside, Yu Yinsi quietly thought, wait, why does he look so familiar? He pulled a sour face and explained, sir, you've misunderstood me, then added to himself, right, people without homes are intense about territory stuff. Relationships first, money second, he said politely, offering, please take this and eat a full meal. It was everything he had, and Kang-san jolted, kid. You dare give alms to Kang-san? He put on an angry act and barked, and Yu Yinsi could only raise his hands defensively. Yu Yinsi's brain clicked. Ah, I remember now, he's an S-rank hunter. Back then, he'd even worked as a street cleaner for the association, or at least that's what people said. With one swift motion, Kang-san's hand had already snatched the coins and slipped them into his pocket, leaving Yu Yinsi staring, stunned. Huh, when did that happen? Yu Yinsi wondered if his points increased after donating. The result still read 10/100. He realized handing cash to some random dude meant absolutely nothing. Furious, Yu Yinsi clenched his fists, mustered his courage, and snapped, hey old man. Kang-san blinked like he misheard. What did you call me, old man? Yu Yinsi flipped his attitude fast and said sweetly, ah sir, please drop it in here, okay? I promise I'll throw the trash away properly. Kang-san paused, sir, then he burst out laughing. You've got good eyes, brat. Who do you work for? Yu Yinsi pouted. I'm just a freelancer. And Kang-san nodded. Freedom's the best kind of life. Suddenly something pulled their attention, and Yu Yinsi frowned. What was that noise? The street erupted as pedestrians screamed, monster. A monster, right there. Everyone panicked and whispered, what do we do? Monsters have been showing up nearby. Should we just go home? Kang-san stayed calm and said, so they finally showed up, then smirked. My miracle forecast is always right. While Yu Yinsi bolted, welp, I'm out. Hearing that, Kang-san snatched Yu Yinsi by the collar. You're leaving too, then declared, fine, come with me. Kang-san hoisted him up and laughed. I like you, kid. Yu Yinsi gaped in helpless shock. Bro, I think you've got the wrong idea. He looked downright pitiful. dangling from Kang San's grip like a sack of rice. Yu Yinsi's face stretched tight as a drum, hanging in midair, and Kang San somehow assumed he was excited. Then Kang San landed in front of a building that looked like a rough construction site. Still carrying him, Kang San said, "Rumor says there's an 80% chance of a dungeon burst," and added, "My miracle reading says the same." He let go and Yu Yinsi face planted with a crack. Kang San blinked, "What's with him? Did he pass out?" Then shrugged, "Still, he's got some guts." After that, Kang San lifted his head and muttered thoughtfully, "What the hell is that?" An ugly beast with horns on its back appeared, and Kang San grinned, "It's just a frog. Perfect warm-up," then licked his lips. Snack of the day, frog legs. The frog spotted the guy sprawled on the ground and thought, "Is that the young god from the rumors?" Then thrilled, "Lucky, I'm the first one here. If I bring him back, master will be thrilled." It snarled, then barked, "Get lost, you fake." Kang San stared at it with a provocatively smug expression. Then he started loosening up his limbs, grumbling like, "Oh man, here we go." Kang San scoffed, "Why's your nasty lip smacking so loud?" Then launched forward with a heavy, explosive punch. The frog snapped back off, "He's my prey," while Kang San poured force into his fist, igniting a blinding blue glow. The system suddenly flashed. A hostile killing aura has been detected, threatening the authority holder. Activating Night Blooming Rose, unique authority bestowed by the Silent Dream. Tiny branches sprouted from the rose, each carrying a mouth that slowly began to open. It looked like it wanted to swallow both a man and a monster in one bite. Kang San and the frog both spun around in shock. The branch surged straight upward, blocking their entire view. In Yu Yinsi's dream, an ancient towering tree appeared, its canopy lush and dense, standing under the night sky like a giant. Yu Yinsi jolted awake, clutching his head. "Where am I?" Then swallowed. "What is this place?" A mysterious figure appeared directly in front of him. He stood and asked politely, "Excuse me, may I ask?" She lowered her hood respectfully, bowing with quiet reverence. "You're back at last, O noble and merciful god." Suddenly, a violet bony haze tore open space, and Yu Yinsi realized exactly where this was. A desperate wail of "Mom" snagged his attention like a hook. Kang Shan, caked in filthy slime, curled up on the ground sobbing, "I'm so scared, Mom," and said a giant flower had swallowed him whole. Then he pouted and called for Big Bro. Yu Yinsi pinched his nose and scoffed, "Eureka, did you fall into a sewer or what?" The system displayed, "You defeated the evil minion of the demon god, contributing to the world's peace." He blinked and asked, "Huh?" Then frowned, "I beat the demon god's minion for real." The system announced, "Good work. You exceeded the required amount for this mission. 12 out of 100. You obtained a mythical item, Tears of Endless Prosperity, its effect activated, and the world tree's sickness was cured." Yu Yinsi Akakoi Tri pictured himself living like a rich boss, then corrected it fast. Okay, he could finally live comfortably now. System, congratulations. You successfully revived the world tree. You laid the foundation for the Dark Tribe's prosperity. Kang Shan still trembled, curled up like a baby crying "Mom," leaving Yu Yinsi awkward. What was he supposed to do with this old guy? Toss him out or what? The system continued, "You have gained more apostles and their prosperity, so your holy power will grow through their devotion." He muttered to himself, "Yeah, this should be fine." The system chimed in, "The Dark Tribe wants to gift you a Yu Yinsi statue MK2 for reviving the world tree," and he flashed back to that painfully ugly statue. What again? Back at the base, Xiangman praised Kang Shan, rested for ages and still smashing monsters with ease. And when he heard Kang Shan was hospitalized, Jai said his injuries weren't serious. Xiangman was delighted, tough as nails, but Jai cut in, hesitant actually. He turned back asking, "What is it? Something wrong?" And Jai stalled, "Well, Jai calmly explained she brought flowers as a get-well gift, but he got badly shocked, and Xiangman instantly thought, is he allergic to flowers? Xiangman asked next about the Hunter Academy, and Jai said preparations were complete, and they'd move as soon as Kang Shan recovered. Xiangman was sure Kang Shan would become the perfect teacher for that kid, an amazing mentor with a naturally gifted student, and he was truly hopeful. Annoyed noises erupted from Yu Yinsi's house, like he was ready to explode, so freaking irritating. Two statues stood tall, and up close they looked exactly like a male version of the Statue of Liberty. He stared at them and asked, "That's supposed to be me?" Suddenly his phone lit up with a text, "Lord Yu Yinsi, our noble and merciful god." So it was that ant from earlier. System, thanks to the statue's effect, Yu Yinsi's empathy rate with Anti-A, the inner world's creator, increased by 10%. He couldn't believe he was getting messages from ants, so now they could text him like this. The Holy Maiden sent a plea, "Please save our tribe member." Yu Yinsi shot back, stunned, "Save them. What happened?" System, a dark tribe member is on the brink of life and death. An apostle devoted to Yu Yinsi, marked for special notice, was attacked by a demonic beast. Yu Yinsi froze, attacked by a demonic beast. Blood boiling, he roared, "How dare you lay a hand on my apostle?" The dark tribe citizens lined up neatly, and and he ordered, "Take me to that thing right now. I'll personally teach those beasts a lesson." The holy maiden clasped her hands, moved to tears, and thanked Lord Yu Yinsi. He propped his chin on his hand and struck a pretty boy pose. "Fine, lead the way," grumbling that he still couldn't catch a break. The Dark Tribe's army guided him, sprinting through rows of trees. The holy maiden and a subordinate took point, dashing straight ahead. Seeing their pace was hopeless, he sighed. Because they were ants, it took forever, and he couldn't exactly say that out loud. Then something suddenly appeared, and everyone's faces went blank. He looked at his phone screen and asked, "What's going on?" The system announced, "Target located." Turns out they stepped onto enemy turf, and countless bloodshot red eyes crept through the freezing night forest. He asked the system what those things were, and before the words left his mouth, Yu Yinsi sprang from the bushes with both hands posed like a martial dance. System summoned demonic beasts of the dark roach species. Summoned by a roach special warning, every hour their number and size will double, time remaining 1 second. He snapped back, "Fine, bring it on, you cockroach punk." From the ground, the roaches advanced like an army formation, and he couldn't help thinking, seriously, there are even more, why so many? The Dark Tribe panicked and whispered, "We're done for, run." The Holy Maiden stayed steady and rallied everyone, "Don't panic. Have you all forgotten already? We are the Dark Tribe, and we're protected by the great Yin Zin." Even with danger boiling over, he still grinned wide, like he was enjoying the heat. Then he turned around and bolted, leaving the whole Dark Tribe completely baffled. The Holy Maiden wasn't steady anymore, and she grimaced as she looked over her people. The entire tribe fell apart, crying that their god had betrayed them, wailing, "We're finished, save us." From inside the tower, a voice echoed out, "Are you sure about that?" It was the emperor questioning his minister, and the man bowed, "Yes, your majesty, I'm certain. You saw that summoned beast's power in the last battle." He vowed, "Give me 4 days, and I'll deliver the demon god's corpse." And the emperor agreed but warned, "I'll wait, fail, and go find death yourself." Suddenly, a locust tribe underling rushed in from outside and reported an urgent situation. The emperor roared, "Who dares cause trouble? If it's not important, your head is gone," and the messenger stammered, "The roach beasts have multiplied into the millions." He continued, "And that evil demon god." Outside, dust and smoke spread across the entire forest. Dark Tribe guards stood watch over barrels of insecticide solution. The whole forbidden zone was locked down under tight protection. The insecticide fumes rose up, and the roaches dropped everywhere, carpeting the ground in twitching piles. The stench hit so hard Yu Yinsi had to cover his nose with a cloth. So that's what happened. He'd flipped his bedroom upside down hunting bug spray, and now he sighed, "Thank God I bought that can." Still, it looked like a few survivors were barely clinging to life. The roaches thought they'd escaped, but he caught them and muttered, "You think I don't see you?" then sent them to meet their ancestors. The Holy Maiden stood off to the side, face dark and ashamed. Seeing that, he asked, "What's wrong? I already wiped out all the monsters, didn't I?" Yinsi stared at the screen, confused about what had just changed. The Holy Maiden broke down crying, "I doubted my faith in you. I had no right to distrust you like that. Kill me, please kill me," she begged, and he hurried to calm her. No, there's no need, just breathe, okay?" Suddenly the system popped up. "You have met the requirements and obtained a new fixed skill. You can acquire the fixed skill God's Thumb by paying 100 coins. Do you want this power?" He blinked. "God's Thumb, for only 100, say less, I'm in." Yu Yinsi tapped Z, and the system accepted. "Your innate divine ability is fear authority and your lordship's achievements. Hardship may follow, but to grow stronger you must overcome it." Still, those comments felt weird as hell. He hurried toward the doorway, thinking, "All right, let's see what this power actually does." His phone lit up again, and he sighed, curious, "Now what?" Yin Zin's eyes went white, and her jaw dropped open. It was a message from the great manager, "Meet me immediately." The manager held out a bottle of liquor and invited him, "Drink up." Yu Yinsi didn't bother with manners, he accepted it on the spot. He lifted the cup and took a huge gulp, draining it all the way to the bottom. The manager stared hard, making him squirm, so he muttered, "Why are you looking at me like that, man?" The manager got straight to business. "What's with your work speed?" and Yu Yinsi hesitated about that. The manager finally snapped, "Can you try harder, please? Just listen to me." And Yu Yinsi flushed, "Stop yelling, okay? Are you drunk or something?" The manager kept venting, "Do you even know how I'm doing at work? Then curse it. It's all because of you." And Yu Yinsi shot back, "What because of me, you jerk?" The system cut into their argument. "Monsters are attacking the Dark Tribe again. Do you want to keep helping?" Yu Yinsi lit up again. "Keep multiplying them then, I dare you." The manager couldn't hold it in anymore, his killing intent flaring as he barked, "Hey you. You're playing a game right now," he snarled, then slapped Yu Yinsi so hard his face snapped sideways. Yu Yinsi clutched his head, his mouth running non-stop. "Are you crazy?" Until someone jumped in, "Guys, stop fighting here." In the night sky, moonlight threaded through the treetops, vanishing and reappearing like a blade. The Holy Maiden stood proudly before the Dark Tribe. "We are praying to our god, Yu Yinsi." She straightened up, raised her hand, and shouted for the god Yin Zin. "We will wipe out every last demonic beast." At the same time, the system displayed, "God of Destruction, unknown ability. killed the Calamity Beast, and received 300 million divine crystals. Back in the quiet city night, the streets were empty, not a soul in sight. Yu Yinsi read the alert closely. Tears of Endless Prosperity has requested support. Player Yu Yinsi may choose any ability as a reward upon reaching grade C. The cost will be covered by Tears of Endless Prosperity. He cursed under his breath, damn it, why does this keep popping up? Then Yu Yinsi pressed, so I get a skill for Frey, right, and Smirk. If so, I'm taking the most expensive one. System received. Player Yu Yinsi has selected the following ability. Heaven and Earth Creation, Transcendent Rank, an ability for transcendent existences, priced at 1,0 quadrillion divine crystals. Seeing that, he tossed his phone aside and let out a long breath. The system continued. Player and sign is not compatible with Heaven and Earth Creation. Heaven and Earth Creation will be converted into a one-time use Heaven and Earth Creation spell to suit Yu Yinsi. A massive creation interface appeared, showing towering skyscrapers and a modern transportation network. Along with it came a warning, the world will partially change. Just then, Seong Mina's small feet stepped out from the bathroom. She turned and asked Seong Miri, why are you holding the baby like that? Seong Miri looked up and whispered, sis, look at the sky, and Seong Mina froze, the sky, what about it? Kang Shan, picking up beer cans, also stared. What is that? Then yelped, oh my god, what's happening? What's going on? Everyone in the street looked up, and a frightened girl cried, Mister, I'm scared. Seong Man, inside his room, also lifted his head to look. Ju Hyan gasped, startled, and let out a sharp huh. Kang Yu Di letter 1EC3 and Tri, standing in the forest, narrowed his eyes and watched in thought. In the sky, 2 moons appeared at once, completely different in size and brightness. Johan's gaze turned icy as he looked over. He asked Naman, so you're saying it's the Thunder Monkey? It was the hunter who always butted into the guildmaster's business, and Naman answered with a heavy face, yeah, that's right. Johan wore a proud grin, good, it's time, and Naman beside him asked, so how many people? He pointed both hands at the moon and said, isn't more always better, then added, let's start with 2, 0, and Naman hurriedly replied, why yes. Purple energy flared around Johan as he thrust his hands forward. Oh god, wait just a little longer. Your servant will fulfill your wish. We will grant the world the god's wish. A spaceship floating between planets looked tiny, and a voice echoed inside, this is Houston, the exploration rocket. Report coordinates on the second moon. Houston, this is exploration rocket MTS-2. We can't reach the second moon's orbit. The voice grew urgent. What MTS-2? What's going on? The craft is losing control. Repeat, the craft is out of control. The moment the second moon appeared one morning, people were bound to be stunned speechless. With no clues beyond golden light at night and green by day, experts predicted gates and dungeons might surge, so Korea's hunter federations would work with the government to locate it. Yu Yinsi sat clutching his head, groaning, my head's killing me, while Seong Miri panted, coach, I'm done. He blinked, you finished 500 laps already, and she answered politely, yes, sorry I'm about 4 minutes slower than usual today. Yu Yinsi suggested, then let's do push-ups, and Seong Miri laughed. Push-ups, teasing, you really favor abs, huh? And he shrugged, guess so. But inside, Yinsi had other plans, more like he needed to check Seong Miri's mind again. He told Seong Miri to stay still, and she shouted, starting. System, the unique power of the eyes of the nameless god, has been activated. Now collecting mental imagery from the target. The ability triggered, and Seong Miri's true essence appeared. Somehow it looked even cuter than before. He stepped closer, facing the true essence bound tight in iron chains, and examined it carefully. Then he activated the god's power index finger, and one link of the iron chains snapped apart. Yu Yinsi pressed a hand to his forehead, thinking, there's still some left but more probably formed. That guy really didn't guard against me at all. He dropped his defenses and muttered, all right, let me see how Seong Miri's energy gets amplified, and the true essence licked his cheek, so he gently patted it. Under a clear blue sky, a bolt of lightning slammed straight down, so Seong Miri's training was calling the thunder god. She realized he'd seen it and said, coach, your method really works, and he replied awkwardly, not exactly, people are watching so be careful. Seong Miri quickly nodded, right, thank you so much, and Yu Yinsi scratched his head like unbelievable. After that, Seong Miri turned to keep training. I'll end today with 200 more laps, and right then, he got a message. Lord Yu Yinsi, could you give me a name? He blinked. A name, so the girl wanted a real name now. Yin Xin thought it over too, and it made sense. She couldn't keep calling the girl Holy Maiden. A proper name would be better. A flood of names flashed through his head, cool ones, edgy ones, even cringe ones. Suddenly, the manager's figure popped up out of nowhere, scolding, you've got zero talent for naming. In the end, Yu Yinsi found the perfect one right. Antia, since she was an ant Antia, how's that? The Holy Maiden beamed, smiling so wide it looked like it could split her face. She clasped her hands and thanked him, saying the name was wonderful. Other Dark Tribe citizens also begged for names, crowding in, me too. Please name me too, Yu Yinsi, my lord. He just stared, dumbfounded. How was he supposed to name this many people? Let's see, 1, 2, 3. The street scene returned to quiet, and inside, Yu Yinsi's voice rang out like he owned the place. He stretched and relaxed, all fixed, then sighed, time to rest. So what time is it now? System, Anti-A and 100 Dark Tribe believers used the silver bullet granted by Yu Yinsi to gain Calamity, Beast Hunting EXP, and evolved into the Gazami race, small and adorable. Agriculture and construction, Yu Yinsi muttered. What is this evolution? While the screen looked way more modern and squeaky clean. Because Gazami evolved, the summoned monster FB Serpent changed. Yu Yinsi leveled up to 2 and he blinked. This game has levels too. The system continued. Survival farming has been activated upon leveling up. Over in Dark Tribe territory, the forest warped and reshaped, and dirt and rocks blasted up in every direction. Anti-A knelt in prayer, begging that Yu Yinsi would drop another miracle down on them someday. He gaped, then clicked his tongue in approval. Okay, this looks way more premium now. Dark Tribe citizens were farming across lush, green fields. Cute little houses had sprouted up too, like they'd grown overnight. Yin Xin praised it, saying the land and walls were improved, so now they could work and defend themselves much more easily. Anti-A bragged proudly, see, Yu Yinsi's miracle is insane, and urged worship of the great Yu Yinsi as the whole tribe cheered in unison. He rubbed his head, confused. Worship Yu Yinsi, he fed them, protected them, even let them sleep in peace, so yeah, these little guys were something. Deep down, he felt the Dark Tribe was getting cuter by the day, and the name Gazami Tribe was adorable too. Yin Xin paused, then slowly said, Gazami means ant in the old tongue, right? So would these people evolve again, and what came next? He stared at the screen, puzzled what is this, then decided, let's try it. System, Warrior Tower. Only those with great faith and courage may enter. It absorbs the user's blood and soul, with a survival chance under 1 in a million. Out of nowhere, a half-human, half-beast aberration appeared. It lounged on the tower, oozing a sinister purple glow, and a Dark Tribe citizen asked, what is that thing? The system also warned that the Gazami tribe was being threatened by the Warrior Tower. Yu Yinsi frowned hard. Absorbs blood and soul. Survival under 1 in a million. If these ants got curious and messed around, it'd be a massacre. Ants crowded around the tower's base, each one looking shell-shocked, and the system asked to build a wall, Z or no, so he chose to seal the entrance. A huge surge of energy burst from the tower, and they instantly turned their faces away. He panicked and yelled, don't be reckless, none of you are going inside that tower. A Dark Tribe citizen told his fellows, see, Yu Yinsi really is incredible, but a young ant named Inho bristled, thinking, a tower only the brave can enter. He stood there, frozen, staring down at his own hands. Behind him, everyone fled in chaos, screaming, run, save me, yet Inho still didn't move. He stared at his useless hands and whispered, if only I were even a little stronger, I could have protected my friends. Inho stood tall at the tower's foot and looked up. His face twisted with hatred, like he wanted to tear that aberrant beast apart with his teeth. Inside the tower, the sorcerer wailed, no, your majesty, this can't be. He crawled before the emperor and begged, I'm the grand sorcerer who made a pact with the demon king. Please, give me one more chance. The emperor snapped, ordering him to shut up. To atone, there's only death, but the sorcerer kept pleading, your majesty, have mercy. The emperor truly flew into a rage and rose from his throne. Then he thrust sharp claws straight through the curtain, like veil. The sorcerer screamed in panic, help, help. A violet magic sphere formed inside, ready to blast straight into the sorcerer, making him shriek nonstop. The emperor cursed, useless insect. Jim definitely ran off on his own, and an official hurried to soothe him, your majesty, please calm down. The blood god can't lose to a weak coward. The emperor roared, shut up, trusting and waiting on trash like you, then snarled, you can't even handle some garbage ants. Suddenly, a voice carried in from afar, please don't be angry, your majesty. The emperor recognized her, so you've returned, he asked, my divine inquisitor. A locust tribe soldier gasped, it's the divine inquisitor, and the others bowed, you're back, divine inquisitor. Arash bent respectfully, yes, your majesty, I've completed the mission you assigned and returned to you. Your majesty, you will soon be reborn from a demigod into a true god. Here she confidently spread her arms and assured him, leave everything to me and focus on ascending to godhood, then added, as for those locust tribe bugs and their demon god, I will wipe them out completely, I swear on my name, Arash. Cracks began spidering across the cavern wall. From within a cloudy bony shell, the pale blood demon Mosto slowly emerged. His massive body towered high, and every breath seemed drenched in a vicious, killing aura. Arash called out, naming him Mosto, and he replied calmly, greetings. She issued an order, make the demon god pay for disobeying his majesty's command, plague envoy, this is your judgment. Arash handed Mosto a tool, take this wand. Mosto accepted the command, still hesitant, understood, but, I have one request. Back on Yu Yinsi's side, he was hammering the keyboard like a madman. He remembered the ultimatum, If he didn't hit the quota this week, his contract and series would get cut. That thought made Yu Yinsi even more anxious. I can't let my contract get cancelled. Then a message popped up and he blinked, just a little more, but what was this now? What are those guys even doing? Inside the tiny wooden houses, snores echoed and Yu Yinsi muttered, man, they're sleeping way too comfortably. Suddenly a voice rang out, muscles, muscles, making him even more curious. What's that? A rock rolled down with a thud, and a strained, heavy voice went, The owner of that muscles voice was In Ho, pushing the boulder with everything he had. Yu Yinsi gaped in shock. That rock was way bigger than In Ho, and the kid looked different now. System: In Ho, Gazami warrior, trait, trains diligently to protect his family. Yu Yinsi let out an impressed "oh," thinking it was interesting. After evolving, the Gazami tribe really had distinct traits. He grinned, this is fun, then wondered, so what should I do with this kid? After a moment, Yinzin decided to drop down a bottle of Popcast. In Ho caught the bottle, staring in confusion. What is this? His whole body trembled from sheer excitement. Is this from Lady Yinzin? Then choked up. Even someone like me is worthy of the gods' notice, so In Ho thanked him sincerely. I'm truly grateful, Lord Yu Yinsi. Yu Yinsi praised him, good job, then sighed. Now I've got to push myself too, even though I'm crazy sleepy. Right then, Mosto shrank down into a tiny insect and perched outside the window, silently watching him. So this was the rumored demon god. The one who wiped out a top-tier swordsman like me, one of the 10 great sword masters. Flashing back, Arash had asked, what is your request, pale blood demon Mosto? He brazenly begged, can I drink the demon god's blood? Then licked his lips. He's worshipped by the dark tribe, and I'm curious what he tastes like. Arash exhaled lightly and agreed at once, sure of course. The demon god's blood and body will be yours, pale blood demon Mosto. Mosto secretly gloated at getting permission, thinking, Arash, you really don't know anything, do you? You have no idea how much power I'll gain from the demon god's blood, then I'll seize the emperor's throne. He lunged inside, ready to jab Yu Yinsi with his stiff proboscis, thinking, and then you'll be mine too. When the proboscis pierced in, Mosto rejoiced, this demon god is so slow, he doesn't even sense me, while Yu Yinsi kept mumbling, hurry up, just a little more. The proboscis sank deep into the back of Yu Yinsi's neck. Drop by drop, blood flowed into Mosto's body, and he shuddered, perfect. Amazing, I can feel my power rising. In a dizzy rush, he thought, with this much power I can. Yu Yinsi finally felt it, rubbed his forehead hard and hissed, ow, that hurts. Staring at the blood in his palm, Yinzin wondered, it's late fall, so why am I still getting nosebleeds? A sudden chill ran through his body, and he frowned, why am I freezing all of a sudden? Not only that, Yinsi sneezed a few times in a row. He grimaced at the snot smeared across his hand, completely grossed out. Even then, Yu Yinsi still hadn't caught what was wrong, so he muttered, whatever, I'll wash my face first. But in the mirror, a demon face mark sat on his forehead, and he screamed, what the hell is this? What is this mark? System reminder, Plague Envoy's mark, original cold has been activated. He sneezed again, panicking at the notice, original cold, then, achoo. Yu Yinsi's face turned worse by the second. Is this like the original version of the flu? Then panic. No, I still have deadlines. More alerts stacked up. Original fever activated. Original muscle pain activated. Original loss of appetite activated. Exhaustion hit like a truck, and Yu Yinsi collapsed, forcing himself to search. Is there any item that can cure this? I have to check. Wata's a famous doctor, right? He found a limited divine item, Wata's remedy, made from Wata's secret manual, priced at 50, zero sugar, and he bought it immediately. His whole body shook as he struggled to stumble out of the bathroom. System purchase successful, you have received a quest. He despaired, seriously, can't you just hand it over? Then it hit him, the hospital, I need a hospital. Elsewhere, Johan appeared like a savior, hand extended. You're not afraid to die, right? And Belm swore, the god's wish is enough, his wish to purge this world. The man in a hood, face hidden, kept muttering, I will complete the mission, no matter what. Today, I'll sacrifice my life to cleanse the world. Explosives were strapped to his body, and he told himself, Johan's mission is my mission too. On Yu Yinsi's side, a taxi dropped him at the hospital gate, and he rasped, we're here, thanks. He shoved the door open, writhing in pain, clutching his stomach. Everyone freaked out as they watched Yu Yinsi crawl and drag himself inside. A quest popped up, if you want to live, save others. Save 100 people, current save, 10 out of 100. Yu Yinsi exploded, save 100 people. That's basically telling me to die, isn't it? Belm arrived at the hospital, grabbed a hostage, and held a detonation switch. Everyone get down, move, and you all die. And the girl sobbed, please save me. Xiang Miri appeared in full gear and ordered, let her go, but Belm shouted, shut up, you little hunter. Yinsi stared in shock, how did he get all the way in here? Seeing the familiar mark on Yu Yinsi's forehead, Belm misunderstood, brother, you got sent on a mission too. Then cheered, no way, we've got reinforcements. Help me out, he yelled, and Yu Yinsi broke out in a cold sweat. Was this guy a terrorist? Xiang Miri narrowed her eyes at Yu Yinsi, suspicious. Is he an accomplice? Coach, what are you doing here? She demanded, while Belm urged, brother, hurry and help me, and Yu Yinsi pointed at himself me. His confused attitude annoyed Belm, who snapped, help me, brother. Then Belm started seducing him with doctrine, offer your life to the descent of the god of destruction. Xiang Miri frowned, what are you talking about? Then corrected him, Belm, you're wrong, he's my teacher. Belm didn't believe it, what did you say? Then tapped his skull mark. This proves it, claiming he could feel the evil aura coming off Yu Yinsi. Xiang Miri went ballistic. You just called our teacher evil, then snarled, are you tired of living? Yu Yinsi, half dead, begged them, I'm seriously dying here. I need treatment, as whispers spread. That's Johan's right hand apostle, and Xiang Miri snapped. What are you saying? He's my teacher, got it. Belm, cocky with his hot toy, threatened, come at me and I'll blow it up. And Xiang Miri could only trade blows with him, grinding her teeth in fury. Belm yelled in her face, idiot. How dare you block an offering to the god who will cleanse this world? While Yinzin quietly started checking him. System, viewing the target's memories. Success, you have successfully viewed all of the target's memories. You have viewed the memories, and images are now appearing within the target's mind. Belm, still clueless, kept talking. How about you join me in this too? His memory surfaced, and Johan's demon, smooth whisper rang out. If you can, kill the offerings after they've felt enough fear to let the god of destruction descend. It takes a huge number of sacrifices. Can you do it? Belm's my warriors. He agreed instantly. Yes, my lord, of course, then sneered, Thunder Monkey. If you became a sacrifice, he'd be thrilled. Meanwhile, Yu Yinsi panicked. Wait, if this keeps up, I'm seriously going to die, aren't I? Belm roared with zeal, ready to press the detonator for the god of destruction. His thumb started forcing the switch down. Yu Yinsi used his ability to restrain Belm, thinking, I have to stop him. Waves of strange power wrapped around that lunatic's body. Yu Yinsi's eyes flared as his power activated, and the opponent kept trying to slam the control switch down. Yu Yinsi ordered Xiang Miri, now, rush him together, and she answered, yes, coach. Belm's whole body went rigid, and he could barely move. What is this? Xiang Miri's lightning struck him, drowning Belm in the sensation of being electrocuted. She boosted her output, condensing it into a thunder sphere. Belm got shocked so hard his eyes rolled back, white showing. Then he face planted and went limp, with no resistance left. Seeing Yu Yinsi unconscious on the floor, she finally realized, Coach, the terrorist is down, coach, what's wrong? Right then, a low voice rumbled, you fool. Your death has arrived. The mark on Yu Yinsi's forehead lit up with an eerie green glow. System reminder, original death curse has been activated. Xiang Miri panicked and shook him, coach. Coach, are you okay? Then begged, please wake up. He lay completely still, and only the demon, face seal between his brows, kept shining. Arash sensed his condition, and from behind her, Nappa spoke up, proposing something to the god's queen. Give the order and I'll kill that demon god with my poison arts. But Arash replied, no need, Nappa, if the plague god's curse won't work. Then we don't have to worry, yet Nappa still felt uneasy, but if we fail, the emperor will. Arash explained, the one who created this harmful plague is stubborn and greedy. He will never let go of prey he's already set his sights on. On Yu Yinsi's side, in his coma, he found himself in a bizarre place, an enormous space, wide and empty. Where am I? He remembered hearing a strange voice before the curse activated, but where was this, and how did he end up here? Suddenly an ominous voice boomed, a newborn god dares to wake me. Your punishment will be endless death, overflowing with pain. Soon you'll drown in despair and beg me to kill you. Then you'll be food for my warhorse. And as the threats kept coming, Yinzin only thought, he talks way too much, until the demon voice went on, I'll use your blood too, and he muttered, skeptical, The demon panicked at the newcomer and shouted, you devil, why are you here? The system issued a quest, if you want to live, save the sick. Use that hunger to save 100 lives. Required saved count, 1, 238 out of 100. Congratulations, you completed the quest. If you want to live, save others, exceeding the required threshold. The moment Yu Yinsi opened his eyes, he saw Xiang Miri's worried face. Coach, are you okay? System notice, the owner of that old man note is smiling at you. Yu Yinsi still wasn't fully awake, blinking, was that rain just now? Update, you have been granted Hua Chu's cure. Xiang Miri rushed to help him up, relieved, thank goodness you woke up, and he realized, wait, why is there something in my mouth? A sharp clarity flooded his body, and he realized he was completely healed. Was this liquid's effect really that insane? The system answered, this is a bonus reward. That mighty god's medicine is now flowing through your body. Xiang Miri got swarmed by fans. Please sign here, you're so cool, how can a young girl be that brave? Yu Yinsi slipped away from the shoving crowd and signaled her, I'll call you later. He quietly left, but Johan's side already got the hospital footage, and Naman reported, we replayed it many times, but that Oat Bell guy definitely messed up, he had to have. Johan ordered him to shut up, and Naman trembled, I'm sorry, I swear I won't disappoint you again. Coldly, Johan said, I'm giving you 4 days, Naman. 4 days to handle those hunters and bring that man before me. Naman asked carefully, Apostle Johann, what do you want to do with him? Johann sighed and shook his head. This is why pests like you aren't loved by the gods, then sneered. You truly can't see his value. Even if he shines like the sun, standing beside lowly bugs like you would still drown out his brilliance. I can see divine protection seeping into his body, and Naman's face darkened as he thought, this guy's really lost it. Meanwhile, Yu Yinsi strolled home, repeating to himself, I'm still alive. He flopped onto his beloved bed and savored it. Hua Chu's healing really was ridiculous, wasn't it? A notification appeared. In-ho is desperately requesting assistance from Yu Yinsi. He blinked, desperately requesting help. In-ho's message read, I'm truly sorry to bother you, but could you give me more of that medicine you generously granted before? Yu Yinsi got even more confused. What? He sat bolt upright and asked fast, what happened? Are you in trouble? In-ho looked in agony, collapsed on the ground, and weakly murmured, Yu Yinsi, and Yu Yinsi called back anxiously, In-ho. In-ho's heart burned with one dream, to carve glory into every floor of the warrior tower, and gain strength to protect his tribe. Earlier, In-ho followed a guiding light to a door. He stepped through without a moment's hesitation. A notice appeared, Challenger In-ho has entered a trial. Warrior Tower, first floor, trial of stone. Clear condition, climb the steps and reach the second floor. The trial began and he kept telling himself, don't be scared, In-ho. I leveled up with the water Yu Yinsi gave me, he thought. I even switched into a soldier role, and now I'm wearing this amazing armor. In-ho hyped himself up, whispering, I'm strong. Right then, a gigantic round boulder rolled down from above. It came screaming toward him at an unreal, murderous speed. And poor In-ho got crushed under the boulder, flat out of luck. At that point, all he could do was cry and call out for Yu Yinsi. After watching it all, the system reminded him, you are currently viewing the target's memories. In-ho's figure lay sprawled alone before the iron gate, exactly like that. Yu Yinsi froze and blurted, that ant, the creature I used to step on and kill for fun. So you suffered like this too, Yu Yinsi murmured, his voice turning heavy. The system began a countdown. In 10 seconds, In-ho will die. Yinsi couldn't believe it. What? How is that possible? No. He smashed the on-screen button, bless In-ho with the god of growth, his heart on fire. Hurry, take the growth blessing. The system displayed in 8 seconds, In-ho will die. He panicked and scratched his head. Why isn't it working? Then snapped. What do I do? The countdown kept running. In 7 seconds, In-ho will die. That's when he suddenly suspected, wait, is it because? Another warning popped up. In 5 seconds, In-ho will die. He remembered he'd got a reward from that owner of the old man notes thing. So he chose Innate Authority, Lesser Divine Recovery Elixir, purchase price 100G. You spent 100 grams and obtained Innate Authority, Divine Recovery Elixir, use now, Z/no. Yu Yinsi's face lit up, of course I'm using it. But the countdown still screamed, in 3 seconds, In-ho will die. Yu Yinsi freaked out, yelling, Recovery Elixir move. A giant healing finger descended, carrying green restorative energy as it slowly reached In-ho. In-ho's whole body was wrapped in healing power, and he snapped awake. Seeing In-ho stand again, Yu Yinsi was so relieved he almost laughed. In-ho, teary-eyed with joy, choked out Yu Yinsi. Yu Yinsi's face hardened as he scolded him. I told you not to enter that dangerous tower, and In-ho apologized. I just wanted to protect the tribe. Yu Yinsi warned him, it's dangerous here, let's get out first. But the door ahead didn't budge, and In-ho blurted, confused, why won't it open? System, Warrior Tower Gate is a replica of the Eternal Seeker, 39 million years since last use. You cannot exit until clearing floor 50. In-ho went pale, so I can't leave until floor 50. He put on a pitiful look and begged, Yu Yinsi, what should I do? The system continued, you have obtained normal authority of the Eternal Seeker. Yu Yinsi groaned, what now, thinking it was more nonsense, but he had no choice. His business instincts were already kicking in. Suddenly knocking sounded outside. Anyone home? Yu Yinsi looked over, startled, who is it? In-ho, drink this. Wait a sec, I gotta pee, I'll be back, he said, and In-ho answered loudly, understood. Yu Yinsi stomped to the door, annoyed, what is this, some MLM energy drink and supplements, then shouted, hold on. The moment he saw the visitor, he blinked, who are you? And the man asked, are you the hunter Yu Yinsi? The man introduced himself as Chief Kim Teeman, a scout from the Brilliance Guild, and Yu Yinsi panicked, I'm not a hunter. Kim Teeman didn't care, you will be soon, then asked, do you have a little time? Yu Yinsi covered his mouth and blurted, yes. Back with In-ho, he started climbing the tower step by step. System, the Eternal Seeker values Challenger In-ho for walking a true man's path, and In-ho shouted with spirit, perfect, let's try again. His goal was to reach floor 50, like some do, or die checkpoint in a ruthless survival tower. In-ho stayed insanely on guard, eyes locked on whatever was lurking right in front of him. A gigantic boulder came rolling down, the kind of trap that turns underdogs into red mist. In-ho swung up a fist packed with raw power, like his stats just exploded without warning. That whole massive rock got punched and detonated into fragments, like it was glass under a sledgehammer. Even In-ho couldn't believe he'd gotten this strong, because that wasn't human strength anymore. The system kept updating non-stop, announcing Challenger In-ho had cleared the stone trial. Challenger In-ho received the stone's blessing, the first clear reward from the War Alliance tower. Challenger In-ho stepped onto floor 2, the trial of wind, and the pressure instantly spiked. Challenger In-ho cleared the trial of wind, like he was speedrunning a nightmare on hard mode. Over with Yu Yinsi, after talking with Kim Taemin, he blurted out, "Wait, annual pay is 300 million, and the man calmly confirmed it, asking if he wanted in or to sign now. Master Yangtze was still frozen stiff, and Kim Taemin lightly asked if there was some problem. Yu Yinsi was drowning in shock, because 300 million hit him like a critical strike to the brain. He practically trembled with joy, imagining writing freely without that nasty manager, stuffing himself with beef hanggu, a top-tier Korean luxury cut, and buying a pile of gifts for his beloved nephew Xian. Kim Taemin kept sweetening the deal, plus, you get 70% per product and bonuses for hunting monsters. While Yangtze covered his mouth to hide a sly grin, already dreaming of investing the rest, succeeding big, and marrying a gorgeous wife. When the other side stayed silent too long, Kim Taemin's tone cooled. "Yangtze, are you listening to me?" Yangtze snapped back, "Sorry, please forgive me, I was just," and his words stalled. The system automatically updated, "You are appraising the target, like an unwanted scan in a horror game." Even he was shocked, because he didn't trigger it on purpose this time. The target's info displayed in full. Kim Taemin, male, 34, special identity, a lackey of the god of destruction. In a gloomy voice he warned, "You won't find perks like this out there," while Yangtze spiraled, realizing the truth about a servant of the god of destruction. Yangtze raged inside, "What the hell?" So 300 million was bait, and he cursed that bastard to death in his heart. A demon-like killing aura seeped off Kim Taemin, forcing Yangtze to break into cold, stinging sweat. Kim Taemin asked if there were still issues, and Yu Yinsi searched for a delay, saying he was just thinking and was busy, asking if they could talk later. Kim Taemin pressed him hard, "You don't like the terms," and Yu Yinsi replied that he just had drafts he needed to finish first. Kim Taemin made an O sound, claiming he understood, then warned his pen money would be 100 times less without them, and Yu Yinsi acted noble, saying he wasn't doing this just for money. Kim Taemin suddenly bowed and said, "Please forgive me," and Yu Yinsi stared, confused at the performance, muttering that it was fine. Kim Taemin kept persuading him, saying their chairman sincerely wanted him to join, and if Yu Yinsi could spare some time, Kim Taemin would be grateful. Yu Yinsi made an excuse, saying if it was like that he couldn't really refuse, but his stomach suddenly hurt and he needed the bathroom fast. Kim Taemin pushed up his glasses, seeming to weigh it, then agreed, "Go ahead, I'll wait." The moment he got inside, Yinsi couldn't hold it back and muttered, "What kind of guy is this, seriously?" Because a second ago, when he appraised that man, it wasn't even ambiguous. He knew for sure the truth was ugly, and there was no pretending it was. A lackey of the god of destruction, just like that hospital bomber, level terrorist from before. Now he hesitated, unsure who to call, Hunter Association or the police, because either choice could get him killed. Right then, a fist blasted past Yu Yinsi's face, close enough to steal his breath. Kim Taemin stared through the wet streaks on the wall and asked softly, "Who are you calling, Yu Yinsi?" Yu Yinsi went pale, and all he could think was, "Oh crap, I'm dead." Kim Taemin gave him one last chance. "I'll ask again. Master Du, who are you calling?" And Yu Yinsi lied that he urgently needed to contact the producer. Kim Taemin laughed at that, and the sound made Yu Yinsi shake like a leaf in a storm. Kim Taemin didn't hold back. He slammed him down in one clean hit, like an executioner ending a run. Yangtze doubled over in pain, his face twisting tight as his vision flashed white. Still acting casual, the man said he didn't get why he was sent here. Anyone could have done it, but apparently Yangtze refused to understand. "So I'll put you to sleep," he said flatly, "and then I'll take you away." A hand locked around Yangtze's throat, squeezing hard enough to crush breath and courage. Kim Taemin asked coldly, "Does it hurt?" and sneered that things would have been different if Yangtze had obeyed. "Be good and don't move," he warned, "and I'll let you sleep comfortably." Yangtze's consciousness started to blur, like the world was sinking under dark water. His eyelids drifted shut, slow and heavy, as if his body was giving up control. The system alerted him, an emergency quest has been created, a mission to rescue the believers. Another Rescue the Believers quest formed in the haze, and he weakly questioned it, Rescue the Believers. All details displayed. First rescue mission, Earth Branch, save Seong Millie from the brink of death. Reward, faith from Seong Millie plus 100. Yu Yinsi repeated the keywords in his head, brink of death, and frowned, who is Seong Millie? Seeing him wake, Kim Taemin looked surprised, praising his endurance, but Yu Yinsi knew the first move was dealing with this guy. He struggled against Kim Taemin's grip and realized, damn it, The strength gap was insane. At this rate he'd die first, so he needed power. A new surge flooded Yu Yinsi's body, and a voice echoed like prayer, "O Supreme God." It was in Ho, he spoke with devotion. "I will grant you the strength of my own body. May you succeed," he added, and Yu Yinsi froze as the meaning of the message sank in. A sharing skill was added from In Ho's side, and steel body shot into Yu Yinsi like a live wire. The system updated, In Ho's sharing skill, steel body, a power that made Yu Yinsi's frame hard as forged steel. When the energy felt full, he gave the command in his mind, ready to trigger it. Even Kim Taemin sensed the abnormal aura blooming from the man in front of him. Yu Yinsi's power erupted hard enough to blast Kim Taemin back, and he shouted, "Look at me now." Kim Taemin grew wary, thinking body hardening, low-level matter construction. Is that his ability? Now he was sure Yu Yinsi was the one the guild master took interest in, and the system info kept scrolling. Steel body A-rank steel made physique dense physical force, a trait In Ho gained in the Warrior Tower experiments, blessed by stone, wind, steel, and fire. Kim Taemin shrugged off his coat and got serious, admitting he'd been disappointed by this easy task, then scoffed he didn't need to envy the one Seong Millie accepted as her master. He said he wasn't sure if the Seong Millie situation was resolved, but he'd stop joking and quickly bring in master duty. Yu Yinsi's gaze went dark, staying ready to move at any second, like a cornered survivor. Kim Taemin gestured at him, as if announcing the match, then let's begin. Before he could finish, Yu Yinsi fired a steel, heavy punch, brutal and straight, like a martial arts finisher. Kim Taemin dipped and dodged with speed, sneering inside, nice power, but Yu Yinsi was reckless, not cautious, throwing punches like he had nothing to lose. Step by step, Taemin weaved through the strikes, convinced he wasn't wrong, this guy was a rookie. Taemin raised his own fist, still feeling regretful, thinking it was honestly disappointing. But Yu Yinsi shot in fast and clamped both hands onto Taemin's head. He poured in force with one goal, to crush his opponent's skull like a vice. Pressure slammed Taemin's head, blood burst from his nose, and his face contorted in agony. That hit sent several of his teeth packing, not dead, just permanently gone. Yangtze kept dropping iron-hard fists, pounding him until Taemin could only curse, "You damn dog." That finishing blow shut his opponent down completely, leaving him no room to counter or even breathe. Yangtze stared coldly at the floor, now cracked and spiderwebbed from the impact. He could feel power surging through every muscle, like his whole body had been reforged. A moment later Yu Yinsi remembered, right, Seong Millie, and tried calling her. But the robotic voice said the number was unavailable, making him panic. "This damn game system, help me already," he snarled. "I need to find Seong Millie." A notification popped up. The Supreme God's believer management system will now be deployed. That only shocked him more, because it meant there was a full believer management tier. The system began searching, initializing the believer management module like a new interface unlocked. Locate believer costs 10 coins. Locate now Zeno, he paid without blinking, since he had a mountain of coins. The screen confirmed Seong Millie's location and current condition, and the vibe turned grim. A cold, expressionless face appeared on the display, like a death notice made flesh. In that man's hand was a razor-sharp sword, gleaming with murderous intent. The mysterious stranger walked forward step by step, slow enough to feel ceremonial. He looked down at Seong Millie on the ground and said calmly, "Don't worry, it won't hurt." A few lines of info surfaced. Demon Swordsman, male, 32, special skill, sword fanatic. Seong Millie was critically wounded, and she could only despairingly call out for her master. The blade lifted without mercy, like an execution about to be stamped into fate. A brutal slash followed, spraying blood in a messy arc across the scene. A notice appeared, South Korea Hunter Association Achievement, award to Seong Millie for maintaining public order and stopping a national-level disaster, date unclear. 520, signed by a South Korea Police Council Commissioner. Yinsi kept replaying it, stunned that Seong Millie was attacked by a stranger, and that label echoed in his head, Demon Swordsman. The system warned, "You have been shown the foretold tragic ending of Seong Millie's individual fate." Yangtze froze, not understanding like, what are you talking about? The system explained those events hadn't happened yet, but they were already set to occur soon. He recognized the pattern from what happened with the demon beast before, meaning Seong Millie wasn't dead yet. The system offered a choice. Do you want to change a mortal's destiny with divine authority, Zeno? He shouted, "Of course I do," like an underdog grabbing his one lifeline. Reading Demon Swordsman, male 32, sword fanatic, he caught a detail thinking, wait, if it's a sword user then. If it's a blade fight, he muttered, "I've got a weapon too, even if it was pathetic." He rushed back to his desk and grabbed a tiny knife, barely 2 fingers long. He made up his mind, exhaling, "All right, let's go," like he was stepping into a death flag. The system announced the price. To change one individual's destiny, you must spend 100 coins. When Yu Yinsi hit Z, a message flashed about the savior of the world's sun, and creation effect, as the second door would create a miraculous wonder. Yangtze felt power wrapping around his body, like a cultivation aura sealing him in light. He vanished inside the glow of the spatial doorway, swallowed by a clean, ruthless teleport. Back with Seong Millie, the demon swordsman silently watched her, unhurried and pitiless. She demanded to know why, and he replied, "I don't have any personal grudge against you. I'm just doing my job," he added, like murder was paperwork he'd already filed. The demon swordsman suddenly turned wary, eyes cutting forward as if he sensed a shift. He stepped toward whatever had dropped in front of him, ready to strike first and ask later. A frigid voice rang out, and he wondered in disbelief. Stealth so deep even I can't detect it. What kind of monster is he? From across the way, Yu Yinsi radiated killing intent like a blade to the throat. "I'm going to cut him down." Behind him, Seong Millie stared wide-eyed at the newcomer, too stunned to even form words. "Master," she gasped, as Yu Yinsi held a tiny knife and kept that same fearless tone, "I'm gonna chop him up." The demon swordsman froze, questioning his whole life. Thinking back, he declimbed the sword path by crushing countless talents. He'd beaten stronger foes by exploiting his edge, then asked coldly, "Are you on Seong Millie's side?" Yu Yinsi answered like a madman, "I'll cut down everything." He glared with pure hatred, while the demon swordsman thought, "What's wrong with this guy? Those dull eyes, that tiny knife." It made no sense. And yet the man clearly wanted to fight him head on, like he was begging for deaths. With that evil little red fruit knife, of all things, like it was some legendary artifact. "Cheap tricks won't work," the demon swordsman scoffed, confidence dripping off every word. A streak of sword light rushed in, sharp enough to split fear itself. He stayed smug, certain an S-Rank hunter couldn't beat his sword. Dodging once would already be a miracle. Yu Yinsi just held that tiny knife and let out a cold laugh, like the outcome was already decided. He barked one word, simple and brutal: "Cut." The demon swordsman staggered in disbelief, because Yu Yinsi had blocked him with a ridiculous little fruit knife. Inside, he kept screaming, "What the hell is this?" as his confidence cracked. "Stay calm," he warned himself, realizing he'd been careless this time. Another sword strike roared in with crushing force. He swore it could cleave stone like mud. "You won't block this one." That slash moved like a raging gale, ready to sweep everything away in one breath. Yu Yinsi only sighed in boredom, then lightly split the power in half with the tiny blade. Cut. The destruction the demon swordsman trusted couldn't even graze Yu Yinsi, not even close. He went pale, staring at a scene that shattered common sense right in front of him. Unable to accept the humiliation, he went berserk and fired dozens of slashes. Where did this freak come from? Yu Yinsi kept cutting everything with smooth, fast hands, while the demon swordsman panicked harder. "I've never heard of him. He's Seong Millie's master." Wait, he realized. So he's an unofficial hunter, outside government and Federation control. If that was true, it made sense he'd never heard the name, and that meant things were worse than he thought. "I didn't want to use this," he thought. "It shortens my lifespan, but I have no choice." The demon swordsman shoved the drug into his mouth, swallowing it with grim faith. "I'll finish him in one strike." His power spiked in an instant, like a limiter snapping and a curse waking up. He roared, feeling strength swell through his body until it hurt, like his veins were burning. A demon face sigil appeared on his cheek, and he exhaled in relief. Now I'm coming for you," he growled. "Seong Millie's master, you nameless hunter." Yu Yinsi looked almost excited, tiny knife in hand, and repeated the same word like a verdict: "Cut." The demon swordsman gripped his blade and charged with terrifying momentum, like a monster wearing human skin. He poured everything into this one strike, desperate to reclaim his pride and erase the shame. Yu Yinsi lifted the hand holding the small knife, calm enough to feel insulting. Then he casually swept it across the opponent's throat, like trimming a thread. That single cut forced the demon swordsman to recoil, stumbling back as the air turned icy. Yu Yinsi suddenly bolted the other way, retreating fast like he'd spotted a worse threat. The demon swordsman sprang high and brought his sword crashing down, a killing arc aimed to end it. That blade strike slammed straight into the ground, cracking the earth open like a shattered dungeon floor. Dust and smoke flooded the area, and the demon swordsman's black coat flapped wildly in the chaos. He thought to himself, "Now this is a fight," and sneered at the nameless opponent. But the sword in his hand was already cut clean in two, like his pride got severed with it. The demon swordsman panicked, mind blanking out. "My sword." Hearing Yu Yinsi's laughter, he spiraled harder. "No way, he's still fine." Yu Yinsi looked like a demon, eyes glowing red, mouth chanting over and over, "Cut, cut everything." The demon swordsman stood there like a statue, stunned into silence. Yu Yinsi's figure appeared right in front of him, and only then did he snap back with a shocked gasp. Even crazier, Yu Yinsi turned around and started walking away, like the battle was already beneath him. His body swayed and staggered, looking one step away from collapsing on the spot. His hands moved clumsily and erratically, and the demon swordsman couldn't process it. What is he? Right then, he felt something in the air shift, like an invisible blade taking aim. An unseen power slammed into the demon swordsman, cold and formless, but absolutely lethal. In that instant, he truly believed he was going to die. Streams of force pierced through him, as if trying to slice him into countless tiny pieces. He endured that tearing pain for what felt like forever, trapped in a living execution. When it finally passed, the demon swordsman still couldn't stop shaking. He looked at his limbs, still intact, and wondered, I'm alive, and I'm not even injured. Staring at Yu Yinsi, he couldn't stop asking himself why, over and over. He could have killed me, so why let me live? The demon swordsman hesitated and started, you just. Who are you, really? Yu Yinsi answered with something totally unrelated. Good boy. Then Yu Yinsi said in a broken, drifting voice, I am. The Sword Saint. Hearing that title, the demon swordsman froze. Sword Saint. This guy is a Sword Saint. He knew the Sword Saint was the one standing at the very end of the path of sword cultivation. Only someone at the absolute peak could carry that name, so if that was true then. At that moment, Yu Yinsi's body returned to normal, and the system warned the steel body sharing time had ended. He was back to Yu Yinsi's useless, fragile body, like the buff got ripped away mid-boss fight. He freaked out and yelled, hey fruit knife, wake up, then begged system please wake it up. System notice, Yu Yinsi's sword Saint Blade, Annihilation Sword, has become a fruit knife after losing its authority. Right then the demon swordsman bowed hard, fully convinced no I've lost, Sword Saint. That line made Yu Yinsi go blank was all he could manage. System notice, Yangtze's Sword Saint title can be leveled up, like a class upgrade path unlocking. The demon swordsman kept begging, please give me a chance to see more of your sword arts, swearing, Sword Saint, I'll serve you like a beast of burden. Order me to do anything, he insisted, and Yu Yinsi thought, this guy is completely insane. System notice, the demon swordsman has become your second believer, fanatically devoted. Hearing Xiang Mili cry out, Yu Yinsi finally snapped back, right her. The demon swordsman moved faster, leaping to Xiang Mili as she weakly murmured, Master. Seeing him feed her medicine, Yu Yinsi blurted, hey, what did you just give her? Before he answered, the system displayed it. High-grade elixir, the demon swordsman's top-tier emergency medicine trait. It saves anyone as long as they aren't dead yet. Congratulations, you've gained fanatical faith after displaying a god's cruelty and overwhelming authority. The demon swordsman looked at him and said, I'm sorry for causing trouble, Sword Saint, head bowed low. The system kept updating, you completed the believer's repentance. Xiang Mili's faith increased by 100, reaching 139. Meanwhile Yu Yinsi was still spiraling, stuck on that ridiculous title, Sword Saint, seriously. From random insects to loudmouths from some no-name guild, how many times had this happened now? Why do these people keep coming at me? The demon swordsman reassured him Xiang Mili would stabilize soon, and Yu Yinsi asked who injured her. The demon swordsman rushed to prove loyalty, offering his body to wash away sin, and that zeal only freaked Yu Yinsi out, believer. This guy's insane. He swore he'd use a new sword the moment he got one, but right now he had none. Yu Yinsi remembered, wait, you're from the hired guild, right? Yu Yinsi asked, you'll follow my orders, right? He confirmed yes, so Yu Yinsi probed his strength. He bragged only a handful in this country could survive him. Then Yu Yinsi ordered, then deal with the hired guild for me. That order made the demon swordsman itch, and Yangtze pressed him. You said you'd do anything, didn't you? Then snapped, or can't you? The demon swordsman struggled fiercely inside, torn between instinct and submission. He silently watched Yangtze, who was now giving off an awe-inspiring saint-like presence. At last, the demon swordsman lowered his head. If it's your command, then I obey. Yu Yinsi cheered inside, thinking, perfect. Let him stir trouble for that guild, and then it's my turn, you bastards. System update, you have gained a fanatical believer. You now meet the requirements to unlock divine authority. Prosperity Finger costs 100 coins. Do you want to activate divine authority? Let's go. Yu Yinsi whooped Prosperity Finger. Sure, it was a money printing skill. This has to spawn gold, right? When night fell, he hurried back home, moving like he was racing a dungeon timer. He threw himself into his room at altar speed, practically sliding through the doorway. He tore through every cabinet and drawer. Where did I put my money? Seeing the pitiful cash from his piggy bank, he groaned, only 100 bills, seriously. Whatever, he muttered, and tried Prosperity Finger anyway, gambling on a miracle. But nothing happened at all, not even a flicker, like the system was laughing at him. System notice, Prosperity Finger does not work on inanimate objects. Yu Yinsi got furious and tossed the coin. Damn it, why can't any skill make my life easier for once? A message echoed, Silent Dream said he'd had enough, telling him to calm down and use a god's power, while Heavenly Blade added, wipe out the cheaters, and Yu Yinsi realized he had to seize the initiative. Fired up by the idea, he asked, so what do I do to get stronger then? A guidance notice appeared. The god of abundance said long-term growth means doing good deeds, but Silent Dream said that takes forever, and killing to stack karma is faster, with Heavenly Blade agreeing that using the Heavenly Sword makes it easier. Yu Yinsi weighed the options, wondering which path would pay off first. Alright, he decided, I'll do both like a true maxer in a dark fantasy sandbox. System update, welcome to the creator, as if a new class screen had opened. Depending on how you play, you will become an evil god or a good god. Yu Yinsi's eyes lit up first. I'll use Prosperity Finger to raise my army count. He tapped a point on the screen, Prosperity Finger. Now I've got millions of soldiers for war. The system showed info that drove him crazy with joy. 1 million Gazami tribe legions, created by divine power, marching toward the Imperial Army. Time remaining 24 hours. Yangtze laughed like a villain and said, "Kill them all," tasting revenge in the air. Watching the Gazami tribe legion on screen, he got curious. What are they doing? Antia used divine power to heal a small tribesman, and it shocked him. Wait, she can still use her own skills. The little ant cheered, "Mom, my hand doesn't hurt anymore," and someone called her goddess. Antia stood among the tribe, preaching faith, "Believe in God Yu Yinsi," and the crowd roared back in unison, "We believe in God Yu Yinsi, we trust him." System update: the more believers you gain, the more virtue you automatically accumulate over time. He muttered uneasily, "Isn't this getting a little too fanatical?" It felt dangerous, but these ant believers were farming virtue for him. A sudden phone call made him flinch. It was that bastard manager calling again. Yu Yinsi answered hello, and the manager instantly cursed, demanding to know why he still hadn't submitted the draft. "Do you know how many times the chairman told me to cancel your contract?" Yangtze stammered that he had personal reasons. The manager roared, "What reasons?" then snapped, "You haven't even started writing. Are you insane?" An idea hit him. Wait, what happens if I use that skill on myself? Would another me appear? He figured there was no harm in trying, raised his finger and said, "Prosperity." Then he tapped his own forehead and finished the command, "Finger." Instantly, a strange power poured into Yu Yinsi's body in a non-stop surge. Smoke and dust exploded outward, turning the room into a foggy battlefield. Standing in the chaos, the silhouette of another person slowly took shape. System notice: Prosperity Finger duration, 666 seconds. Staring at the guy in front of him, he whistled, impressed. It actually works. "All right," he said, "from now on, you're in charge of writing the drafts." He started to add, "You'll help," but the other him slapped Yu Yinsi across the face. The duplicate spoke coldly, "Don't order me around, you piece of crap." Then Yu Yinsi got beat down in a brutal flurry. "Damn it, block this, take another one, you loser." After a while, the duplicate finally stopped and exhaled. That felt amazing. The manager was still on the line, suspicious. "What's your deal? You trying to fool me again?" The duplicate snapped into the phone, "Get lost," and the manager yelled back, "What then, cursed, you lunatic?" That face radiated killing intent. Yu Yinsi had basically summoned a brutal murderer version of himself. The duplicate smiled in a way that made your skin crawl. "Wanna fight?" With that, the savage killer charged straight into the phone call, like it was a portal to violence. In the game world, monsters were slaughtering the Black Ant tribe like it was a harvest. Countless tribesmen fell, bodies piling up in a grim survival grind. The survivors trembled, crying, "They're too strong, even with numbers they couldn't win." The monsters laughed, thrilled, "This is fun, Black Tribe punks." A flash of light suddenly split the gloomy sky, and the monsters stiffened. Bolts of power like electric shocks slashed down over their bodies, frying them mid-cheer. The other tribesmen stared, stunned, at the newcomer who had just arrived. System notice: the brutal killer has been promoted to rank C. One monster recognized him as the rumored demon god and choked on its own fear. In Arash's lair, after hearing his legion got wiped out, the monster lord slammed the table and snarled, "What did you say?" A commander monster collapsed to its knees before Arash. "I beg forgiveness. The entire legion has been annihilated," it reported, voice shaking. Arash roared in rage, "By just one demon god." The monster described him, saying he looked exactly like a devil, and another panicked voice screamed, wait." In the next heartbeat, that monster's body dispersed into smoke, and someone gasped, "Oh my god, he's dead already." They erupted in chaos, shouting to report to His Majesty, but the king was in secluded cultivation. Arash ordered, "Summon the general and the 10 swords, now." Yet someone warned this could invite attacks from neighboring monster nations. "No, forget it. Dealing with the Black Tribe is priority 1, Arash ordered. "Bring me that demon god's head before His Majesty finishes seclusion." And Nappa, listening outside, chose to act alone, the female adjutant of Arash. "Please forgive me for leaving without a goodbye," she prayed. "Allow me this fault. This time I will bring the demon god's head to you." At the same time, in reality, Yu Yinsi, knocked unconscious, finally started to wake up. He jolted and looked around in panic. What the hell just happened? Right, the other version of him had beaten him senseless, and since nobody else could, that version just beat him himself. System notice: the god of abundance is asking where your handsome version went, and whether you can introduce him. He stared at the screen, stunned. 121 missed calls and more messages, even though no one was calling now. It was the manager. We're not only canceling your contract, you must also pay liquidated damages. Yinsi didn't even have time to say what. Another update shocked him more. The tribe changed classes after successfully completing the mission in the Termite Kingdom. It said they conquered the Grass Kingdom, earned tons of titles, collected piles of white and black coins, and leveled up. What the hell is this? What's the point of gaming now? He snapped. This stupid game. System display. Because the White Ant Kingdom's Nomad mission succeeded. You rank up to Miss Ha. Gain 131. 302 prisoners from the Grass Kingdom. Unit 1 becomes Trainee Muscle Warrior. Unit 2 becomes Spear Knight. Unit 3 becomes Archer, and Yinsi groaned. What am I supposed to do with that? A new update drove him crazier. White Tiger has been promoted to Army Soldier, and you received a massive amount of white and black coins. He shouted, if a game's too easy, why play at all, then curse it, this damn thing. Thinking of his manager like a demon demanding drafts, canceling contracts, and charging penalties, he booted up his computer, swearing he'd type at God's speed and submit. His fingers flew over the keyboard. He couldn't let himself get fired. The system displayed a new Rescue Believer quest. Rescue a fanatical believer. Will you rescue the believer with the demon swordsman believer? Yes, no, rewards pending. Rescuing together will make your skills bloom like flowers. The notice made him hesitate, for real, but he still had work to finish. Whatever, he muttered, ignore it, ignore it. Then he remembered, hadn't he just checked the new updates? A surge of strange power crashed into him. What is this? System notice, start by seeing what your believer is thinking. The fanatical believer viewpoint, demon swordsman, will now be displayed. Yinsi snapped, I don't care, already annoyed to the core. But despite the player's refusal, a video played. He was tightly bound, and a woman across from him spoke. You really won't say anything, huh? Why not just spill everything already? She demanded, voice sharp as a whip. Chomi, female, 26, from the hired guild. Blessed by the god of destruction, she could wield flames, and it was honestly impressive. She yanked the demon swordsman's hair and threatened, confess, and I'll let you die without pain. And Yangtsen thought, confused, what is this? Why is it so scary? A guild, so he got captured while attacking the hired guild, so that's what this is. Behind Chomi stood a huge, muscular man, while she looked down on the demon swordsman with contempt. You're boring. The sight of that muscle monster made Yinsi panic. Oh my god, that guy looks terrifying. His info displayed in full, Trandu, male, 31, hired guild, blessed by the god of destruction. His muscles were absurdly impressive. The system auto-updated, using existing authority. You are approaching the target's mind. Yinsi froze. The demon swordsman was thinking of the past. He'd been sold to a brothel as a child, trained into an assassin, then awakened Tai Kai Fist and carried out multiple killings. He later met Cho Mi and Chanju, who were raised and nurtured in the hired guild just like he was. Becoming his rivals was inevitable, like fate had already written the matchups. Back then, Cho Mi had asked him, you finished first again, then sneered, don't tell me you're the favorite. The demon swordsman couldn't have normal dreams. He told her, if you're jealous, then work harder, and she cursed him out, furious. Like that, he walked the path of man, and sword unity to grow stronger, and in the end his swordsmanship reached the realm he'd wanted. Yet he kept asking himself, had he really achieved his goal just to end up like this? It was humiliating. Chomi interrogated the demon swordsman, who ordered you to attack the hired guild. She hissed, why betray us? Chanju decided, if he betrayed us, just kill him and end it. But Chomi protested, kill him. Pastor Johan promised 100 million if we bring him back alive as a sacrifice. Trandu spoke with blood-cold menace, if you interfere, I'll kill you too. Chomi immediately denied it, acting casual, no, I'm just regretting it, that's all. The demon swordsman thought helplessly, I'm sorry, as if apologizing to his sword and his own path. Chanju raised his fist to smash down, snarling, I'll show you real pain, and Yinsi panicked, thinking, if I wait, he's done. System warning, a believer is in danger, and the timer feels like a guillotine dropping. Yinsi chose to save him first, share skill. Believer 1, steel body, I need number 1's muscles. Just as Chanju's fist was about to come down, the moment of impact arrived. The strike whiffed into empty air, like the target vanished from the execution block. Yinsi saved the demon swordsman at the edge of death, and the thug gawked from afar. Who are you? Where'd you come from? Yinsi snapped, does that matter, then barked, can't you see I'm busy right now? In his head he calculated, what if I use Seong Milli's appraisal while in this state? Share skill. Believer Seong Milli, Thunderbolt. I'll wipe them out in one move, yeah. I'm a genius, no question. Reality slapped Yinsi hard. Skill limit reached. You cannot run 2 strong believer skills at once at your current divine speed. Notifications stacked rapidly, screaming overload warnings and flashing skill, cap alerts. Trandu stared like Yinsi was insane and growled, what are you even? Before he finished, a heavy punch swung out, brutal and direct, like a brawler's verdict. That blow was enough to make Yu Yinsi's soul jolt, like his consciousness got punched loose. But Chanju sensed something was wrong, his body reacting before his mind could. A violent current surged through him, and Chomi panicked, calling out Chanju while he seized up. Yu Yinsi still didn't understand what was happening, blinking like the system had flipped the rules mid-fight. System notice, you withstood overload thanks to steel body, turning burnout into brute endurance. Seeing the enemy stop moving, he exhaled hard. That was close. I almost died. And I still dropped one, he thought, while Chomi rushed over, shaking Chanju, wake up, Chanju, wake up. Chomi glared at Yu Yinsi with pure hatred. You, how dare you? To avenge her man, she gathered power until her cheeks puffed up like a pufferfish. A violent burst of ability, loaded with savage firepower, shot straight at Yu Yinsi. Yu Yinsi despaired, thinking, am I really going to die in such a stupid way? System reminder, you can endure the flames, because you are using Believer 1's steel body. He froze when the heat felt like soaking in a hot bath. What is this? It's warm, sure, but this sensation was unreal, like the fire had been demoted to background noise. Chomi watched the undying flame in front of her, suddenly wary as her confidence cracked. She still couldn't believe it. Did I really lose? No, there's no way. Seeing Yu Yinsi stand tall, Chomi's eyes went wide. What, how can you? Impossible. Even Yu Yinsi was shocked. He hadn't known steel body was this busted. He felt lucky he'd upgraded that Believer so much, while Chomi cursed at him, furious that he ignored her. I'll burn you into ash, she screamed, pouring rage into the fire like fuel. Yu Yinsi calmly stepped forward, as if strolling through smoke on a battlefield. Chomi gaped as Yu Yinsi treated her flames like air, like they couldn't even touch him. He reached out and slapped her hard across the face, the sound popping like a final judgment. Right as he was getting into it, the system warned that steel body's usage time had ended. He thought, if I don't finish this fast, I'm going to turn into charcoal for real. A new update made him grin. The rescue quest with a Believer was completed, and your talent skill has leveled up. He got excited, wondering what his blooming talent would be. Maybe he'd become a genius author overnight. But nothing happened at all, not even a tiny notification sparkled. Yu Yinsi's face darkened. What the hell, that's it. So where's the blooming part? He felt stupid for expecting something actually amazing. Behind him, the demon swordsman spoke with worshipful awe. Sword Saint, you beat them with skills I've never seen. That was insane. Yangtze grumbled inside. Stop looking at me like that. But then reality hit him. Where even am I, he thought. I need to get home and work. He called, hey, demon swordsman. And the man replied, yes, Sword Saint, command me. But Yu Yinsi said he just wanted to leave. Suddenly, movement in the distance made both of them tense up. From the darkness, a voice rang out. You're just as impressive as I expected. The man greeted him politely, like meeting an old friend. I'm glad to meet you. The demon swordsman warned anxiously, Sword Saint, be careful. Johan stepped out of the shadows, so we finally meet. Are you the source of all this? The system displayed Priest Johan, male, 29, in charge of sacrifice rituals for the god of destruction. Yu Yinsi cursed, calling him a creep, and when he froze up, the demon swordsman called urgently, Sword Saint. Inside, Yangtze screamed, while Johan kept acting friendly. It's an honor to meet you, Yu Yinsi. The demon swordsman tried to snap him awake, but Yu Yinsi stared at the man's bare, shameless look and thought, do I really have to fight this pervert? Yu Yinsi caught a key detail in the info, sacrifice, and his stomach sank. That strange mark, no matter how hard he looked, he couldn't tell what it was. I have to be careful. Johan got so excited his cheeks reddened. Brother. Yu Yinsi flipped into full alert as the creep approached. Johan spread his arms toward Yu Yinsi. I'm so thrilled my whole body is shaking. I can't believe I finally met a brother. A cold hand shoved Johan back before he could close the distance. Yangtze gasped, demon swordsman. He stared darkly at Johan and ordered, don't come near the Sword Saint. Hearing that, Johan's expression twisted with anger. With a casual backhand, Johan struck, sending the demon swordsman's face snapping aside. You annoying fly. The force was so brutal it launched the demon swordsman flying backward. He crashed down hard, slamming into the ground like a broken doll. Yangtze panicked, unable to believe the demon swordsman, who beat even Seong Millie, got swatted away so easily, and Johan turned to ask, so which god do you follow? Whose believer are you? Johan pressed, voice sharpening. Not hearing Yangtze clearly, he leaned in again. What did you say, which god? Yu Yinsi snapped and threw a punch. Get lost. I follow the onion god. Johan couldn't believe what he was seeing, eyes widening at the insanity. Lightning arcs rode Yu Yinsi's fist and slammed down, crackling like divine punishment. Johan could only stand there and watch, caught mid-shot. Meanwhile, Nappa kept blaming herself, praying, Arash, forgive me for leaving without a goodbye. I'll go defeat the demon lord's believers, she swore, choosing a lone wolf path. He's weaker now, she reasoned, because his believers have abandoned their faith. Her destination was the Gazami tribe, where that divine war was already brewing. The village still felt peaceful, kids laughing as they played, until a tribesman warned them, don't go deep into that forest, and they obediently answered, yes, sir. Suddenly the man froze when he spotted Nappa flying in, blinking hard light. What in the world is that? He stammered out, no way, that can't be real. They're here, the Langhat tribe. Nappa barked coldly, ultimate technique. She spewed toxic mist. This was the Black Tribe's venom spray, the kind that could kill with a single breath. The Demon Lord's power began to weaken bit by bit, while the choking poison left each tribesman gasping for air. At the same time, Yen Xin kept hammering Johan straight in the face, punch after punch without letting up. Johan's whole body seized in pain, like he was being shocked by electricity over and over. After taking down this creep, Yu Yingxi was so exhausted he could barely breathe. He smirked at the loser under his fists, thinking, strike first, and you win. But then Johan's body twitched. He rose again, slipping out of hiding like nothing had happened. Before his opponent could recover, Yu Yingxi threw down a lightning, charged strike, roaring, die already. That single blow cratered the ground behind Johan into a deep, ugly pit. Watching him stagger back up, Yu Yingxi panicked. Was Xiang Miri's Thunderbolt ultimate technique seriously not working? This guy wasn't some ordinary pervert. He was a superhuman, grade creep. He sneered at him, it's useless. No matter how you attack me, I'll just get back up. Yu Yingxi was desperate. His skill timer had run out, and he couldn't use the lightning invasion punch anymore. And even if he could, this bastard would still resurrect like a glitchy boss. Am I really going to be stalked by this freak forever, he thought. Then Johan taunted, is that all you've got, brother? Johan sighed in boredom, come on, entertain me a little more. Yu Yingxi tensed up, damn it, he had to figure something out fast. Then out of nowhere, an idea flashed in his mind. He pointed a finger to his own forehead, muttering, I have to do something, prosperity summoning finger. The assassin has been summoned. Seeing him, Yen Xin still looked uneasy. If there was an enemy around, then he wouldn't betray them, right? Johan asked cheerfully, brother, I didn't think you could manifest another persona. Seriously, you're amazing. The assassin shot Yu Yingxi a cold, cutting glance. Then he turned to Johan and said, this is troublesome. Yu Yingxi exhaled in relief, thinking, holy crap. Last time I ordered him around, he beat me senseless, so I'd better stay quiet. Yu Yingxi begged, is there another way? The assassin pressed him. Your Gazami tribe is facing that person too. Can't you see the followers are dying, and all divine power is slowly disappearing? Hearing that, Yu Yingxi went pale. What? Being brushed off made Johan furious. You too, right now. A shockwave from him blasted forward like, are you ignoring me? The assassin sprang up instantly. Yu Yingxi recognized it, that same skill again. But Yingxi wasn't that lucky, and he slammed backward onto the ground with a thud. He warned the other one, if I die, can a split, off clone like you even survive. The assassin called out icily, Yu Yingxi. Burn this weakling to ash. Yu Yingxi blinked. Did he seriously hear that right? After that, the assassin stepped into the game, saying, handle it yourself if anything happens. I'm going to save the ant tribesmen. Yu Yingxi couldn't hold back his fear. He trembled, oh my god. He just vanished on his own this time. Johan finally moved, sneering, brother, now it's just you and me. Yen Xin kept replaying that line, burn that guy. What was he even supposed to do with that? Then it hit him, his prosperity finger. Didn't it come with a burn effect? He glanced at Yu Yingxi's hand and suddenly remembered, right, that's it. So I've got my own skill too, Yu Yingxi muttered, half shocked, half hyped. He raised a finger and shouted, divine judgment. The middle finger snapped straight up, and a strange energy began to gather at the tip. Johan just stared, not understanding what was happening. Yen Xin's eyes blazed. A hazy aura wrapped his body like a soft, unreal cloak of power. A burst of flame sparked to life right in front of Johan's face. But Yu Yingxi got awkward fast, because the flame he made was ridiculously tiny. He trembled, thinking, this isn't a fireball, it's basically a spark. Johan waited, then curled his lip, that all you've got. With murderous pressure behind every step, he advanced on Yu Yingxi like pure destruction. Yu Yingxi decided to try again. Fine, then I'll stack more flames and combo the hits. If it scales exponentially, this should work, he reasoned, clinging to hope. He snapped his fingers and conjured another small flame. His mouth yelled along with it, holy finger snap. Johan squinted, watching like he was waiting for a punchline. He casually stared as those tiny sparks floated around him in a loose circle. Losing interest, Johan declared, brother, I'm done playing with you. Yu Yingxi shut his eyes in despair. Is this really the end, he thought. After beating 2 lackeys, this one was way too nasty. Imagining dying to a pervert like this, tears slid down his lashes. What a pathetic life, he mourned. Johan fired off a strike, but in the same instant, he sensed something was wrong. He froze in shock. I'm powerless, W. Why can't I recover? I'm supposed to be unbeatable. System notice you are using Hellfire. Total rampage. Yu Yingxi's brain short-circuited. What, that's the effect, he complained. Can you explain skill effects clearly from now on? He saw Johan clutching a burn mark along his ribs, smoke still curling off the wound. Johan grit his teeth. So because of this stupid skill I can't regenerate, is this my karma? Yu Yingxi could only stare as another hit slammed into him. That crushing power forced him down step by step, until his knees started to buckle. Gloomy strands of lightning coiled around his body like storm. chains closing in. Even Johan was straining now, his body shook, sweat pouring off him like rain. Inside the game world, Nappa unleashed everything, spraying poison over the Black Ant tribe. She smugly thought they were dying by the second. And the demon god's power will weaken, she told herself, savoring the collapse. Blame your demon god, the one you chose to serve, she hissed with cold satisfaction. Right then, a streak of light appeared behind her. She felt danger closing in, her instincts screaming like a warning bell. The assassin came hurtling through a space-time gate, moving like a comet. Nappa knew exactly who it was, the ant tribe's demon god. She waited a long time for this day. Come on out, filthy demon god, she spat. Your cruel power is about to fade to nothing. She barely finished bragging before the assassin planted a punch in her jaw, shutting her up instantly. While Nappa was still standing there in a daze, the assassin followed up with the next punch, fast and merciless. He cleaned up the opponent in a blink, neat and brutal like a pro clearing a stage. Then he looked down and saw the ground carpeted with ant tribe corpses. They're all dead. Over on Yu Yingxi's side, he collapsed in pain. It hurts, like my whole body's coming apart. System alert, your follower count is plummeting. Warning, if you lose too many followers at once, you will lose power. Cornered to the absolute limit, he thought in despair. For real, what am I supposed to do now? System notice, good news, revive followers with ring finger. Healing cost at least 500 coins based on followers lost. That suggestion snapped him awake. Wait, I never thought I could use ring finger, healing on myself. If I can pull that off, that's insane. I'd basically become unkillable. So he quickly tapped his ring finger to his forehead. Ring finger, healing. Yadohan glanced over, curious, as a healing aura spread through the whole room like warm mist. System notice, using this on yourself will consume 10,000 coins. Yu Yingxi snapped. Hold on, why is it more expensive than saving my followers by like 1,000 times? System prompt, save the ant tribe with ring finger. Healing, yes/no, with no other choice, Yu Yingxi hit yes, whatever, just let me live. The screen displayed, you received over 500 coins based on the number of followers you restored. Yu Yingxi swallowed hard, stunned, so I actually got paid back, that's incredible. Seeing Yu Yingxi recover, Yadohan couldn't believe it. What? How are you still standing? After those words, waves of gloomy aura blasted toward Yu Yingxi like crushing pressure. Yu Yingxi chose to activate skill sharing. Yan Xin's body became stronger than ever, like his stats just got rewritten mid-fight. He pointed his middle finger at him. This is how I flip the script. Take the L, you bastard. Middle finger, divine judgment. A stream of power, packed with warm firepower, slammed down from above like a burning verdict. Johan dodged quickly, slipping aside with veteran reflexes. He laughed, you're seriously impressive. How did I ever mistake you for useless? Yu Yingxi shouted, quit messing around, you're dead for sure. Johan casually revealed, I'll offer all 999 tributes I have to the god of destruction. Yu Yingxi still didn't understand what his enemy was getting at. Johan pointed at his face and said, and you'll be the most precious tribute of all, my final piece. Only then did Yu Yingxi get it. A descendant of the god of destruction, he reeled. Is that why he stole the demon, slaying sword and targeted me? Johan summoned his supreme power and said, thanks for becoming my sacrifice. A beam of force dropped from the heavens, spearing straight through the ceiling like it was paper. A single icy eye stared down through the crack, sharp and merciless, like it could judge souls. Yu Yingxi froze, locked on that eye. His whole body shook like a leaf, terror rattling him to the bone. Johan cried out in joy, oh my god. Yu Yingxi forced himself to move and raised his finger. I have to stop him. Index finger, divine authority. System notice, this authority cannot be used on the god of destruction. Suddenly, Johan beside him started writhing in agony, like the power was tearing him apart from the inside. He stared at the god of destruction in shock. This isn't what you promised, he choked out. Razor-edged malice poured down from the god of destruction, as if it meant to drown Johan completely. Even Yan Xin couldn't escape. That wicked force locked onto him too, choosing him as the next target. He thought helplessly, is this really how I die? And then Yan Xin slipped into a dream. Before him was a land overflowing with spiritual energy, mountains green and waters clear like a heavenly painting. He wondered if this was just an illusion, playing tricks on his mind. Holding a small blade, he swore, I'm a mighty benevolent god, honored by all. He hadn't reached it yet, but Mountain, Overlord God was the true name of the heaven, cleaving ultimate sword. He looked at that savage monster, the god of destruction. A familiar name kept echoing in his heart. Hundun, Hundun, Hundun. Betrayed by Hundun, the god of destruction fell into madness. He lost the woman he cherished most, and even the divine realm would be forced to bear that same pain. Right before that god lost himself completely. He had once been a god searching for peace, wanting only to live quietly with the one he loved. Yu Yingxi reached the end of that memory fragment, but now the present was right in his face. That god became insane, consumed by an endless thirst for revenge. In front of Yu Yingxi stood a holy sword, towering like a mountain peak piercing the sky. Yu Yingxi swallowed its huge, perfect. Then he called out, Bao Shu, let's go claim it. A surge of power flowed along the blade, like a river of light racing down steel. Then it seeped into Yu Yingxi's body, threading through him like molten qi. On the god of destruction's side, something shifted, an ominous movement in the void. Massive snakes began dropping from cracks in space, slithering down like living curses. The demon's sword grew tense. What is this, he thought. I have to protect the holy sword, but I can't even lift a finger. This is the first time I've ever been this scared. Yan Xin was stunned to see him awake, demon's sword. He blurted out, then shouted, holy sword. Yu Yingxi steadied his follower, calm down, and watch how I kill that perverted god you worship. That swagger made the demon's sword admire him, way too cool. Suddenly, a voice called out from behind, Master. Johan's whole body was bound tight by the snakes. He screamed, no don't, Master, I don't want this. How can you eat the one who worships you? He begged, please, spare me. Yu Yingxi asked coldly, so you finally see the truth now. The thing you worship is nothing but another starving demon. That's right, nothing but an evil devil. When it glared at him, Yu Yingxi didn't flinch. He shot back, what are you looking at? The demon's sword watched, worship growing deeper. That eye had made Johan suffer with just a single look. But Yu Yingxi stood untouched, without even a hair out of place, like he was built different. From the void itself, Yu Yingxi summoned a sword into his hand. The demon's sword stared at him with shining eyes, shock written all over his face. Johan was being drained dry by the snake swarm, his strength siphoned away drop by drop. The god of destruction increased the pull, intensifying the suck like a greedy abyss. Yu Yingxi gripped the sword tight. He understood now. This was the authority of a swordmaster. This was the sword of annihilation's authority it granted him. It pushed the blade to its peak potential, and it also fused the wielder and the sword into one. That eye sensed something was off, so it hurriedly recalled its snake swarm and prepared to retreat. The god's face reflected across the razor, bright edge of the sword Yu Yingxi was holding. He swung once, a strike loaded with ruin, cutting straight toward that eye. A roar shook heaven and earth as the eye desperately tried to block with its own power. Yan Xin forced out even more of the god of destruction's power, pushing past his limit. Meanwhile, the god of destruction's vile tentacles reached for him, and he snarled, why won't you just? He poured everything into a downward slash, disappear from my world. The god of destruction was crushed by that killing intent, and couldn't fight back at all. In Google City, District 12, an abandoned inner city zone sat like a scar left to rot. The army arrived to sweep the area, and the commander warned his trusted troops, stay sharp. They whispered an SSS-Rank rift, a monster that could wipe out a whole nation could come out of that crack. Kang Chen, director of the Hunter Association, showed up too, stunned. What the hell happened here? Looks like I need to start that project immediately, he decided, jaw tight. A staff member reported, Director, there's a survivor over here. Stepping into the building, he was curious. Someone survived a disaster at this scale. Seeing Johan with hair turned ghost white, Kang Chen asked, Sir, what happened here? But when he looked closer, Kang Chen broke into cold sweat. Johan's condition was horrific. He barked at his subordinates, call an ambulance now. Beneath Johan's abdomen was the hiding place, where that eye had taken shelter. At the last instant before being struck, the god of destruction screamed, God of destruction, then vanish from my world. The moment he finished, an explosion erupted like a final tantrum of a dying god. Johan collapsed, stunned, thinking, no way Yu Yingxi, that guy, he's the vessel of all the gods. Elsewhere, a girl had just defeated a gigantic monster, and everyone gasped, as expected, Xiang Mina. She only used divine power and still slaughtered it. How is that even possible? Someone stepped up and asked if she was really S-Rank. That species was famous for mental resistance, yet she dropped it like it was nothing. Xiang Mina snapped, forget it. Clean up the rest and hand me the teleport stone. The guy panicked. Where are you going? She only barked, give it to me now. Juxuan hurriedly handed her the item. Oh, okay. Don't stay mad, not with that pretty face. Each stone costs 100 million won. Do you really need it now? Xiang Mina shot back. If you don't want to die, stop asking. I heard there was a black dragon, so I came, she scoffed, and it's just this tiny thing. What a waste of time. Watching her leave Juxuan's side, I respect it. Then he muttered, she's brutal, a straight-up tyrant. Still, no casualties in this S-Rank dungeon run good enough. 2 days later at Yu Yingxi's house, he had to rely on his niece, Uncle, the pancake goes here. Slide it a bit. Yeah, right there. It felt amazing as she helped press a pain. Relief patch onto his back. You're such an old man, she teased. He needed her care because the cleaving sword left nasty side effects. Yu Yingxi frowned, hey kid, I'm not even married yet, alright. Xian suddenly remembered something, but kid, Yu Yingxi asked, yeah. He recalled how the cleaving sword stopped that huge-eyed monster from escaping, but he'd had to overdraw his own body in a way he never does, and now he was wrecked, the girl whispered. So who's that scary guy you're afraid of? Yu Yingxi didn't know how to answer about the gloomy figure crouched in the corner. Demon sword. The demon's sword bowed his head to the floor. Yes. Did you summon me, holy sword? Yan Xin asked curiously. You're not going home. Oh, and you fixed the bathroom door right inside, he marveled. He's the only one who can repair stuff without anyone noticing. Demon's Sword replied, yes, holy sword. I couldn't stand seeing your home get wrecked, he said, dead serious, like fixing doors was a sacred oath. That earnest look left Yu Yingxi helpless. He really is my follower, he thought. And yeah, he's always been like this. Yu Yingxi forced himself to ignore the awkward vibe and looked away. Anyway, what about the mission I gave you? Why do you have time to sit here? Demon's Sword replied, the cleanup for the Luminous Guild isn't something I need to do personally. Yu Yingxi blinked. Huh, what do you mean? He explained that the Hunter Association's special task force, led by an S-Rank hunter, was already handling everything. To be honest, he added, Korea's black market basically collapsed overnight. Yu Yingxi froze at the name. Seong Mina, huh, that model on TVA. Demon's Sword nodded, yes, and she's truly beautiful. Yu Yingxi muttered, that name sounds crazy cool. Then he realized Seong Miri. Yeah, you can tell they're sisters just from the names. Speaking of which, is Seong Miri okay? He asked, then told his niece Xian, I'm heading out. Go home to mom, all right? She obediently said yes. Yenzin decided he should visit her at the hospital, and if possible, heal her with his own authority. Right then, a notification popped up. Divine achievement calculated. Yu Yingxi successfully blocked one of 100 God of Destruction clones from reaching Earth, and his merit fruit increased by 100. The number made him grin. Whoa, that's a lot. Then he processed it, so the God of Destruction was that I, and that was only 1 out of 100 clones. It was already that huge, he thought. How massive is the Abyss main body supposed to be? The system continued. Congratulations, Yu Yingxi. You now meet the requirements to initiate a promotion quest. Yu Yingxi jolted. A promotion quest. The screen displayed low-tier Swift God promotion. Gain 1000 high-tier beings as followers or gain 10 high-tier S2 rank beings or higher as followers. Low-tier Evil God promotion. Kill 1000 high-tier beings to obtain karmic sin, or kill 10 high-tier S2 rank beings or higher. Yu Yingxi, do you accept the promotion quest? Yu Yingxi realized he'd been set up. Good God and Evil God. Wait, you're saying I have to do both? He cursed under his breath. Damn it, both at the same time, that difficulty is insane. He hesitated, weighing it. Recruit 1,000,000 followers or slaughter the same number. Recruit 10 S-rank followers or kill them. This is straight up hell, he thought, but I need more power, and this quest is basically self-destruction. Still, he mused, good and evil might be perfect. If the people chasing me from both sides fight each other, I can exploit that. Yu Yingxi smirked, I really am a genius. Then he added, all right, bastards, time for you to tear each other apart. Yu Yingxi arrived at the hospital, now standing in front of room 505. He hesitated. Room 505, this is it, right? Hearing rough breathing inside, he frowned. Why does it sound like that? He called, Seong Miri, are you in there? A voice answered, this is Asin, come in. Yu Yingxi poked his head in, confused. Why does a patient sound so urgent? Then he panicked. Seong Miri, wrapped in bandages, was still doing push-ups like a maniac. She lit up when she saw him. Teacher, you came to visit me? Yu Yingxi asked, worried. You're injured. Why are you training this hard? She smiled shyly. I'm bored of lying down all day. He pressed, so do you feel better yet? Seong Miri beamed. Yes, I'm fine. I don't even have scars. She leaned closer. Look, Yu Yingxi blurted. How? Seong Miri peeled back her bandages to show him. See, not a single scar, right? Just then, Seong Mina returned from outside and snapped the moment she saw it. Are you out of your mind? Furious, she raised her hand, ready to enforce her right-hand rule on her innocent little sister. Seong Miri got smacked and could only scream in pain. Yu Yingxi gaped. Where did this girl come from? Beside him, his student wailed. Ah, that hurts. Seong Mina scolded her non-stop. How dare you unwrap bandages in front of a man? And another thing. She whirled on Yu Yingxi, blazing. Who the hell are you? Yu Yingxi stammered. I was about to ask you that. Seong Mina grabbed his collar and yanked him close. Bastard, what's your relationship with my sister? Yu Yingxi understood instantly. Sister, so this was Miri's older sister, and she didn't feel human at all. Seong Mina threatened in a low voice. If you're just playing with my sister, I'll kill you. Seong Miri protested from behind. Sis, why are you being so harsh to teacher Yu Yingxi? Seong Mina scoffed. This guy, a sloppy unemployed bum, is your teacher. She lowered her sunglasses and scanned him head to toe. You're telling me this dude is an academy instructor? Yenzin tried to explain. It's not like that, it's... Seong Miri waved him off, signaling no teacher, you can't tell her. Seong Mina frowned. Yu Yingxi hesitated. Well. Right, I'm a PE teacher at the Hunter Academy, Yu Yingxi said. Seong Mina eyed him warily. Then you're a licensed hunter, but I've never seen you. What rank are you? She pressed, then waved it off. Whatever, you don't look special. Seong Miri cut in. Sis, you're being mean. Our teacher Yenzin is actually amazing, she insisted. The other two froze. She introduced him with real pride, even if the world didn't know him yet, and he looked kind of worn out. He could be way stronger than you, she warned, so don't treat him carelessly. Seong Mina took off her cap and replied coolly, oh really? A low, heavy voice echoed, is that so? Watching her, Yu Yingxi thought, Seong Mina, the famous hunter who crushes big names without breaking a sweat, and she's Seong Miri's sister. Seong Mina snapped at her sister, so you're not a timid kitten anymore. You hit a rank and now you don't care what I say. She displayed her mind control skill, staring at Seong Miri with icy calm. Say it again. Who's stronger? The mental type force hit, and Seong Miri instantly complied, subdued on the spot. Pain slammed into her head and she begged, I'm sorry sis. Seong Mina mocked her. What kind of hunter is this weak? Seong Mina increased the mind, control pressure and ordered kneel. Seong Miri dropped to her knees immediately, like a puppet with its strings cut. Seong Mina declared, you only need to do what I tell you. After dealing with her sister, Seong Mina turned and looked straight at Yu Yingxi. Yu Yingxi warned her cautiously, please calm down, you could hurt her like this. Seong Mina's tone hardened, an outsider. She shouted, shouldn't be controlling my behavior. The sound wave from her voice made Yu Yingxi's ears ring dizzy. He muttered, you're loud for someone your size. Seong Mina blinked, still not backing off yet. The mind control aura flared again. Apologize, or I'll glare this worthless unemployed bastard to pieces. Yu Yingxi remained completely unharmed. Seong Mina froze. Why isn't it working? Yu Yingxi stepped between them. Maybe I've been too arrogant, but shouldn't you two talk it out first? Seong Miri gazed at him in awe. Teacher, you can resist her mind control. You're insane. Yu Yingxi remembered, mind control, right. Seong Mina's a psychic type hunter. Seong Mina stared, guessing, don't tell me your rank is. Yu Yingxi thought, I'm only F rank sis. How do I say that without dying of shame? Seong Mina realized what was going on. She finally bowed and apologized. I didn't know, so I misunderstood. Then she added, Teacher Yu Yingxi, please take care of Seong Miri from now on. Yu Yingxi jolted. Yes, of course. He wondered why the sudden switch. Seong Mina reminded her sister, and don't skip meals because hospital food sucks. Eat that porridge over there. It's expensive. Seong Miri nodded. Yes, thank you sis. Yu Yingxi thought she really does care. Yu Yingxi checked her info. A human woman, 24 years old, special note. She's under an abyssal curse tied to an unknown matter involving the god of destruction. He hesitated. Should he tell her about that abyss curse? She was hot-headed, but she was still Miri's sister, and she even brought food. He decided to speak up. Ms. Seong Mina, I need to tell you something. Are you injured anywhere? It might be a curse. Seong Mina blinked. A curse. Yu Yingxi clarified, like an abyssal curse. Seong Mina asked in a low voice, You, how do you know? Her aura surged and Yu Yingxi went pale. I have a detection skill, but maybe I'm wrong inside, he thought. Her mood changes on a dime, and she's talking like a hatchet again. Seong Mina switched back to a friendly smile. No, I don't have that. Yu Yingxi broke into cold sweat. Yeah, now I'm actually scared. Seong Mina left right away. See you later, Teacher Yu Yingxi. Yu Yingxi answered politely, yes, of course. Seong Mina waved goodbye. I'm heading out. He told her to be careful, and as soon as she stepped outside, Yu Yingxi exhaled hard, shaken by the crushing pressure of an S-rank hunter. If this was her normal, what would she feel like in the middle of a real fight? And the fact someone like that had become his believer felt like a personal hell. Yu Yingxi froze in place, and Seong Miri called softly, Teacher, what are you thinking about that you're focusing so hard? He almost joked, worried about Earth's future. No, more like his own. Let's stick to the plan, he decided, then said aloud, Seong Miri, come up to the rooftop with me for a moment. She agreed at once, yes, teacher. After hearing Yu Yingxi out, Seong Miri beamed and praised him. That sounds really good. Yu Yingxi's gestures dragged crackling currents of power behind them, like electricity snapping through the air. Seong Miri transformed into a tiger so he could practice, and he clenched his jaw when his strength did absolutely nothing to her. What is this? Nothing changed, not even after he forced out more authority. Try again, he muttered through his teeth. God's shattering finger, then again, God's shattering finger. Even after a long time, when he was panting and drenched in sweat, the tiger still hadn't taken a single scratch. Yu Yingxi slumped, powerless. I thought this would be simple after I got stronger from that accident, but I was wrong. If he could release this, Seong Miri would reach S-rank, so why wasn't it working, damn it? A moment later, he breathed out, thinking maybe his power really had recovered still. Did it have to be this hard? He genuinely couldn't understand it. Maybe his method was wrong, Yu Yingxi asked. Seong Miri, can you stand over there for a second? She nodded, yes. When the information popped up, Yu Yingxi stiffened, The screen displayed, female human, lived 19 years, awakened to S-rank, currently sealed, special note. She feels an itchy restlessness when her power stirs, because the seal is still partially in place. Seong Miri pointed at it, sounding confused. It says that. Yu Yingxi snapped back to himself. Focus. Focus on the seal. He concentrated down to every cell in his body, forcing his mind razor narrow. Come on. With him staring so intensely, Seong Miri grew flustered and spoke up, Teacher, if you keep looking at me like that. Yu Yingxi didn't care. He kept chanting focus in his head, like he was trying to see through the eye of a needle from inside a locked room. But nothing changed. He blinked in shock. What is this? So the seal hadn't broken because of this. Seong Miri tilted her head. Teacher, what do you mean? UNC suddenly asked Mariko, do you know where your older sister went? She stared at him, baffled. What, why are you asking that? UNC knew, somehow. The image of Seong Mina's figure flashed through his mind. He decided he needed to have a serious talk with Seong Miri's older sister, no matter what it took. At the Hunter Association's offshore island prison, Johan couldn't stop replaying the seductive call of the one he once worshipped. Do not suffer, my apostle. The moment they retreat, everyone on earth will be saved. He sank into despair, because the voice of God he heard after losing his reason to live had felt like a miracle. In truth, it was only a lie, and he had endured with both mind and body for nothing but the promise of salvation. Even so, he had worshipped like a madman, even felt honored to be part of that thing. Then Johan suddenly saw that familiar eye. It was. He gasped, stunned, my lord. But it was a demon, I told you. That isn't what I wanted. His thoughts drifted to UNC's face. Still, that day had been different. A true saint, a god among gods. Just like that day when the world had been saved. So Johan began to pray, please forgive me. Please allow a wretch who's paid this price to believe in the day he is reborn. He prayed in silence, inside the empty, breathless space. The system displayed, faith in UNC has been established. He broke into sobs, Lord UNC. Thank you for accepting this sinner. Suddenly a cold voice rang out from behind him, UNC. You just mentioned in Sinha. Johan spun around at the hooded figure. Who are you? How did you get in here? He thought this isn't a place anyone can enter, unless they're S-Rank or higher, he demanded. Did the association's upper brass send you to eliminate me? Who the hell is this? He choked out helplessly, if your goal is my ability. Either way, I've killed too many people, haven't I? He sneered. Is this your decision based on what the public wants? I may not be the devil's apostle anymore, but I can still kill someone like you. The one behind him was Seong Mina, and she sounded bored. You're joking, right? Johan flinched at her next words. So you're not the Abyss either, he echoed, stunned. The Abyss. Seong Mina confirmed it with a flat hum. Yeah, looks like it. Then her eyes sharpened. But I still won't forgive you for trying to kill my little sister, Seong Miri. A wave of mental pressure poured off Seong Mina and crashed down, making Johan feel like his whole body was being pinned under a mountain. He trembled, barely holding himself upright as his muscles locked and his frame strained against the invisible weight. A desperate scream rang through the prison, bouncing off the walls until it sounded like the place itself was crying out. Back at UNC's place, he sulked in the end. He still hadn't managed to meet Seong Mina, and he couldn't figure out why she was always so busy. Then again, it wasn't like meeting someone on a top-tier celebrity level would ever be easy, and besides, the demon's sword finally left his house. Before leaving, that drama queen wrote a tear-soaked letter to the glorious sword saint. This irresponsible demon sword must step away for a few days due to an unavoidable incident. My body may be absent for a time, yet I'll never forget the breathtaking sword duel you let me witness each day. I will keep swinging my blade, even if this body shatters. UNC sighed. Stay healthy, sword saint, and please don't come back. When he checked the news on his phone, UNC blinked in disbelief. Wait, creator above, what now? The system displayed, Earth-human Johan has transferred allegiance from the god of ruin to UNC, classified as a zealot. UNC jolted, Johan, that exhibitionist freak, but why? Quest progress updated, low-tier benefactor god growth trial is now in progress. Follower criteria, either an exceptional intelligent higher life form or an S-Rank subordinate with extraordinary ability. UNC grinned under his breath. Hold on, he's S-Rank, he didn't know how it happened, but this was lucky, way too lucky. The demon's sword left without him lifting a finger, and now he had another S-Rank believer still. Why did it have to be Johan? And there was another message, seriously. Then UNC got the bad news. His very first believer, Johan, had died. His mouth fell open. Then my S-Rank believer count drops back to 0. Why did that guy suddenly die? He read the next notice. Everything a believer possesses belongs to the god he worships. You may receive an offering. UNC frowned, curious. So I can still get an offering even if he's dead. What is this now? A barrage of red warning alerts flooded the screen, one after another like a system meltdown. UNC went blank. What system warnings? Warning, accepting and absorbing a believer's offering may come with pain equivalent to having your body crushed and destroyed. The moment the warning finished, a beam of light flashed out from the phone screen like it had turned into a portal. His entire body drowned in sky-splitting agony, the kind that makes your vision go white and your soul feel peeled open. Massive waves of heat erupted and spread, so intense they seemed to blanket the whole house. After wrestling through it, UNC stared at his hand, where a red power flickered under the skin. He still felt dazed. Did I just absorb Johan's ability? This stupid game could have warned me first. Did it want me dead? If a believer dies, do I get to absorb their power like loot? But why did Johan die in the first place? Was he really dead? UNC checked the latest report. The man behind the black market, an awakened criminal, was found dead in his cell from a stroke. They didn't say the name, but black market boss pretty much screamed Johan. System update, low-tier benefactor god growth trial in progress. Follower criteria, higher life, form with superior intellect, or S, rank subordinate with extraordinary ability. 1/10 complete, low-tier demon god growth trial in progress. Follower criteria, higher life, form with superior intellect, or S, rank subordinate with extraordinary ability. 1/10. UNC felt lucky, or not lucky at all. Both the demon god and benefactor god trials ticked up by 1, and he just absorbed Johan's ability on top of that. In the end, UNC flopped onto the bed, mind spinning. This felt like some rigged lottery. How did Johan of all people become my believer? And then they announced he died of a stroke. He's dead. Yet the trials don't drop at all. And he used to be a believer of the god of ruin too. So should UNC be happy he's gone? Whatever, he was a bad guy, right? Plus, he was that weird pervert who loved flashing people. Stop overthinking it, it's done, okay? So what am I supposed to do now? He mulled it over. With this much power, he could almost do anything. He could become a hunter and rake in money and fame. But that wasn't what he truly wanted. Right? He used to be a writer, a third-rate writer who just got his contract cancelled. When emotions boil over, you write. That's the rule, even in a survival arc. After hours of furious typing, he finally exhaled. I uploaded 10 chapters at once. There has to be a reaction now. The feedback should be good, because he rewrote his own experiences. Maybe readers would get hyped like devoted cultists, so why not check a few passionate comments? The second he clicked the comments, UNC's face went pale. The comments were brutal, author stupid as hell. I write better with my feet and learn spelling, plus pity the ants, don't kill them, and pacing is trash. And if you've got time to write this, give the sword back. He let out an awkward laugh and decided to step away from the desk, temporarily abandoning his passion. UNC looked downright pitiful. Even the vibe screamed, monkey author, go find another job. Then someone knocked at the door. UNC squinted. Who is it? He wasn't expecting anyone. Don't tell me it's the demon sword. That boneless bastard. If he's a real man, he should finish the job properly. How is he already crawling back? UNC yanked the door open with a nasty glare, already shouting, I'm gonna kill. But outside was Seong Miri, panic, calling out, Master. UNC blinked. Seong Miri. Seong Miri suddenly dropped to her knees, like her legs gave out under the weight of what she had to say. She begged with trembling sincerity, Master, can I ask you for something difficult? Seong Miri clung to him, whining, Teacher. UNC thought, look at those sparkling eyes. How could he possibly disappoint her after she came this far? If he said no, he'd barely qualify as human anymore, and he knew it. His conscience wouldn't let him off that easy. So UNC agreed immediately, no hesitation, like an underdog grabbing the one lifeline the system offered. At the same time, a notice popped up. Earth Apostle Seong Miri's faith has increased by 10. UNC nearly choked. He'd only said yes, and her faith jumped by 10 points instantly. Was she seriously that easy to impress? What exactly was she planning to ask of him? Seong Miri cheered. See, you're my teacher, you're number one. UNC felt a bad premonition creeping up his spine. The next day, UNC went with Seong Miri to the Hunter Academy, walking in like he'd been drafted into a side quest. He asked, annoyed, so you want me to be your guardian instead of your sister? She confirmed it. He figured she'd skipped too many days and the homeroom teacher demanded family, but she refused to call Seong Mina. Remembering Seong Mina's scary, explosive vibe, UNC realized he understood exactly why Seong Miri dodged that option. So that 10-point faith spike wasn't random at all. She'd basically trapped him with puppy eyes. Unbelievable. From behind, Seong Miri chirped, Teacher, you look amazing in a suit. Why don't you dress like this normally? UNC sighed, I only own this one, she offered. Then I'll buy you more, money's not an issue. He refused, don't waste your money. I have no reason to wear suits anyway. Seong Miri insisted, then at least let me get you branded sportswear. The world needs to know how handsome my teacher is. UNC's face darkened at that word, handsome, for everyone. The phrasing hit him like an unwanted debut. He got a headache realizing Seong Miri's same sex enthusiasm felt a little too similar to Auntie A and the Black Fiend. Somehow, it felt like this was his fault. In the end, he caved, fine, hurry up. We'll be late for the meeting. Seong Miri trotted after him, bright-eyed, yes, teacher. When they entered the office, the teacher asked politely, excuse me, but what is your relationship with Seong Miri? Seong Miri introduced him without blinking. He's my cousin. The teacher studied UNC seriously. Your cousin, you two don't look alike at all. UNC panicked inside. He was only repeating what she told him earlier. Was he already exposed? Seong Miri puffed her cheeks and snapped. No way, teacher. You can't tell me you don't see how similar we are. Behind her, UNC looked helpless as she overacted. She really was terrible at lying, and the cringe was lethal. He read the teacher's info. Lee Minyu, male, in service 33 years. Notes, extremely useful muscles. Seong Miri grabbed Minyu and demanded, Teacher, take back what you said. Stop insulting how ugly my brother is. He denied it. Flustered, I never said that. UNC watched quietly. With that rating, this guy wasn't ordinary, and even his name fit his bill. Minyu bowed awkwardly to UNC. I sincerely apologize for my rude attitude earlier. I thought MS. Seong Mina would be the one coming. UNC blurted. What? Oh yeah, it's fine. Minyu asked, are you a hunter too? Sharing blood with Seong Miri means you must be talented. UNC pointed to himself. Me no, I'm just a normal guy. Seong Miri puffed up proudly. Teacher, actually our brother is. She was about to say too much, like a kid blurting the final spoiler. Meanwhile, inside the principal's office, the atmosphere was heavy, like a dungeon boss room before the cutscene. A massive beast horn hung on the wall, imposing and savage, like a trophy ripped from a raid. Kang-san sat in silence, alone with his thoughts and the weight of old battles. He muttered, time really flies, his voice thick with years and scars. In the past, when cracks split the sky, cursing echoed everywhere. Damn it, gates are popping up all over the city. Even an elementary school had one. And there were goblin bugs and demons that could have wiped out all of South Korea in a single sweep. A division commander shouted, Hunters, can you do anything about this? Everyone's faces went pale against the goblin captain. The commander realized this was an enemy even hunters couldn't handle. One squad member stood frozen and pointed, Commander, over there. A lone figure with overwhelming presence charged in and swung a fist at the blue goblin, like a martial artist entering a death match. It was Kang-san in his youth, before age dulled the edge of his legend. His punch carried annihilating force and slammed straight down onto the goblin, like a cultivation strike meant to erase evil. The shockwave rippled across the area, forcing the hunters to brace themselves just to stay standing. A terrified squad member stumbled back when the goblin's head rolled down and stopped right beside him. Kang-san stood tall, planting his boot on the goblin's corpse with the calm brutality of a veteran. His silhouette looked heroic, and gasps rang out. What, he soloed a demon? An S-rank top-tier monster? That's insane. I've never seen that hunter before. If he's that strong, he should be S-rank, so where did he even come from? Returning from the memory, Kang-san sighed. I planned to live quietly, but that damned monster changed the whole world, and that's how he earned the nickname Kang-san the Scanner. But now I'm too old, he admitted. I have to dig deep into this academy and find, raise, and refine the next generation. That's my duty. And the academy's biggest problem, he added grimly, is Seong Miri. Lately she's not only grown explosively, the association's leaders also learned she's been spoiled. Everyone expects a lot from her, so the key is helping her develop the right way. In today's meeting, I'll address this directly. If I say it plainly, she'll understand. He sounded like a man preparing discipline, not praise. Outside, after Seong Miri's introduction, Minyu asked in surprise, wait, you're a novelist? UNC bristled, feeling like he was being looked down on again. Minyu continued casually, I may look like this, but reading is my hobby. What genre do you write? UNC answered smoothly, right now I'm writing about raising an ant colony and using it to conquer other territories. Queen ants, worker ants, muscle ants, the whole lineup. Minyu looked shocked. UNC thought, of course, muscle guys always react like that when the ant empire drops. Minyu stopped at the principal's office and said, looks like we're here. His tone was polite, but the air felt like a boss room. Minyu knocked and reported, Principal, student Seong Miri and her guardian have arrived. Kang-san answered from inside, come in. Minyu gestured, please go in. UNC straightened his lapel, braced himself, and stepped forward thinking, yeah, just like I thought, I'm nervous as hell. He greeted warmly, hello, Principal. I'm Seong Miri's cousin, here as her guardian. Kang-san replied with a friendly face, hello. UNC got straight to it. I don't know what Seong Miri did wrong, but Kang-san laughed easily, it's nothing major. Then like something clicked, Kang-san's expression shifted hard. Wait. UNC saw the principal's face clearly and felt his stomach drop, like he'd just triggered an old hidden flag. A memory surged back. He knew this guy. No, this was that drunk man from before, the one who tried to kiss him. Yep, it was him, the S-rank hunter Kang-san, also known by the title The Scanner. Killing intent spilled from the principal like a blade's edge. It's that brat from the other day. Kang-san let out a long sigh, his mind refusing reality. No way, there's no way this is the kid from that day. Right then UNC chose death and chirped, hey drunk bro. It's you, right? Nice to see you again. He thought, sweet, we're acquainted. This meeting will end fast. Then Kang-san roared, don't come near me. UNC hurriedly explained, sorry, I was just happy to see someone I knew. Minyu was wildly confused, thinking, why is the principal like this? I have to stop him. If not, a normal person like UNC would actually die from one punch. Seeing Kang-san set his stance to strike, UNC blurted, wait, why are you so feral? You were friendly before. Seong Miri stepped between them and pushed them apart. Hey, what are you two doing? Kang-san snapped at her. If you don't know anything, stand still. We never know when a monster will appear, he barked, like trauma had him stuck in a permanent disaster raid. Minyu still didn't get it. He had no clue what the principal meant, but if even Kang-san was scared, then who was Seong Miri's cousin, really? UNC wasn't scared at all. He was just annoyed. Seriously, you're going to act like this forever? Then he added, back then I even gave you 501. Minyu blinked, 501. Kang-san abruptly turned his back, like he was choosing flight over fight. UNC gaped at the principal's next move, drunk bro. Seeing Kang-san brace to launch himself out the window, UNC yelled, "You don't have to pay me back, I won't say anything about." Down in the schoolyard, everyone stared in disbelief at the man, who just smashed through a door like it was paper. Kang-san landed with intimidating force, a superhero drop straight out of a dark fantasy panel. Then he bolted like smoke, vanishing with the speed of someone running from his own embarrassment. He left the three upstairs frozen. UNC scratched his head. What's wrong with him? Even after a long while, the three of them were still standing in the dusty, smoke-filled room, stunned speechless. Through the window, they could see Kang-san sprinting for his life across the yard below. Minyu spoke up. "You two must be shocked. On his behalf, I apologize." UNC and Seong Miri answered blandly. "Wow, the principal's fast." Minyu tapped his head and explained, "Something in here seems to have gone wrong after he saved people before. I think it's occupational illness." UNC didn't buy it. Even their first meeting, Kang-san never felt normal. Down below, Kang-san's long legs carried him out to the street. Minyu said calmly, "I'm sure he'll come back soon." And just like Minyu predicted, a little while later Kang-san returned, as if nothing had happened. He forced himself to look fine, quietly sipping tea like a man trying to reset the scene. Seong Miri didn't care at all. She focused on the pastries on the table like that was the real quest reward. She offered UNC master, "You want some? Try this." He refused gently. "I'm good, you eat." Seong Miri kept coaxing him. "I'm full, just try it. I ate a lot already." "Come on," with no way out. UNC surrendered. "All right, thanks." He took a bite and glanced at Kang-san, curious. "Why is that old man staring at me like he wants to erase me?" The moment he bit into the pastry, UNC received a system notification, perfectly timed like a cruel punchline. Human disciple Seong Miri has offered UNC a tribute, Kang-san's favorite snack. UNC stared at the pastry in his hand. Kang-san's favorite snack counts as a tribute too. This system really does treat everything like loot. But seriously, why was Kang-san looking at him like that? It can't be because of a snack, right? There had to be more. UNC stood and asked, "Principal, do you have something to tell me?" He added, "We can talk somewhere private." Kang-san jolted, and no need. He hurriedly waved, "Sit down, let's just talk." UNC thought, damn it, how am I supposed to advise him when he's this panicked? Minyu cleared his throat, a hum. "We called you today because Seong Miri has been skipping class a lot lately. As you can see, she's smart and sincere," Minyu continued, "so please pay closer attention and help her maintain her excellent performance." UNC replied, "Yes, don't worry, I'll take better care of Seong Miri." The teacher added, "Thank you for coming despite your busy schedule." UNC responded politely, "It's nothing." Minyu watched Kang-san's face and decided, "Yeah, we should stop here." UNC led Seong Miri to leave. "If that's all, we'll go first." Minyu agreed right away. "Oh sure." Only Kang-san shouted, "No, you can't." All three of them turned in surprise, staring at him like he'd just revealed the real plot twist. Kang-san repeated in a low voice, "I can't let you leave like this," his tone heavy with obsession and dread. UNC pointed at himself, suspicious. "Me?" Kang-san demanded, "Do you know how long I've been looking for you?" "Mr. Hector," Kang-san declared, "this is fate." He said it like the system itself had stamped a golden quest marker on UNC's forehead. UNC, meanwhile, had no clue what the old man was even talking about, and his confusion was doing backflips. Kang-san switched to full, on PR mode. "Our Hunter Academy is equipped with the most advanced machines available." He tried to sound cool, but he was basically begging. "Come with me and run a few tests," he insisted, "just follow me." The vibe was half invitation, half kidnapping. "Please," Kang-san added, "do it for me." His pride was already on the floor, crawling. UNC tilted his head and asked flatly, "Why should I do that?" His tone hit like a clean martial arts counter. Those words stabbed Kang-san right in the heart, like a crit through emotional armor. Kang-san pleaded sincerely, "I'm begging you, if you take the test, I'll do anything you want." Minyu froze, and even UNC didn't expect things to go this far. UNC offered terms. "If you forgive all of Seong Miri's absences and stop forcing her into training, I'll consider it." Kang-san accepted easily, "Fine." Minyu tried to advise the principal, hesitating, but Kang-san snapped and barked, "Be quiet, this is the perfect chance, let's go." And just like that, the whole group marched off to the testing area, like a party entering a dungeon corridor. Watching UNC step into the measuring machine, Unbai, the Academy's tech team lead, asked, "Do you realize this is pointless? A normal person taking a hunter test." Kang-san waited, muttering, "Just this once, it's important." A staffer reported the previous result was rank G, so what's important about that? Kang-san answered with a cryptic line, "Some things are like that," the kind of clue that screams foreshadowing. Inside the machine, UNC read the item info. Chosen One's Gem, currently owned by the Hunter Academy, duration 20 days, trait, measures human ability and power, often used to distinguish disciples from priests. UNC whistled softly. The Chosen One's Gem was worth millions of won, and it could even identify disciples. That was high-tier loot. He got a bad feeling, and he couldn't explain why, like his instincts had spotted a hidden deba. Outside, Unbai announced to begin the test. Place your hand on the gem. UNC did as told. Oh, all right. The gem began measuring UNC's power, its glow deepening as if it were reading his soul. A surge of energy burst inside him, rolling through his veins like a cultivation technique igniting. UNC gritted his teeth and kept his hand pressed to the gem, forcing himself not to flinch. A notification chimed, "Test complete, please exit." The system tone was cold and absolute. Reading the data sheet, Unbai said, impressed, "That's something." Her eyes narrowed like she'd found a strange anomaly. UNC perked up, impressive, so they finally recognized his greatness. His ego practically started leveling up. He asked quickly, "What's my rank?" In his head he pictured B, A, or even S. Because he was a god, Unbai side rank G. From health to intelligence, she added, "There's nothing worth looking at." Her voice was a brutal review comment. "You're the worst person I've ever seen," Unbai said. UNC turned to stone, like he'd been hit with petrify. Even Kang-san didn't believe it. "No way. Are you sure the machine isn't malfunctioning?" Unbai, she confirmed. "The error rate is only 0.1%. Behind them, Seong-miri asked curiously, "Unbai, are you too close?" She looked between them, puzzled. UNC replied, "We're family." He already had Unbai's profile. Unbai is the tech team captain. Trait, daughter of Choi Kang-san, and she's pretty snobby. Unbai warned principal, "Please call me manager while we're working." Kang-san agreed. "All right." Seong-miri watched them. They didn't look alike at all. UNC silently agreed. UNC fumed inwardly. Even if the rank was low, he was still a god. Can that machine measure a god's power? Forget it. Let's go home. Kang-san still couldn't accept it. "Are you sure he's really rank G?" Unbai shoved him aside, annoyed, "I'm sure." Kang-san stared at the report, shocked, strange. How did that kid do that day? I'm pretty sure he passed out on the rooftop. Then it hit him, wait, passed out. Thinking back, that detail mattered way too much. Maybe UNC was the type who only shows his true power when he blacks out. If that's the case, all I have to do is make him fall asleep. Kang-san's brain immediately chose violence. UNC didn't notice the danger closing in and casually asked Seong-miri, "Want to eat something on the way back?" She replied, "Yes." UNC nodded. "All right, let's go." From behind them, Kang-san shouted, "No, I won't allow it." The principal sounded like a gatekeeper NPC gone rogue. UNC turned back, irritated. "Oh, what now?" Kang-san proposed, "Fight me. Let's see what skills you've got." "Machines like that can't measure you," Kang-san insisted. Those words made Unbai's pride flare. She shook with anger. UNC frowned. "Why should I do that? There's no benefit." He was a god, not a free sparring dummy. Then he remembered those two believers. The demon sword and Johan both became believers after fighting him. Benefit, maybe. If he taught this old man a lesson, he might gain an S-rank disciple for the next growth trial. That was tempting. For that reason, UNC agreed with a shrug. "Fine." He said it like accepting a side quest reward. The words shocked the other three, who weren't directly involved, like the plot just swerved into a battle arc. Kang-san shouted excitedly, "Great, then let's head to the combat room." His hype meter hit max. Right then, a muscular man rolled up his sleeves and walked in. "I'll be the one to fight." His aura was pure gym, boss. It was Minyu, letting Korea's legend, "Our principal, fight in this situation isn't appropriate." He sounded responsible, but also ready. At the academy arena, both fighters stepped onto the platform, and the air tightened like a survival match about to begin. UNC carefully inspected the reinforced iron netting behind the ring, like he was checking a dungeon barrier before the boss fight. He judged it quietly. "This looks sturdy, so it really absorbs all the energy from every skill." The system tech felt unfair. Behind him, Minyu asked, curious, "You're not going to wear protective gear?" UNC replied, "But you're not wearing any either." Minyu reminded him calmly, "There's a difference in real combat experience between you and me." UNC waved it off. "It's fine, besides, I don't really want to wear it." He sounded way too relaxed. That line completely fired Minyu up. He thought, "You're going to regret saying that, kid." Down by the arena, Kang-san warned, "Don't be reckless." UNC blinked, "Huh." Kang-san revealed, Minyu is rank B. Not only that, he has real field experience, so he can even trade blows with rank A. UNC answered blandly, "Oh really?" Seong-miri cheered loudly, "Brother, you can do it. Take him down in one hit." Her hype was pure chaos. Those words only made Minyu on the opposite side angrier, like his pride had been stepped on. The trainees below started whispering, "Looks like instructor Minyu is sparring. Maybe they're testing the new teacher's entrance." UNC stared at the growing crowd. Why is everyone coming here? It felt like the system had summoned an audience. Minyu said, "Let's finish fast, before it gets noisy." UNC looked dumbfounded. Noisy. "All right then," UNC said casually, "You go first," like he was handing over turn order in a game. That sloppy attitude made Minyu's face darken immediately, irritation flashing in his eyes. Minyu fumed. This guy doesn't care about rank differences at all. It's honestly driving me insane. I don't know what the principal sees in him, Minyu thought, but I'll show him what a real hunter looks like. With that resolve, Minyu declared then, his stance tightened, pressure rising. His fist swung to open the match. Let's begin. The first strike cut the air like a martial arts opener. UNC dodged to the side cleanly. Minyu couldn't believe his eyes. He dodged that. I held back on purpose, but still. Was it luck? Even if it was, Minyu decided, his luck ends here. Minyu planted his foot and charged straight at UNC, closing the distance like a predator. He threw a punch and thought confidently, it's over. UNC froze for a beat, watching the opponent rush him down, like he'd forgotten this was supposed to be a spar. Minyu delivered a vicious hook straight into UNC's side, the kind meant to end a fight. The trainees gaped. Did you see that force? That's instructor Minyu for you, the crowd buzzed. Minyu exhaled once, certain the exchange was settled. But then something felt wrong. UNC didn't look hurt at all, not even a little. UNC raised his index finger, hiding a strange, mysterious power within it. Index finger of divine authority. Minyu stiffened, unable to guess what UNC was about to do, as UNC's finger jab shot forward. One strike between the brows, Minyu took internal damage, so bad his nose burst into blood. He staggered, still dazed. What the hell was that? Even as he slammed to the floor, he couldn't believe it. No way. How can a rank G beat a rank B? Seeing that result, Kang-san wasn't very surprised, like he'd already read the spoilers. UNC frowned in confusion. Wait, he was rank B. That felt like rank AA down there. Seong-miri shouted proudly, see, brother, you're amazing. Kang-san murmured, just as expected. That single hit left Minyu unable to get back up, his body still refusing to cooperate. Anbai watched from afar, frozen. She heard trainees whispering, he got dropped in one move, who is that guy? She couldn't understand it at all. He looks like a normal person, no aura, no presence. How could something like this even happen? Her logic was cracking. Seeing UNC's expression, Anbai worried quietly, is he okay, or is he acting? Kang-san stepped onto the arena and proposed, you'll fight me too, right? UNC jolted, wait, what? His voice jumped an octave. Without waiting for an answer, Kang-san stripped off everything that got in his way, readying himself like a war god. His info displayed, Kang-san, male human, age used, 58 years, note, muscular build has a high chance of becoming transcendent. Reading those words, UNC realized he'd just picked up a new keyword, like unlocking a hidden tag. He still wanted to avoid fighting that huge brute, but if he could turn Kang-san into a believer, wouldn't that be way more useful? The payoff would be sweet, watching UNC's face slip into a darker, more vicious look. Kang-san felt restless. Why does he suddenly look so scary? Either way, Kang-san hadn't expected UNC to beat Minyu like that. As predicted, the machine must be broken, but compared to what UNC did that day, this was nothing at all, not even close. I'll just knock him out, Kang-san decided. He warmed up his arms and said, it's been a while since my blood boiled like this, alright, let's begin. UNC smirked and said, if we're doing this, let's raise the stakes. Kang-san stiffened, stakes. UNC laid it out cleanly. The loser follows one request from the winner. How about that? It sounded like a system contract. Kang-san agreed easily. As long as it's not illegal, I'm still a public official, you know. He tried to act cool about it. UNC assured him, no weird demands if I win. You just do one thing I want. Simple, clean, and dangerously binding. Kang-san frowned, annoyed. Look at this brat. He's acting like he's guaranteed to win. UNC quietly planned. Even if Kang-san didn't become a disciple after losing, he'd drop the keyword trick like he did with Seong-miri. Kang-san accepted, fine, I'm not sure you can pull it off, but whatever, his pride sounded like a gauntlet. But hearing that, UNC froze for a second, like the vibe suddenly shifted. Kang-san added, if I win, you'll do one thing for me too. He made it a two-way oath. UNC didn't care, he was sure he'd win. Fine, do it. No problem in his mind, victory was already locked in. Kang-san nodded, good. The agreement snapped into place like a packed seal. Power surged through Kang-san's body, and every muscle tightened and hardened, swelling like a cultivation bloom. His pressure rolled outward, forcing UNC to step back like an S-rank aura pushing a weakling off balance. UNC grew serious. This drunk old brute really wasn't a joke. He activated Iron Muscle too, his own muscles rippling without losing an ounce to the opponent. Fine, then I'll go all out as well. That sight made Kang-san's eyes widen in shock, like he'd just seen a rank G break the rules. Two men with similar builds stared each other down in grim silence. Around them, whispers rose. Who is that? How many skills does he even have? Kang-san exhaled in relief, just as I thought. Seong-miri was right. UNC blinked. Seong-miri, you mean the S-rank IEG hunter. Kang-san confirmed it. Yes, she said soon. The most respected and most brutal existence would appear. UNC quietly caught the phrase, most brutal and most respected. Wait, brutal and respected. Was she talking about the demon god and benefactor god? That's me, isn't it? Seong-miri is insane. Kang-san continued. She said if that existence appears, I should pull him to the academy. UNC repeated, the academy. Kang-san answered firmly, exactly. UNC refused. Outwardly, I don't know, but inside he thought, I've got novels to write and promo to grind, I'm busy, okay. Seeing the opponent's fist swing in, UNC said coolly, isn't this kind of troublesome, like he was bored of the fight already. Kang San's punch skimmed in so close it practically pasted to UNC's face, a hair from impact. The strike made the arena boom with a heavy, echoing sound, like a cannon going off indoors. Seong Miri was so anxious sweat poured off her like rain, her hands clenched tight. Unbai, on the other hand, watched with sharp anticipation, waiting to see the numbers lie again. Kang San's face turned dark, his expression sinking into a grim certainty. He let out a cold laugh, just as expected, like he'd already confirmed his theory. UNC looked perfectly fine, stopping it with his hand. Kang San lit up. Let's see if you're the existence Seong Miri spoke about. UNC swung his fist in response, finally answering with action instead of sarcasm. Kang San stayed ready, his stance solid, like an old master who'd fought 100 raids. A follow-up hook from Kang San landed on UNC, snapping the crowd's breath in place. UNC staggered back, his body forced to give ground under the heavy blow. Kang San waited, watching him closely, hunting for the moment the real power would surface. Seong Miri looked even more nervous, like she was watching her favorite hero take damage. That hit made UNC grimace in pain, his brow tightening for the first time. Kang San didn't give him a second to breathe. He surged forward, fists flying. UNC kept getting pushed around, basically turning into a human punching bag. Even Kang San started to feel it, the fatigue seeping in from throwing non-stop power. He lifted his leg and whipped out a kick, sharp and fast, like a technique meant to break ribs. UNC had no choice but to block with his arms, absorbing the impact like a bruised shield. Still okay, Kang San said excitedly. You're not bad. UNC was shaken inside. This really is S-Rank. Seeing Kang San's serious face, UNC understood, but also knew something else. This is worth testing. I still haven't used all my strength. Kang San proposed, I'll make you concede. Then you'll come work at my academy. UNC froze. What? Kang San continued. Even if you use your full power, he sounded confident enough to be terrifying. UNC refused instantly. Forget it. No hesitation, no negotiation. He sprinted toward Kang San, eyes sharp. My turn. The underdog finally swung back. But his step stopped when he noticed something off about Kang San, an abnormal sign flickering across the old man's body. Streams of supernatural power coiled around Kang San's calves, winding tighter like a technique charging up. Then it spread upward, flooding his entire body, as if his muscles were becoming conduits for a brutal aura. Kang San's whole frame erupted with an extraordinary presence, the kind that screams top-tier survival art. Everyone gasped, that's the principal's real power. Those are the blows that sent monsters flying like balls. The crowd sounded awestruck. They're not planning to stop, are they? The vibe shifted from sparring to something dangerous. UNC shouted and lunged forward, forced into motion like the underdog answering a kill shot. Seong Miri panicked. What if Master UNC can't take it? Her fear spiked hard. We have to stop them, she thought, before this turns into an actual tragedy on school grounds. The distance between the two kept shrinking, tension tightening like a rope about to snap. Right then, UNC jolted as a notification hit him mid-charge, perfectly timed for chaos. The screen displayed, no, one has cleared floor 11 of the Warrior Tower trial. Zealot and disciple of the Lord, no one, wishes to present an offering to you. UNC's eyes widened. What right now? The system really had no sense of timing. Of course, it was that guy's habit. Every time he cleared a trial, he tossed UNC a tribute like clockwork. But before claiming loot, UNC needed to deal with this old man trying to go full S-Rank mode. Kang San thought coldly, even if my arms break, I don't care. His obsession looked lethal. Their fists met head-on, closing in like two crashing meteors about to collide. The shockwave of power exploded outward and rippled through the room, rattling the air and the audience. Both of them were dead serious now, like a review panel screaming, this isn't a gag anymore. Suddenly a blazing bouquet of red roses appeared. UNC froze. What is that? Don't tell me that's the offering. This can't be the tribute, right? Please do be. UNC hurled the roses away. Damn it. What the hell? The bouquet flew and accidentally smacked Kang San right in the face. Kang San's eyes went wide as he stared at the thing in front of him. A flower. A memory flashed, an image of a vicious man, eating flower, fangs and petals soaked in horror. In the blink of an eye, in front of everyone, their respected principal suddenly sprinted straight toward the barrier net. He cried and wailed, "Save me, Mom. I haven't even knocked that kid down yet, but that monster." He sounded utterly broken. UNC was completely baffled watching Kang San's long legs carry him away at full speed. He muttered, "What's with that old guy? Is he allergic to flowers or something?" It made zero sense. Wait, if that's the case, then I won right, so my believers should include the principal now, shouldn't they? But he still hadn't seen any confirmation notice, which made it feel like the system was stalling. So UNC figured he'd need to say the right keyword to Kang-san, the same way he triggered Seong Miri. Suddenly he got a call and frowned. NTA, why is she calling me? Bad timing again. A notice appeared, over 4 million people want to join your tribe. Do you want to accept them? Yes/no. UNC accepted instantly. Yes, that was huge. His believers were multiplying on their own, meaning his growth quest was on track. When his head cleared, he realized countless people below were staring at him, frozen like NPCs watching a cutscene. UNC knew he needed somewhere quiet first, before the chaos swallowed him whole. In a secluded spot, he opened the system progress display. Begin upgrade, expand tribe X2, construct new zones, build additional training grounds, more facilities to grind power, like turning a base into a fortress. Congratulations, your number of believers has increased. The system ping felt almost smug. Low-tier benefactor God rank, up trial in progress. Actual believers have exceeded 10 million. UNC saw the number and still wasn't satisfied. He expanded territory based on believer count, but he snapped annoyed. Damn it, when do I get a billion believers? The grind was endless and he hated it. UNC's believers saw his helpless expression and yelled, it looks like Lord UNC is greeting us. Ah. Someone insisted, wasn't that the god's greeting? Antia realized. Oh, so that's how the god says hello. She sent him a message, my Lord UNC. Her tone was reverent, almost worshipful. UNC blinked. Huh, what now? He could feel another headache loading. The next message popped up, to the great and benevolent god UNC, and then damn it, more nonsense. A string of curses burst out of him. He groaned, helpless. Doesn't this system have a profanity warning for when kids are around? Whatever, now he had to find the principal. Where the hell did Kang-san run off to? He glanced at the phone in his hand and cursed again. Damn it, what time is it already? UNC suddenly jolted when a message hit him. What is this now? The system never lets him breathe. Demon Sword, deep in a silent forest, was doing something reckless, like a man walking off the edge. It looked like he was about to log out, the darkest kind of quit in a survival story. System alert, Lord UNC. Your same sex disciple Demon Sword is at risk of log out. Do you wish to save him? Yes/no. UNC blurted, log out. His stomach sank like he'd just read a death flag. The sky was clear, sunlight pouring down over a lush green forest, calm enough to feel cruel. Demon Sword was kneeling in front of a house, shoulders shaking like his pride finally snapped. He looked ready to hurt himself, the kind of spiral that turns comedy into tragedy in one panel. UNC space shifted behind him and silently observed, reading the scene like a veteran reviewer. Demon Sword sobbed with tear-filled eyes. Sword Saint. His voice sounded broken. UNC heard the plea beneath it. Save me, please save me. The moment Demon Sword raised the knife, a hand stopped it cold, locking his wrist in place. Then the blade was flung down hard, clattering against the ground like a severed impulse. UNC kicked it away with an irritated snap, sending it skidding far out of reach. He cursed, what the hell is wrong with you? Why are you trying to hurt yourself again? Demon Sword rushed to explain, no, it's not like that. UNC stared him down with an icy gaze, sharp enough to cut through excuses. Then he mocked him, oh yeah, so you weren't trying to hurt yourself. His tone was pure disbelief. Before he could continue, Seong Mina appeared out of nowhere and cut in. You only almost died, right? Her eyes were bloodshot, like she'd been awake for revenge and nothing else. She walked toward them slowly, frowning. Where did this guy come from? I didn't sense him at all. UNC turned in surprise. Demon Sword warned, Sword Saint, don't drop your guard. She's using some strange technique. If you listen to her voice, you'll know she's not just a normal pervert. UNC replied blankly. What? Even Seong Mina flinched at pervert. UNC let out a confused huh, like his brain just crashed mid-scene. Then he told Demon Sword, she's not a man and she's not a pervert. Demon Sword didn't believe him. What do you mean? UNC asked calmly, what are you doing here, Seong Mina? His voice stayed steady. Seong Mina crossed her hands behind her back and still didn't answer, silent as a blade. Demon Sword frowned, wondering, why is Seong Mina acting like this toward me? System notice, Seong Mina, female, age used, 24 years, special note, connected to the god of ruin and afflicted by the abyss curse. UNC puffed up a little. See, I told you, I've got a perception skill too. Demon Sword admired him, thinking even so. As expected, someone who met the Sword Saint is on a completely different level. His worship meter kept climbing. Seong Mina suddenly tossed aside her mask, like she was done playing games. She pulled back her hood, revealing a face that was both beautiful and ice, cold, sharp enough to freeze the air. Both guys gaped, mouths open, like the panel hit them with a beauty crit. Demon Sword blurted, impressed, you're pretty too. He said it before his brain could stop him. Then he frowned, no way, someone that gorgeous using dirty tricks. I can't let myself be fooled. Seong Mina scoffed, don't make me laugh. That mask is an enchanted high-rank disguise item. How could you recognize me while I was wearing an item like that? Her tone was sharp and challenging. Demon Sword couldn't help but marvel, her pressure is overwhelming. This is insane. UNC shifted topics, puzzled okay, but seriously. Why are you here? He wanted the answer, not the drama. Xiangmina clenched her face and shouted obviously. Her anger finally broke the silence. I'm here to kill that punk. The words dropped like a death sentence. UNC couldn't believe it. You're going to kill Demon Sword. Demon Sword mumbled, Sword Saint. The 10 people I told you about before, the ones I couldn't beat. She's one of them. His voice was small, like he was admitting trauma. UNC turned to him, be honest. Are you really that weak? Demon Sword hesitated. Well, sensing the tension, UNC tried to negotiate. I don't know what's going on, but can't you spare him? He looks pathetic, but he's kind, UNC added. Demon Sword bristled. Sword Saint. That did not help. Xiangmina lowered her head, shadows crawling over her expression. Killing intent poured off her as she demanded, you want me to spare him after he tried to kill my sister? UNC felt it. Just as expected, she already knew, he said. If it's about that, then yeah, you should spare him. UNC said, if you can't let that go, then I'll take responsibility and surrender. He threw himself in front of the blade like a reckless hero. Xiangmina replied calmly, I don't know if you're lying to yourself, but your timing is perfect. UNC blinked. She continued, if you're saying that, then you're next. UNC bristled, what, why me? Xiangmina flipped the script. Don't act innocent. Even Johan said your name. UNC thought, if it's Johan. Xiangmina cut him off. I already know you're behind this. UNC played dumb me. Xiangmina asked coldly, why approach Xiangmiri? You pretended to save her to win her affection. Her eyes narrowed. What rotten plan are you hiding? UNC got irritated. What is she plotting now? Then he took a gamble. Fine. Then let me ask you one question. If you really care about your sister that much, why are you trying to use her? Xiangmina's face darkened. He'd hit the nerve. How does he know that? She studied UNC and guessed it was that scouting skill. As expected. He's dangerous, too dangerous. I should erase him. The system displayed blood seal note. Xiangmina is afflicted by the Abyss Curse. Her life is under threat. Binding Xiangmiri, the curse cannot be broken by any skill, no matter what. A nasty, absolute debuff. It's all because of Xiangmina. UNC asked bluntly, no matter how I look at it, I can't understand why you'd risk your life for that seal, unless you're jealous your sister is a better hunter than you, so you're suppressing her, right? Xiangmina's face turned icy. You don't know anything, so. Her cruel hand erupted with power. Stop talking nonsense. The air snapped like a whip. UNC felt the shock hit him, a pressure spike that rattled his bones. Demon Sword saw it and yanked his blade free, shouting, Sword Saint. Panic ripped through his voice. He shot into the air and swung down at Xiangmina, the strike sharp and desperate. Xiangmina activated her power and sneered. You're nothing but a worm. Her contempt was absolute. As she finished, her hand released a surge of force, like a spellcast snapping into reality. Demon Sword was crushed by her field, his face twisting as if his ribs were being squeezed inward. Xiangmina flicked her hand casually, and the ground where he stood exploded. Demon Sword was blasted back and slammed into a tree trunk, the impact ugly and final. UNC froze, staring at Demon Sword, sweat breaking out like cold rain. He had no idea what kind of monstrous ability that was. She barely brushed him, and he got deleted. Seeing Demon Sword half ruined, UNC called out, worried, Demon Sword, are you okay? Demon Sword wheezed, be careful, Sword Saint. He forced out more, there's a rumor Xiangmina isn't just S-Rank, she's SS-Rank. UNC was stunned, Xiangmina is SS-Rank, and I'm basically Rank G. How strong is she really? Suddenly she changed course, I'll stop the killing. She opened her palm, forming spiraling energy like a tightening vortex. Then she clenched her fist, and everything shattered outward in a violent burst, like glass detonating. UNC felt his heart skip, a split second of pure dread. Blood sprayed from his body, and terror punched him in the throat. Xiangmina's strike hit deep, leaving UNC internally injured, his organs screaming. Demon Sword panicked and screamed, Sword Saint, his voice cracked with fear. UNC grabbed the hit spot with both hands, trying to stop the bleeding like it was a mortal wound. Xiangmina's eyes were icy, and her expression looked satisfied, like she'd proven her point. UNC grimaced in pain, forcing himself to endure, refusing to fold. Demon Sword sobbed, Sword Saint, you can't die. The melodrama hit full volume. UNC snapped, annoyed, shut your mouth for a second. He couldn't deal with the noise. It only stings a little, he added, acting like this wasn't a near-death scene. Xiangmina couldn't believe her eyes anymore, disbelief cracking her composure. Demon Sword, meanwhile, lit up with joy just as expected. His faith was basically worship fuel. Before their eyes, UNC's wound healed. He laughed awkwardly, see, I'm alive. Xiangmina was shaken by his insane recovery. I poured everything into that blow. Where the hell did he come from? Then she admitted, almost reluctantly, I'll acknowledge it. You're better than I thought. But if you think my ability is only mental manipulation, she warned, you're dead wrong. As she spoke, Xiangmina unleashed her full power, blue light bursting from her body with overwhelming force. Seeing it, Demon Sword gritted his teeth. That's a disaster. That's definitely a disaster, his voice shook. Xiangmina's eyes blazed as she raised both hands, condensing energy, preparing to fire it straight at them. Demon Sword urgently warned, "Please be careful, Sword Saint, like I said before. Seongmina might be SS rank." UNC focused on Seongmina hovering midair, thinking hard. Officially, Korea's top hunter rank is S, but if Demon Sword is right then, she has to be stronger than that homeless guy, and there's no comparing her to him at all. Seongmina's eyes flared with light as she screamed, unleashing a searing blaze. Yan Sheng snapped in shock, his voice sharp with disbelief. The Demon Sword's face stayed taut as a bowstring, watching her without blinking. Seongmina activated her power, forging a massive flame that shot straight at them with brutal force. Yingxi froze for a beat, like his ears refused to accept what he'd just heard. The Demon Sword answered instantly, swinging out a defensive sword formation. The inferno roared so violently, it looked ready to swallow both of them whole. Yan Xin glared at the scorched tear in his clothes, grinding his teeth in fury. This is. When the fire finally died, it left a deep crater carved into the ground. That power made him swallow his pride. This wasn't just mind control. An attack this insane shouldn't even exist. Seongmina mocked them like she was toying with bugs. Pathetic. I haven't even started. And Yu Yingxi blinked. She's serious. She triggered her strength again, spreading an enormous freezing mist that smothered the entire forest. Seongmina screamed, freeze, and a sphere of polar death, cold from the far north, plunged down. It scraped the ground and shattered right in front of Yu Yingxi's face. He tried to move, but his body simply wouldn't cooperate. Yingxi looked down at his feet locked tight in ice and shouted, "My legs." He frowned hard, thinking, can she really use that skill this freely? Is she a spiritual, force controller type hunter? Studying Seongmina's form, he suddenly clicked, wait, the mind, right, this is. Yu Yingxi forced his will into his legs, and the ice snapped apart in a sudden burst. He hurriedly warned the Demon Sword, it's all an illusion, it's fake. Realizing she'd been found out, Seongmina decided to flip the table. She raised a hand coldly, you're right. My power is mental domain, and all of this is just an illusion. But a perfect illusion is no different from reality, you know that, right? As soon as she finished, the Demon Sword was frozen solid, lying motionless on the ground. Yan Xin retreated fast, barking dodge. Seongmina lifted her hand and dragged up a colossal slab of earth, blotting out the sky. Around it, jagged ice chunks floated in the air like suspended guillotines. She smirked, even if it's an illusion, if this kind of spell brands your body, you'll still die. She reached out and shaped the earth and stone until it moved like flowing magma. It slowly descended over Yu Yingxi as she said flatly, if you don't want to be erased, confess who you are and why you're here. He calculated in silence. Even if he told her, she wouldn't believe a word of it. Yan Xin chose the truth anyway. I'm a third-rate writer. Even ants can be gods, depending on the story. Right now I'm focused on raising Seongmili into an S-rank hunter, so I don't even know what's going on. But please let Seongmili go. Seongmina went even more unhinged, screaming, so you want to die. You're playing crazy to hide it, huh? If you want death that badly then. Her eyes glowed with icy light as she said, then die. Dust and stone exploded upward as the massive sphere shot straight at Yu Yingxi. The Demon Sword roared in a panic, Sword Saint. The entire ground rumbled, friction screaming into a white blaze that swallowed everything in sight. Seongmina kept driving her power downward, pressing the attack without mercy. She curled her lip in disgust and spat, filthy worms. Yu Yingxi chose to share a skill, and the move made her flinch in surprise. He raised his fist high and activated his special ability, Steel Body. Golden light burst from him, binding the falling stone as it shattered into fragments that scattered through the air. His empowered punch slammed straight upward like a cannon shot. The descending sphere dipped, its momentum visibly faltering. The two forces collided, detonating into a savage explosion. In an instant, a flood of gold swallowed the entire space. And when the light faded, the stone was already breaking into smaller pieces, raining down in a deadly shower. Yu Yingxi stood tall, all muscle and not a scratch on him, and Seongmina stared. Stunned, he tanked it with raw strength alone. Her face hardened and she spat a curse, because this was straight up insane. The Demon Sword was practically giddy. That's the Sword Saint for you. Yu Yingxi scolded him. I told you it was an illusion, and you still didn't believe me. You just stood there like a statue. The Demon Sword dropped to his knees in shame. My fault, Sword Saint, and Yan Xin sighed, not this again, while Seongmina kept thinking, no way. She fumed inside, wasn't this guy only F-rank, while the Demon Sword kept acting like a clown. This blasphemer will punish himself, he wailed, and Yu Yingxi snapped. One punch should knock some sense into you, that's enough. He kicked the Demon Sword in the head and ordered, stay right here. I've got a few things to handle first, and the Demon Sword whimpered, Sword Saint. Seongmina's brows knit, her smug satisfaction still not completely gone. Yu Yingxi suddenly stepped right up to her and murmured, Seongmili's guardian, will you listen to me now? Seongmina jolted at his godlike burst of movement. It was way too fast. She sprang back in a hurry and shouted, how dare you? Seongmina instantly pointed at the sun and activated a skill. Yu Yingxi saw her ignore him and complained, "Hey, someone's still talking here." Then he flicked his eyes to the side and broke out in cold sweat. Xiang Mina had already opened her mental domain, and strange magic symbols flickered across her hand. Purple light poured off Xiang Mina, and streaks of it speared straight toward Yu Yingxi. He got blasted away and tumbled hard across the ground. Yu Yingxi shut his eyes and thrust a hand forward, bracing himself for the next hit. When he opened his eyes, shock flooded his face. Yu Yingxi scanned the area, alert and uneasy. He'd fallen into a bizarre dimension, unsure where the hell he was, stepping carefully on ground that felt solid yet strangely soft. He wandered for a while, then stopped when something pulled him to a certain spot. A star-strewn night sky glittered overhead, and he stared up, dumbfounded. This is. He couldn't help whispering at the unreal scene, "It's beautiful." Xiang Mina's voice echoed, "You're really annoying," and the sound yanked him back to reality. She wouldn't let him enjoy it, and immediately pointed again to trigger her skill. Only then did Yu Yingxi remember, "Right, I'm still fighting Xiang Mili's guardian." Xiang Mina kept pointing non-stop, chaining skill after skill without pause. Streams of water slowly coiled around Yu Yingxi, and he stiffened, confused what this stuff even was. Yu Yingxi struggled against the tightening bind, while Xiang Mina stood calm, watching like it was theater. She declared coldly, "This is how you end." "Give up," she pressed, as he forced a finger up, staring at his index like it belonged to some god. All he could do was watch the water cinch his body tighter. Damn it. In that moment, he realized his skills weren't working at all. Xiang Mina suddenly walked closer and said, "Don't worry. You won't die, but if you get sucked into that, your body becomes a vegetable, and you'll never wake up again." Yingxi blinked, and even Charlotte's name flickered through his mind for a second like a bad memory. Then he shouted in rage, "Isn't that basically the same thing anyway?" Yan Xin steadied himself, telling himself, "Calm down, this has to be another illusion." Xiang Mina lowered her voice, coaxing, "This is your last chance, Yu Yingxi," and he muttered, "Miss Guardian, please calm down." Xiang Mina boiled over and screamed, "Talk," and he blinked. "Wait, what are you trying to say?" She planted her foot on Yan Xin's head and interrogated, "Who are you, what's your goal?" And he stammered, "Oh okay, Xiang Mina." She burst out laughing, "Good, now you'll confess." But Yan Sheng's intent wasn't that, not that, it's just, I can see it. "I can see your underwear, it's white," and Xiang Mina's face drained of color. He instantly backed away. "Maybe don't step on someone's face while you're wearing a short skirt." That hit the exact nerve and she went berserk. "Die already, you bastard." The moment she finished, Yu Yingxi was wrapped up again by twisting water. He widened his eyes and clenched his teeth, forcing himself to endure. Xiang Mina stood there, lips curled, looking like a vicious demon god. Her expression sharpened, turning colder by the second. Yan Xin was swallowed by the water, drifting like he was floating, thinking, "I just want to sleep." But his consciousness refused to let go, and he forced it out, "No, I can't sleep." She still hadn't explained why she sealed Xiang Mili, but he was so drowsy it felt unbearable. The system suddenly flashed. The activation condition for night, blooming rose, has been met. Yu Yingxi stayed hazy, not sure why, when furious bubbles suddenly boiled up beneath the water. Xiang Mina glanced over, a giant question mark practically forming in her head. Under the water, huge mouths sprouted from the phantom rose blossoms. They lunged without warning, attacking her like hungry beasts. Xiang Mina was still reeling, and it felt bizarrely like she'd stepped into a beautiful dream. Earlier she'd wondered why she couldn't investigate him, like he was tied to some net here nonsense. She still couldn't uncover his identity, but she convinced herself she'd erased a future disaster. She thought, "I'll return to reality now, it should be over." Right as she tried to leave, the water foamed again, and she realized what it was. Back in the present, carnivorous branches burst from the rose, opening wide to swallow their prey. They shot straight at Xiang Mina, forcing her to stumble backward. She frowned hard, thinking, "What the hell is this?" Inside those mouths, razor thorns packed tight as teeth crept closer to her body. Xiang Mina sprang up fast, dodging at the last moment. She slipped and weaved, threading her way through the thick trunks. Xiang Mina scowled, baffled. What kind of freakish things are these? They were even bigger than before, like they'd evolved mid-fight. Why do these exist in my mind, space? This place should be locked to everyone but me. She finally sensed the problem, and Yan Xin's goofy heart hand gesture popped into her thoughts like a curse. The giant mouths kept tracking Xiang Mina, refusing to let her breathe. Suddenly something shifted in Nina's eyes, a sharp change in focus. Yu Yingxi was sitting on a rose bloom, with thorny branches curled around him like bodyguards. Yu Yingxi mumbled, "Half asleep, man, this feels warm." "I'm already sleeping," he thought, "but I want to sink even deeper." The branches weren't relaxed at all. They kept hammering Xiang Mina nonstop. One spike punched through her arm and she cursed, "Damn it." Dodging was all she could do. Xiang Mina wasn't proud anymore. She looked exhausted and shaken. The power gap was crushing. Her face fell as she spiraled, remembering, it's just like back then. That day's horror was the massacre of her clan, when she was small and someone killed her parents. The memory broke her and Xiang Mina collapsed to the ground, whispering no no. Clutching her wound, she grimaced and repeated to herself, I can't die like this. In a blink, Mina was snared tight by the rose's branches, fast as a chopped strike. Her whole body was wrapped like a cocoon, leaving her only able to scream no. A massive mole slid closer to devour her, and her panicked shriek burst out again no. Mina struggled with everything she had, begging, please, I still have things to do. I can't die before I get my revenge, net here, she cried, voice cracking. Her words snapped off mid-sentence, like the promise died in her throat. Then Mina was swallowed whole, and that gigantic mouth slammed shut. Inside Yu Yingxi's mind, he was suddenly walking fast, like he'd been called somewhere. Ruins sprawled ahead of him, and Yu Yingxi asked in shock, where is this place? Where am I? He thought. I was fighting Mina. A golden light from the side caught his attention and pulled his gaze. Yu Yingxi followed the glow, striding straight forward without hesitation. Notification, Voidless God's Eye has been activated, an innate authority. A machine appeared before him and he stared, stunned, what is this? The system replied, Yu Yingxi is currently observing Mina's nightmare. Yan Xin stared at the glow rising behind the buildings and asked, Mina's nightmare, and Yingxi finally saw why she sealed Millie. He stood there dazed, as a river of memories began to unspool. Mina's nightmare started 15 years ago, when Ned here, the worst monster in history, became the source of everything. It devoured hundreds of people in a single breath, like lives were just dust. And Mina's parents, along with Millie, were among the dead. In the end, it branded the two sisters with its mark. Ned here saw their terrifying potential and marked them, intending to use them as sacrifices. Thanks to the seal, Mina rose smoothly and became an S-rank hunter. After reaching S-rank, she lived with one goal only, revenge for her parents. Rumors said Ned here had died, but she didn't believe it, and she feared that one day Ned here would return. Even so, the curse refused to loosen its grip on Mina. Her power could surge fast, but every leap forward carved away her lifespan. At this rate, it was obvious she wouldn't have much time left. The curse let her grow stronger quickly, while stealing her life at the same time. The problem was, she wasn't the only one bound by that curse. Mina tried to reclaim the mark, but nothing worked. So she chose to burn even more lifespan to seal her little sister's power. At least then, she could stop her sister from becoming S-rank. Mina began the sealing ritual, and Millie screamed in pain, stop sis. She begged again and again, please I'm sorry, and Mina looked like she was breaking inside. Don't ever think about revenge, she said, at least you shouldn't. The memory cut off, and Yu Yingxi stood frozen for a long time. Then he choked up, crying with regret because he hadn't known the truth. The system warned, Mina's mind is shattering after being devoured by the night, blooming rose. The mind space imprisoning Yu Yingxi is collapsing and being destroyed. Seeing Yingxi's tears, the demon sword hurriedly asked, Sword Saint, are you alright? He stayed silent and the demon's sword panicked. You're not answering, I'm really worried, while Yan Xin muttered seriously. The Sword Saint said cheerfully, well, you beat mighty Mina, impressive, so what are you doing next? Staring at Mina on the ground, the demon's sword added, should we sell her to the Hunter Association? Yu Yingxi rushed to her side anxious, calling out Ms. Mina. He helped her up and pleaded, Ms. Mina, wake up, please wake up. She finally twitched and Yingxi exhaled in relief, thanking God she wasn't dead. He asked gently, Ms. Mina, are you hurt anywhere? Mina's face no longer looked demonic, and she seemed strangely calm and soft. Lying in his arms, she lifted a hand weakly, trying to call out Mom. Yan Sheng felt something was off, like reality had tilted wrong. The sky was clear, the mountains layered and quiet, and everything was unsettlingly beautiful. In the middle of the forest sat a well-kept wooden house. Mina looked hazy, sucking on her finger like a lost child. Yu Yingxi activated his ability, but nothing happened, and he cursed, even the ring finger power is useless. He looked at the system and asked, is anyone watching? What do I do to heal Mina? A message from the God of Eternal Truth, Seekers replied, a healthy body heals all, she needs more training. Yu Yingxi answered without refusing, and hit the button, fine do it. The heaven-splitting blade god urged him, if she's going to die anyway, why not sacrifice her to me? That heartless line made Yingxi furious, I expected nothing from you, get lost. Next came a message from the god of abundance, if you become a high god, you can heal her with the ring finger healing power. Yu Yingxi frowned, he'd only reached low god, so becoming high god was a no-go for now. Then it hit him, wait, I don't clearly remember, but every time I lost consciousness after being defeated. Night Blooming Rose always shows up. System notice, you've met the bloom condition for the innate ability Night Blooming Rose, Silent Dream reward unlocked. Yu Yingxi understood immediately, so this is what's been happening to him. The image of Kang Shan getting wrecked by that giant frog flashed in his mind. Because Night Blooming Rose only triggers when he loses consciousness. He couldn't help thinking, am I seriously some kind of genius? Yu Yingxi stared at the phone with a dangerous look, nightmare. Why aren't you talking? And Silent Dream replied, if she can eat, there's nothing to worry about. He asked, so I just leave her like that, and she answered, there is a way, making Yu Yingxi blurt, for real. He pressed harder, so you're saying I have to sleep with her, and that's the only way. Seriously, he asked again, and Silent Dream nodded like a lunatic, leaving him so miserable he almost cried. Sunlight pierced the window and spilled bright beams across the room. Yu Yingxi lay on the floor, dazed, trying to piece his thoughts together. When he noticed Xiang Mina's pants were tugged halfway down, he jolted upright. He hurried over and gently pulled them back up, awkwardly muttering, you should keep those up. Yanzin stepped outside, and Xiang Mina woke and asked softly, where are you going? Yingxi said, breakfast, then added he meant no harm by that, sleep with her thing. Xiang Mina smiled happily, food, I like that, and like water flowing downhill, the memories he absorbed from her would return through dreams. Yu Yingxi finally got it. He had to dream with her in the same place, and it looked like it was working. He started testing the plan. What's your name, Xiang Mina? What do you like, Xiang Millie, my little sister? He asked what she hated, and Xiang Mina trembled, I'm scared of flowers, and he realized her mind had reverted to childhood. Helpless, he muttered, so I really have to sleep then, and told her quickly, I'm sleepy, I'm going to bed. A breaking news alert said an S-Rank hunter vanished and all contact was cut, likely kidnapped, and the Hunter Association mobilized to investigate. Yingxi instantly decided he had to hide until Xiang Mina recovered, and deep in the mountains, he'd be hard to find. But first, he had to let Xiang Millie know what was going on. Outside, the demon's sword lugged his massive blade and marched straight toward the cabin. Right then Yu Yingxi stepped out, and the demon's sword hurried, you're up, Sword Saint. The demon's sword dropped to a knee and bowed, good morning, and Yingxi asked if training was going well. He answered, yes sir. The demon's sword rambled, that sword manual you gave me is incredible. It's a revolution that shatters every rule of swordcraft. Yu Yingxi frowned, thinking his low God Ascension quest seemed impossible, and of course he'd paid a fortune to train this guy. He groaned, how am I supposed to get 1 billion believers and 10 S-Rank retainers? This is giving me a headache. System notice, your chance of obtaining S-Rank or higher retainers has increased to 2, added in Ho and Anti-A. Seeing Yingxi's expression, the demon's sword got confused and rushed over. Sword Saint, are you okay? Yu Yingxi ignored him and kept reading, unsure how brutal training got, but in Ho and Anti-A hit S-Rank, so the demon's sword had a shot too. He glanced at the demon's sword, calculating, recruiting an S-Rank as a retainer is nearly impossible, so I'll raise my own retainer to S-Rank. The demon's sword clutched the manual tighter, his head full of question marks. Yu Yingxi brooded, that's why I burned 20 million god coins on this book. It even came with a sword, but still. The system answered, the supreme sword art is abandoning the sword, surpassing all, defying heaven and splitting mountains. Honestly, my fist is stronger than my blade. Yingxi realized he'd been scammed and went dark-faced, but the item was non-refundable, my ass. Watching the demon's sword train seriously, he told himself, stop daydreaming and get real. Yu Yingxi gambled on using Popcast, figuring this growth potion worked wonders on Inho, so it might work on the demon's sword too. Talk was cheap, so he tossed the Popcast vial over and told him, drink it while you train. The demon's sword caught it, dropped to one knee, and thanked him grandly, making Yingxi sigh, this guy watches too many wuxia dramas. The demon's sword tried to take over cooking, but Yingxi refused. Keep training, the stronger you are, the more useful you are to me. The demon's sword knelt respectfully, I won't disappoint you, Sword Saint. With him still kneeling, Yanzin wondered what to cook, thinking, alright, what's actually tasty here? A new alert popped up, S-Rank hunter Zuhian warned the kidnapper, touch her and I'll snap your neck, and Yingxi frowned, snap my neck. Suddenly, a surge of energy plunged from above and slammed into the ground. Both of them jerked around, stunned, trying to see what it was. Juk Shuan demanded loudly, where is my Xiang Mina? System scan, Juk Shuan, human male, age 26, note, he possesses a surprisingly impressive flame. Yu Yingxi blinked in surprise, you're Juk Shuan. Feeling his sword saint was insulted, the demon's sword barked, how dare you, do you know who this is? And Juk Shuan shot back, who? The demon's sword puffed up proudly and pointed at Yu Yingxi, announcing, this man is the Sword Saint. Juhian blanked, what Sword Saint? And the demon's sword raised a finger to sneer, so famous, yet this short-sighted, making Yanzin think I'm embarrassed, please stop. The demon's sword kept poking the bear, the girl you're looking for, Xiang Mina, is. She lost to the Sword Saint and can't live without him now, and Juk Shuan lifted his chin, can't live without this guy. Provoked to the point of grinding his teeth, his eyes went bloodshot, if this is what I think it is, you're all dead. The demon's sword laughed, delighted, idiot, you still don't get it, and Yu Yingxi begged, mortified, please stop, but the demon's sword said, just watch, Sword Saint. I'll handle him, the demon's sword declared, and Yu Yingxi blurted, where'd you get that confidence, he's S-Rank. Not wanting his Sword Saint to wait, the demon's sword swung his blade high and poured everything in. Die, you chicken. Zhu Xuan stayed calm, gripping his sword hilt tight, ready to receive the strike. The two blades collided, sparks exploding, and the demon's sword got blown backward. Zhu Hian didn't even flinch, but the demon's sword was scorched black, sprawled on the ground. Yu Yingxi and Zhu Xuan locked eyes, the air turning razor sharp. Zhu Xuan activated his ability and vanished from Yu Yingxi's sight in an instant, and Yingxi gasped. He disappeared. Then he reappeared, already gripping Yu Yingxi by the throat, and Yingxi's eyes widened. Too fast was that instant teleportation. Energy surged off Zhu Xuan as he growled, where Xiang Mina and Yan Xin wheezed. What is this psycho even talking about? Zhu Hian unleashed his ability, awakening a chained dragon, its eyes burning with flame, and Yu Yingxi thought, what is that? The crimson dragon sword spirit of Zhu Xuan, and he cursed furiously, bastard, what did you do? Wrapped in fire, Zhu Xuan tightened his grip on Yan Xin's neck and demanded, answer me. With flames licking his face, Yan Xin panicked. It's too hot, my face is burning, put the fire out first. Then he snapped out his index finger authority. The god's index finger pointed straight at the crimson dragon. Thinking he'd been insulted, Zhu Xuan snarled, how dare you point at me? Then he froze mid-rage, glaring down as a strangled sound slipped out. Ah, I can't move, he spat, as the crimson dragon behind him was wrapped in a pillar of light. Its eyes turned even more vicious, like something feral got unleashed. Zhu Xuan went berserk. What skill did you use? And Yu Yingxi couldn't be bothered, get lost. Then he focused power into his finger, tightening his control. Beams of light slammed into the crimson dragon, forcing it to shield its eyes like it couldn't bear the glare. The two forces crashed together, generating savage friction that screamed through the air. Rock, smoke, and fire swallowed the space, and Zhu Xuan glanced aside, still thinking, what the hell is this? Turns out his sword was heavily damaged, and Zhu Xuan howled, my dragon, soul sword. He glared and demanded, you did this, didn't you? Yu Yingxi answered coldly, yeah, me. How Zhu Xuan's fury spiked, utterly disgusted by that attitude. Yu Yingxi sneered, shouldn't you let go first, then added, that flame's warm enough, I don't like it too hot. Zhu Xuan still wouldn't release him, raging harder, what did you just say? And Yu Yingxi replied calmly, you heard me. The demon's sword came back to his senses, kneeling as he marveled to beat Zhu Xuan so easily, that's incredible. Zhu Xuan raised his sword to activate another skill, and Yingxi asked, done yet, my turn, right as Xiang Mina stepped out of the room. She'd been jolted awake and screamed in anger, shut up. Turns out Xiang Mina couldn't sleep because it was too loud outside. Zhu Xuan looked over at her, worried, Nina, are you okay? Xiang Mina's gaze turned sharp and icy as she looked at him. Zhu Xuan teared up in relief, I'm so glad. Suddenly Xiang Mina pointed forward and said, bad man, leaving him stunned. Zhu Xuan swallowed a sob and called her name softly, Xiang Mina. Her eyes flared with light, bright and merciless. Xiang Mina thrust out her hand, activated her energy, and screamed, die. Zhu Xuan took the palm strike and got blasted backward. His body and sword hung suspended in midair for a beat. Then he crashed down, a violent shockwave erupting as dirt and stone exploded upward. Zhu Xuan struggled up, blood spilling from his mouth. Zhu Xuan still didn't get it and asked Xiang Mina, confused, why did you attack me? Suddenly someone shouted Xiang Mili from behind, and Yu Yingxi spun around in surprise. Xiang Mina mistook Yu Yingxi for her little sister and rushed over anxiously, are you okay? Zhu Xuan stood there, stunned, muttering, what is even happening? Xiang Mina kept checking him for injuries and soothed him, and Yu Yingxi answered gently, I'm fine. Then she hugged him tight, I'll protect you from the bad man, and Yingxi stiffened, flustered, if she hugs me like this out of nowhere. Zhu Xuan called Xiang Mina's name, his expression turning painfully sad. She cupped Yu Yingxi's cheeks, Xiang Mili, don't get hurt, and he reflexively replied, yes sis. The second it left his mouth, he froze, realizing he just called her sis. And Zhu Xuan watched them being intimate, looking like his soul got punched out. His mind ran wild with fantasies. What if those two were really dating? If that's true, he thought, I might as well die, or maybe Mina's just regressed to childhood and doesn't know herself. Seeing Zhu Xuan pitiful, Yan Xin decided to release the seal on him. I'll free you, ring, finger healing. As soon as he said it, Zhu Xuan could move again, and his energy flowed back. System notice origin cause analysis complete. Zhu Xuan has been healed. He's currently low tier level 8 with room to grow. Yu Yingxi blinked, surprised. He can still develop even more. The system immediately displayed, 100 god coins have been consumed for healing. His eyes went wide, what 100? That's the price for healing an S-rank. Then Yingxi refocused on Zhu Xuan, thinking no, this is a chance to increase my S-rank retainer count. One look at him said he'd rather die than accept an order like that. Still, Yingxi thought he might become a retainer if asked, as Zhu Xuan stood up after the seal was removed. He asked politely, you restored me. Then he stared at his hands and praised, what an incredible skill, even S-rank healers I met in South America can't do this. Hearing that, Yan Xin quietly celebrated, nice, I made a good impression. Yu Yingxi seized the moment. Juk Shuan, I think there's been a misunderstanding, let me explain. Something suddenly appeared overhead, and both Yu Yingxi and Xiang Mina looked up. 3 helicopters were approaching across the sky. Yu Yingxi blinked. What is this? He didn't come alone. He asked Juk Shuan, your allies, and Juk Shuan hurriedly answered, no, I came alone. Yan Xin told himself, he doesn't seem like he's lying, so who are those people? The uninvited guests made Yingxi curious. So many, are they bounty hunters, or the Hunter Association's investigation captain? But whoever they were making everything 10 times more annoying. The helicopters touched down in the wide yard in front of the house. People poured out and jumped down, and Yu Yingxi had to blurt, oh man, that's a crowd. Then he spotted a familiar face and went, huh. Kang Shan poked his head out from one of the helicopters. Seeing the man's weird expression, Yan Xin got an itchy feeling. The principal, why does he look like that? Wait, that news alert. Don't tell me even the principal thinks I'm the kidnapper. And then Xiang Millie appeared too, shocking him again. Xiang Mina saw her sister and happily called out, Xiang Millie. Yu Yingxi tried to figure out how to explain, because this was the perfect setup for a huge misunderstanding. As everyone got off, he slowly told them the whole story. That's what happened. He recounted everything accurately, and the truth about Xiang Mina sealing Xiang Millie's talent was finally exposed. Now Xiang Millie understood, so that's why you put a seal on me. With the misunderstanding cleared, the sisters hugged and cried, and Xiang Millie sobbed, you risked your life for me, while Xiang Mina tried to act tough. Xiang Millie cried harder, sis, I love you, and Xiang Mina answered softly, I love you too, making everyone nearby tear up. Anbai coldly pulled out a card and handed it to Yu Yingxi. Please accept this. He took it, stunned, a B rank awaken a license, and Anbai explained he measured C by stats, but the principal's guarantee and the flower monster he summoned changed things. The moment she mentioned the flower, both Kang Shan and Xiang Mina started trembling. That flower, that thing. Anbai cleared her throat. Anyway, your ability to summon bizarre monsters is highly rated, so you'll receive a B rank license. Yu Yingxi remembered the weird flower monster. Oh, it was night, blooming rose. Kang Shan kept persuading him, so why not work with me? B rank is enough to teach at the academy, but Yan Xin shot back. Why would I? And brooded about ants, writing, and work. He still had to raise S rank disciple stats too, and Kang Shan sweetened it. I'll double your starting pay, making Yu Yingxi's eyes light up. How much are we talking? Anbai held up a spreadsheet. With special principal activity funds added on top of your base salary, it's about this, and the endless digits made Yingxi dizzy. He did a full 180, grabbed Kang Shan's hand, and beamed, I'll be a teacher, my lifelong dream is the podium. When do I start? They headed back to the Hunter Academy. In class, Xiang Millie couldn't hide her excited smile. Mi Yongjai beside her asked, curious, you look happy, did something good happen? And Xiang Millie grinned, yep, a special person shows up today. Then both girls turned to look at Yu Yingxi. He walked in looking exhausted to the bone. Yu Yingxi stepped onto the podium with the demon's sword behind him, and the class buzzed. Isn't that the tracksuit guy who won? Shot the Aussie teacher. And who's the dude behind him? Someone whispered, as Yu Yingxi spoke up, hello, everyone. While the Australian teacher is out sick, I'll be your temporary homeroom teacher, he said, Yu Yingxi. The room kept murmuring, what is he talking about? Why is this so sudden? Annoyed by the noise, the demon's sword barked. Order then announced, I'm your assistant instructor, the demon's sword. He lectured them, brats, you should feel honored to be taught by the great sword saint. Yu Yingxi asked the class what their first period was, and Xiang Millie raised her hand, PE, it's the Aussie teacher's class. Yu Yingxi nodded, oh okay, then consider this self-study time. Right after saying it, he planted onto the desk, thinking he was sleep-deprived and this classroom was tiny. The whole class stared, completely baffled by their teacher's behavior. The demon's sword waved his blade and threatened, from now on, make no sound, not even a whisper. Anyone who ruins the sword saint's sleep will not be forgiven. A front row girl mocked, John, the sword's name is John, like a dragon, tooth kid's toy. But another student whispered, his aura's at least A rank, shut up and study. The next day, Yu Yingxi yawned on the podium. Your exams are soon, right, then keep self-studying. The day after it rained hard, and he made excuses again, too much rain, nothing we can do, self-study today. The next day after that, he said the weather was too nice, and told them to self-study again. Mi Yongjai started getting seriously irritated. She complained inside, what is this guy's problem? We've done nothing but self-study for 4 days. Then he wakes up and plays some ant game or whatever. Is this really a teacher? At lunch, Mr. G watched the scene and ran out of words. Yu Yingxi puffed his cheeks while eating and sighed happily. I love this job. The school even feeds me for free. Looking satisfied, he asked, Student Mi Yongjai, free food is here. Why are you eating so little? And she cursed silently, you salary thief. Xiang Millie acted cute, wow, just watching him eat makes me happy. And Mr. G was shocked, is her face okay? She's blind. After class, Mr. Dai complained to Xiang Millie while walking. A sloppy tracksuit uncle who makes us study all day, what's good about that? Xiang Millie blinked, confused, teacher Yan Xin. She bragged proudly, "It's fine. I just need to know how our teacher shines," and Mi Young-jae thought, "Did I hear that right? What?" Seong Millie glanced at her phone and said, "Teacher Yu Yingxi is waiting for me." She waved and hurried off, "I'm going first," while Mi Young-jae shouted, "After class you're meeting him again." Mi Young-jae swore she couldn't watch anymore. She'd drag her friend out of this swamp, even if she had to wrestle it alone and clear the fog from Seong Millie's eyes. Next day at the stadium, Yu Yingxi explained, "No self-study today. We'll do sword sparring drills, pair up however you want." Mi Young-jae knew it. Finally her chance. She'd use her skill to defeat him. Sleep hit Yu Yingxi like a curse. "I'll leave the rest to assistant instructor Demon Sword. I'm going to sleep," and he bowed, "Your wish is my command." Mi Young-jae exploded inside. How is this different from self-study? He sets sparring then goes to sleep. Yingxi found a perfect spot to nap. This looks fine. But before he could lie down, Mi Young-jae's voice rang out, "Teacher, wait." He turned around, confused. What is it?" She raised her hand, "I don't have a partner," and Yu Yingxi blinked. "What?" He muttered, "Right, 21 students, I forgot. Because all I want is sleep." Mi Young-jae seized the opening. "So I want teacher Yan Xin to be my partner." And the demon sword snapped. "Brat, how dare you challenge the sword saint?" She shot back, "Why not? I can't even practice if he won't spar. Or is he scared?" And the demon's sword swore, but Yu Yingxi told him, "Be quiet." Then Yu Yingxi accepted, "Fine, I'll be your partner." He whispered to himself that Unbai would dock his pay and make him buy meals if he asked it, so at least he should pretend he was working. Mi Young-jae smirked, "I still heard you, even when you whispered," then cursed under her breath, "That damn useless teacher." After that, the two of them faced off, eye to eye. Mi Young-jae and Yu Yingxi stepped into a sword match under the entire class's watchful gaze. Mi Young-jae muttered, "Useless salary thief, I'll kick your ass." And Yingxi sighed, "Wow, rude, I can hear you mumbling." This is Seong Millie's sweet best friend, he thought, but I can't argue when she calls me useless and a paycheck thief. Because all I did was sleep through class, even if I had my reasons. This morning, Yu Yingxi woke up with a splitting headache and groaned, "My head." Seeing the sisters sleeping peacefully on the bed, he thought he'd given it to them to help treat MS, Seong Mina. His face went pale when he looked ahead. Kang Shan and Juk Shuan were passed out cold on the floor, and Yingxi got annoyed. "I can't sleep because of these useless idiots." Staring at the empty liquor bottles, he felt helpless. These are S-rank hunters, Korea's future is bleak. He nudged Juk Shuan with his foot, "Sorry, why didn't you go home to sleep?" Juk Shuan slept like the dead, and Yingxi fumed, "S-rank my ass, he can't even move. They've been here a week getting drunk every day." Right before work they went on a bender again. Kang Shan slurred, "Celebrate your new job," while Juk Shuan rambled, "Congrats and please take care of Seong Mina." Back then Yan Xin had no idea that was the start of a whole cursed week. When it rained, they claimed, drinking is best in the rain. Yingxi worried it would affect Seong Mina's treatment, but every time he opened the door, those two pro drinkers hauled in crates of beer. Seong Mina cheered, "More booze, let's party," saying they looked stupid drunk, while Seong Millie fretted, and Yingxi sighed in relief when the idiots finally passed out. Even Yan Sheng ended up falling asleep, until Nina shook him awake. She pouted and whined, "Baby's hungry, feed me." Yu Yingxi had nothing left to say. He knew he had to do the feeding job. He sighed again, "Stay put," and Seong Mina blinked, "What is it?" He answered, "Just cooking," then said he'd make kimchi fried rice, and Seong Mina begged, "I like that, make fried eggs too." As he chopped ingredients, Yingxi thought, a week of drunk chaos plus caring for Mina means I never get enough sleep. Suddenly Seong Mina sensed something was off. Kang Shan's phone next to his sleeping body kept vibrating non-stop. The buzzing finally dragged them awake. When they checked, they saw an urgent alert. S-rank hunter KG, a Russian origin hunter, was killed in Gangwon province. It said S-rank immigrant hunter Sergei Brin was found dead in a Gangwon hotel. And experts suspected a new high-level monster strong enough to kill S-rank. Kang Shan prayed for a miracle, unlikely as it was, while Juk Shuan said sadly, "Sergei is pitiful," and shoved the photo closer. On the wall above the bed, a line was written in blood. Kang Shan didn't recognize it, but Juk Shuan said analysts confirmed it was Sergei's handwriting, and it was African language, a sacrifice for the gods. Kang Shan jumped up, "Then we go now before it's too late," and Juk Shuan answered, "Got it, skill." Instant teleportation, and they vanished, leaving only Yu Yingxi frying eggs for Seong Mina. Yingxi babbled, "Your kimchi fried rice is done," then frowned, "Where'd those two idiots go?" While Seong Mina blinked, "Where'd they go?" Yu Yingxi handed her the plate, "I'll go look," then added, "Eat up and get ready for school, MS Seong Mina." Seong Mina smiled, "I love teacher Unbai the most," and Yingxi thought it's best if Unbai watches over her, whether Mina goes or not. Looking at Mi Young-jae, Yingxi sighed, "I said I'd work hard tomorrow, but I guess there's no choice now." Notification, medium G, human female, age 19, special note, possesses a useful soul summoning skill. Yu Yingxi perked up, curious, soul summoning, huh? The girl announced, "I'm starting," then commanded, "Wake up my servant Hades." Yingxi knew Hades, the king of the underworld in Greek mythology. Mi-Yong-Jai activated her soul summoning art. Hades was summoned. Yingxi read the info carefully. Giant zombie Hades. Tier 7 summoned from the underworld. Existed 100 years, once a night under a mountain giant. Now only a husk of undead flesh. Yingxi got excited. So Mi-Yong-Jai is using soul summoning to control a zombie. This should be interesting. Before Hades's massive arm could smash down, Yingxi activated his steel body skill. But before he even moved, Yingxi sensed something was wrong. Hades's body stood still, frozen like a statue. Mi-Yong-Jai asked nervously, "Hades, what's wrong? Hurry up and attack." Seeing her summon collapse, Mi-Yong-Jai was even more shocked. "Why, you're crazy." He declared that a defeated, lowly being was honored to meet such a vast and mighty existence. Mi-Yong-Jai kept urging, "Hades, what are you doing? Hurry up and attack already." She thought the summoner's command is absolute, so how could something this ridiculous happen? The spectators gasped, "What the heck?" He subdued Mi-Yong-Jai's summon without even lifting a finger. The demon's sword bragged proudly, "Even this dumb undead sees the sword saint's greatness." And Seong Millie agreed, "Yeah, teacher is so cool." Mi-Yong-Jai raged and kept smacking him. "Hades, move, come on, move." And Yingxi felt bad for her. She looked like an angry little squirrel. Yingxi secretly spoke to Hades, "Can we just pretend to fight?" Hades refused. "How could I dare? I may be faint, but I can sense mountain, splitting giant's power in you. I beg you to take back those words." Yingxi muttered, "Mountain, splitting giant. I swear I've heard that name somewhere." Then it clicked, "Right, so you were his knight." Without realizing it, Yingxi placed a hand on Hades's head, like he truly was the mountain, splitting giant. In an instant, Hades's past flooded straight into Yingxi's mind. His form wasn't the current zombie. Hades, once the giant god's knight, had served with absolute devotion. He failed to protect a priestess, and lost his life in that battle. Hades became a hatred-filled zombie, wandering the underworld for thousands of years, until Mi-Yong-Jai finally summoned him. Reading that past, Yanzin got so moved he nearly cried. That's actually heartbreaking. System notice, you have obtained the mountain, splitting giant's holy power and met the disciple inheritance condition. Recruit the mountain, splitting giant's fallen knight, of course. Yingxi chose instantly, yes, obviously. Congratulations, you have inherited the mountain, splitting giant's progression. Giant zombie Hades is now your third disciple, and with enough holy power you can evolve him. Yingxi blinked. Evolve, he didn't fully get it, but it sounded safe enough. System prompt, spend holy power to evolve giant zombie Hades. Yingxi immediately selected yes. Black miasma began draining from Hades's body, little by little. He was on the verge of being purified successfully. Evolution energy surged so hard, it made every muscle on Hades's frame bulge tight. On the arena floor, Hades's light blinded the students, who cheered. Witnessing the Sword Saint's miracle is an honor. Yingxi stared in shock. This is evolution. Through the process, Hades's body was completely cleansed and purified. Even Hades himself stood stunned, as his outer layer shifted from black to shining white. Strands of dark aura kept steaming off Hades's body like smoke. The evolution process is complete. System notice, congratulations, giant zombie Hades has evolved into Dark Knight Hades. Yanzin was still staring, mind blank from the whole scene. The demon's sword puffed up below, making a miracle like that. Sword Saint really is amazing. System notice, Dark Knight Hades, Undead Knight, type special note, possesses outstanding potential. Hades immediately dropped to one knee before Yingxi to swear loyalty. He vowed firmly, "I thank you, my lord. I swear on my soul I will be your shield, Yingxi." A quest notification appeared. Your god tier ascension is progressing. S-rank retainers and heretic believers, with superior success rates. Mi-Yong-Jai gaped. Hades changed, and he can even talk now, and Yingxi was surprised by how stunned she looked. But then dizziness hit him hard, and his vision wobbled. Yingxi swayed like he was about to collapse. Hades rushed to catch him, oh no, while behind them the demon's sword and Seong Millie shouted together, "Master, teacher, Sword Saint." The students below fell silent, not understanding what was happening. Yingxi's face turned gaunt, and Seong Millie and the demon's sword panicked. What do we do? Why is the Sword Saint collapsing? Hades spoke calmly, "My lord only needs sleep. His body is not injured." Seong Millie exhaled, while the demon's sword tried not to cry, oh so he pushed himself that far. Hades bowed his head to the ground, "Please sleep well. I will guard you until you awaken." System notice, you will need to consume holy power to evolve your followers. Yingxi realized he'd used more power than he thought, but that was normal when forcing an evolution. He steps back into the peaceful grassland, that quiet zone where the nightmare can't quite reach him. Inside Yunc's dream, he's resting with his head in the goddess of abundance's lap, finally letting his guard down. Feeling her gentle warmth, UNC smiles in contentment. So today it's the goddess of abundance again, huh? Now he's got the power to meet the people watching him face to face, not just through that status window like before. The system chimes in, saying the goddess of abundance warns he's burned too much holy power today, so he should rest and recover. He shuts his eyes and falls asleep right away. Yeah, got it. Thank you, goddess of abundance. While he sleeps, she uses her soothing divine aura to make him even more comfortable, like a soft buff in the dark. Peace, bliss, and pure indulgence. Oh man, this feels unreal. Is this what heaven's supposed to be like? But the scary part is, he has no idea what's happening beyond that gentle dreamscape. While he's resting, a malicious creature is creeping closer, closing the distance with hungry intent. Outside, Seongmina is hanging out in Unbai's room, bored out of her mind. Holding a lollipop, Seongmina sulks. I'm so bored. When will UNC and Seongmiri's class end? I want to play with them. Then, out of nowhere, a wicked little idea pops into her head. She acts instantly, with Seongmina digging through her backpack like she's looting a hidden stash. She pulls something out, grinning. I knew this would happen, so I secretly brought this. Now I can play with it. Seongmina talks to the box. Hey, is someone in there? You want candy too, don't you? The box shakes side to side, refusing like it's got its own will. She yanks the lollipop back. Kidding, I'm not giving you any, this is mine. Unbai sighs. Honestly, I like her adult version better. How did she end up this hopeless? Still, with both her dad and Ju-hyun coming to Ganggu, it shouldn't turn into a total disaster. Right, normal Mina would have been huge support. Suddenly, the lollipop slips and drops to the floor. Unbai jolts, seeing Seongmina lose control, so hard her whole body starts trembling. Seongmina turns pale and begs, no, please no. Unbai rushes to calm her. It's okay, Seongmina, don't worry, we still have lots of candy. Seongmina clings to her and cries, I'm scared, Unbai, and Unbai gently asks, breathe, what are you afraid of? Between broken sobs, the answer spills out, a monster is coming to swallow me whole. Meanwhile, outside the Gustav Academy, Gustav stares inward and mutters, so that's what's inside. That's where the offerings for the god are hiding, 2 seeds planted by the abyss of calamity itself. Gustav thinks it over with ice-cold detachment, but something doesn't add up. Why hasn't one of them ripened yet? Why is it still unfinished? A guard spots Gustav and panics. Hey look, who even is that guy? What is this nonsense? When Gustav steps toward the entrance, the guard blocks him. Hey you. It'll be a problem if you walk in wearing clothes like that, you know. The guard snaps, show me your papers first, and Gustav's gaze sharpens. How dare a trivial creature bark at me? Gustav flicks his hand, and a razor-bright streak of light flashes out faster than a blink. The guard is dead in an instant, like he got force logged out of life. The headless body sways, then starts to collapse to the ground. Gustav's eyes stay cold and unreadable, like this is routine. The other 2 guards recoil in terror. You lunatic, do you even know where you are? Gustav keeps walking inside, and the 2 guards scramble after him. He takes care of both of them in a heartbeat, clean and effortless. Behind the mysterious intruder, fresh blood paints the corridor in a brutal trail. Gustav gathers demonic energy into his fist, the air itself turning heavy and foul. Then he slams his punch down, shattering the floor like brittle stone under a cultivation strike. The entire academy seems to quake from that single blow, like the dungeon just spawned in real life. Gustav's silhouette radiates killing intent, a chilling pressure that makes your skin crawl. He declares, offer yourselves to the god, and his voice hits like a curse. A blaring announcement erupts, red alert, an intruder has entered. Gustav clicks his tongue, irritated, so damn noisy. Only 2 are the god's offerings, everything else here is just. The offerings he's talking about are the academy students themselves, living sacrifices in a twisted system script. They split combat roles fast, surround him, and go all in for one burst. Damn it, the principal just had to be gone now. The whole group charges at once, like a raid party finally pulling the boss. Gustav stays ice cold, not even flinching under the pressure or the noise. Then his eyes suddenly widen, shock flashing across his face for the first time. When he sees Seongmiri appear, he mutters, found you, one of the 2 seeds planted by the abyss of calamity. His gaze locks onto Seongmiri's face, savoring the confirmation like it's fate. Gustav lets out a cold laugh. My offering, you belong to me. Seongmiri instantly raises her bow and fires, no hesitation, no mercy. Her arrow detonates up front, blowing the space before them apart in a sharp, violent burst. Everyone holds position until the thick dust and smoke finally start to clear. A teacher stares in disbelief at Gustav and demands, who the hell are you? Right now he looks like a debt-collecting demon, the kind that comes for your soul, not your money. He clenches a stone in his hand and sneers at the noisy parasites, like they're gnats on his skin. In a blink, the stone crumbles into fragments, crushed like it was nothing. Gustav's eyes flash with ruthless sharpness, the kind of glare that promises slaughter. Just die already. The moment he finished, a lewd, blood-chilling aura spilled off him like poison fog. Several students and even a few teachers got hit and went down hard. Right as that freakish power was about to strike Seongmiri, The demon's sword at her side raised his blade and blocked it head on. He shielded Xiang Miri behind him, but the impact still made the demon's sword tremble violently. Gustav sneered, "A lowly parasite dares stop my attack." Then the PA blared, "Everyone evacuate to the shelter immediately. The principal and the SSS-Rank hunters will arrive here in 10 minutes. Move to the shelter instead of engaging the enemy in combat." Xiang Miri pleaded, "Demon's sword, please take Teacher Yu in, see there. He'll hold out for 10 minutes, he answered. Hades will do it himself." Gustav curled his lips into a vicious smile. "That's not going to happen." As soon as he spoke, his figure vanished, and razor spikes erupted where he'd been standing. Both of them froze, mouths hanging open in shock. A gigantic crocodile drifted up into view. It let out a roar so deep the sound shook the entire campus. A mass of purple, murderous energy gathered in Gustav's palm. It twisted into a cyclone, spiraling around Gustav's body like a cursed storm. Xiang Miri frowned. "What the hell is that?" Dark power seeped through every corner of the academy. A dome-like barrier rose and sealed the whole school inside. Gustav scoffed, 10 minutes. Don't daydream in broad daylight, you worms." Xiang Miri jolted. Was that a domain barrier? Only a Lord-class monster like a Hellblood could pull this off. The demon's sword said bravely, "Miss Xiang Miri, run to the shelter. It's our only choice now. I'll distract him so." Before he could finish, Gustav fired a punch. "Where do you think you're going?" Rage surged through the demon's sword, and his eyes turned razor cold. He swung his blade, slashing straight at Gustav. Suddenly, a tail whipped in from nowhere. The demon's sword couldn't guard in time and got smashed into the wall. The hit was so brutal he spat blood on impact. Gustav asked arrogantly, "How dare you? But where did my sacrifice run off to?" The sacrifice he was hunting, Xiang Miri, struck from behind him. Gustav sensed something off and snapped his head around. Inside the shelter, Unbai noticed Xiang Mina acting strange and asked, "Is something wrong, Xiang Mina?" She blurted out, "Xiang Miri is in danger." The instant she said it, Xiang Mina vanished. Xiang Miri used Thunderquake suppression to lock Gustav in place. The demon's sword felt the danger and shouted, "Xiang Miri, watch out." Gustav's sharp claws slowly extended, inching closer like a guillotine. He clenched Xiang Miri in his palm, crushing tight. The demon's sword couldn't move in time, helpless. He whispered in guilt, "Sword Saint, I'm sorry." Gustav's claws pinned Xiang Miri to the ground, locking her in place like prey under a butcher's hook. He declared, "You can't run, sacrifice." His voice dripped with smug certainty. Something like tentacles unfurled from his palm, sliding forward as they targeted Xiang Miri. Desperate, she turned her face away and cried out, "Teacher." At the critical moment, Xiang Mina appeared and screamed, "No mind control, stop." Gustav paused mid-cruelty and turned his head to look at her. He said casually, "A Hellblood just comes strolling up to me on her own." Seeing how calm he stayed, Xiang Mina realized her skill had zero effect. Suddenly a box in her pocket started shrieking non-stop, "Too loud, way too loud." Xiang Mina hurled it to the ground, "Shut up, my little sister is about to die." She fired her next skill, a mental crush technique. Before she could move, his tail snapped over like a whip. Her entire body got wrapped up in an instant. The crocodile tail slowly tightened around Xiang Mina, squeezing the breath out of her. Then it lifted her clean off the ground. Gustav announced, "I'll sacrifice you next." Xiang Mina raged, "Don't touch my sister, you freak monster bastard." He didn't care at all. "Shall we begin the ritual together, then?" Xiang Miri's shoulder was seized by smaller claws, and she sobbed, "I'm so scared, save me." Xiang Mina, on the verge of breaking, could only pray, "Please, save Xiang Miri." She shouted a name with everything she had, UNC. The one all three of them pinned their hopes on was still enjoying peace inside a dream. But something tugged at him, and UNC jolted awake. Half-dazed, UNC muttered, "What was that just now?" Then he told the goddess of abundance, "I think I have to go right now." The system chimed in, "The goddess of abundance's tears say your holy power has fully recovered. She was worried you'd die if you went now, at the hands of the apostle of the god of destruction." UNC clenched his jaw still. "I have to do something at least." Outside, Gustav went berserk, slamming down on his target with savage glee. UNC appeared, hoisting his backpack as he stepped into the kill zone. On the other side, Xiang Mina screamed through tears, UNC. Xiang Miri, meanwhile, was grabbed by Gustav's hand like she weighed nothing. In agony and helpless, she could only beg, "No, please. Holy One, please." Gustav's sharp claws extended as tentacle, like siphons sucked Xiang Miri's energy and chi dry. He announced, "The blood rite is complete. Now I'll offer you to the gods." Tiny, pitiful Xiang Miri barely got out a no when a beam of light spun across the scene. Gustav sensed something was wrong, his instincts screaming. His tail had been cleanly severed. The heavy tail hit the ground with a dull, wet thud. Gustav roared in fury, "My tail, my precious little tail." The system flashed, "Apostle Gustav, 85 years old, note SS-Rank, a reaping agent created by the Godbreaker, an African crocodile monstrosity. In front of everyone, the pitiful Seong Miri was safe in C's palm, while violent power rolled off him in waves. C's expression turned dangerous as he said, "I'd love to carve up that crocodile and keep going." Seong Miri sobbed and called out, "Master." C gently set her down. Then he gripped his knife tight and strode straight at Gustav. "Hey, crocodile." Gustav snapped in fury, "Who are you, and why are you in my way?" That rat-brained C shouted back, "I'm gonna butcher you, you old freak." Man and crocodile lunged into a brawl, and C's footwork let him slip every strike with ease. C grinned viciously and leapt, squaring up right in front of Gustav's incoming fist. Then he bent like a reed and dodged, smoothly weaving past the next punch too. His face was full of smug satisfaction, like he was styling on a training dummy. C shot straight toward Gustav's gaping mouth, wide open like a death trap. He didn't hesitate, he drove the blade in with a clean, brutal thrust. The knife flashed and split Gustav's tongue in two, blood spraying everywhere. Gustav howled, "You bastard." C kept going, gifting him a few more savage cuts for good measure. Gustav finally got smart and clamped his jaws shut. His eyes turned bloodshot, burning red with rage. C hopped right onto the tip of Gustav's snout. With a hungry look, he licked the blade and said, "I want to slice you up even more." Gustav thrashed and cursed, while C kept drawing fresh lines of steel across him. C's eyes were practically spitting fire. Off to the side, the demon's sword marveled silently. That was the blade art he wanted to comprehend. Gustav stomped down hard, cracking the ground underfoot. Covered in wounds, he struggled to prop up a body on the verge of collapse. C mocked him, "That all you've got, little fish." The insult hit Gustav like a hammer, and irritation flared clearly in his gaze. Gustav growled, "You little," then he paused, voice turning darker. He began activating his power, eyes blazing as he spat. "That's not even all I can do." C got even more excited. "Oh yeah, now we're talking. This'll be fun." Gustav barked, "If I sacrifice you, the great god will be delighted." "Watch closely," he announced. "This is the power the god of destruction granted me." C laughed and stared him down. "Show me everything you've been hiding. You'll have even more fun in a second." Suddenly, the immortal seeker of truth sent a message. "Disappointing. You use a sword when you've got strong muscles to use." Meanwhile, Silent Dream was cheering you on, carnivorous flowers blooming over both her hands. C felt massively annoyed. "Useless little leeches, always tailing me." A gigantic figure suddenly loomed right in front of him, making him flinch. What the hell is this? Turns out Gustav had triggered his final mutation, his whole body reshaping into a muscle-packed form. C thought, bored out of his mind, "Is that really all he's got? How lame." He shot upward in a blur, soaring high into the air. He funneled all his strength into one arm and slashed across Gustav's face in a single brutal cut. But Gustav wasn't even scratched. C seethed, thinking, "My blade can't cut him, and I'm supposed to be a sword saint." To prove that title, he stomped hard for momentum and shouted, "I can't accept this. I'm going to carve you up, you damn crocodile." C unleashed a flurry of chain knife, strikes into Gustav's body. Blood sprayed out of Gustav in messy bursts. C went for the finisher, driving in for one last killing stab. But Gustav caught his wrist in a death grip, freezing him in place. Gustav sneered, "That kind of blade won't cut scales gifted by the gods." Gustav punched C and sent him flying backward. Blood burst from C's mouth as he tumbled. Then spinning shockwaves kept hammering toward him without stopping. Bricks and stone shattered, debris lifting into the air like a storm. Gustav advanced step by step, closing in on C. Badly wounded, C felt like he couldn't move at all. Gustav seized C's head with razor claws, forcing him to grit his teeth through the pain. Gustav smirked. "How does it feel to witness power blessed by holy grace?" Then he muttered, "Dear God, please accept this delicious offering I present to you." C was stuck on the back foot, blood dripping nonstop from the corner of his mouth. Pressing his advantage, Gustav tightened his claws around C's head and shoulder. He looked down with arrogant, ice-cold eyes. C tried activating his ring finger regeneration, but the system kept blasting warnings. "You do not have enough holy power to use this skill." C ground his teeth and cursed, "Damn it. System alert, warning, warning, you are approaching death." Gustav lifted C into the air with both hands. C was nearly out of resistance, his vision dimming as his eyes started to roll back. Suddenly, Hades appeared from behind and charged Gustav's back, roaring, "Master." Gustav jerked in surprise and turned his head. Hades' eyes spat fire. He was furious beyond words. He ignited his energy and swung his sword forward, warping the space around them into chaos. The collision triggered a violent explosion. C was left floating in midair, dazed, thinking, "Was I too reckless becoming a god? Wasn't I always the guy who ran away, never caring about anyone else?" In the haze, he heard someone calling his name, UNC. Inho raised his fist high and begged, "Please, restore his strength." And T prayed with all her heart, "Great God UNC, please give him his power back." UNC still had a shred of awareness. He could hear and feel the desperate, tear-soaked prayers of his devotees. Siang Mina screamed, pleading UNC don't die. Siang Miri forced out a broken whisper, please. The demon's sword was consumed by regret. I'm sorry, if only I were stronger. UNC felt every sincere wish, every prayer, and every tear spilled for his sake. System notice, a portion of your power has been restored, influenced by your devotees' prayers and tears. Gustav raised his razor claws again and bellowed, I'll offer you to the Lord. The system displayed skill sharing, new skill added from the demon's sword in Hades. Heaven, illusion demon, God's sword, an immortal blessing from Hades. UNC steadied himself, eyes snapping wide open. His hand clenched tight around the knife. He forced the blade up and cleanly severed one of Gustav's arms. Pain shot through Gustav, ripping up from the stump like fire. UNC unleashed his next move, skill sharing, demon sword art. Right after that came Heaven, illusion demon, God sword, a 1-second burst. The energies slammed together and detonated in a violent explosion. Outside, Kang San and Ju Hyun tried to break in. He cursed, I can't pierce this magic barrier, damn it, my skills don't work anymore. Kang San went berserk, fury blazing in his eyes. That bastard Gustav. He gathered Korea's S&A-rank hunters in Gangwon-do and brought them here. Ju Hyun stared at the barrier, hating himself. If only I had a miracle. The dome suddenly formed a few thin cracks. A shockwave rippled outward, rolling across the area. Inside, UNC set up his next attack. Then he stabbed the knife tip into the ground, making Gustav blink. What the hell are you doing? UNC lifted his face with a wicked grin. I'm going to kill you. The moment he spoke, he whipped the knife through the air again and again. Countless spike-like projectiles shot at Gustav, forcing him to hunch and guard to reduce the damage. He blurted, panicked, this is dangerous. The knife in UNC's hand even snapped, breaking apart mid-frenzy. UNC stood tall and fearless, while his opponent shrank behind a tight, desperate defense. Gustav stared at the man in front of him, suspicion creeping in. Then he looked at his severed arm and thought, what is this? He screamed, why you, what did you do to me? UNC answered coldly, you're already finished. Gustav exploded in rage, you crazy bastard dog, are you trying to fool me? He raised his fist, ready to smash UNC with one punch. But something made him jerk to a stop, A streak of light sliced straight across Gustav's body. Turns out UNC had tagged him with a blue strike, energy spraying nonstop. What the hell is this? Behind him, 2 razor beams swept through like execution blades. Gustav couldn't believe it. I can't lose, not to a guy like him. Outside, Ju Hyun and Kang San kept watching, eyes locked on the chaos within. Suddenly, a beam of light tore the space apart, layer after layer shattering like glass. What? The barrier broke. Gustav collapsed like a defeated loser, muttering, lowly parasite, W, what did you do to me? 1,000 questions flooded Gustav's mind, all screaming the same thing, why? UNC triggered radiant magic that lit up the sky. Gustav stared, wondering if this was the guy's true form. UNC kept his eyes closed, calmly focusing his energy. Now Gustav finally felt fear. I should have run the first time I saw him, he thought. This man, this great being, he isn't something I can handle. Before the thought even finished, Gustav's fingers shattered into pieces. UNC still stood tall right in front of him, unshaken. UNC's body was absorbing power straight from Gustav. System notice S-Rank apostle of the god of destruction, Gustav, has been defeated, absorbing the sacrifice. Congratulations, devotee Gustav is a sacrifice worth 5 S-Rank levels. When it was over, UNC slumped down, exhausted to the bone. System reminder, quest ascension of the low-tier demon god in progress. S-Rank, transcendent potential relics 210. Kang San rushed over, shouting UNC's name in a panic. Worried, he tried to encourage him. You can't die here, not yet. UNC's hand went limp and fell slack to the ground. The 2 outsiders thought he'd logged out, and they burst into sobs. UNC no. Hades said, Master is just sleeping. Ju Hyun froze and repeated, sleeping. In the haze, he drifted into a peaceful space, where 100 flowers bloomed. Then bizarre man, eating plants sprouted up from the roses. He realized this place was the silent nightmare. Wait, am I lying inside a man, eating tree's mouth? So I got eaten by some lurking predator. The system suddenly announced, Silent Nightmare says, once your body finishes synchronization, no curse or toxin will be able to harm you anymore. UNC thought that's great, but it's been a while now, does this really work? The system continued, Silent Nightmare says there's only 1 punch left. INC blinked, a punch. The man, eating tree's trunk, began to move. INC couldn't react in time and slipped, falling straight inside. He screamed, what the hell is this? The flower snapped shut, leaving only a shrill cry for help, help. UNC jolted awake from the nightmare. Beside him, Siang Mina propped her chin and asked softly, you're awake, you've been out for a whole week. UNC stared blankly, a week, only a week, no way. Seeing him spaced out, she leaned closer. Are you okay, bad dream? He answered calmly, I'm fine, thanks for worrying. System notice, congratulations. Seong-mina's wish has come true. She is now your 4th devotee. Seong-mina is a powerful devotee worth 2 S-Rank levels. Quest Ascension of the Low-Tier Demon God in progress. S-Rank, Transcendent Potential Relics 510. So Seong-mina became my devotee Yun. She watched her worshipful posture, and she asked, curious, what are you staring at? System tip, Seong-mina, devotee profile, try asking her for a kiss. She might be happy and comply. Insi blushed and stammered, what a kiss. The space around them suddenly warped, like something had forced reality to hiccup. Out of nowhere, a shark came flying straight at the two of them. Seong-mina panicked, grabbed Insi by the neck and screamed, another monster, we're dead. Seong-mina was terrified, screaming monster, over and over without stopping. System notice, In-ho has offered a giant horned fish as tribute. On the shoreline, In-ho beamed and presented the gift. Yun-si, please eat this fish and get healthy again. You've got this. Yun-si clutched his head, confused. What the hell is In-ho doing now? Kang-san charged in from outside, saw the shark and shrieked, what's going on, what the hell is that? The demon's sword rushed in with Seong-miri, Master Sword Saint, are you alright? Yun-si deadpanned, lunch is grilled shark today. How's that sound? Then he added, feed the students and staff too. Next, he activated index finger, God's authority. The shark was instantly teleported, blasting out into the courtyard. Everyone stared dumbly at the giant fish, flopping and twitching in the wind. Yun-si flashed a bright smile, split it up, okay, I'm gifting you this shark. A few days later, in classroom 3 on the 3rd floor, Yun-si held a proposal in his hand, feeling a little nervous. Carrying the document In-si stepped into the classroom. 2 students whispered, he's the association's secret weapon, right, obviously. Why else would S-Rank Seong-mina follow him around? He's the one who finished that SS-Rank freak when we were stuck in that muck, yeah. The principal won't say it, but everyone knows. In-si's face darkened, he thought. I can literally hear every word you brats are saying. The demon's sword slammed his blade into the floor, startling Yun-si. Using the sword hilt like a microphone, he announced, so you finally recognized the Sword Saint's greatness. Mi-yonji stood and commanded, everyone, stand up and bow to teacher Yun-si. In-si blinked, stunned. She's the class president, I didn't know. The whole class bowed in unison, good morning, teacher. Touched, Yun-si covered his mouth and thought, they never welcomed me like this before. Still, seeing these kids happy after the Gustav incident makes me feel a little better. Yun-si greeted them, long time no see. Since it's been a while, you'll be self-studying today. Mi-yonji and the others all went speechless at once. In-si panicked inside, I ditched class to chase my novel deadline. Can't keep doing this. These kids will stage a coup. He spun around 180 degrees. Kidding, today is counseling. We'll do one-on-one sessions. Yun-si brought everyone to the counseling room and called out, next, Haizu. She plopped into the chair and replied, I'm here. System notice, Haizu, female 19 rating average, looks well fed, but she actually has high blood lipids. Yun-si smugly thought, with a status window for counseling and treatment, how could I not be a great teacher? Then he said, don't move. Next, In-si activated ring finger, godly healing. Haizu stared as green light wrapped around her body. She felt something change and asked, teacher, how did you do that? Then she gasped, my senses feel twice as sharp. In-si thought confidently, of course. Your high blood lipids are cured, he called outside, all done next. Yun-si's face went dark. Why is it you two again? The demon's sword put on an eager face. I want your counseling too. Seong-miri chimed in right away, me too. In-si asked, aren't you two already getting private training at home? The demon's sword answered fast, school is different from home. Seong-miri nodded along, that's right, sir. Seeing he couldn't out-argue them, he relented, fine, who's first? The demon's sword lunged forward me. Seong-miri fought back, no, me first. He stood up and shouted, no way. I won't yield just because you're a student. Seong-miri shot back, but you're not even a student. In-si's head started pounding, he sighed. Stop fighting, I'll counsel you both at the same time. The saintess messaged the devotee In-ti, who was drowning in despair and praying hard. In-si glanced at his phone, confused, what now? The screen shifted to In-ti, kneeling with the dark folk and praying, God In-si, please save us, O Divine One. We can't handle this with our measly strength. In-si blinked, startled, what happened? He quickly focused on the red alert. The system kept screaming warnings non-stop. In that moment, he could see how urgent the ant swarm situation was. The brutal red ant army formed ranks, their battle intent surging higher and higher. The quiet forest suddenly turned loud and restless. They were charging in a flood toward Darkfolk territory. The mountains and woods were gradually swallowed by the march of 3 leading devotees. First came a male serpent, spearheading the army. Devotee of the swamp tyrant, Abyss, 2,000 years old, description, summoned by Arash with endless regeneration. Next was a winged white tiger, its long fangs gleaming. Call it Mumo, a savage beast devotee. Male, 666 years old, description, revived and summoned by Arash. Then came Firewheel, a devotee, like the highest light in the sky itself. Age 200 description wields terrifying flame summoned by Arid. C realized these were three of the most terrifying devotees around. System warning, these three are stronger than SS. Rank Glass and Gustav, high probability. All 7 ant tribes will be slaughtered. C's face twisted with anger. What is this? Are they trying to erase the source of my power? System warning, critical situation. Time until Arash and Aiden Antier's 100 billion insect legion arrives. 78-12-5. The countdown has begun. UNC broke into a cold sweat. 100 billion bugs. Even a whole truck of pesticide wouldn't stop that. He wondered if he could protect the ants' swarm at all. Even against Gustav, he hadn't been sure he'd win. The demon sword and Siang Miri, waiting forever, asked, Sword Saint, what's going on? The trio of beast, devotee monsters was already ready for battle. They began shouting, shoulder to shoulder with His Majesty and the great gods. The red ant army roared back, down with the god of destruction's lackeys. C held his head, desperately thinking of a counter. Damn it, I'm about to die for real. Then it hit him, no, he still had a low-tier quest. C perked up, pointed at the sky, and started laughing to himself. The demon's sword and Siang Miri panicked. Sword Saint. He was in bed for a whole week, and now the system appeared. Limited time quest for a low-tier good god in progress. S-class, outstanding potential, sacrifices, 610. C cracked his knuckles and jumped on the quest immediately. First thing first, he had to raise his devotee count. He knew it when someone's about to drown, they'll grab any lifeline they can reach. At the same time, Kang-san was happily eating in the academy cafeteria. He shoveled huge bites into his mouth and chewed like he meant it. C watched him closely. There it is, my lifeline. Then C walked over, pulled out a chair and sat down. Kang-san didn't get it at all, so he stared at C with curiosity. System profile, Kang-san, human male, 58, notes, muscular man with transcendent potential, likes you because you saved his daughter. Kang-san asked, what do you want to say? C replied calmly, Mr. Kang-san, I have a request. Then C launched into a long, rambling pitch. Kang-san paused mid-chew, his cheeks still full of food. He burst out laughing so hard that rice grains flew everywhere. Kang-san grinned wide. All right, I trust you. Even so, he couldn't help thinking it was a pretty weird request. Kang-san went right back to focusing on his meal like nothing happened. C felt stuck. There was no opening at all. I guess it won't work, he thought. Siang Miri nudged Siang Mina. Sis, eat, stop staring. System notice, low-tier god promotion quest in progress. Rank S, transcendent potential, sacrifices, 610. C reflected, thanks for helping me, Siang Mina. I only need a few more hours. Becoming a low-tier god was the only way out of this mess. But why didn't it trigger when Kang-san said the keyword? Does he not believe in me? C turned and asked straight up, Mr. Kang-san, is there anything I can help you with? What would make you trust me more? Kang-san snapped back. Seeing C act oddly nice, Kang-san narrowed his eyes. What are you plotting? Then he shouted, even if I like you, I'm not marrying my daughter off to you. C was speechless. What is this guy even talking about? Siang Mina and Siang Miri both blinked, stunned. Kang-san waved it off anyway. No, don't ever give up. Life's not that easy. C chuckled, relax, I'm not into older women. Siang Mina's face twitched, and she got visibly irritated. Kang-san looked like he was about to blow smoke out of his ears. His blood boiled, he slammed his spoon into the table. You little punk, did you just say you don't like my daughter? C realized Kang-san really wasn't normal. Is that why he doubts me? Either way, I have to make him trust me. Kang-san yanked the spoon out of the table, and C flinched in fear. But then Kang-san lowered his voice. You've been healing other students with your skill, right? C felt the hook sink in. Yes, this is exactly what I needed. He hurriedly said, yes, the students and Siang Mina are much better now with healing. She couldn't even talk or recognize people at first. Kang-san shot back, really? C switched into full enthusiastic mode. Then what can I do for you, sir? Kang-san dropped his gaze and finally confessed, can you save someone who's about to die? The request hit C out of nowhere. System notice S-Rank tracking quest, Kang-san has been created. C stared at the screen, not sure what that even meant. The system guided him, quest, restore Kang-san's friend and show her the power of a great god, target, Kang-san, reward Kang-san's trust. Hearing that, he lit up like he'd struck gold. Perfect, I have to do this. Hopefully this nets me another S-Rank devotee. The two of them headed to the hospital together. Outside the VIP room, guards stood watch with strict, tight security. Kang-san led him to a young woman, lying in a bed overflowing with flowers. C sized her up silently. This is his friend, she's way too young. Seeing him freeze, Kang-san quickly asked, what are you looking at? C challenged him, didn't you say she's your friend? She looks like my friend. Kang-san explained, Myril isn't old. She's always looked like this, and she doesn't even have gray hair. Myril isn't just a friend, Kang-san said. She fought life and death with me in war, a hero who saved Korea with me. Her face looked like that of a teenage girl. Even in a coma, she still radiated an almost holy glow. Yun-si frowned at the flowers, but a nurse appeared and cut in. "Excuse me." Kang-san explained her lifespan is almost gone. She's absorbing plant life to stay alive. Doctors and healers tried everything, but they all failed. He turned sadly and asked, "What do you think? Can you do it?" Yun-si answered after a pause, "I'll try." The system displayed Limire, human female, age unknown. Note, her remaining lifespan is tiny and has stalled due to the coma. Yun-si was shocked. He couldn't see her age. "First time this has happened. Is something bugged?" A voice echoed suddenly, "Sir, you don't ask a woman's age." A pair of eyes stared straight at Yun-si, and he wondered, is that Myral's voice? Kang-san seemed to guess it. "Looks like Myral is talking to you in her reflection space." He patted Yun-si's shoulder gently. "I believe in you." In a quiet, fragrant dream forest, Myral sat on a chair feeding birds. She smiled and asked softly, "Are you being good?" Then she slid her gaze to Yun-si and greeted him, "Hello." Yun-si blurted, "What the hell is this? Is this a dream?" Then he realized, no, this was her reflection space, a skill similar to Seong-mina's. Except it wasn't as strong or as perfectly controlled. Yun-si started, "So you're Myria?" She replied gently, "Yes, that's right, Yun-si." He jolted, "You know me." Myral answered casually, "Of course, you're the chosen one." She continued, "I sensed you as the embodiment of evil, but you look pretty gentle and kind, just a bit pathetic, so I'm relieved." Yun-si bristled, "Pathetic? Is she insulting me right now? Should I be mad?" Myral pressed, "I was going to use my last strength to kill you if you match my first impression." Yun-si swallowed it down, better to respect a hero. Yun-si asked why she brought him here. Myral said plainly, "Because my body is basically already dead. I brought you into this space to talk." Yun-si broke into a cold sweat. "Can you send me back? I want to heal you." He knew he truly didn't have time. The system instantly displayed, time remaining, 68:15. Myral lowered her head and shook it sadly. "I thought I couldn't be restored." Then she asked, "Do you want to use your authority to heal me here?" Yun-si blinked. "Here." She revealed, "Your authority is greater than you think. Just try it. No overthinking." Yun-si didn't hesitate anymore, pressing his ring finger with a god's cold resolve. A strange power spilled out as blue light wrapped Seong-miri's whole body, lifting her as she floated above the altar circle. The system display showed it was calculating the target's karmic cause and effect to attempt restoration. Result returned, restoration failed. With your current amount of holy power, you cannot restore her. He stared at Seong-miri, disappointment burning in his eyes. She was lowered down slowly, like a feather losing its last wind. Her eyes remained gently shut as she touched the ground in silence. Yun-si wondered if he truly lacked holy power, and if Kang-san's request was about to fail too. Then out of nowhere, Seong-miri faintly opened her eyes. Seeing her collapse to the floor, Yun-si panicked and blurted, "What's wrong with you?" Seong-miri suddenly looked up and said, "I believe in you, Yenzin." Her expression brightened, as if a heavy fog had finally lifted from her face. Mi-lei dropped to one knee, lifted her head, and told Yenzin that he was young and lacking, yet she'd entrust her fate and this land to him. System notice, congratulations. Seong-miri has become your 5th believer. Her value equals 2 S-rank hunters. S-rank possesses transcendent potential. Believer points 826, plus 2 out of 10. Watching her bow so respectfully, Yenzin thought it was sudden, but now he only needed 2 more S-rank believers. Seong-miri gazed into the distance and offered Yun-si a prophecy, keep saving worlds, and one day he could save their world too. He jolted, thinking of the ant tribe. Was she talking about Antie? Seong-miri seemed satisfied, and before leaving she urged him to become their savior when disaster struck. Young and adorable god. Yun-si saw she was about to go and rushed forward. Wait, but Mayuri was already fading away. She kept smiling as she spoke. I don't have much time. Your answer is closer than you think, little god. Yun-si reached out like he could pull her back, but everything vanished into the void. Notice, believer skill added to new skill share category, Mayuri's Dream Oracle. Yun-si stared blankly at the screen, whispering, a prophecy skill. The system notified him again, you do not have enough divine power. Suddenly his whole body went slack, and he let out a small, startled cry. Ah. He snapped his eyes wide open, heart hammering like a war drum. Once he steadied himself, he realized he was back in reality, the shock turning his face pale as he gasped for air. Kang-san was so worried he grabbed his shoulder and asked, Han Yun-si, are you okay? But Yun-si stayed locked on Mayuri's words. The answer is near me, he thought, biting his lip hard. The next morning at the training academy, the day felt sharp and restless. Yun-si stood by the basketball court watching Hades play with students. Hades waved, but Yun-si didn't care. Yun-si took a call, still mulling it over. The commission failed, so he needed another way to gain believers. He only had to search nearby like Xiang Miri said, so he replied, then by tomorrow at the latest, please send it to me. After hanging up, he thought he'd poured in his entire fortune, even borrowed more from the bank, praying it would work. In another corner, the demon's sword was training like a maniac, and that instantly grabbed Yu Yinxi's attention. The demon's sword swung hard, carving razor, bright sword lines through the air. Yu Yinxi thought about the blade from the cheating incident as the system popped up. Dark Demon Sword Manual V2. Heaven, Demon God Sword Training. Sold by Demon, Slaying Sword, upgraded from V1, absurdly heavy, universe grade. He screamed inside, because he'd paid his whole damn fortune to push the Dark Demon Sword into S-Rank. He remembered the tattered book that came with it inside, and this is my extra reward, huh? The system explained it was the Tai-Kai Demon Sword Codex, a secret archive tied to the Sword Saint's extinction blade, carrying Zhang Sanfeng's essence. But Yu Yinxi recalled the demon's sword warning him, this gentle sword art doesn't match my extreme, low sword school. The heavenly demon god sword is already brutal enough. If I learn the Tai-Kai Demon Sword Codex, my meridians and chi will get scrambled. Yu Yinxi cursed under his breath, wishing the Sword Saint's extinction blade name could just die already. Back in the present, the demon's sword was still drilling with laser focus. Only after finishing a full new sword, Dao Set, did he finally stop to catch his breath. He ran a hand through silky hair, sweat flicking off like crystal shards in the light. That scene hit Mi Yonji right in the eyes. She even stopped playing basketball just to stare at the idiot. Somewhere along the way, she'd started drooling, so cool. The demon's sword glanced back and snapped, quit staring, get over here. Mi Yonji dropped the ball and stammered, me, do you want water? But he pointed at Hades, no not you, the summoned monster beside you. Mi Yonji froze, face burning red like she'd been caught fangirling. Hades mocked him, calling him a rude jerk, then teased the demon's sword, you wanna taste defeat again. Even so, his expression was dead serious. Today's different. Even if you're S-Rank, I've got a feeling I'll win. Yu Yinxi watched from the side, thinking, oh wow, no way an A-Rank beating an S-Rank is impossible, but the demon's sword might break into S-Rank by fighting Hades, because the heavenly demon god sword isn't a normal technique. The answer is close to me, he thought. Was she hinting at the Moonblade demon's sword? Hades rushed in, fast as a gale, warning, I won't hold back, brace yourself. The demon's sword unleashed his power and swung to meet him. I've mastered the heavenly demon god sword at its peak. I'm not yesterday's me. Suddenly, something flashed brightly right in front of him. His eyes went wide as he stared at where Hades had been standing. In an instant, Hades was gone, leaving only a faint haze of dust and smoke. The demon's sword got ambushed from behind and crashed hard to the floor. Hades was behind him, smug as ever. Not bad, demon's sword. That strike was decent, but it's still not enough to beat me. The demon's sword grit his teeth, furious. This stupid body, but just wait, one day I'll definitely win. After saying that, he slumped and face planted onto the floor. Hades hauled him over his shoulder and muttered, I know you'll do it. At least you're still alive. He went to Yu Yinxi to report, Master. I'll carry him to the infirmary. Yu Yinxi pointed and replied, go. Mi Yonji came sprinting after Hades, panting, let me come with you. Watching them disappear, Yu Yinxi mulled it over like Hades said, the demon's sword will reach S-Rank someday. It's just a matter of when. Then he tipped his head back and chugged the entire vial of medicine in his hand. System notice, synchronization rate with the creator god increased from 45% to 46%. Yenzin's innate authority has been reinforced. He glared at the empty bottle and complained, that's the 2,000th one, still only a 1% gain, and a fight was waiting ahead. He glanced over at Xiang Mina treating her sister and asked, is it going smoothly, even though he knew she wouldn't answer while focused. Right now, Xiang Mina was removing the seal on Xiang Miri's inner power, so she could defend herself instead of being a helpless abyssal sacrifice. Xiang Miri's condition shifted, and she felt unbearable pain tearing through her whole body. Seeing that, Xiang Mina poured in everything she had. Both of them endured horrific agony. When it was done, Xiang Mina collapsed from exhaustion. Xiang Miri saw it and asked, Han, sis, are you okay? Even drained, Xiang Mina stayed hard-faced. She wiped her sweat and answered, yeah, I'm fine. Yu Yinxi mulled over Xiang Miri's the answer is close line. He'd assumed she meant both the demon's sword and Xiang Miri herself. Whatever, he stood to the side and raised a hand, cheering the sisters on. Don't push too hard, take it slow, you've got this. In Xiang Mina's mind, a familiar image suddenly surfaced, sharp and oddly comforting. Then she turned her mouth away, flustered, while Yu Yinxi and Xiang Miri both looked lost. Her cheeks went red, and she quietly called out Nina. Yu Yinxi blinked in confusion. What did you say? She suddenly yelled, I'm not your big sister. I don't want to be the older one. Call me Xiang Mina. Yenzin scratched his head, pulled out a lollipop and coaxed her. Mina, want some candy? She lit up and ran over, acting like a kid. Candy, give it to me. Yu Yinxi thought she had to calm down so they could break the seal. System notice, low, God promotion trial in progress. S-Rank with transcendent potential. Progress 826, 210. Watching Seong Mina eat, Yu Yinsi calculated, if the demon's sword and Seong Miri hit S-rank that'd be 10, but there wasn't time to wait. System notice, time until experimental army lands on Anti-A, 48 hours, 1 minute, 30 seconds. Yu Yinsi sighed, no way, he had to train fast. Oh right, he waved and called for Seong Miri. She answered immediately, yes. Yu Yinsi instructed her, I need to leave this world for a bit. Tell the demon's sword to take over guard duty after I'm gone. She sensed it was serious and asked, what do you need to do? Yenzin answered casually, sleep. Once back in his room, he finally relaxed, flopped onto the bed and went out cold. In another world, Yu Yinsi glared in fury at the wooden sword lying in front of him. Then he roared, Heavenly Sword, are you messing with me right now? A tall man stood before him, looking down at Yu Yinsi with a wide, smug grin. Yu Yinsi stepped toward the bed thinking when she said close. I pictured some mystical spot instead. He had only one option left. Still thinking, he sat down and pulled his legs up onto the mattress. He curled into a cocoon and continued, hell trial with the dream chaser. Time in the dream realm runs way slower, so he could train for 3 months in a dream, about 2 real days. Absolutely cracked, who knows how strong he could get. Yu Yinsi looked ridiculously satisfied with himself. He sank into a dream at the Heavenly Sword Palace, where gigantic swords were planted in the earth like terrifying gravestones. A man who looked like the boss sat on twin thrones, wearing that cocky I own you expression. Yu Yinsi recognized the place instantly. This was Heavenblade Jushi's lair, where their eyes first met. He remembered that wide-eyed stare, the way it pinned him in place. The fear still felt fresh, like the first time he'd even passed out, but that wasn't the point anymore. He'd left his exploded sword from the Gustav fight for repairs, so Yu Yinsi called out, Lord Heavenblade, is my sword fixed yet? Recalling it blowing into 100 pieces, the system relayed Heavenblade Jushi's answer, not finished. He said it needed more time because the damage was insanely severe. Yenzin pleaded, then at least lend me one sword. The man gestured like, fine, okay. But the system announced Heavenblade Jushi demanded 1 million sugar. Yenzin snapped, why is it so expensive? Double last time. The man laughed smugly. Heavenblade Jushi said, no money, no borrowing. Yu Yinsi stayed up and worked the menu, muttering, this damn greedy merchant. Then caved, fine, 1 million sugar. Then Yang Yenzin suddenly got cautious. Wait, he's not running a scam to squeeze me dry, is he? The hillside ahead cracked in two, and blinding light burst out, stabbing his eyes. Yu Yinsi raised a hand to shield his face. From within that light, a wooden sword slowly emerged. Yenzin stared in shock and blurted, what is this supposed to be? At the same time, Heavenblade Jushi wore that joking, almost teasing smile. Of course Yenzin exploded, demanding justice. Lord Heavenblade, this is a wooden sword. What am I supposed to do with it? Are you trolling me? Do you really think I'm that stupid? A notice popped up. Heavenblade Jushi said yes, but also no, stop whining and try it. Item info, worn old wooden sword, made from apricot wood 850 years ago, once used for training by the founder of the Mount Hua sect. Yu Yinsi read every word, then forced a compromise. 850 years old, and Mount Hua's founder trained with it. Honestly, that didn't sound so bad. He reluctantly accepted the sword, still grumbling, I'm in a hurry anyway. I'll make do, I already paid for it. After that, he activated the infinite sword. Notice, Heavenblade Zaya Jushi said once your synchronization with the founder's wooden sword reaches 50%, a miracle will occur. He added that training here would raise synchronization. Yu Yinsi's eyes sparkled. A 50% miracle in the dream, sync really did climb faster. Watching the sword twitch, Yu Yinsi thought, this wooden blade feels like the Mount Hua founder is reacting, like he wants to tell me something. Either way, if it's a miracle, then what kind of spell is it supposed to be? A notice appeared. Heavenblade Jushi sneered and announced, we're starting the hell trial. The moment that notice ended, a massive object came charging in like a wrecking ball. Yu Yinsi yelped, wait, no countdown, not 1, 2, 3, we're starting right now. With no choice, he poured all his strength into swinging the wooden sword to counterattack. Then he realized, oh, this thing can actually block his blade. He stared up at the towering Heavenblade Jushi standing in front of him, sword in hand. System notice, Heavenblade Jushi said, try to hit me even once. Time remaining, 30 hours, 5 minutes, 10 seconds, synchronization, 46%. After a brutal exchange, the Heavenly Sword Palace looked like a battlefield. Yu Yinsi raged, thinking he'd never landed a single clean hit in a dream before. Then a message came through, praise of all things. Heavenblade Jushi said blocking 10-0 sword strikes was impressive. And then he calmly added he would attack 10-0 more times. Another round erupted, blades flashing non-stop in a storm of strikes. Yu Yinsi had to chug dozens of blend recovery potions just to stay on his feet. System notice, time remaining 21, synchronization 46.5%. Yu Yinsi panted hard, sweat pouring off him like he'd been drenched in rain. He suddenly looked up and grinned, satisfied. I've got his weakness now. In a blink, Yu Yinsi vanished in a burst of speed, too fast to track. Even Heavenblade Jushi's eyes widened at that terrifying acceleration. A sword line skimmed across the man's abdomen, light as a whisper, but the pain went straight to the core. Heavenblade Jushi was stunned speechless. Yu Yinsi didn't dare celebrate yet, brows raised as he waited for the result. The Heavenblade's abdomen suddenly flashed with light. Yu Yinsi spun around, thrilled, finally, his first true hit, dead on target. Notice time remaining 20 hours, 0 minutes, 30 seconds, synchronization 47%. Yu Yinsi downed another try, blend recovery potion without even breathing. Then he stared at the Heavenblade and hardened his resolve. No matter what, he had to reach 50%. System update, Heavenblade Jushi said he felt proud of you, and he even asked for one more potion. Of course Yu Yinsi snapped. No damn way, if you want it that bad, go buy it yourself. He didn't notice a hand reaching out from the hillside behind him, until it suddenly grabbed him tight. As Yu Yinsi struggled, the system announced the Eternal Truth Seeker. Time to get used to the smell of iron. Yu Yinsi ground his teeth. This time it's the Eternal Truth Seeker, huh? With that thought, he tossed the potion bottle in his hand aside. In a place called the Muscle Temple, basically a nightmare gym, he faced a man built like a walking tank. The guy's whole body gleamed like it was oiled up, flashing white teeth as he grinned, saying training is the best way to prep for war. Then he pulled out a whip as thick as a python, and Yu Yinsi caught a few warm-up lashes right away. Yu Yinsi cried from the pain, cursing inside. A whip wasn't a metaphor. The bastard is actually beating me with it, damn it. The Eternal Truth Seeker seemed pleased and liked him. He said Yu Yinsi's muscles would harden, then ordered, warm up by lifting this 2-ton dumbbell. Staring at the weight bigger than a tank tire, Yu Yinsi set his sword down, inhaled hard, and vowed to protect Anti-A no matter what. Yu Yinsi pushed with everything he had, like his life depended on it. He clenched his jaw and forced it higher, inch by brutal inch. A little more, then a little more, refusing to let his arms give out. Yenzin poured every last drop of strength into his hands, his body overheating as sweat exploded out. The weight finally budged, and the ground under Yu Yinsi sank from the 1,000-pound pressure. He got so hyped his nose started bleeding. I lifted it. Notice the Eternal Truth Seeker clapped and said he needed to drink a potion so he wouldn't lose muscle. Yenzin collapsed onto the floor, hands still shaking, and forced the medicine down his throat. Notice time remaining 10 hours, 1 minute, 5 seconds, synchronization 48%. The system added that the Silent Nightmare was excited because his turn was coming. Yu Yinsi turned purple with rage. Stop grinding me down, you idiot nightmare. Either way, if he fell asleep here, he'd wake up in reality. He couldn't let that happen yet. After thrashing around inside a man, eating tree's belly, he finally punched a hole through. Following that opening, he successfully escaped to the outside. The man, eating tree, took a fatal blow and exploded into 100 shattered pieces. Nearby man, eating trees, heard the commotion, woke up one by one, and stretched their long trunks out to fight. Notice the Silent Nightmare giggled in bliss and told him to hit even harder next time. Yenzin felt chilled to the bone, thinking none of these dream chasers are normal. Notice time remaining 0 hours, 1 minute, 1 second, synchronization 49%. Yu Yinsi raked his hair, cursing, I tried this hard and I'm still short 1%, 2,000 more potions for 50%, I'm out of time. Then it hit him, hit harder, right? He lifted his eyes toward the cluster of trees ahead. Without another word, he grabbed his sword and shot forward like a bolt. Notice the Silent Nightmare was trembling with pleasure. Yenzin laughed, thrilled, all right then, let's test it. And he unleashed a rapid series of slashes straight ahead. His face was practically glowing as he muttered, excited, so this is how much stronger I got. With just a few basic moves, he cut down the man, eating trees, and they screamed in agonized, pitiful howls. System notice, the Silent Nightmare was euphoric because you were violently forceful. Seriously though, the vibe was messed up, like it was enjoying this way too much. Yenzin gripped his sword and stared at the man, eating trees, twisting and writhing on the ground. He yelled in rage, stop messing with me already, give me the remaining percent now. System update progress, time remaining 0 hours, 0 minutes, 1 second. Yu Yinsi stared at the system screen, his face going stiff. Notice synchronization 49.9%. He let out a loud, cracked huh. Then he screamed, furious, damn it, I'm going insane. Right then behind a tree, a figure was bleeding out, barely alive, basically about to croak. The thunderous crash of falling trees made Yu Yinsi whip his head around. Notice the Silent Nightmare chirped happily that the Heavenly Demon God Sword is the absolute peak. Synchronization has reached 50%. From now on, you may be able to directly intervene in Anti-A. Yenzin looked unconvinced. Directly intervene, that's it. You said you'd bring me a small miracle, he snapped, fist clenched tight. I got played again, didn't I? System notice, due to synchronization, an A-rank pioneer's mentality and endurance will increase. Yu Yinsi realized it. Oh, so it means the demon's sword in Siang Miri. A small miracle is them hitting S-rank, huh, fair enough. Suddenly, the system UI turned red. Alarms blared non-stop. Warning, warning, the royal army's first assault wave has begun. This marks the opening of the God War, threatening Zhu Yijin's fate. Yu Yinsi cursed, damn it, I have to get to Antie, but first he had to reach the school rooftop. There should be a transport there. In Antie, a solid layer of stone ramparts had been raised as defensive walls. The enemy was already only a short distance from Antie's fortress. The Black Ant Army's vanguard unit had been completely wiped out. A woman calling herself a Requeenie sat on a throne, with loyal believers standing guard behind her. Ata Hineng said that castle was built with the demon god's power. Rumor had it the fortress was unbeatable because it was too sturdy. Arash ordered Beelzebub's drill wasp unit to move up to the vanguard position. Beelzebub's leader stepped forward respectfully. Yes, my lord, we won't disappoint you. After that, they surged together like a swarm, flying toward Antie's walls. Beelzebub chuckled with delight, ha ha, such pitiful little creatures. The Black Ant Saintess stood atop the high wall, trembling with worry. There are too many, my holy power won't stop them. Even so, she shook as she prayed. I will follow Lord Yu Yinsi's holy decree. I won't abandon the castle, please hurry here. Even the ant subordinates couldn't hide their fear. They say Beelzebub's cursed swarm can melt stone. If they strike from the air, we'll all die. Run. Beelzebub closed in, looked down on the tiny fortress, and intoned, O filthy plague, swarm god, curse those lowborn creatures. Several eyes opened up across its hands, blinking wetly. Its body kept swelling, ready to spew horrific poison. Ha ha, die, you inferior lifeforms. Then it ordered its troops, all soldiers, spray the filth under the power of the plague god and pestilence. Everyone stared up in shock. A pair of gigantic legs descended, and the sky itself tore open like it split in half. Arash turned utterly pale with terror. Even the guarding believers started sweating in fear. That colossal foot slowly came down, and the flies below suddenly looked like nothing but tiny bugs. With one crushing stomp, it erased most of Beelzebub's fly army, blasting sand and dirt outward. The flies blood splattered and pooled, spreading beneath the giant's foot. Turns out Yu Yinsi descended like a shining god, with wings made of insecticide mist, like some wings of Justice Flex. He smugly thought, see that my bug spray army arrived right on time. Yu Yinsi even admired himself. Man, I look badass. Seeing the Beelzebub branded insecticide, Beelzebub freaked out on the spot. It panicked thinking, what do those letters mean? Demon god language, and that thing sticking out under the label is. Yu Yinsi suddenly narrowed his eyes and stared straight at it. Beelzebub got so scared it froze, too terrified to even twitch. It trembled thinking, we can't win this battle. I'm going to die. The god is telling me so. It ordered the swarm run. Yenzin was done with these filthy bugs, muttering, get lost, you disgusting bastards. He decided to use the god's authority index finger, and every spray bottle activated at once. Yu Yinsi grinned, haha, the on-off authority of my index finger, plus Johan's mind control skill. Yeah, you're dead. Instantly, the bottles blasted toxic gas, firing straight into the insect swarm. Beelzebub got hit by a heavy, concentrated cloud, and its whole body weakened fast. It coughed up bloody fluid and gasped. How is this possible? Poison, that's poison. This is the deadliest thing we've ever faced. Everyone retreat. Beelzebub weakly covered its nose, stumbling like it could barely breathe. But it didn't get a second to recover. Another toxic blast launched immediately. It could feel the poison shredding through its entire body, ripping it apart from the inside. After a short while, the battlefield didn't have a single fly left alive. The red ants warned each other not to let the gas touch them. Oh gods, is that the legendary demon god people say lunatics worship? Then they panicked, run or we'll die. Arash kept shouting, don't be afraid. He's alone. When that failed, he threatened, if you run, I'll kill you myself. Yu Yinsi looked at the enemy numbers and groaned, damn, there are still way too many. Red ants lay scattered on the ground, screaming, that gas kills on contact, run. That drove Arash insane, and Ata clenched her teeth in furious frustration. She straightened up and yelled, you think those cheap tricks will work on us? Then Ata raised both hands and called out, O powerful, vicious beast, lend me your strength. The giant beast roared back, accepting fine then. With that, it flapped its wings and flew up to join the fight. Yu Yinsi saw his bug spray backfire and frowned, totally confused. The giant beast was already flying close to Yu Yinsi's position. It swooped in and slammed down with an impressively heavy landing. Seeing his spray bottles getting blown back at him, Yu Yinsi's eyes went wide as he cursed. That bastard is fanning the insecticide straight back this way. He glanced behind him, alarmed, damn it, this stuff is going to wipe out my ants. Yenzin rapidly calculated the only thing he could do right now. He threw his hand up and shouted, God's authority index finger, mind control. The bottles rose higher, but it didn't help. Yu Yinsi groaned, damn it, my whole bug spray arsenal got blown away. In the blink of an eye, the entire pile of bio-weapons drifted up and away, and he watched with real regret. There goes my money. Arash gnawed his teeth, fuming, that damn demon god is showing off again. Yu Yinsi wanted to cuss out that beast's whole bloodline. This poison is strong. His ants were practically dying already. The beast shifted again. Yu Yinsi squinted and muttered, "What the hell is that cat doing now?" The monster roared, bearing razor-sharp fangs that gleamed like knives. It bit down again and again on the red ants, confirming the sacrifice had been collected. Yu Yinsi burned with rage. It was getting stronger by devouring them as offerings, those savage bastards. On the twin thrones, Arash clenched his teeth, thinking they'd accept hundreds of thousands, millions of sacrifices if it meant enough power to crush him. "We can't waste that strength or those deaths." Then he ordered the next wave. Blind dragonfly reinforcements move out. Yenzin sniffed and thought, because of that fanged mosquito, cat, his pesticide boxes had basically burned his wallet to ash. He narrowed his eyes. "Fanged cat, huh, I swear I'm sending you straight to hell." He pointed and issued a command, "Crush it." Mid-sentence, his expression flipped to shock as he looked up at the sky. Above Yu Yinsi, the air was crawling with dragonflies. He muttered, "What the hell is it this time?" Red Ant soldiers rode in on the blind dragonfly unit and dove to attack Yu Yinsi. Every single one of them looked smug, like victory was already guaranteed. Arash seemed proud, boasting their jaws could even grind stone. If they couldn't kill him, they'd at least deal a fatal wound for the believers to finish. From the dragonflies' backs, the red ant troops barked orders, "Blind dragonfly unit land." Then they all jumped at once, shooting forward like arrows toward Yu Yinsi. He stayed calm and activated a skill. Instantly, muscles roared across his body, and his shirt tore clean in half. The red ants still charged straight at him at full speed. His biceps tightened like stone, thick and unbreakable. They stabbed at Yu Yinsi with everything they had, but against that massive frame, they looked pathetic. Notice, the eternal truth seeker said he loved how the body turned to iron, stone when using stored power, exactly as he expected. The red ant leader shouted, "Don't panic, pierce through with numbers. His defense is only demon, god level." Yu Yinsi endured their attacks, like 1,000 needles drilling into him at once. After a while, his whole body was covered in ants, his steps wobbling as his balance shook. Yenzin forced one hand free and commanded, "God's verdict, middle finger." The moment he raised that dirty finger, flames erupted, and the ants on his hand were instantly incinerated. He lifted his thumb next and ordered, "Prosperity gesture." Even the blind dragonflies overhead couldn't escape, turning into fragrant roasted insects. One by one, every ant on Yu Yinsi's body was wiped out. He stood tall inside the fire, his entire body blazing with battle intent. Yenzin slowly stepped out of the flames, calm as a walking disaster. His hands shifted as he prepared to circulate inner chi. Then he flicked it out, launching a wave of fire arts straight at the enemy. Right after that, 3 or 4 more fireballs streaked forward in a row. The reinforcement ants screamed in terror, "It's the hell trial run." Too late, the fire swept in and erased them all in one scorching pass. They cried and wailed, "Save us, sisters, please." The red ant side turned into pure chaos. They shoved and trampled each other to live, screaming, "Why'd you push me? I don't want to die." Yenzin panted hard, thinking he was about to run out of holy power. System notice, low demigod ascension mission in progress. Ordinary sacrifices 52-23, 2 out of 1, 000. Yu Yinsi did the math. The royal army had around 100 billion troops. He thought killing 1 billion would be enough, but it was brutal. Even 50% sync wasn't enough. Suddenly his whole body swayed. I'm dizzy. Was it because he'd burned through all his holy power? Either way. The next opponent was the fire god, and Yu Yinsi wondered why that freak down there kept staring him down like that. The system identified him as blazing flame above the heavens, ferocious and used for 200 years. Special note, Yu Yinsi angered him by using flames like his master. Yu Yinsi looked helplessly at the bizarre thing in front of him. What kind of weird, rare boss is this now? Arash raised his hand and pleaded, "Great God's believer, can you deal with this demon god for us?" The fire god accepted. "Huelun will answer your call in exchange." He demanded 100 million sacrifices. Arash agreed, "As you command." The soldiers below begged in terror, "Priestess, please spare us." Another round of sacrifices again. But she snapped angrily, "Shut up. Consider it an honor for the Empire's victory." Huelun didn't hesitate and instantly spewed fire onto the red ants. Just like that, they couldn't escape the fate of being used as offerings by their own side. When it was done, Huelun recalled the divine flames and confirmed the sacrifices had been collected. His body began to swell, growing larger and larger by the second. His form darkened, hardening into a massive, muscular beast. He glared at Yenzin in fury, and Yu Yinsi blanked out. He got bigger. "This is getting messy." Yu Yinsi scratched his head, looking stupidly out of place. Huelun's furious eyes burned, shining like twin furnaces. He coiled up, blasting flame as he charged straight at Yu Yinsi. Yu Yinsi stared as that ultimate power rushed in at fast speed. With no other choice, he reluctantly raised the god's authority index finger to block. System skill activation failed because you do not have enough holy power. Yenzin gasped, horrified, my holy power. He didn't get a second to breathe. Hulun slammed into him and sent him flipping backward. The monstrous force left Yu Yinsi internally injured, and he spat blood. His body skidded across the ground before finally coming to a stop. Yu Yinsi crashed into Antie's wall, rocks exploding everywhere, and he lay there dazed and exhausted. Arash muttered smugly, Nava, do you see it? That demon god finally met a painful end. At last, I've avenged you. Yu Yinsi lay still, thinking, did I lose? No matter how much they worshipped him, he'd gotten arrogant, he'd always been weak. How did he think he could protect Gajami's people? As he closed his eyes, a miserable scream hit his ears. No, Lord Yu Yinsi, please don't close your eyes. Seeing him so cowardly, the Black Ant Saintess cried. Yu Yinsi asked Saintess, why are you here? I told you to stay inside the fortress. She ignored him, pointed forward and said, ring finger, heal Lord Yu Yinsi. But the system announced, complete healing failed, blazing flame above the heavens, holy power is blocking your recovery. The Saintess still begged, please Lord Yenzin, ring finger, heal, but it was rejected again. Complete healing failed, blazing flame above the heavens, holy power is blocking your recovery. Yulun watched the scene with disgust and said, stubborn vermin, so you're still alive. How does a cowardly demon god use such filthy flames? He snarled, prepare to die. I will kill you and sacrifice you to my master. He stoked raging fire and lunged at Yu Yinsi. Cut to somewhere else, In-ho was pleading with all his might. O great savior Yu Yinsi, please allow God No. 1 to descend. In his haze, Yu Yinsi remembered No. 1 right, he still had that guy. He immediately ordered No. 1 to descend, praying, please, at least give me enough holy power to pull No. 1 out of the tower. A small blue light suddenly appeared in the sky, like a flare cutting through the chaos. It grew bigger fast, streaked past Hulun's face, and slammed down onto the ground. In-ho reported, God No. 1 has received your order, Lord Yu Yinsi. Notice No. 1 has descended, descent duration, 60 minutes. In-ho reassured him, don't worry. He's killed tons of monsters like that inside the tower. Yu Yinsi brightened, really my No. 1 is insane, since when were you this strong? But right in front of them, a gigantic mouth appeared out of nowhere. The giant beast took one casual bite, and In-ho was gone, like he'd never existed. It turned back and sneered, a bug that can't even fill the gap between my teeth. The Saintess screamed, panicked No. 1. Yu Yinsi went pale, it ate No. 1 were done. He couldn't even lift a single finger anymore. Then a notice popped up. Extinction Blade said the kitchen knife repair you commissioned was finally complete. He also said shipping would be free, and he'd thrown in a few extra things for you. Heaven Blade Jushi sliced open a spatial crack, express, delivering it to where Yu Yinsi lay. Even without moving, Yu Yinsi could feel the resonance power surging from that blade. The sword emerged along the rip in space, shimmering as it arrived. Yenzin forced his shaky hands up and caught the sword. The instant his fingers wrapped around the hilt, the blade began to display its true power, like a beast waking up. Yenzin was stunned as his own strength started climbing again. He slowly stood, then faced the enemy head-on. Yulun grit his teeth, furious, as if something inside him was fading away. Yu Yinsi stared coldly at his foe and said, Skillshare, Demon Sword. The three believers gaped at each other. This isn't a joke, this is way too dangerous. The Heavenly Demon King slash activated, and Yenzin's body rose into the air, floating with oppressive force. That fanged mosquito cat freaked out and fled first. Even Hulun felt it, thinking, this is way too dangerous. Yu Yinsi grinned with wicked delight, trying to run. Hulun stared at the human in front of him, fear finally cracking his rage. In the next instant, Hulun's body was split cleanly in two. He howled as blood and fluids burst out in a violent spray. After coughing a few harsh times, Hulun fell from the sky like a meteor and slammed into the earth. Even dying, he couldn't accept it. This precious body my master created and gifted me. The male beast ahead stared as its ally collapsed right in front of it. Of course, it couldn't escape the same fate either. One sword strike took out 5 of its face IDs in a blink. Yu Yinsi's still, weak body had to pause, breathing hard and ragged. He glared at the fanged mosquito, cat flying overhead and cursed furiously. You spineless bastard, I only wanted to deal with you, but you dared eat my No. 1, I'll kill you. Yenzin hesitated, though the problem was his holy power. He wasn't sure he had enough for another Heavenly Demon King slash. His body swayed again, he forced himself upright and cursed under his breath. Damn it, I'm losing my bearings again. The old beast finally got it. This bastard blew a ton of power on that last strike, and he's not as fresh as he looks. It immediately let out a savage roar, bracing itself as it wound up for another round. Then it rushed straight at UNC for a cheap ambush, thinking this is my chance, die already. But the Marten cat froze mid-lunge, its eyes widening with pure gut-level terror. It skidded to a frantic stop, panicking, what the hell is this supposed to be? Why do I suddenly feel an overwhelming surge spilling out of this bastard's body? A mysterious blue energy wrapped around UNC, and he stared blankly down at his own hand. System notice the disciple seal on Earth, Song Meili, has been successfully unsealed. Song Meili now possesses a transcendent ability. UNC smiled in satisfaction. Song Meili finally made it, and a small but mind-blowing miracle was about to happen. Quest update: low-tier divine advancement in progress. S-Rank aptitude transcendent ability, 9 out of 10. He clenched his fist, thinking, thanks to Song Meili, my holy power is full again. Demon sword, you'd better go all out too. UNC snapped back into a pumped up state like he could fight 100 Martin cats at once. I'll use the Heavenly Demon King slash again, but this time I'm aiming at that fanged cat. The old beast trembled, shook, realizing he had to avoid a direct clash with that bastard. Suddenly, footsteps crept up from behind, closing in fast. He whipped his head around, unsure what that sound even was. A heartbeat later, his eyes went wide in pure shock. It was the terrifying pro version of that five-headed snake. When did it loom right behind UNC? It flicked its tongue and sneered, so you're the infamous, brutal demon god. How pathetic, my body bears the blessing of immortality, so a sword won't kill me easily. The fresh gashes from earlier started showing the first signs of rapid healing. Then the wounds finished reshaping into a restored, original serpent head. In the blink of an eye, it had regenerated 5 brand new Face ID heads. Yin Xin felt uneasy, murmuring, so that's what it means. Special warning, Abyssal Swamp Ruler. Note that it can resurrect without limit. So basically, smashing it to pieces doesn't mean a damn thing. It spoke loftily, what's there to fear? From the start, pitiful sword aura like that could never kill us. Die, it hissed, and all 5 heads lunged at once in a coordinated strike. One mouth kept mocking non-stop as UNC's sword started to crack. The demon's sword screamed, you're calling my sword aura pathetic. UNC inwardly groaned. This blood-soaked sword was terrifying enough to make even the 5-headed snake pause. Then it switched to a greedy hunter's grin. Look, a sword that can talk. Interesting, fine, I'll take you as my trophy. The short, tempered sword snapped like a hothead on caffeine. Shut up and say it again. Did you really call this great hero's sword aura pathetic? The snake still provoked it. In front of endless rebirth, you'll be worthless. Come on, I'll turn you, demon sword, into Dacre at my lair's entrance. UNC sensed something was off. This blade felt like it was being piloted by another entity. Who is it? The Mount Hua sect founder? No, that voice is totally different. The entire sword trembled as it laughed uncontrollably, and UNC barely managed to keep his grip. He judged the voice in his head. It could only belong to a lunatic, the kind of madman who's genuinely unhinged. Even the 5-headed snake looked stunned. Was that sword seriously laughing? The sword replied, if I'm not laughing, what else is there to do, because you're already dead? Only then did it look down at its own body, and notice a mysterious power was latching onto it. It howled in agony, that demon's sword cursed me. One head kept reviving itself while bragging confidently, still, as long as I use the rebirth blessing my master granted me. But every serpent head that sprouted instantly dissolved into nothingness, and it blurted in shock, no way, a normal sword can't possibly kill me. The sword's eyes flared as it shot back. You seriously think you can survive after being struck by Heavenly Demon King slash? The moment my blade cut you, you were dead, and you've been dead ever since. The 5-headed snake choked out, master, and then its whole body scattered into the void. The sword laughed with open contempt. A trash snake like you really thought you had the right. System notice, you have killed an apostle of the Abyssal Swamp Ruler. Offering absorbed, black thread, thin energies drifted in and gradually wrapped around UNC. System notice, congratulations, you obtained the Abyssal Swamp Ruler's Apostle offering, valued at Tier 2S. Quest update, low-tier demon god advancement in progress. S-tier offering with transcendent ability, 823 plus 5 out of 10. Yin Xing stared in surprise as that power trembled and flowed into him, and into the sword as well. He smiled with calm confidence, feeling himself grow stronger. He wondered what happens when the progress bar hits 10. Suddenly, a pair of enormous eyes appeared in the sky, and that Martin cat returned. Yin Xing also felt the crushing pressure. He turned and narrowed his eyes upward, silently judging just how insane that bloodlust was. The Martin cat dove down from the heavens like a falling omen. It snarled threateningly, you finally noticed. Wind, cleaving wings will rip you into pieces. As it spoke, it yawned its mouth wide and fired dozens of sword aura bolts down at UNC. Caught off guard, he widened his eyes and locked onto it in an instant. The Martin cat's metal, sharp aura rushed in faster and faster, closing the gap like a guillotine. NC reacted on instinct, swinging his sword to block and catch the incoming barrage. The sword praised him, good reflexes. At least you're not stupid, and he snapped back, shut up. Yin Xin glared at the cowardly beast and shouted, fanged cat, sneaking in for an ambush, heavenly demon. It stared at UNC in terror and stammered, wait. UNC pressed it. What, wait, you're still trying to pull cheap tricks at a time like this. All at once the marten cat's whole body jolted like something struck from within. It thrashed and screamed, it hurts, hurts. UNC still didn't understand what had just happened. The marten cat ignited into a blazing torch and dropped straight toward the ground. It slammed down and detonated, blooming into a muffled, ugly explosion. Its miserable shriek echoed everywhere. My stomach is going to explode. In absolute agony, it bulged its eyes and screamed again, my stomach. Something suddenly burst out from inside its belly, and its entire body exploded at the same time. UNC squinted over, and there was Yin Hao, freed from the marten cat's restraint, flying up as he shouted, "You oversized freak." UNC couldn't hide his joy, he knew it. Number one was still alive. Yin Hao wore a victor's grin and said, of course, a giant monster that's only big can be taken down from the inside. UNC gave him a thumbs up, praising him, number one, you really are number one. Yin Hao didn't realize he was hovering in midair and immediately plummeted headfirst. UNC's sword giggled. This annoying lackey is kind of hard to manage. He lifted the sword to eye level and demanded, hey, who are you? The sword laughed disdainfully, ha ha, you don't know who you're holding, listen up, this one you revere is. Yin Sheng watched it tensely, barely daring to breathe. But it went silent instead, and UNC couldn't take it, yelling, what is it? That's not some insane secret. Quit dragging out the drama. The sword replied smugly, oh then say it again, who did you ask I was? Yingxi was seriously annoyed, thinking, how is this so crazy? He was sure it was the Sword Saint's kitchen knife, but the voice was totally different, so who are you? Lord Heavenly Sword, could you explain what's going on? He pressed. This warranty service is getting weird. System notice, Heavenly Blade, Severed Vow is dodging your question and refusing to answer directly. Yingxi fumed inside. What kind of reply is that? Then he thought, fine, refund time. Suddenly, a raging blaze surged up, exploding into view like a disaster awakening. Yingxi stared over there in shock, sensing the temperature spike instantly. Lun regained a bit of strength and roared, furious, a bug like you dared ruin the body my master granted me. He bellowed, unforgivable, then swore, I will never let you off. Yingxi rubbed his nose helplessly, thinking, that guy's still alive. Lun ordered the priests, offer sacrifices to me, he snarled, I need more tribute to finish that demon god. Arash complied at once, accept this sacrifice, 100 million no, 1 billion soldiers. But Huo Lun declared the number was still far too small for what he wanted. He commanded them all, sacrifice everything then, give me all 100 billion troops. Arash panicked what he stammered, what do you mean by that? Huo Lun shouted louder, sacrifice, he raved, for our god's glory, offer every last one of your lives. The red ant soldiers swarmed, watching Huo Lun's flames swell bigger and bigger. In an instant, the fire engulfed all 100 billion troops. Screams ripped across the land, priestess, save us. Arash finally felt fear. Aelin warned, please stop, she snapped. This wasn't in the vow, and the emperor won't forgive you. But Huo Lun stayed stubborn. Ah, woman, you're too noisy. He growled, sacrifice, let me absorb the offerings. Yingxi clenched his teeth, staring at the scene in disbelief at how far it had gone. Huo Lun's body expanded toward its extreme. Yingxi muttered, he's insane, he's still growing. The battlefield turned into a wasteland, with nothing left but fire and heat haze. Corpses were scattered everywhere, creatures slaughtered and thrown up as sacrifices. A boulder-like body had grown massive, and someone cursed, you oversized butcher. Number one rushed out to fight, he shouted, leave this big, only brute to me. The sheer weight cracked the ground under Inhao's feet, spiderwebbing the earth. He risked his life to hurl it upward, yelling, you freak, I'm going to carve you into pieces. The boulder shot up high and slammed straight into the wall of flame. Instantly, it melted and burst apart into countless fragments. Huo Lun wasn't hurt at all. Yingxi went pale, it melted the rock. Huo Lun laughed loudly, see, he bragged, this is my master's power, flames that shine in the highest heavens. Then Huo Lun's flaming head grew even larger, and tongues of fire surged toward Yingxi. Inhao looked horrified, Lord Yingxi, what should I do now? The sword in Yingxi's hand cackled, you dumb bastard, it mocked, and you still have to ask. Yingxi forced himself to ask, do you have a plan or not? The sword answered coldly, cut him, it said, against an oversized brute using ordinary flames, just slice him straight. Yingxi broke into a cold sweat. You call that ordinary fire, he thought, who are you? You're definitely not normal. Huo Lun rampaged across the sky, and every step he took turned matter into molten lava. The sword issued its order, just trust me, it boasted, there's nothing in this world I can't cut. With no other choice, Yingxi followed along. It sounded insane, but right now he had no better option. Alright, let's see it. Go all out and take up that sword with every ounce of power you've got. He raised the blade and roared, sharing skill, Heavenly Demon's sacred sword, and the demon's sword's buff lasted 1 second. Yingxi, heir of the Heavenly Demon dynasty, tensed up and unleashed a brutal slash packed with violent force. Huo Lun's eyes went wide, fear flickering across his face. Then he shut his eyes, ready to accept the lethal sword aura that should have finished him off. But nothing happened at all. like the world had hit pause with no follow-up. Yu Lun sneered at Yu Yingxi. That's it, you only have that one trick. Yu Yingxi cursed inside. Damn it, I knew it. If this was that patched-up muddy heaven sword, then this is my limit. He should have looked closer when they bragged about free shipping, because what if Anti-A got wrecked in transit? Watching Yu Lun swagger like a lunatic, Yu Yingxi wondered how anyone was supposed to bring down a crazed monster like this. While he was gloating, a razor-sharp sword line suddenly appeared out of nowhere, right in front of his eyes. Yu Lun screamed in fury, "No, my body. This precious body my master granted me." Before he could finish, he was split clean in two and slammed to the ground with a heavy thud. The sword laughed triumphantly. "Ha ha, he got cut down, did you see that? See, that's the power of this great master." It bragged, preening hard while Yu Yingxi could only feel helpless. He was still the one holding it. But this time he didn't black out. Back in the Gustav fight, he passed out immediately afterward. So yeah, he'd definitely gotten stronger, an underdog power, up with receipts. Catching something, Yu Yingxi thought, "Wait, what did you say, my dear little clingy tagalong? Say it again." The system repeated the message, and endless abundance stared at the blazing sky with anxious eyes. The nightmare crept back in silently, whispering that it was still too early to get cocky. Yu Yingxi looked up in shock and said, "A blazing sky, for real?" His eyes widened even more like, what in the world is that supposed to mean? Moonlight slowly slipped out from behind the black clouds as Yu Lun frowned, glaring at Yu Yingxi in rage. System notice, a sign has appeared. Light pierces the deepest layer of the heavens in Anti-A. Two sun god brothers existed, but they fought for thousands of years, and the loser was sealed within a fire chariot. Yu Yingxi hissed, "I finally managed to beat him, but I only broke the seal, so that red, flaming head was the sun god." The heavenly blade, severed vow notice, said it was only the sun god's remnant, but it had once been a high-ranking deity. Which meant, basically, you should give up and die already. Cold, blunt, and extremely system-like. Yu Yingxi couldn't believe his ears. What nonsense. I paid a ton of money for this whole thing. Still, the situation was real trouble, because he'd burned through all his holy power in that last attack. He stared at the flaming sky and sighed, remembering a famous guy once said, even if the sky falls, there's always a crack to escape, don't ask who. The entire battlefield was drowning now, swallowed by rivers of molten lava. Yu Lun roared, "You dare destroy the fire chariot my master gave me," then vowed to bury Yu Yingxi and the whole world in a sea of flames. Yu Yingxi's face hardened, staring down his enemy with grim, revenge-ready focus. Then he saw Inhao standing on the back of a Muon Leo beast, and realized that was it, the crack in the sky. Inhao looked at Yu Lun, panicking. The monster was so strong he could barely move, and at this rate he'd be burned alive. Yu Yingxi shouted, "Why are you just standing there? Inhao, offer a sacrifice. Anything, don't be scared." Inhao suddenly understood, and his eyes snapped open like he'd been jolted awake. Grabbing the Muon, Leo's tail, Inhao yelled loud, "Now Yu Yingxi." Then he swung the giant beast by its tail, and spun it around 749 times like a deranged martial arts tornado. "I will offer this monster to you, my lord," Inhao declared, going all in on the sacrifice play. Yu Yingxi grinned and praised him. Good, really good. His hype was through the roof. Yu Lun kept laughing with contempt. "You won't win, you parasitic little runt." Yu Yingxi began absorbing the Muon, Leo's power, drawing it in like a cultivator refining a pill. Streams of vibrating energy poured into his body, firing him up. He pointed again, "Number one, nice work Inhao." With his hand, Yu Yingxi siphoned the energy bit by bit, careful and greedy at the same time, until his whole body was wrapped in a mysterious, pitch-black aura, like a demon god stepping out of shadow. System notice, sacrifice confirmed, offered by Inhao, core of a powerful beast, Mumo rating 2S tiers. Yu Yingxi smiled like he called it from the start, knew it, his confidence spiked. Mission update ascend, low rank demon god S, sacrifice potential, transcendent, offering score 10-10. A beam of light speared down from above, and Yu Yingxi glowed like a god on the battlefield. The system continued, mission complete. Yu Yingxi will ascend to low rank demon god status. A transcendent force cocooned him, heavy and holy, yet dark enough to chill your spine. Yu Yingxi bared his teeth in a smug grin, savoring that underdog growth like sweet revenge. He looked at his energy, packed hand, and wondered, so this is a low-rank demon god's holy power. Inhao cheered in pure joy, "I believe in you, Lord Yu Yingxi." His faith was loud and absolute. The holy maiden still trembled and prayed, "Damn it, please, Lord Yu Yingxi, please." Even exhausted, Yu Yingxi smiled and thought, "That's right, I'm your god now." The fire god raged, "Resistance is useless. Burn alive with this world." Yu Yingxi pointed to the heavens and snapped, "Shut it, flaming head, kneel before a god's judgment." His finger fired a burst of dark mystic chi at Yu Lun. He even cursed, "It's hot, so get lost already." The mystic chi shot straight at Yu Lun, but against him it was basically a mosquito bite. Yu Lun shouted, "Bastard, you think that's enough to bring me down?" Yu Yingxi admitted it quietly, "Yeah, I can't hold much longer. This guy was insanely strong." Was it because of the 100 billion sacrifice? or because before the seal he'd been a high-ranking god. Yu Yingxi cursed himself. I ascended to low-rank demon god, and I'm still not his match, damn it. Yu Lun stood like an unshakable tower and mocked him. You thought that would make me surrender. The lava's heat was so insane matter couldn't survive. The Black Ant Legion panicked. The fortress is melting, run. Yu Lun's body radiated even more terrifying heat, like the end of a world-level dungeon. Yu Yingxi clenched his teeth. Damn it, Heavenly Demon Dynasty power isn't working either. Yan Xin struggled to brace with Mystic Qi, saying they'd have to use the Heavenly Blade's treasure. But the sword barked a warning. Stop. The immortal sword's treasure can't cut lava, you idiot. Yan Xin stammered. What then, how am I supposed to? Suddenly several streaks of Mystic Qi fell from the sky. Yu Yingxi looked up, confused as hell. Even the sword widened its eyes, baffled, like it couldn't read the system's script anymore. Back then at the academy, the scene cuts hard, classic comic pacing to build the next hit. On the rooftop, empty boxes were scattered everywhere, like someone had been living there. The demon's sword was still grinding away, training non-stop like a manhwa protagonist on a timer. He paused, looking worn out, and said, Heavenly Demon's sacred sword, second form. I finally grasped the essence of the second form, he muttered, eyes sharp with survival instinct. The blade in the demon's sword's hand whipped out decisively, clean and ruthless, ready to rewrite the fight. A violent surge erupted from the blade. It shot out and synced perfectly with Yu Yingxi's body. He felt his body change and muttered, looks like the demon's sword did something again. Even the sword in Yu Yingxi's hand sensed it. Its eye widened as it whispered, Heavenly Demon's sacred sword, second form. It's bringing back my true identity. The words landed like a curse turning into a name. Yu Yingxi still didn't get it. Then the eye on the sword flashed like a system-triggered spotlight. A phantom old man with snowy hair and a long beard appeared, floating in midair like a fallen legend. He smiled broadly with arms crossed. His whole presence radiated arrogant, tyrant-level aura. Then he introduced himself, plain and proud, I am the Heavenly Demon. Yu Yingxi blinked and asked back, the Heavenly Demon. System notice, activating the eyeless god's authority, inherited ocular privilege. Rapidly scanning the Heavenly Demon's history, the data dump hit like a cinematic flashback. A man's body appeared behind him, slashed by several sword wounds, blood still fresh. The Heavenly Demon gripped a blade drenched in gore, his hand steady while his soul shattered. His face twisted in agony, tears trembling at the edge of his eyes. He bowed his head toward a young woman's body collapsed on the ground. The Heavenly Demon had killed his own daughter, after she became an apostle of the god of destruction. And then he slaughtered millions of her followers, one after another, with the same merciless resolve, before finally ending his own life by his own hand, closing the book on a ruined father. Yu Yingxi exhaled shaken. So that happened to the Heavenly Demon after that, who could stay sane. The Heavenly Demon clutched his head and screamed in pain, Ah, my daughter. System special note, he spent thousands of years seeking someone who could avenge him against the god of destruction. Though he was deceived and lost his memories, the demon's sword helped him remember. Yu Yingxi cursed under his breath, damn, so it was a scam, then added, I've got a really suspicious culprit in mind. System notice, Heavenly Blade, severed vow used revenge as bait to lure the Heavenly Demon into becoming its apostle. In the past, Heavenly Blade, severed vow had appeared to seduce and recruit the Heavenly Demon. But the Heavenly Demon refused, saying he didn't like that scamming bastard. So the blade erased his memories and sealed him inside itself for thousands of years, cold and quiet, leaving him broke as dirt, no coins, no dignity, just a prison made of steel. Yan Xin fumed, cursing the heaven sword, that crooked merchant. The Heavenly Demon hovered there, speechless. He finally spoke, Demon Sword, what did you say, then praised? His enlightenment restored my lost memories. You have a fine disciple. The Heavenly Demon clenched his fist, shaking with rage. If it's you, can you take revenge for me? The request carried 1,000 years of grief and fire. Yan Xin answered decisively, yes, I'll bring down that god of destruction in a single strike. The Heavenly Demon stroked his beard and laughed in satisfaction, while Yu Yingxi stood there blank, not following a thing. The Heavenly Demon extended his hand and said, good, use my power, then added, you are worthy to be my master. Yan Xin stepped forward, reaching out as if to clasp the Heavenly Demon's hand and seal the pact. The moment his fingertip touched the Heavenly Demon's, the air felt like it cracked with fate. Energy flowed from Yu Yingxi's finger into the Heavenly Demon's finger, binding them like a contract. System notice, the Heavenly Demon acknowledges you as his main god. The Heavenly Demon has become Yu Yingxi's follower, and the revenge arc just leveled up. Yu Lun still didn't understand anything. Then a massive wave of mystic qi slammed into him. What is this? System notice, S-rank sacrifice, transcendent potential score 10-10. You have completed the mission. The system's tone stayed ice, cold and absolute. Congratulations, Yu Yingxi has ascended to a low-rank god, officially breaking into the divine tier. Yan Xin rejoiced, so that's the miracle. It synced perfectly with the demon sword's enlightenment payoff. Then Yu Yingxi's expression shifted again, from relief to sharp, battle-ready focus. Yu Ulun wasn't dead, he mocked. You got a little power from an old man and think you can face me, then spat. Bugs stay, bugs die. He followed up by spewing an extreme blast of flame, forcibly stopping Yu Yingxi's mystic chi head on. Yu Yingxi kept bracing, fighting to hold his ground, but he still couldn't break through. The heavenly demon warned him calmly, to extinguish those flames, you must use a greater flame. Hearing that, Yanzin lowered his hand, letting the moment breathe like a martial arts stance reset. He slowly drew the sword back, winding up, gathering momentum with measured control. Then he shouted, "Yeah, I've got it now," like a protagonist finally reading the system right. The heavenly demon surged forward. This is my understanding of the great scorching hell, one of the 8 great hells, heavenly demon's sacred sword, second form. Yu Ulun stayed stubborn, struggle all you want, he sneered. A mere human can't change a doomed fate. The two forces collided, heat and chi grinding together like worlds trying to overwrite each other. In moments, Yu Ulun's power got almost completely erased, his dominance collapsing fast. He gasped in shock. He cut off my flames. The disbelief hit him harder than the blade. Sweat poured down Yu Yingxi as he snapped. I told you to get lost already, then added, it's brutally hot. He raised the sword again and followed with another slash, carving straight through Yu Ulun. Yu Ulun panicked. This kind of wound should heal instantly with my master's power. What is this fire? It's burning, he screamed. Save me, as the flames ate him from within. Trapped inside a blue energy sphere, Yu Ulun howled in agony, his roar turning into pure terror. Yanzin held the sword with trembling fatigue, his arms heavy like he'd fought a whole dungeon alone. He looked up at the sky and finally exhaled, relief breaking through the tension. The sky returned to its original blue. Yu Yingxi said slowly, it worked, we did it. NTA is protected. The line lands like a victory banner after a survival arc. The Holy Maiden and the Ant, folk citizens cheered. Lord Yanzin won. Praise our great God who saved us. Number 1 was fired up too, Lord Yanzin. I always believed you'd win. No hesitation, all hype. All right, Yu Yingxi smiled, like a mountain finally slid off his shoulders. He warned them, I need to rest for a bit. The rest is on you, understood. NTA and Inhao bowed respectfully and accepted the order without question. System notice, you have won the holy war. The victory condition finally cleared. Yu Yingxi's reputation spread across the continents, the classic fame spike after a boss kill. A spatial gate opened, rippling like a portal to the next stage of the grind. New message, Lord Yu Yingxi, you may now challenge the mid-rank God Ascension trial, both for righteous gods and demon gods. After wrapping things up, he headed into another room, moving like his body was on empty. Yu Yingxi dropped into a chair and groaned a few rough syllables, too tired to sound heroic. The sword, covered in battle scars, was placed beside the window like a veteran finally sheathed. Yu Yingxi tried hard not to laugh out loud, like the absurdity of it all finally caught up to him. He couldn't hold it anymore and let out a wicked laugh. System, heavenly blade, severed vow is glaring at you, yelling that you're a thief. Yanzin protested. A thief, seriously, Mr. Heaven Sword. Then he shot back. Aren't you the one who invented stealing? System, heavenly sword is screaming that he couldn't have known that rude demon sword could awaken the heavenly demon's memories. Yanzin laughed even louder. Wow, what an unfair accusation. Then he demanded anyway. You stingy heaven sword, fix this. System, heavenly blade, severed vow says the damage is massive, and repairs will cost 50 million god coins. Yu Yingxi shouted, are you insane? Then he haggled, that's robbery, he added, right, my dear tagalong, 10 million. System, the nightmare quietly creeps in again, whispering that they know a blacksmith. He flashed another crooked grin, knew it. Then he corrected himself, I mean, my dear loyal customers. System, eternal truth seeker has waited for this day, and says 5 million coins will do. Yu Yingxi's smile turned downright sharp, like these idiots. I mean, wonderful clients he mocked. Capitalism or tagalongs, trade competition is king, right, heaven sword. Heavenly blade, severed vow says it'll take 1 year if you hand it to the eternal truth seeker, so he'll accept 10 million coins. Yu Yingxi countered, nope. Then he flashed 3 fingers, 3 million, and you've got a deal. Heavenly blade, severed vow snap, that discount is way too much. Yu Yingxi muttered discount then sighed. Think about what I've been through, he threatened, fine, I'll give it to eternal truth. System relayed the rage, heavenly blade, severed vow trembled and growled, 3 million, fine. Deal sealed. Yu Yingxi pointed at the sky like a judge's gavel and said, lock. Suddenly a call came in from the homeless boss, Kang San. The voice was urgent, where are you? Get to the Sandy Craftsman Guild. Now, Yu Yingxi blinked, the guild, why Kang San said, they found about 100 Gustav crocodile eggs. Yu Yingxi's face changed instantly. Gustav's eggs, that was SS, tear trouble all over again. At the Hunter Association building, the vibe shifted from comedy to main, plot escalation. Up top was an ad board for a mist spray loved by S-Rank hunters, featuring the celeb hunter Seong Mina. Yu Yingxi and the demon sword stepped out of a taxi together, looking like they'd walked out of a dungeon clear. Both got distracted by the billboard. Oh, Yu Yingxi said. That Xiang Mina then added, she's really pretty. Then Yu Yingxi and the demon sword noticed something else, and their eyes snapped forward. Turns out the beauty from the billboard was right there in person, Xiang Mina herself. She tilted her head at Yu Yingxi. With her were Xiang Miri and the principal. Xiang Miri beamed, hi teacher, you're here. Yu Yingxi answered awkwardly, hey, then he added hello sir, trying to keep it polite. The principal cut him off, all right, that's enough, he urged, get inside, we need to see those crocodile eggs ourselves. They walked up to the meeting room door, and the tension felt like a pre-boss briefing. Yan Xin glanced at the demon's sword and whispered, you wait here, you're not part of the Hunter Association. He straightened up and raised a hand, understood, my lord, he replied obediently. Inside the meeting room, SSS-Rank hunters from multiple countries had gathered to see the Gustav eggs. Yan waved at Yu Yingxi, how have you been lately? Yu Yingxi replied, Hyunju, it's you. Hyunju smiled and pointed to an open seat. Yu Yingxi, sit here. Then he added, Xiang Mina can sit next to me. Before he finished, Xiang Mina hugged Yu Yingxi's arm and yelled, no, I'm sitting next to Yu Yingxi. Hyunju blurted, what? The meeting host, CEO of GT, ordered everyone, please sit down. He added, Gustav's egg specimen will be brought here soon, like he was announcing a raid drop. Xiang Mina squealed, a crocodile egg that has to be delicious. Yu Yingxi blushed and urged, sit down first, Miss Xiang Mina. Seeing Xiang Mina keep staring at Yu Yingxi with possessive eyes, Hyunju clenched his fist, burning with jealousy. Suddenly, Yu Yingxi was drawn to something strange, like the plot was about to twist again. He glanced at the strange girl across the room, quietly judging her. A penguin-shaped mask, was that her signature style? The pale, blonde girl was pretty, but she didn't interact with anyone in the meeting room at all. System notice appraisal failed, the scan returned nothing but a hard stop. Yu Yingxi frowned to himself, what the failure message felt wrong. He couldn't appraise her, so who the heck was she supposed to be? Xiang Mina leaned forward excitedly and gasped, that egg, it's the egg. CEO GT looked toward the door, as an object was carried in with ceremonial care. It was a crocodile egg on soft fur, with several radiant stones embedded like flashy loot. GT introduced it, this is the egg of an SS-Rank monster, Gustav, the same monster that attacked the academy. We brought one from Africa, out of hundreds of eggs. This was the only one that still hadn't hatched. We're still investigating the rest. Yu Yingxi stared at the egg, suspicious, Gustav's egg. He'd nearly died last time, and now there were 99 more of these things lying low somewhere. Suddenly the egg shuddered violently, a heavy pulse running through the shell. Yu Yingxi's heart jumped. It just moved, didn't it? The room's air turned sharp. Cracks spread, GT and his assistant screamed, what the Gustav's egg is moving. The shell kept splitting, slowly but relentlessly, like a boss fight countdown. A baby crocodile burst out, and everyone yelled, a crocodile chaos snapped into place. Someone squealed, it's so cute. Another voice chimed in, I want to take it home. It babbled and hissed. The mushroom-haired guy nearby wondered, what's it trying to say? Only Yu Yingxi understood it, I found my mother's mortal enemy. The words were razor cold. Yu Yingxi froze, my mother's enemy, and he was the only one who could understand it. The hatchling lunged straight out of the broken shell and shot directly at Yu Yingxi. Yu Yingxi held his breath, watching it like time had slowed to a crawl. It rushed in, then slammed on the brakes right in front of Yu Yingxi's face. It snarled a few times, basically saying, I'm going to kill you, with zero hesitation. Then it leapt to attack, while the meeting room erupted in panic screams. Yu Yingxi sensed something off. Why does it look so slow, he thought, almost bored. He guessed it was because he'd gotten way stronger, and his perception had leveled up hard. He charged power into his fingertip and pointed at its face. I'm a low-ranked god now, then index finger of authority. The baby crocodile stared wide, eyed at the man in front of it, suddenly unsure. Yu Yingxi's face looked vicious, like its mother. The hatchling panicked, I'm gonna die here, pure fear. Suddenly a huge fist smashed into the crocodile's face, roaring, do you know where you are right now? It was the guy sitting next to Yu Yingxi. He'd punched the little beast flying. His name was Dongsu, an S-rank hunter, and he looked like the type who solves problems with fists. Dongsu, furious, sent the croc. Zaza, spinning away. Zaza freaked out. I need out of here. Before it could even process anything, another person charged in and landed an extra blow. It was Shinzo, he snorted. That cute face almost fooled me, sounding disgusted with himself. The hatchling looked miserable, sobbing inside. Am I really about to die? Shinzo turned back and asked the room, everyone okay? Like this was routine. Yan Xin went pale, thinking no, this is not okay at all. That was so embarrassing. They handled it before he even got the chance to attack. Then he glanced at Dongsu and appraised him. S-rank really is a whole different leg. Xiang Mina screamed and cried on the side, pointing at the crocodile. Xiang Miri could only soothe her, it's okay now. The principal and Hyunju burned with anger, glaring at the hatchling and yelling, how dare a crocodile. Yu Yingxi stayed quiet, staring at the little croc with a heavy, unreadable look. Its whole body was bruised and battered. It trembled non-stop, barely holding together. Sobbing it begged, please save me, then panicked, Mom, Dad, Holy Spirits, anyone please hear me. Someone walked up and said, you're still alive. The hatchling shook and pressed itself against the wall. Dong-su coldly lifted his foot, basically cursing, die already, with zero mercy. The hatchling was so scared it curled up tight, not daring to resist at all. Right as Dong-su's foot was about to come down and finish it. Luckily an old man rushed in and stopped him. Hey, stop. It was Sajuk, the Immortal Guild's chief, an S-Rank hunter known as the One-Man Army. Dong-su frowned, why are you butting in? His tone was sharp and annoyed. Sajuk replied, because I can't let you hit it again, then added, I'll kill it and take it back for dissection. But Dong-su refused, I have to kill this monster myself, he snarled, otherwise my hands itch. The old man chuckled and stroked his beard, why are you youngsters so rude? Suddenly the meeting hall shook violently, like something huge was waking up nearby. The wall behind the old man cracked open, leaking a bizarre light. He muttered, you only wake up after a beating, huh? Out in the hallway, the demon's sword also stared in shock at the violent tremor. Kang Shan blurted out in the meeting room, terrified, he's really gonna revive the spirit warrior, what a lunatic. He pointed at the old man and barked, you stop right now, but Sajuk bowed his head and said, I can't do that anymore. Dong-Ziyu snapped and cursed, then die, you old spirit armor fossil. His body was instantly wrapped in a layer of iron armor. Like he sensed something, he narrowed his eyes and stared hard. Sajuk was already right in front of him somehow. His face went blank as killing intent flooded the room. Kang Shan had no choice but to wedge himself between them, trying to mediate, that's enough. Hunters, don't fight like this. In-C watched the drama unfold and thought, so it's about to get ugly. Too bad there's no popcorn here. Watching people throw hands was always fun, so he leaned back, relaxed, and soaked in the chaos. Meanwhile, the only poor creature no one cared about was screaming for help. UNC immediately got what it meant, and jolted upright to look at it. The miserable beast clutched its head and wailed, oh God, someone save me. Notice, Believer Gustav's baby crocodile is male, and has been active for 5 minutes. Note, it's scared out of its mind, and if you save it, a small miracle will appear. UNC chuckled like a maniac. A small miracle, then yeah, I'm saving it. But how the heck was he supposed to pull that off? He glanced at the two brawling up front. I'm gonna hit you for real. And Sajuk wasn't backing down either, you rabbit-nosed brat. System notice, low-level good deed, UNC. Will you save a tiny monster in need? You can rescue it quietly. UNC didn't hesitate and slammed the Z button. Like, obviously, yes. Suddenly the baby croc was wrapped in blue energy, and the headmaster noticed at once. That blue energy shifted it away to somewhere else. Kang Shan could only keep the two hotheads from crashing into each other. UNC trembled with rage, it vanished. Don't tell me I got played again. Then his phone rang out of nowhere. Who even calls at a time like this? He glanced at the screen and his calm face immediately cracked. The blonde girl in the penguin mask also sensed something was off and couldn't help getting curious. On the screen was the baby croc playing with the saintess, and he marveled inside, wow, how'd it even get in there? Wait, why does it look so freakin' cute right now? But UNC was still worried, because the croc had disappeared and nobody noticed at all. Sajuk Dianji pointed at the young opponent and nitpicked, don't you know to respect your elders, today I'll snuff you out. While Kang Shan strained to intervene, enough, stop being stubborn. But Dong-Ziyu shot back, foul mouth, I'll kill that crocodile and grind it into dust. UNC fretted, once those two realize it, this'll be a disaster, damn it, there has to be a way to fix this. He didn't even notice the penguin, masked girl had been standing behind him the whole time. The moment he realized it, he panicked, killed the call, spun around and shouted, what, don't tell me you saw that. She shook her head, acting like she didn't know anything. Still, he was terrified. She'd caught on that the baby croc was gone. UNC cleared his throat and spoke first. Hold up, let me talk for a second, okay? But she raised her hand like she was about to do something, and his heart dropped. Oh no, did she see it? UNC blurted, hey, penguin, say that again. Turns out she was just lifting her hand to wave hello, that's all. UNC watched the penguin girl walk away thinking, are all S-Ranks unhinged or what? Thank God she still hadn't noticed the crocodile disappeared. Then the meeting room door suddenly exploded, and everyone went, what the hell now? Out of nowhere, the demon's sword hopped onto the conference table, and everyone froze in shock. He lowered his voice and asked the sword saint, what's going on? Then added coolly, demon's sword, yeah, I'm here. UNC felt like he'd struck treasure. Demon's sword showed up perfectly on time, and he could use him to escape. Shizu's eyes widened as she recognized him. You're. He lit up and pointed at the demon's sword. You're Kang Zhang, right? But the demon's sword shut him down. No, you've got the wrong guy. Shinzo insisted, don't lie, it's me, Shinzo, your sworn brother, yet the demon's sword refused again. I told you, mistaken. UNC watched them, puzzled. They know each other, whatever, not my problem, I've got my own mess. He walked up, squinted hard, and shouted, hey, demon's sword. Yen Shin grabbed his hair and demanded, how dare you cause a scene in here? Let's step outside and talk, yeah. The demon's sword stammered, I'm sorry, sword saint. The three guys who'd been joying a second ago all went blank at that. The demon's sword got yanked, stumbling out into the hallway by UNC. Even while being dragged, Kang Zhang muttered sadly, "I'll punish myself. I'm damned for disobeying your orders." But UNC just smiled, "No, it's fine. Stay quiet, okay?" Inside, he was grateful beyond words. From the room, Sajik's roar echoed, "Oh my god, where's the baby crocodile? On my old life, I'll kill you, you bastard." The threat came out savage and raw. "Dong Xiu, you cut in. What are you talking about? Weren't you the one who took it?" The penguin-masked girl chimed in, Yep, and UNC's gut tightened. He needed to bolt. Inside the Hunter Academy's medical ward, UNC lounged on the bed, scrolling his phone, thinking, man, being alone is way too comfortable. On screen, the Saintess held a chain tied to the baby croc and said, "I'll raise the croc Lady Yen Xin blessed us with properly." He stared, stunned. So the crocodile's name is Sao Sao, and he'd slapped on a brutal seal that looked like a dog leash. "Well, I did everything I could." The Saintess promised she'd raise it well, but still. "What's this small miracle, though? Please don't tell me the miracle is just this phone screen." Shinzo walked in from outside, and it startled him hard. Shinzo asked, "That game really that fun?" Yenshin sat up fast and frowned. "Shinzo, why are you here?" Shinzo replied, "I've got something I want to ask you." As he spoke, he started gathering energy into his arm. Seeing that, UNC panicked. Do these S-Rank hunters not know how to talk like normal people? Shinzo went straight for the throat. "I need answers, answer properly." Yenshin simmered, thinking, do these S-Rank idiots even know what manners are? What does he want now? Still, he forced a friendly smile. "Why not ask first?" he said. "I'm super open, and I love peace too." Shinzo spoke calmly first, about Kang Zhang. "No, demon sword, what's your relationship with him?" Yenshin hesitated, thinking, "I can't say he's my believer and I'm his god. That'd be insane to tell him." So he lied, "We're co-workers," and UNC thought, "I'm the master and demon sword's my assistant. That's not even wrong." Still, why threaten me just to ask something like that? Shinzo stared at NC with an icy, unreadable gaze. He suddenly asked, "So you're also a member of the Triple Vine Society, right?" UNC blinked. "What even is that?" That weird new name made his head spin. Is Triple Vine Society some Chinese triad knockoff or what? How would I know? Shinzo felt like the kid was mocking him. Fine, so there's no civil conversation with this guy, huh? He lunged straight at him, fast and aggressive. A palm strike and a heavy hand chop were already inches from UNC's cheek. Even with the attack coming in, he kept the same calm, unbothered face. He slid aside like a gentleman and sneered, "Too slow still. This body could get hurt, so he needed to share a top-tier skill." Right then, the demon's sword came back. He swung in a fury, ready to crush whoever dared harm the one he worshipped. His eyes spat fire and his mouth spat curses. "You bastard. What are you doing, Sword Saint?" The shout ripped out across the ward. Shinzo flinched hard, rattled by the sudden turn. He barely slipped past the blade by sheer luck. Fighting to steady himself, Shinzo gasped, "You." Then he flashed a smile that didn't make any sense. In the next breath, Shinzo beamed like it was a reunion. "Kang Zhang, you finally came to see me." The demon's sword still simmered. "Quit yapping and shut up." Even while flipping to dodge, Shinzo asked with concern, "Are you doing okay? Why didn't you pick up my calls?" The demon's sword wasn't here for small talk. He snapped, "Zip it." As another slash came in, Shinzo stayed weirdly calm and said, "But." A palm strike smashed the blade aside and he pressed, "You still haven't answered me." Shinzo landed lightly back on the ground. The demon's sword sounded fed up. "I blocked your number. You harass me like some freak." Only then did Shinzo understand. "You blocked me," he muttered, "so that's why." Watching them circle each other, Yenshin wondered, what are these two idiots to each other, seriously? The demon's sword flared up again. "Now you dare bother my master too." His voice turned lethal, "So you chose death." Shinzo thought he misheard Zyker master, but the demon's sword corrected him coldly. "How can you be this blind? Do you even know who he is? If you still call yourself a swordsman, kneel and apologize to him." Shinzo bristled. "Apologize, kneel." He couldn't swallow that humiliation, even if the Triple Vine Society was just a cult. Still, he'd gotten way too obsessed with it, eyes twitching like a madman. UNC, meanwhile, was thinking about food. What even is Triple Vine Society, a pork belly fan club or what? Shinzo stared coldly at the so-called Sword Saint. "This is the guy who twisted Demon's sword like this. I'll expose his true face." He called out solemnly, "Grandmaster UNC." NC replied, "Yeah, I'm here, what now?" Shinzo's two palm chops rolled with chi. "If you're really the Sword Saint, you can take these, right?" Two strikes, vicious as fanged serpents, whipped toward UNC in twisting arcs. The demon's sword looked at him with pure expectation. "Show that idiot your level, Sword Saint." Guys like Shinzo only listened after they got beaten into it. UNC lazily pushed himself up. Oh yeah, then this might actually work out. He didn't know how strong his authority really was, so he wanted to test it in the real world. He thought, after saving the Gazami kingdom, "I've gotten way stronger, not bragging, just saying." Shinzo looked sick with irritation at the other guy's hands, on hip smugness. UNC was hyped. An S rank like Esma wouldn't drop easy, so Shinzo was the perfect lab rat for first-grade skill sharing. Slabs of bulky muscle tore his shirt apart and burst into view. Shinzo guessed this had to be a triple Vine Society technique. Was this the thing he used to kill Gustav? He was honestly excited to see it for himself. But to UNC, it was just a low-tier cult skill. Against a speed type like him, it didn't mean much. The speed of big, heavy guys like that was basically nothing. Seeing Shinzo charge, UNC only let out a cold little laugh. That proud movement looked like a 0.5x slow. Mo replay to him way too slow. His power-packed fist rose, and even if they weren't the same species, he'd still smash Shinzo to paste. So Shinzo was about to sprint headfirst into death. He froze, staring, unable to believe his eyes. 5 massive fists, bigger than Shinzo's whole body, came crashing down. Right as a fist was about to kiss Shinzo's face, Seong-mina burst in and scolded, "It's too loud." I said stop right now. UNC remembered he'd forgotten Seong-mina was still sleeping nearby. Shinzo asked, curious, "Miss Seong-mina, why are you here?" Seong-mina pointed right at him and snapped, "You vicious bastard." This time she was ready to beat him down, her illusory space skill activated. UNC panicked and tried to stop her. "Wait, Miss Seong-mina." Seong-mina said quietly, "Anyone who lays a hand on our UNC." She stared at Shinzo with ice, cold eyes and finished, dies. Seong-mina clenched her hand, and her control ability erupted like a shockwave. The crushing pressure made Shinzo grimace and squeeze his eyes shut. He collapsed, spat out a mouthful of blood and barely forced out, "I can't breathe." Desperate, he begged someone he knew, Kang Zhang, help. But the demon's sword stayed cold, doing nothing but watching. Shinzo ran out of strength, face down on the floor, his whole body going limp. Only then did the demon's sword step over to check on him. He lightly touched the pulse at Shinzo's neck. He clicked his tongue once. Behind him, UNC asked anxiously, "Did that guy die?" The demon's sword pulled his hand back and said, sadly, "He's still breathing." Then he added, "This bastard's stubborn as hell." UNC exhaled in relief. Thank God, he thought. I really believed someone got killed. The demon's sword gripped his shoulder and said, "Sword Saint, this guy S caused you trouble. I'll toss him somewhere fitting." NC stopped him. "Wait. If I use my ring, finger healing." Before he could finish, the other guy was already gone. UNC darkened, thinking, he won't really kill him, right? They know each other. And he said he's starting over. Seong-mina suddenly pinched UNC's cheek. She asked with concern, "Are you okay?" He said, "I'm fine," and Seong-mina doted, "Don't worry, sis will protect you." UNC blushed and thought, she should say sis, yeah, even if she's kind of. Right then, Seong-miri slammed the door open and rushed in. She asked in a panic, "Teacher, are you okay?" Then gasped, "I suddenly felt this massive energy surge." Mid-sentence she went speechless at the scene. Seong-mina, weirdly cheerful, asked, "Seong-miri, what's going on?" UNC hesitated and blurted, "Seong-miri, about this." Ez stared at the floor and asked, "Why is there blood everywhere? What happened?" Seong-mina stepped beside her, acting fragile. "Seong-miri, I want to go home, I'm scared." UNC jumped in, perfect timing. "Can you take her home?" Seong-miri nodded, "Yeah, of course." After that, only Yen Shin was left to clean up the aftermath. He worked hard, scrubbing the bloodstains off the floor. Inside he sighed, a low-tier god reduced to mopping floors. But hey, someone's gotta do it. System reminder, Infinite Impulse sent a heart icon, and praised it as a good deed. UNC's face darkened. "Yep, just like I thought. I'm basically the daily chore slave." Suddenly Mi Yonji picked in and called, "Teacher UNC." Yeah, he blinked, surprised. "What's up, Mi Yonji?" She froze at the mess. "Oh my god, teacher. What is all this?" UNC waved it off. "Nothing serious, I just fell." "But why are you here?" he asked. "Did something happen?" The girl fidgeted and said, teacher, it's just." Watching Mi Yonji's nerves, he frowned. "Why is she this anxious? Is it serious?" Yen Shin softened his voice. "Tell me what happened. It's okay. You can talk to me." She earnestly urged, "My grandpa said he really wants to meet you, so I think you should run, like, right now." He jolted. What? Why would her grandpa want him? And why was she telling him to run? Mi Yonji struggled to explain. "I know it's weird." Then the pendant on her chest lit up. "Hello, master." She answered, "Oh, Hades, you doing okay?" Mi Yonji explained, "Grandpa saw Hades evolve, so he said he and my older sister have to meet you no matter what." Hearing noise outside, she yelped, "Oh no, that sounds like a car. Don't tell me Grandpa S here already." "Teacher, take care," she blurted. "I'm going," and bolted. Watching her slip away, UNC stood there blankly. "Take care, huh?" He thought, what's with her? Wait, did she just apologize to me? He leaned to the window, curious what had her so spooked. A luxury car had pulled up right below. The assistant carefully opened the car door. Someone stepped out from inside. Yen Shin recognized him at once. Wasn't that the old man he met at the Hunter Federation? And if so, Mi Yonji's grandpa is. Immortal Society Chairman Saju, the same man, was Mi Yonji's grandfather. He also noticed a ghost-like woman beside him, who was that gloomy lady trailing him. Her expression was dark and heavy, like a storm cloud. Kang Shan greeted him with a curse. "You damn bastard. Why the hell are you here?" Sajuk replied flatly, "What's it to you, you muscle-brained old man," like he owned the place. The two glared at each other like mortal enemies. Kangshan threatened, "If you experiment on this academy like last time, I'll send you to the afterlife." Sajuk laughed, "Relax. I'm only here to see my granddaughter's school," Sajuk said, "and to meet one person, that's all." Kangshan frowned and pressed, "Meet someone, meet who?" Sajuk replied, "There's a young man named Yinzin here, right?" Kangshan echoed, suspicious, "Yinzin." The old man looked so interested his tongue practically hung out. Then he confirmed, "Yes, I have something urgent to say to that young man." Upstairs, UNC broke into a cold sweat. "Don't tell me Sajuk found out about the crocodile. How is that even possible?" They met in the principal's office. UNC was summoned in. He eyed Sajuk and thought, "How do I defend myself? Do I pretend that wasn't me or what?" Sajuk looked him over with meaning and said, "Right, we've met before, haven't we?" Then asked, "How old are you?" UNC answered, 23, telling himself to act as natural as possible. Sajuk mused, 23, then smiled. "For marital compatibility, a 3-year gap is perfect." The ghost-like girl murmured, embarrassed, "Grandpa, you're humiliating me." UNC had no clue what marital compatibility meant here. Also, wasn't it a 4-year gap, not 3? Sajuk suddenly declared, "Future grandson-in-law, it's nice to meet you." UNC had just taken a sip of tea and instantly choked. Grandson-in-law. He stared, stunned. What the hell did this old man just say? Wait, was he trying to set him up with her? Sajuk acted friendly, "My beloved grandso," and UNC cut him off cold. "Don't. I have zero intention of marrying," he said. "I like the single life. Fun, a little lonely, but not miserable, sorry." He thought, since when did I lose faith in marriage, bro? It's literally starting right now in this room. Sajak's smile vanished. He set his cup down with a sharp clap. "You can evolve your summoned soldier, right?" he said. Hades was B rank and jumped all the way to S rank, correct? Yinzin understood instantly. "Damn it, now I know why Mi Yonji acted like that earlier." Sajuk continued, "This is the first time I've seen energy like yours." He leaned in. "You think I'd let you slip away with power like that? I'm not asking for anything fancy. Just give me an heir," he said. "I want them to inherit your ability." UNC nearly exploded. So this geezer wanted to use him and exploit him. Grandson-in-law, don't make me laugh. Sajuk placed a check on the desk. UNC blinked, confused. What is this? Then he saw the number and went completely speechless. Sajuk proposed solemnly, "This check, worth 1 trillion, will be yours if you become my grandson-in-law." Even Kangshan's jaw dropped as he shouted, "What 1 trillion? Was it worth 1 trillion? It basically meant he was being bought, but UNC still shook uncontrollably. 1 trillion. He thought, this man really knows how to tempt people. Take it, and I'll never fear publisher deadlines again, but one look at her face made him want to crawl into a hole and hide, even free. Would anyone actually marry her? UNC stood up and refused. "Sorry to disappoint you. I'm not into money. Even for 1 trillion, he wouldn't marry like this." Kangshan on the side mourned that 1 trillion. Sajuk's granddaughter stayed silent, saying nothing. UNC hurried out, time to dip, when a voice called out, "Please wait." Yenshin frowned and looked at her. "What is it?" She shyly tucked her hair back, revealing her eyes. System notice, Mi Yonxi is a half-breed of human and nightmare. Active for 20 years, special note. She can seduce and mesmerize men when they stare into her eyes. Kangshan blurted in panic, "No, don't look that woman in the eyes in a system, fantasy world. That's basically a mind control trigger." Mi Yinxi activated the enchanting gaze skill. The charm pressure rolled out like a cultivation aura, trying to overwrite free will. She asked, "So how do my eyes look?" "Orabayani," Yinxi said. "Dang, they're genuinely beautiful," even though he sounded too calm for comfort. She kept luring him, "Orabayani, please listen to my request." She pressed closer. "Can't you be mine just this once, please?" Kangshan shouted, "Hey, old man, how dare you use a dangerous skill like that to enchant Yinxi?" He snapped. "Love doesn't work like this." Saduk, standing beside them, stopped Kangshan from rushing in. The old man's grip was firm, like a veteran hunter keeping order. Saduk warned, "I'll send you soaring through the sky first if you dare threaten my granddaughter." His voice was light, but the threat was real. Kangshan blew up. "You and your granddaughter are both crazy," he roared. "Do you even know how many men got ruined by that enchanting gaze?" The whole place fell silent. It was the kind of hush that hits right before something ugly happens. Yinxi refused outright, saying he didn't like this for an underdog lid. That boundary setting was strangely satisfying. Mi Yinxi thought she misheard. "What did you say?" He replied, "Want me to repeat it?" with a straight face. "I don't want to be yours," he said, "and you're not mine either," cutting off her possessive fantasy cleanly. "Oh man," he sighed, then turned around and walked away. No drama, just an exit like a survivor choosing safety. Still furious, he spat. "You say I'm yours," he added. "I hate that idea of owning people. I'm done talking, I'm leaving." The two old men behind them stared with their mouths hanging open. They looked like they'd just watched fate get rejected. Mi Yinxi panicked inside, thinking, my enchanting gaze didn't work on him. She wondered, what kind of freak is he? Yinxi made it outside safely. For a moment, it felt like he actually escaped the trap. Then he clutched his chest, heartbroken over his lost 1 trillion. That regret hit harder than any sword wound. It hurts, he muttered, but it's still better than digging my own grave. He scoffed. That gaze is weird, but to me it's just eye contact. Suddenly, the hallway wall behind him was pierced through. The impact tore the corridor open like a dungeon breach. Even then, he was still thinking. She's a half-blood between a human and a nightmare, right? He started, so her mother sighed. A gigantic, wicked hand stretched out from the hole. It looked like something born from dark fantasy nightmares. It then grabbed Yu Yinxi's arm in a death grip. The restraint felt like a high-tier capture skill. He got dragged inside, 1 second free, the next second abducted. Only a single sandal was left outside in the hallway. That lonely shoe made the scene feel brutally real. The Go family's car drove away. The getaway was smooth, like they'd rehearsed it. Inside the car, Mi Yingxi patted powder onto her face. She was calmly rebuilding her disguise layer by layer. Her face returned to its original appearance. The ghost look faded, revealing her baseline form again. Sadok turned and asked, "So you like him?" She answered, "I like him a lot," her tone bright and unwavering. Remembering her earlier look, Sadok asked, "Right, but why did you paint yourself like a ghost?" He added, "If you showed your real face then." She said, "Grandpa, if a man only agrees to marry me after he sees my face." She asked, "Do you think he's a respectable man?" Sadok understood and nodded. "Still, I didn't expect your enchanting gaze couldn't make him fall hopelessly for you," he admitted. Mi Yingxi sneered. "That's the real reason I want Orobayani." She said, "Only the top S-class hunters can stare back against my enchanting gaze." Sadok relaxed and told her not to worry. "He's already in the palm of my hand," he said, confident like a final boss. She asked in surprise, "What do you mean?" Her eyes widened, the first crack in her composure. "Grandpa, don't tell me you already." She started. The implication landed like a knife. His face turned vicious. The warmth dropped away, leaving only a predator's grin. Yu Yinxi finally woke up. His body felt heavy, like he'd been forcibly transported and sealed. Looking around, he guessed, "Is this Sadok's subspace?" He thought. "I can't believe that old man went this far." He stared at the monsters ahead and got goosebumps, but then he noticed something. These guys felt different, like engineered enemies. Why are these freaks drooling so damn much? System alert, Sadok's spirit warriors. Elite undead fighters collected by the necromancer Sadok in life. Note, they were ordered to kidnap and imprison you, but they've disobeyed and now want to eat you alive. Yan Xin's fear spiked. What the hell, they want to eat me? Just look at these clowns, I seriously have no words. One of them swung a sword to chop him down, and he bristled. How dare they even think about eating him? The blade was a heartbeat away from touching his body, but it shattered against Yu Yingxi's steel, hard muscles, his ultimate skill, the supreme body of unyielding earth. The spirit warrior froze in disbelief. He couldn't believe his next slash across Yu Yingxi's back only rang out with a clean clang. Yu Yingxi said coldly, "You're not even qualified to scrape a single strip of my skin. 1,000,000 of you wouldn't be either. Because I've reached the demi-god tier now, you can shrimps." His iron fist came down like a verdict on its face. That punch sent the spirit warrior flying. The rest reeled when their buddy dropped in an instant. Yan Xin sneered, "Bring it. Yeah, you're huge, but you're still just meat. Quit posturing and come at me for real." Yan Xin soloed the whole pack, beating them into a lesson they'd never forget. The more he fought, the hotter he got. Your army of 10,000 ants is nothing in front of a god's judgment. The spirit warriors started to panic. They could only stand there, stunned, watching Yan Xin's finger drop like a guillotine. The two leaders trembled. What kind of skill is that? The Yaksha Legion had never lost, yet they just got crushed. Someone like him, could it be he's? Does he have a divine eye? Yu Yingxi noticed the two leaders, and one of them was a woman. The moment Yu Yingxi focused on them, both leaders felt a bad chill crawl up their spines. He checked their info, system notice. Yaksha leader of Sajuwei Ka note, formerly a disciple of the cunning beast. System notice, Yaksha leader of Sadok note, formerly a disciple of the temptress of desire. Yu Yingxi blinked, disciples of two demon gods. Sadok's really that terrifying, but still. Those 5 colored eyes, damn, they dragged his memory back to Mi Yangji's gaze. One leader lunged straight at him. The other leader panicked, "No way, you can't be." Yu Yingxi stayed calm even as the opponent's fist came in. He casually lifted a finger. "You're strong, I'll give you that." The god's dominating index dropped, and one leader went down. Tuan Ji struggled to get back up. Yu Yingxi's expression stayed as icy as ever. The female leader stood there, completely stunned. She couldn't believe it. He wasn't controlled by my bewitching eye at all, so the rumors were true. A young demi-god with overwhelming power. So she decided that if that was the case, she walked toward him without hesitation. Yan Xin frowned. "What is this? She's surrendering." Yu Yingxi gaped as the female leader dropped to her knees. "Little god, please spare us. Yan Xin stayed on guard, so even Yakshas know mind games now. Who is she supposed to be? System display, inheritance authority activated, eyes of the eyeless god. Scanning the Yaksha leader's biography. Before she became a Yaksha demon, her name was Lilith. She was the daughter and chief disciple of the Temptress of Desire. The Temptress of Desire was a mighty demon goddess, but she lost to the god of destruction and barely escaped his grasp. Now she and her demon realm are cornered. To reclaim her power, she needs a pure, powerful S-rank soul. That's why she granted Lilith the bewitching eye, sent her to the lower realm, and arranged Lilith's meeting with Sadok. Lilith met the young Sadok, smug as ever. My bewitching eye will make a man like you fold. He just waved her off. Get lost. I don't have time for your drama. Her bewitching eye didn't work on Sadok at all. Instead, Lilith fell for him, they married, and she gave birth to a child. But when the abyss lineage of the god of destruction learned who Lilith was, she was forced to face death. Heartbroken, Sadok made a choice. Lilith, make a soul pact with me, fulfill my wish, and give my soul to her as payment. Only then did he get it, so she was Gamajanji's grandmother. A soul wish is an unwritten law passed down since ancient times. He asked, so Sadok's wish was to revive her, and she refused. So he turned her into a Yaksha demon. He probably wanted them together forever, even if it took something this twisted. System reminder, the god of abundance is in tears, asking you to go easy on the female demon. Yan Xin disagreed. She tried to eat me, and I didn't even know anything, okay. System display, the god of abundance is shocked. He kept going, but that still doesn't mean. System reminder, Lilith, upon forming an S-rank marriage bond, her extraordinary ability will be enhanced. She will become your disciple. Yu Yingxi finally exhaled. Of course I'll hold back. She might be my next S-rank disciple, and I can snag Sadok too, maybe even his granddaughter. One arrow, two birds. Another notice popped up. The sword of slaughter praises your scheming. The god of abundance thanks you for your compassion. He knew the key was getting stronger. He needed power before the god of destruction crushed everything in his way. I hate that old bastard. Facing Lilith, he said, I grant you a divine name. A glowing circle appeared above Yu Yingxi's head. He wondered, is this because I'm only a demi-god, so I have to receive this? A good feeling hit him as Yu Yingxi touched Lilith's forehead. No matter what, something good will happen. The healing ring finger has activated. The whole space lit up with a soft, gentle green glow. Then all of a sudden, he sensed something was wrong. Lilith felt her body starting to melt. Why is this happening, little god? Even the leader from earlier started dripping and slumping. Yu Yingxi panicked. Why are you melting like that, huh? That's a skill from the god of tears. No, it can't be. I definitely used a healing skill. He read the notice. The Yaksha army is being purified. There will be pain while good and evil are converted. As Lilith was purified, she finally understood. Little god. Angel wings burst forth from her back. She thought, I was wrong about this feeling. It's like I just got reborn all over again. System notice, the Yaksha troops have revived as celestial soldiers, thanks to Yu Yingxi's compassion. Yu Yingxi frowned. Celestial soldiers, seriously, but what matters more is. Staring at the tiny angels in front of him, he wondered why they'd shrunk down like this. The little angels giggled and played, fluttering happily around Yu Yingxi. Meanwhile, on the demon goddess' side, she sensed something was off. Her eyes slowly opened. She hissed coldly, Lilith, you're back, you traitor. System notice, the Yaksha army has been reborn into celestial soldiers due to Yu Yingxi's merits. He guessed rebirth and evolution were random, but still, why don't they look anything like he imagined? A notice appeared, infinite abundance says you're only a low-tier god, so this is your limit, accept reality. Yan Xin decided, fine, but if Sadok's involved, I should hurry over there. Before that guy ends up dying. At the Immortal Society's headquarters, Sadok stood silently in his room. He stared at the family photo on his desk. Sadok was still pissed about this morning. Damn that Yu Yingxi brat. How dare he refuse to be my son-in-law, arrogant little punk. He's definitely gotten a proper lesson by now. After all, my endless rift is basically a pocket hell. Even an S-rank crawls out broken, so maybe it's time to let the Yaksha troops release Yu Yingxi. But when he checked, Sadok nearly fainted. Yan Xin stepped out of the watery rift, followed by his celestial soldiers. What the hell is this? Yu Yingxi asked coldly, were you calling for me? Sadok stammered, what the kid, you? How are you still completely unharmed? Yan Xin even praised him. Nice office. Sadok stared at the winged squad in disbelief. What are these, and where did my Yaksha army go? He answered, long story, but first, let me heal your chest. Sadok sputtered, how do you know, and wait, what are you even saying? Sadok thought, something's wrong, I can't sense any Yaksha aura at all. And Lilith, I can't feel Lilith's presence anymore either. Sadok snapped, grabbing his collar. What did you do to Lilith? Yu Yingxi stayed ridiculously calm. Right then, Yan Xin only cared about one thing, heal the old man fast. Sadok kept interrogating him, Lilith, you dare. Yu Yingxi tried to sound friendly. Look, stuff happened, that's why it's like this. Now calm down and let me finish healing you. That only made Sadok's blood boil. What do you mean, stuff happened? I'll make sure you never open your mouth again for the rest of your life. Yu Yingxi raised his finger. No choice, I'll make him nap a bit. It'll be faster to heal him then, the god's dominating index. Suddenly, Sadok's face twisted in agony. A massive invisible iron fist slammed into his ribcage, my ribs. Yu Yingxi froze. Wait, I didn't even do anything and it already started. A warning prompt flashed. Sadok male 61, beware the temptress of lust, the one who seduces the damned. His whole face was drenched in sweat, like his body knew the nightmare before his mind did. Lilith burst out from the spatial rift, her voice shaking as she screamed no. Sadok felt a nasty sense of déjà vu. Wasn't this skill hers? Lilith appeared as a child, stared him down and said, "It's me, Lilith. I was reborn, all thanks to you, Yinzin. Now I can watch you anytime through the endless rift," she said, "even if I still have to rely on spirit arts." Sadok gagged in pain and coughed up a mouthful of blood. She spun back and begged, "God, please, I'm begging you." Yinzin calmly assessed Sadok's condition, eyes sharp like a veteran reader spotting a death flag. A new notice popped up. Lilith's unrevealed backstory was starting to peel open, layer by layer. That day when Lilith died, the female demon god emerged from the rift's waters. "So you dare betray me for that lowborn trash," she roared. "Did you think I'd just sit still?" The day you were reborn was also the day Sadok's long-held wish finally became reality. A devil's seal had been carved into his shoulder, branded like a curse you can't scrub off. The female demon god continued coldly, "His soul will become my finest delicacy. I'll make him taste every pain and humiliation in existence, then tear his flesh into pieces, yet I grant you my prophecy." Yinzin smirked and snapped, "Not happening. If I'm here you're not touching him, I protect my precious S-Rank." He raised a healing finger toward the seal on Sadok's chest. "Mr. Sadok, wake up, stay with me." The god's sovereign index finger pressed down, flooding the mark with restorative power. The devil's seal started to crack, its grip loosening like ice about to shatter. Yinzin casually blew smoke off his fingertip, realizing the god's index held dual effects, heal or purge, meaning he could break seals at will. The female demon god shrieked in rage, her voice ripping through the air like a boss phase scream. From the rift, a streak of binding light snapped outward, dazzling and cruel. Yinzin moved fast, shielding Sadok as Atta's power slammed in like a divine ambush. He stared her down, unshaken. "So you made it all the way here, huh?" "I'm furious," Atta spat, "a filthy nobody. God dares touch what belongs to me." Another warning prompt appeared. Temptress of lust, female 690, 0 years old, once a goddess, now a radiant evil entity. Yinzin thought, radiant evil, like that sun god I put down last time. He greeted her anyway, "Pleasure to meet you, Temptress." He knew he didn't have his sword, and he hadn't even shared skills with the heavenly demon swordmaster yet. But to beat a so-called fake god, he didn't need any of that. Yinzin clenched his fist, pressure rising like a cultivation breakthrough about to pop. He smashed through the building's window and launched himself toward the demon god outside. With murderous swagger, he said, "No, you're the lowborn one here." The heavenly demon god's sword shot forward, screaming through the air toward the demon god. Atta ate the hit and couldn't even react in time, caught clean, like she never saw the combo coming. Seeing Yinzin appear, the people below panicked. "What is that? A rift, run, move." He warned them, "Everyone, get out of here. Now, leave this thing to me." The demon god hissed darkly, "You dare attack me." Watching Atta's face surface in the rift, Yinzin let out a short, sharp laugh, like seriously. The demon god sneered, "Do you even know what I once was? An existence even low tier gods wouldn't dare look at," she hissed, "Behold my true form." Yinzin answered flatly, "True form," he shrugged. "Whatever it is, you're still a radiant evil creature." A spammy system notice babbled non-stop, panicking that the debauched Knight of Lust had reached the same tier as the terrifying evil god of destruction. UNC went pale, he swallowed, same tier as the god of destruction. The demon god's body began to twist and mutate. A cavernous mouth split open, and jagged teeth like knives snapped into view. The female demon god reverted to her most primitive, original form. Yinzin froze for a beat, staring, awe. Then he clicked his tongue, "Look at that shape, disgusting as hell." The nightmare system slithered in, offering help if he traded 10 million lives. He snapped, "Quit spewing trash and get lost." Another notice popped up, Extinction's sword mocking him, asking what he was doing when all he had to do was kill Sadok. Yinzin frowned, confused. Sadok. Upstairs, Sadok and Lilith stood together, watching in anxious silence. The info panel updated, Sadok, male, used for 61 years. Special warning, karmically linked to the debauched Knight of Lust, he's her medium to descend. Yinzin knew it was true. That immoral scammer Extinction's sword was right. Erase Sadok, and the rest of that monster can't manifest. "But I refuse," he said. "I only write happy endings. There's no room for tragic finales here." Same tier as the god of destruction, Yinzin scoffed. That was ages ago. He pointed at her like a critic calling out power, scaling, "Right now, you're just leftover scraps." The female demon god laughed coldly. "I've erased countless worlds for words even dumber than that." Even weakened like you claim, she snarled, I'm still more than enough to crush a brat low-tier god like you. As Atta's dark power poured down, he ordered Namat, Siang Mina, share your skills with me now. Sadok shouted in panic, son-in-law run. She's not something you can withstand until the S-rank hunters arrive. NC didn't care, he simply raised his fist. His punch slammed forward, bravely meeting the rift's descending annihilation force head on. Yinzin growled the technique name like a battle chant, Iron Body, Strategic Spirit Breaker. The two forces locked together, grinding without giving an inch. On the demon god's side, something started to feel very wrong. Yinzin's punch surged through and smashed straight into the rift itself. The demon god staggered back, cursing, damn it, bastard. Sadok gaped, no way, I can't believe it. Our son-in-law actually has power like this. UNC seethed inside. He keeps calling me son-in-law, and now I weirdly want to write a sad ending. Still, she lived through that hit, he muttered, what a pain. He lifted his finger in warning, I'll grind your so, called God's index finger to dust, seal and all. After taking the blow, the demon god choked on rage, you insolent. Yinzin spat back, stop being stubborn, and crawl back to your own world. The demon god's hand latched onto the rift, like she was anchoring herself to reality. Atta sneered, a low-tier god like you thinks he can oppose me. Fine, she purred, then I'll show you the difference between us. Yinzin finally felt the pressure spike, tension crawling up his spine. A massive torrent of power came crashing down in a brutal, overwhelming wave. The clash detonated into a sky-splitting explosion, like the whole arc just hit its season finale beat. Sadok yelled in panic, son-in-law, his voice cracking with real fear. UNC was sprawled on the asphalt, and the road behind him had caved in into a crater. He muttered through gritted teeth, damn, she's strong. The female demon god's rage still burned. How dare a nobody like you resist my very presence? UNC knew Atta was definitely stronger than that previous fire-headed fraud. Yeah, he said, but I'm not who I used to be. He activated the demon god title. A bolt of lightning blasted upward and she flinched. What, she spat, why all of a sudden? That power was so blinding, even Atta couldn't open her eyes. Yinzin kicked off hard and launched himself straight into the rift. With killing intent, he shouted, witness the power of the god of good and evil. His punch smashed straight into the demon god's face as it pushed out of the rift. No way, she howled. How can a low-tier god have this kind of power? Yinzin said coldly, stop struggling and get lost, you pathetic leftover dregs of an evil god. The demon god screamed in pain, feral and furious. He drove in with Crush the god's index finger, drilling straight through the rift like a finishing move. The rift shrank and vanished, returning a peaceful night to the city. UNC dropped back down to the ground, landing like he owned the scene. The system notified the debauched Knight of Lust was a powerhouse, equivalent to 6S-rank hunters. He grinned smugly, knew it, that fake firehead was only about 4S-rank hunters. The quest progress updated. Level up in progress, mid-tier god ascension. S-rank sacrifices acquired, superiority 20 now at 6%. He calculated, at this pace, do I rank up into a demon god first? He smirked, I'm almost at 100S-rank sacrifices. Seeing his teammate still unconscious, Yinzin frowned, the demon god is gone, so why is he like this? Lilith rushed out, terrified, if this keeps up he'll die, she gasped. The possession signs are gone, but the curse remains, please save him. UNC cursed, damn it. Then he snapped, so even if that idiot demon god dies, the curse stays on my S rank, he growled, no, he's not allowed to die. He used the god's healing ring finger to treat Sadok, channeling warm light into the curse scars. A moment later, Sadok woke up, clutching his head like it was splitting apart. He whispered in disbelief, impossible on Earth, not even an S-rank healer can do this. Lilith lunged in and hugged him tight, you're alive, she cried. It's all thanks to UNC. UNC watched them, satisfied. This is the happy ending I want. He smiled, even if I die, I'll only write endings like this. System notice, congratulations. Angel, Lilith and Sadok have become UNC's S-rank followers. Superiority rate 12.2%. UNC blinked, and Angel, he thought. She must default to Angel after rebirth since she led the spirits. He said softly, Lilith, you deserve that. Days later, in a region near Brazil's Amazon forest, at an S-rank cup site, Alpha's grim voice echoed, say it again, you cast-off worm. You said you can help me avenge my mother, Arash, she demanded. Arash recalled the past, 1 billion troops and 3 apostles slaughtered. He panicked. If I go back like this, the Emperor will kill me. He hardened his resolve. I'll use this god to bring back UNC's head. Alpha repeated, colder than before, answer me, dungeon, crawling insect. Can you help me take revenge for my mother? Arash confirmed, yes, I can. I've got the full skill set, and a plan, Arash said. I can help Lord Alpha take the life of that demon god, UNC. Alpha lined in, clearly thrilled, fine, say it. Let me hear your plan. Arash quickly laid out what he knew, spilling intel like a villain briefing before the raid. On UNC's side, he blinked awake, where am I? He stared at the massive body in front of him, scarred and inked. How many battles? How much hellish training made a frame like that? UNC pushed himself up and asked, Who are you? The man replied, I am the eternal seeker of truth. He added something urgent, so I adjusted causality slightly. An apostle has awakened, he warned, and that apostle is also a copy of the god of destruction, risen to clear the trials. You'll soon face the fate of annihilation. Stop it, he said. Reach mid-tier god status and qualify for the Congress of Gods. The moment he finished, UNC jolted awake from the dream. He stared into space. What was that? He listened. Rain. Eternal seeker of truth. Somehow that felt like the eternal truth seeker. Was he a new dreamwalker? Sure, he aimed for mid-tier god, no question, but an apostle who's a god of destruction copy, and a congress of gods, what even are those? Lilith saw him awake and smiled. You're up, she said. I'll call my husband. He's meeting the headmaster, and he wants to talk when you wake. NC stopped her. No need, he sighed. It's probably more son-in-law nonsense, he muttered, so tiring. Right then the system reported, heavenly soldiers are blessing Anti-A. As a result, your follower count has surged. Mid-tier god ascension ongoing. Followers, 130 million/10 billion. He nearly choked thanks to Lilith. He'd gained a new auto skill. Heavenly soldiers just boosted his followers by 30 million. He didn't even know what they were doing in Anti-A, yet the follower count rose while he did nothing. He'd feared grinding to 10 billion manually, but automation changed everything. UNC waved it off and asked anyway, Lilith, I'm fine now, why don't you go stay at Sadok's house? She answered, as a grand archangel revived by your mercy, I'm obligated to remain at your side and support you. NC's face went white, so that's how it is. Outside, someone shouted, they're fighting. Another yelled, it's an S-Rank versus an A-Rank. UNC stepped to the window, curious. What? He squinted. Who's fighting who? Down below, it was clearly Shinzo, and the demon's sword locked in a standoff. Shinzo demanded, stunned, how could you treat me like that? Everyone dropped their phones to film. It's S-Rank Hunter Shinzo. So handsome. Then someone joked, why does he look so worn out? Did he just come back from a survival show? Shinzo seethed. How could you abandon someone on a deserted island? He shouted. Do you know how hard it was to escape? Demon's sword answered coldly. I should have finished you myself, he spat. Those damn brokers. At least do the job right. Shinzo finally snapped. Even if you're a precious friend, I still won't forgive you. I'll defeat you, Kangjong, he roared. Demon's sword squared up. Come, he smirked. I'll let you witness the heavenly demon god's sword. The students hugged bowls and watched like it was live TV. This is insane. Are we really witnessing an S-Rank fight? UNC watched quietly from above. Shinzo was facing a demon sword who trained the heavenly demon god sword. Honestly, it looked kind of hype. Hearing the meal bell ring, he brightened. Is it lunchtime? He laughed. My stomach picked the perfect moment. And today's menu was none other than pricey ginseng chicken soup. No way he was missing that legendary dish. Let's go eat something, he said, already moving. The two of them headed to the cafeteria. UNC beamed inside. Thank God I accepted the teacher job. Free expensive chicken soup. Unreal. Yinzin grinned and said, enjoy your meal. Before he could finish, Demon's sword got blasted straight into the cafeteria. He crashed perfectly onto the table where UNC was sitting. He stared blankly at the chicken soup in front of him. It was totally wrecked, spilled, and mangled beyond saving. Lilith looked outraged. The food was inches from his mouth, and it still slipped away like pure tragedy. Demon's sword hit the floor with a heavy thud, collapsing like a defeated boss in Phase 1. He bared his teeth and cursed, Shinzo, you bastard. Shinzo stepped on the window ledge and climbed inside, calm as if he owned the place. He called out coldly, Kangjong. Surrender, Shinzo said, you're not my match. Yinzin snapped, furious, my ginseng chicken soup. Shinzo finally noticed him, you are the self-proclaimed sword god of that third-rate guild, right? Shinzo said, while UNC kept muttering ginseng chicken soup. Shinzo decided to settle it here. Perfect timing, he glared, I still owe you. Brainwashing Kangjong, you cruel leader of the third-rate guild. UNC grew more annoyed. This enemy of ginseng chicken soup kept rambling about some third-rate guild. What the hell was that? Shinzo wouldn't shut up. Even if I didn't come for you today, you still owe me a confession. Yinzin tightened his grip on the spoon. Third-rate guild or third-rate chickens, I don't care. UNC's voice dropped into a dark, deadly register. How dare you do this to my expensive ginseng chicken soup? He hissed. I won't forgive you. I didn't even get one spoonful. Shinzo froze, stunned. What did you just say? UNC ordered, prepare yourself. Yinzin is about to go off. He activated the ultra-rare extinction sword on the tiny spoon in his hand. His hand leveled toward the enemy, steady and merciless. Demon's sword, he scoffed. Or are you just stupid for opposing the sword god? He spat. Feel the gap in our tears. Shinzo blinked, dumbfounded. What the hell is that? You're fighting me with a spoon, he thought, and he's full of openings. Was Kangjong played by this idiot? Yinzin declared, a spoon is plenty for the enemy of ginseng chicken soup. He smiled thinly. I'll beat you until you're at death's door. Shinzo grew even more confused. I still don't get how he fooled Kangbayam, but no matter how dumb he is, I won't hold back. Shinzo's sword aura flared, power bursting out in a sharp, violent surge. UNC held 2 spoons now, braced and ready to receive the attack like it was a sacred duel. He focused so hard the cafeteria air seemed to tighten around him. When UNC opened his eyes, a blazing red flash lit them like a berserk skill trigger. Shinzo swore, "I'll expose your true identity." UNC calmly raised the spoon in his hand, casual like a critic about to drop a verdict. He dashed in and bonked Shinzo straight on the head, one clean, disrespectful hit. Shinzo's nose exploded with blood. He stood there shocked, thinking, what was that just now? When he turned, he only saw UNC's proud back, the tiny spoon still in his hand. UNC said lowly, "I won't let you off easy. I'll make you cry as much as the chicken soup you spilled," he promised, voice sharp with revenge. Shinzo staggered up dizzy. "You keep talking about soup. Who even cares about soup?" That line completely set UNC off. "Oh," he hissed, "so you really want to die." Shinzo gripped both swords tight. "Earlier was my mistake," he growled. "This time I won't let you take advantage." He had barely finished speaking when Shinzo froze on the spot after seeing. UNC blinked in right in front of him, spoon in hand. He said coldly, "All right then, let's see." Shinzo thought, "He's fast," then he threw a punch and sneered, "Charging into my sights, how stupid." NC stared at his opponent, serious and unamused. And again, he calmly bonked Shinzo on the head with the spoon, clean and disrespectful. Yinzin announced, deadpan, "That one was a chicken wing." Shinzo clutched his head and cursed, "That damn chicken soup." Furious, he lunged, "Let's see how long you can keep talking about chicken soup." 3 more rapid hits landed, bonk, 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 chicken porridge, chicken breast, chicken thigh. Yinzin finished, as Shinzo collapsed, trembling from pain. UNC walked up casually. "That's it," he frowned. "I can't let you pass out that easily. I've only hit you enough to pay for 1 bowl," he said, "but you spilled 2 bowls. Shinzo grit his teeth and decided to go all in. "I underestimated you," he warned. "I didn't want to use this. People nearby could get hurt." Twin sword extreme shift, he roared, unlocking and activating the skill. A wind laced with frost exploded outward, and everyone struggled. "I can't see anything in this wind." Demon Sword shouted, "Are you insane? You're going to hurt innocent bystanders." Shinzo snarled, "That's on you." He stubbornly triggered his sword aura. Special skill, Sand Sword. Shinzo kicked off the ground and leapt high into the air. A ferocious phantom dragon manifested in front of UNC. A wave of icy power came crashing down like a frozen guillotine. UNC casually swatted it with his spoon, like he was brushing off dust. Special skill Mount Hua Sec, Plum Blossom Rage activated. Rose like petals drifted through the cafeteria. The students gasped. "Petals inside the building, it smells amazing." Shinzo declared, "Too late." Yinzin replied calmly, "Abracadabra." With one lazy flick of his hand, he shattered the power Shinzo was so proud of. Shinzo stammered, What?" The imaginary realm could completely nullify an enemy's skills. With one move, it could even defeat an SS rank. That meant he had to be SS rank at minimum, maybe even higher. This was the realm of a sword saint. How could she ever hope to beat someone like him? Shinzo's mind spiraled, "I'm such an idiot." Shinzo was defeated and slammed to the floor with a miserable thud. Only then did Yinzin stop, finally lowering the spoon. Demon Sword rushed over to the sword saint, panic written all over his face. He dropped to his knees and bowed his head to the ground in apology. Demon Sword actually begged for Shinzo. "Shinzo deserves death," he said, "but please show mercy and spare his life." UNC looked at him, genuinely surprised. Inside, Demon Sword thought, "Shinzo, I know you still think I'm your friend." Yinzin spoke lightly, "Demon Sword, don't worry, leave it to me." Demon Sword trembled as he said, "If you do that, then." Demon Sword gripped his blade so hard his knuckles went white, like he was about to make a tragic choice. Then he declared, "I'll die with him." UNC jolted, "Bro, why are you being so extra?" UNC raised a finger like he was holding a remote control, calm in the middle of the chaos. With a single snap, a force wrapped around Demon Sword's weapon and locked it down. He explained, "I mean I'm going to heal Shinzo." He sighed, "You don't need to overinterpret it." Demon Sword looked at UNC with shaken, emotional eyes. Green energy spilled from UNC's fingers, God's healing ring finger, glowing softly. Shinzo's whole body began to mend, wounds sealing like time rewinding. A moment later, Shinzo's eyes slowly opened. Even awake, Shinzo still looked dazed. What happened to me?" Demon Sword laughed loud. "See, this is the sword saint I follow." Shinzo nodded, "Yeah, you're right." But inside, he was thinking about him, about that overwhelming gap. So Shinzo dropped to his knees and bowed. "You're the true sword saint," he swallowed. "I was blind." Yinzin muttered, annoyed, I don't like this at all." Shinzo waited tense for UNC's answer. Demon Sword stood there beaming, proud like he just recruited a legendary teammate. The nearby students kept cheering. "Teacher, UNC just beat Shinzo, that was so cool." Right then a mysterious figure appeared. Seeing him, the stranger thought found him. "UNC, it's you," the figure murmured, voice edged with certainty. "I have to report this to the Three Heroes Guild immediately." Inside the cafeteria, NC was still stunned when Shinzo repeated himself. Shinzo said seriously, please, accept me as your disciple. System notice, you successfully cultivated obsessive faith through overwhelming power and fear. Shinzo is now an enthusiastic follower. Mid-tier god ascension ongoing. S-rank sacrifice with superiority, 810. Only then did UNC realize, wait, he's S-rank too. He welcomed S-rank followers, but his face darkened. We still have something to settle. Shinzo frowned. What do you mean? UNC brought it right back to the crime scene. Chicken soup, he said. You don't poke a dog while it's eating. Apologize to me and that chicken. Shinzo apologized fast. I'm sorry I dared interrupt your meal. He added, wait a moment, I'll make a call. He whispered into the phone, how much money can you prepare on your side right now? Hearing that, UNC's eyes lit up. He laned in money. Soon 2 suitcases of cash sat in front of him. He got hyped. How much is all this? He remembered. Shinzo's the youngest son of a rich family. The courier introduced himself. I'm the CEO of Osel Corporation, sir. He bowed. Please take care of our young master. Shinzo lowered his head and said, it's not much, but it's compensation for your spilled chicken soup. UNC was still in shock. This is soup, stain compensation money. Shinzo pleaded, if you become my master, I'll give you everything, please. Demon Sword shouted from behind, furious. Do you know who he is? He roared. You're trying to buy your way into discipleship with money. Afraid the money might slip away, UNC immediately ordered Demon Sword. This is special training. Go outside and run 100 laps right now. Demon Sword shot out the window and did it on the spot. Shinzo despaired, thinking, who would accept someone who tried to kill him as a disciple anyway? Shinzo spoke sadly, yeah, someone like me probably can't become your disciple. But UNC flashed a bright grin and agreed immediately. I get it. You regret what you did, he added. My food gets stolen sometimes too. That only made Shinzo feel even more ashamed, he thought. He's so kind. No wonder a monster like Demon Sword follows him. Shinzo blurted then, please accept me as your disciple too. UNC sighed inside, this is a headache. What do I even do with an S rank? There's no benefit. Right then, a reminder popped up. Heavenly Blade Extinction said this is how the cold, brutal business world operates. UNC calculated silently, don't praise me. Think of a way to keep him away and still keep the money. Then it hit him, oh right. A dangerous smile appeared, you want to be my disciple. Shinzo, unaware he was being set up, answered happily, yes, Sword Saint. UNC nodded, then do this for me. Shinzo stared at the ancient text manual in his hands. This is. You're really giving me this? Shinzo asked. UNC confirmed, of course. UNC thought, I bought it before I knew Heavenly Blade Extinction was scamming me. Turns out it's useful after all. System notice Teiji Sword Manual, left by Zhang Sanfeng, price, 20 million god coins. He instructed, study the Teiji Sword Manual first, then come back after that, I'll accept you as my disciple. Shinzo went silent, not answering right away. UNC asked sharply, can't do it. Shinzo swore I can, I'll learn it and become your disciple. Yin Zin smirked to himself, hook, line and sinker. He added, I'm looking forward to it, and don't come back until you fully understand it. Shinzo answered obediently, yes, I understand. Then I'll take my leave to study, Shinzo said. UNC waved him off, good, go quickly. Watching Shinzo leave, UNC smiled. Everything was going exactly as he wanted. He looked at the cash on the table, excitement surging. What am I supposed to do with all this money now? Behind the academy building, the mysterious person from earlier called in a report to their organization. Shadow agent reporting from the Three Heroes Guild's academy branch. They said, the one who stole the Mount Hua sword is UNC. To retrieve it, they concluded, I think we should kill him. In a faraway country, China, a young woman was grinding monsters non-stop, focused and relentless. A gigantic beast got suppressed in an instant, like it never stood a chance. Its entire body turned into black stone, petrified and dead. She snorted in disdain, an S-rank monster, and it's this week, she yawned, got anything stronger. Trash like this can't satisfy my sword, she said. She was China's strongest hunter, Xiao Ming. A subordinate rushed in, report, descendant of the great swordmaster, Lady Xiao Ming. Orders from the Three Heroes Guild, they said, you must kill a master at the academy in Korea, UNC SS-Rank, and bring back the stolen Mount Hua sword. Xiao Ming lit up with excitement. SS-Rank, she grinned. That'll satisfy my sword, her eyes sharpened, I'll take his head. Just wait, she whispered, Usura soul, stealing sword of mine. Let him taste some truly sweet blood. Back with UNC at the Academy Cafe. He hugged the 2 cash suitcases and chuckled. Huge profit. He added, even after becoming a god, money still hits different. Then he frowned. I need to look into this Three Heroes Guild, he muttered. Something about them feels seriously shady. The apostle and vessel of the god of destruction is awakening. UNC felt it. This was tied to that warning. Seeing him stumble back exhausted, UNC called out, hey, Demon Sword, done with your run. Demon Sword forced a tough face. 100 laps, that's nothing. Fresh off getting paid, UNC decided to spread the wealth. You're doing great. Let's drink beer and eat chicken, my treat. Demon Sword answered instantly, yes. They had a killer dinner. Demon Sword drank until he was completely plastered. UNC ate so much he could barely breathe. Since becoming a low-tier god, his appetite exploded. He'd crushed almost 10 chickens. He figured he needed that much to recover divine power, and hey, he could afford 10 chickens now. Especially with Shinzo's money sitting in his pocket. And this building, it was his now. He was officially the landlord. Plus he was a low-tier god. He'd saved through countless lives. Why shouldn't he treat himself like this? Eating 10 chickens was fine. Cleaning up was the real pain. If the bones could jump into the trash by themselves, that'd be perfect. Should he hire a housekeeper or use telekinesis? Did it just move on its own? UNC startled when the chicken bones started twitching. He frowned. Why were they moving when he hadn't used any power? The system displayed, connection to the Night Yaksha demon via follower Sadok has been added to skill sharing. Link established S-Rank Night Yaksha demon, Sadok's unique technique. The angrier you are, the easier it activates. UNC mulled it over. Angrier means easier. What does that even? Whatever, he decided to test it. He pointed at the bone pile and shared the skill, Sadok's Night Yaksha connection. Suddenly, a burst of power lit up the entire room. Several shadowy ghosts, like silhouettes, crawled across the walls. UNC's face darkened. What is this? Staring at them, Yinzin wondered, is this for real? An eerie voice echoed, revenge. Revenge on humans, the ones who exterminated us. The chant repeated, revenge. UNC was stunned. What kind of skill is this? Revenge on humans. So he tried to negotiate. I get how you feel, but revenge is kinda. They only looped like machines. Revenge, revenge. O great God who awakened us by accident, they pleaded, grant us the privilege of slaughter. UNC tensed up, unsure what to do. It felt like they might kill him. So what now? System prompt, do you want to dispatch the newly arrived Yaksha Legion to the Hive Fortress, in a region of the Empire? UNC's eyes lit up, perfect. But Hive Fortress, like a literal hive, what are those Empire guys plotting again? System hint, the Hive is an industrial site that produces blood worm soldiers for the Empire's main army, one of the king's power sources. Yinzin nodded slowly, so that's what it is. They kept treating him like a joke because he hadn't hit back properly. All right, insects, now it's my turn. He pressed the Z button on the screen with his finger. The space inside the Empire's Hive Fortress appeared before him. A gate guard inside muttered, hearing thunder, thunder, it wondered, why is it so loud? Then its eyes widened in shock. What is that? A towering, infamous Yaksha figure stood right in front of it. It screamed in terror, run, it's a monster, help. UNC watched through his phone with a satisfied grin, while desperate screams echoed like background music. The system pinged, Demon God Ascension is currently in progress. He felt genuinely blessed. This is insane. I'm doing nothing and the numbers still climb. Auto hunting really is the best. Then a new notice hit and he went stiff. Reminder, due to auto hunting and your minion count increasing, auto management will be activated. Auto management, once active, gear expansion and species evolution will run even while you're away. Cost, 20 million God coins. Continue. He chose instantly. Of course, he grinned. I never refuse this. This is real passive income, like a landlord. With that, everything was set. UNC set the phone aside. He lay back on the bed, staring blankly at the ceiling. The room was empty now, since he'd sent Demon's Sword away. Too many questions still had no answers, but he'd found a few leads. Demon's Sword said the Three Heroes Guild was a heretical faction. Earlier at the drinks table, Demon's Sword explained it. The Three Heroes Guild is a cultish faction. Their intel network is cracked, and they hide behind a hunter guild facade. In reality, they've planted spies all over the world. They gather intel on hunters who might block them, then assassinate them. UNC asked, since you left, they'll hunt both of us, right? He added, any other spies in the academy? Demon's Sword said, spies don't know each other's identities, so I can't find them. Yinzin scoffed, what a twisted organization. Demon's Sword continued, sorry, I don't have many clues. Then he stressed, but there's one thing you must know. Mount Hua sect swordsmanship comes from the Three Heroes Guild. He said, they've noticed you have it, so they'll definitely make a move. Of course they're nowhere near you, Demon's Sword added. UNC jolted. Wait, what? He blinked. It comes from them. He bristled, so Heavenly Blade, those scam artists, sold me bootleg mixed goods. A notice popped up. Heavenly Blade Extinction excitedly said, that's life. UNC narrowed his eyes, excited, huh? Lying there thinking, he knew he couldn't let those guys slide. They dared lay hands on his student, seriously. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. He guessed it immediately, the spy student is here. Outside the door was exactly who he expected. Earlier in Haizu's room, a stranger handed her a talisman. He said this talisman enables instant transfer. He ordered, use it to bring UNC here. Our Three Heroes Masters will handle the rest. Haizu had no choice but to agree. Yes sir, she said, but inside she was panicking. What am I supposed to do? I can't disobey my superiors, but teacher is truly a good person. Facing her at the door, UNC looked sad. He was shocked she was the mole, but catching it early, thanks to the all-seeing God eye, was still a win. The info panel displayed Haizu, female, 19, naive but kind, note, spy of the Three Heroes Guild. She must care for her sick mother. UNC said Demon's sword had already moved her mother somewhere safe. Haizu replied, yes, I called him. She bowed, thank you, teacher. UNC was furious. They used a sick mother as a hostage to force her into spying. He snarled, bastards, I'll wipe you all out. She bowed again, thanking him for even paying the hospital fees. He waved it off, don't worry, I've got money. UNC said calmly, let's go, to where they're waiting. Haizu nodded and began the act. Yes, then I'll use the talisman now. Faith filled Haizu's chest. Teacher beat SSS-Rank Gustavs and monsters alone, so surely he'll be fine. The talisman activated, and a small vortex wrapped around both of them and swallowed them whole. Before he left, Yu clung to one stubborn belief. His master could save him from the Three Heroes Society, and he kept repeating, I trust you, master. The talisman warped them through space to the agreed meeting spot in a blink. Yan Xin quickly realized this was the hidden depths of Vietnam Mountain, a place buried far beyond the main trails. A monk stepped forward and said, good, you did well, leave the rest to us. Yu Yingxi stayed silent, watching carefully. There were two opponents. The monk's name was Degas, a 50-year-old male martial master from Shaolin Temple. He'd taken down a frightening number of S-rank hunters. The second one was Peng Muling, a 40-year-old male expert who'd also crushed countless S-rank hunters like it was routine. Yu Yingxi sized them up and decided he didn't even want to introduce himself. They looked like they'd walked straight out of a wuxia legend. Degas spoke up, so you dared to steal Mount Hua sword arts, huh? And you even copied the Three Heroes Society's style too. I'll make sure you keep your mouth shut forever. The moment he finished, Degas burst forward at terrifying speed, rushing Yu Yingxi head on. Yu Yingxi stayed calm, facing the enemy's fist without flinching. A demon, subduing Arhat Palm, backed by brutal Shaolin force, was about to slam down. Yu Yingxi knew Shaolin boxing was rumored to smash fortified buildings, and right from the start this guy was already using a heavy hitter. So Yu Yingxi triggered Degas's own environmental guard skill and drove it straight into Yingxi's steel, hard body with precise timing. Because Degas put too much power into it, his arms snapped with a sickening break. Wincing in agony, Degas thought, is my arm the legendary copper armor kill body or what? And just like that, the so-called Grandmaster sprawled on the ground and threw a tantrum, screaming, my arm's broken, my arm's broken. Yan Xin cut him off coldly, shut up, you're the one who swung first, aren't you? Typical fake drama. Right then, Ling slashed from behind, trying a dirty sneak attack. As his blade was about to kiss Yu Yingxi's broad back, Yu gasped, realizing it was Hebei's saber technique, and panicked, thinking this is bad. That sword came down cleanly, like it had already won. Ling froze in shock that technique of mine. Yu Yingxi casually raised a finger. Lightning arts plus that saber style isn't bad. I know lightning arts too. Skillshare, Xiang Miri. Ling went blank, what the hell, as thunderquake, dragging raging electric arcs, crashed down. The entire mountain flared bright as Yu Yingxi summoned Thunderquake. In a blink, the two of them had the honor of being bound in crackling light and pinned to a nearby tree trunk. Haizu stared in worship. Even if they weren't registered hunters, they were still above S-rank, yet his master just schooled them like children. Yu Yingxi exhaled, worried he'd nearly electrocuted them to death from poor control, then began the interrogation. Tell me where the Three Heroes Society is. Degas glared, thief, do you even know who we are? Don't celebrate yet. Their strongest hunter will come kill you. The third factor arrived. Xiao Ming sneered, idiots, I was only a little late. Both men looked at her like a savior, yelling, Miss Xiao Ming, he's here. This is Yu Yingxi, the one who stole it. Xiao Ming cut him off in a flat, icy tone. Shut up, you half-baked freak. Degas choked on his words, instantly silenced. One sword swing from her sent both of them straight to meet their ancestors. In his final heartbeat, Degas couldn't believe it. Why would Miss Xiao Ming scoffed, because you're useless, that's why. This woman made Yu Yingxi stay on guard. She was too fast. He could barely see her move, and every other S-rank looked slow by comparison, but she was different. His nerves spiked as he worried about Haizu behind him. Just like Yu Yingxi predicted, her next target was her. After that, it would be that bastard traitor. By the time Yu realized it, it was already too late. But luckily, Yu Yingxi saved the girl in time, pulling her back from death's side. He barked for Haizu to run fast right now. Xiao Ming looked amused. You blocked my blows with just your body. Huh, interesting, you live up to the hype, but Yu Yingxi's punch shot toward her, and she scoffed in disdain, too slow. Yan Xin fumed, scanning around, she slipped again. Where's that damn rat hiding now? Suddenly, a weird crimson killing aura surged in like a demon's breath. Yu Yingxi jolted. She caught him. No, not him at all then, who? Behind him, Haizu used her own body to block a sword strike. Yu Yingxi screamed in horror, Haizu. When he checked her, hatred flooded him. Damn it, she wasn't breathing anymore. In the crisis, Yu Yingxi activated his ring, finger healing. From behind, Xiao Ming sounded delighted. Oh, you've got a healing skill too. Yan Xin ignored her, praying hard, begging the heavens, please, just please. Streams of healing energy wrapped around Haizu's entire body. Xiao Ming sneered, "It won't work. That backstabbing bitch is already dead." Yu Yingxi froze for a split second as the system notification hit. His hand trembled uncontrollably. A red alert flashed, "Healing failed. You cannot revive the dead with the power of a low-tier god. Only a high-tier god can do that." Xiao Ming twisted the knife. She died the moment my blade pierced her. Yu Yingxi made his choice. He would send her to Lilith. "Wait for me, Haizu. I'll become a high-tier god and bring you back." Xiao Ming stepped closer. "Leave that little brat there. Come out and play with me. Weaklings like her deserve to die." Yu Yingxi snapped, furious, "Shut your mouth." Xiao Ming giggled, "Oh, scary, you're totally my type." Her status popped up. Xiao Ming, female, 26, notable, blessing of the war god Asura, mentally unstable and violently insane. Yu Yingxi spoke coldly. "I learned one thing. Fighting is the only language lunatics understand." So he activated Skillshare. With his reinforced body, Yu Yingxi strode at her, eyes hard. "Looks like you need a beating too." Xiao Ming wasn't scared at all. She looked thrilled, practically seduced by the violence. She was so excited her cheeks flushed. "Hurry up, fight me." Before she could finish, his fist was already crashing in. It carried every ounce of hatred he'd built up today. That punch sent Xiao Ming flying backward, but she was still fine. "He's faster and stronger now. If I don't stop him, it'll get ugly." Coming to Korea really was the right call. Not giving Xiao Ming any chance to counter, Yu Yingxi slammed down the next punch. Yu Yingxi's voice dripped with vengeance. "You can laugh after killing my student. I'll make sure you can't rest in death." The next blow dragged crackling lightning with it, making the whole space feel like it was about to explode. The ground under Yu Yingxi's fist caved in, carving a massive crater that filled like a lake. Xiao Ming lounged on a treetop above, smiling lazily. "You're better than I thought. You keep pushing me." Then blood suddenly ran down her lip, and she blinked in shock. "Wait, I'm bleeding. You actually made me bleed." She stared at her fingertip, now smeared red. "Ah, I'm starting to lose it. This is fun." She grinned wide. "You're the first one who's ever managed to hit me." Yu Yingxi wasn't impressed. "You're seriously insane. Stop the nonsense and tell me where the Three Heroes Society is." Xiao Ming teased. "And then you'll let me go," he replied. "Never. But I'll let you die a little more peacefully." She burst out laughing. "Let me go." "You," her eyes gleamed. "You think I've been going all out. I was just playing because you're entertaining. But now I'm bored." The moment she said it, Xiao Ming's figure vanished. Yu Yingxi snapped his gaze around, tense. Damn it. He'd lost her again. He'd never seen anyone this strong. A voice rose behind him, cold and close. "What are you looking at?" Yu Yingxi jolted, stunned that Xiao Ming could be that fast. Under her feet, a formation flared to life. 1000-pound-8 trigram hammer array, its runes glowing like gunfire. He braced against it, mind racing. How is she this powerful? Xiao Ming's 8 trigram trap was so heavy it nearly forced Yu Yingxi's knees to buckle. Even then, he frowned in confusion. "What the hell is this?" She boasted proudly. 8 trigram seal, even an SS-Rank can't break out of it. "Now pay back what you stole from me." Yu Yingxi reached for his trump card, combining the titles, Righteous God and Demonic God. Xiao Ming blinked, baffled. What kind of title combo is that?" Yu Yingxi lifted one finger, demonic aura flooding it, then raised his middle finger, Divine Judgment. Xiao Ming cursed, "You cocky." She didn't even finish the insult before her formation detonated into fragments. Blasted backwards, Xiao Ming hissed in disbelief. "You broke my barrier." Yan Xin sneered. "You think you're the only one holding back. You're dead for sure." Xiao Ming tightened her grip on the sword in her hand, eyes sharp with caution. Yu Yingxi kept mocking her. "How about you stop scurrying around like a rat? You can't beat me." Those arrogant insults only made Xiao Ming's heart race faster. She purred, staring him down. "This is the first time I've met a man like you. Let's have a little more fun." As soon as she finished, Xiao Ming blurred forward like an afterimage. Her clone bodies unleashed twin sabers and 4 swords, crashing in with Asura Sky, shattering blade dance. Yan Xin eyed Yu Yingxi's raised finger uneasily. "This little bit won't affect the whole area, right?" Xiao Ming suddenly sensed something was off. A whole stretch of sky erupted, brilliant light, ripping through the dark night like a flashbang. Xiao Ming clicked her tongue in admiration. He really is good. Even the academy behind them lit up like daylight. The security guards stared upward, baffled as the night suddenly turned bright. And Xiao Ming now dropped to her knees in front of Yan Xin. Yu Yingxi pointed a finger at her forehead, steady and cold, like he was pinning her soul in place. Then he asked again, "So now you're Three Heroes Society leader. Where are they?" Xiao Ming rasped weakly, "Me." Yu Yingxi frowned. "You what? What are you waiting for?" Her face turned dreamy as she confessed, "I love you, my master." Yu Yingxi froze, shocked. What the hell? Why is this girl calling him that? Could it be? The system updated fast. Congratulations. You displayed divine terror and forged obsessive faith. Xiao Ming has become your fanatical follower. Yu Yingxi could only sigh. Another weirdo just became his follower, and she was worshipping him like a god. "And you're this strong without a weapon," she gushed. "If you had a sword, how terrifying would you be?" System notice, Zyro Ming, fanatic, value, equal to 5S ranks comment. She loves you with obsessive intensity. Yu Yingxi snapped, annoyed, yeah, ignore that comment, okay. 5S ranks, so she's on Arash's level. Still, something about her didn't feel safe. Yu Yingxi ordered, Zyro Ming, take me to your superiors. She brightened and nodded fast, gladly, I'd love to. But as you can see, right now I don't have enough strength to. Yu Yingxi used Ring, finger healing to restore Zyro Ming's injuries. She gasped as a thirsty wave of energy poured into her body. What insane healing power. Once she could stand again, Zyro Ming blurted, you're incredible. You deserve to be my master. Yu Yingxi dragged her back to the point. Lead the way, Zyro Ming. At the Three Heroes Society headquarters, the Three Sanctums Palace, Blade Master reported to the others, Zyro Ming betrayed us and sided with Yu Yingxi, and Yu Yingxi is coming for us. Sword Master asked, so by your words, Yan Xin has holy power. Fist Master replied, he's still just a low-tier god, that's all. Then kill him, they decided, and kill that bitch Zyro Ming too. They were the Three Sanctums, supreme leaders ruling the society for 500 years. The one they were talking about, Zyro Ming, stepped into the palace hall. She smiled sweetly and called out, oh, looking for me. Someone's looking for you too, she added, so I brought him here. All three of them stiffened, shocked by the sudden appearance. Yu Yingxi walked in and shouted, so you're the leaders of that Three Heroes Society or whatever, huh? When he saw the system prompt, he frowned, what is this? The notification read, unable to view target information. They are using an interference skill to block detection. Yu Yingxi didn't care. First time he'd seen it, sure, but it didn't matter. He'd just beat the whole pack into pace. Sword Master spoke up, I can feel it. You're strong. I never thought someone this powerful existed on this planet. I'm excited. His power is irresistible. Blade Master said, hey, Fist Master, can I eat his heart? Fist Master answered at once, fine, but his head is mine. Fist Master continued, voice low in that case. Let me test him first. His figure shot out like smoke, lunging straight across the grand hall. Yu Yingxi's eyes narrowed, tracking his burst of speed. Before anyone could blink, the Fist Master's punch was already stabbing in. He opened with white, step divine fist. A massive fist slammed straight into Yu Yingxi's chest, like a cannon shot at point-blank range. The blow launched Yu Yingxi out into the courtyard, skidding hard across the ground. Zyro Ming cried out anxiously, Master, he got sent flying. Yan Xin paused for a beat, then looked back at them, and as for you three, looks like I've piled up a lot of grudges with you, huh? Today's kinda fun, Yan Xin smiled thinly, my blade is going to love this. Outside, the Fist Master's punch gouged the front yard into a long, ugly trench. Yu Yingxi pushed himself up, coughing, eyes sharp again. The Fist Master sneered, that's it, I sent you flying that easily. He licked his lips. Maybe I overestimated you, so weak I'll swallow you whole. Yu Yingxi had to admit it, that hit was insane. The gap between them shouldn't be this big, these guys were monsters. Suddenly a blinding flare erupted. White, step divine fist. Yu Yingxi blinked, confused, what the hell is happening? The light was so harsh Yu Yingxi had to raise his arm to shield his eyes, damn, that's bright. When he finally saw what it was, he froze. Wait, a cleaver, no, a demonic blade, that's the right name. A system notice popped up, Heavenly Blade, Peerless Cut, repair complete. He also said he'd cover the delivery fee. Yu Yingxi stared, dumbfounded, holding it, perfect timing, but why does it look like a butcher's cleaver? What am I even supposed to do with this? Another reminder flashed, Heavenly Blade, Peerless Cut warned him not to judge it by the cleaver look. Yu Yingxi sighed. This guy's repair service is always weird, but he didn't have time to care. Yu Yingxi shouted happily, so good to see you again. The heavenly demon cut him off, save the greetings, stay sharp, these guys are gods. Yu Yingxi got shocked again, wait, these guys are gods. The Fist Master eyed the cleaver in Yu Yingxi's hand with growing excitement. He recognized that evil aura instantly, that energy, you're the heavenly demon. The heavenly demon answered arrogantly, that's right, those damn traitors, those worms, vanished the moment the god of destruction appeared. The Fist Master burst out laughing, we weren't running, we were preparing for the future, in case disaster struck. Yu Yingxi finally pieced it together. So these guys feared the god of destruction and fled to Earth. The heavenly demon confirmed it, worse than half-baked trash. They even massacred every citizen under their rule. The Fist Master snarled, you dare slander us while trapped in a knife like that? Yan Xin replied calmly, the god of destruction will arrive here soon. The heavenly demon piled on the insult, and when that happens, you gonna tuck tail and run again. Enraged, he roared, of course not. That's why we taught these useless insects our martial arts for 500 years, to boost our divine power. He grinned, they offered millions as sacrifices, isn't that beautiful? Yu Yingxi burned with fury, using people as sacrifices is beyond disgusting, you're nothing but cowards. Because of you Haizu died, his voice shook, I will never forgive you. The Fist Master bristled, what, how dare you insult us when you're just a low-tier god? Yu Yingxi activated a composite, skill fusion, skill share, sword demon's second form, heavenly demon god. The heavenly demon hurriedly stopped him, wait, don't use that. Yan Xin frowned, why not? The heavenly demon explained that won't beat his white, step divine fist. If you mess up, it could rebound and wreck you instead. You need to use your own fists. His voice sharpened. Now remember everything I wrote. Yu Yingxi blinked, realization hitting. Ah. He meant that line, my fists are stronger than my blade. Yu Yingxi remembered the manual, ultimate swordsmanship is abandoning the sword, transcending humanity, splitting the heavens and cutting mountains. But my fists are stronger than my blade. He thought it was nonsense. Fine then, he'd test it and see what fists stronger than a sword really meant. Yu Yingxi activated Skillshare in Ho. Iron steel body surged to life, hardening his frame like forged metal. Yu Yingxi advanced in silence toward the Fist Master, every step steady and heavy with intent. The Fist Master spoke casually. What this kid too? He cracked his neck. Fine then. Vajra unbroken, he declared, I'll show you what my power really is. Every movement he made spiderwebbed the courtyard floor with fresh cracks. He charged at Yu Yingxi with 100-step divine fist, a blitz that shook the air. A little god like you dares. Yu Yingxi stayed calm and called out, Heavenly Demon, third sword form. The Heavenly Demon shattered the air and answered with a fist, bracing hard to meet the attack. The Fist Master recognized it at once that's from that bastard Heavenly Demon. One punch blasted him flying far backward, rolling across the stone. The other 2-3 Sanctum's leaders stared, stunned. Spear Master smirked, impressive. Sword Master was still rattled. Don't tell me he really dropped the Fist Master. Spear Master gripped his weapon, hyped. My Iron Dragon Spear hasn't tasted a god's blood in a long time. Jin Qing added quietly, I never thought I'd have to bring this weapon out. Yu Yingxi frowned, 2 more gods. He thought he could still win, but something felt off. The system window never popped a target eliminated notice. He was sure that bastard Fist Master wasn't dead. Sword Master sneered at the body on the ground. How long are you going to play dead, Fist Master? Yu Yingxi's eyes widened. What? The Fist Master spat bitterly. I'm just ashamed I got blown back by 1 hit from a brat. That little god inherited the Heavenly Demon's martial arts perfectly. Spear Master suggested, then the 3 of us attack together in return, I take that kid's head. Sword Master grinned, it's been ages since I absorbed holy power, then we should kill him fast. Yu Yingxi tensed, 1 versus 3 was terrifying, but he had Heavenly Demon divine arts, he'd find a way somehow. The Heavenly Demon urgently shouted, run now. Yu Yingxi froze, what? The Heavenly Demon snapped, you don't stand a chance against all 3 at once. They've absorbed countless sacrifices, and their power has skyrocketed, run immediately. Yu Yingxi answered, unwavering, I can't, I won't run like they did. The Heavenly Demon stared, not expecting that level of resolve. Yu Yingxi stayed calm, steady yourself, I've still got a few skills left, don't worry. All 3 of them rushed him at the same time. Little god, what skills, they jeered, you're dead either way. Spear Master unleashed his ultimate, Dragon, Slaying Finger. A dragon of rolling demonic chi roared into existence. Yu Yingxi thought grimly, it's here. He swung the cleaver and split it. Dragon, slaying or not, just cut first and ask later. The Fist Master seized that opening and lunged in. You're wide open on this side. Yu Yingxi took the hit head on as the Fist Master's demon, subduing Buddha palm smashed down. The blow ruptured his insides, and blood burst from his mouth. Not giving Yu Yingxi a second to recover, Sword Master surged in. He slashed upward with Azure Sky flying swallow sword. Spear Master shoved in with his long saber and growled, move aside, leave him to me, Fist Master. The 2 of them charged together, eyeing Yu Yingxi like fresh meat they couldn't wait to devour. Yan Xin chuckled to himself, smug and steady. He raised his middle finger and invoked divine judgment. Sword Master froze and blurted, what is that? Spear Master felt a wave of demonic chi surging in. High in the air, a terrifying explosion tore open the sky. Yan Xin landed coldly on the ground, calm as a grim reaper. He seethed inside, thinking he was strong already, but damn it, this was different. Spear Master landed after him and said, now I get why you lost, Fist Master. This is the first time someone stripped all 3 of our masks. He added, since I killed that loyal god from my last life. Yu Yingxi couldn't make sense of it. What the hell were they talking about? All 3 revealed their true faces, Fallen Fist God, Fallen Sword God, and Fallen Spear God. They had once been high gods in a realm called Nirvana, a world later destroyed by the god of destruction. Note, they had now reclaimed the title low-tier god. Yu Yingxi was stunned. Was it because their masks broke that they reverted like this? The status window was working again. So all 3 were low-tier gods like him, yet they'd once been high gods. The Heavenly Demon shouted urgently, that's why I told you to run. Sword Master's voice rang out behind him, what are you spacing out for? The Fist Master surged in from the side, die, you brat. From above, Spear Master crashed down with his long saber. He was practically giddy, that head is mine. One saber strike detonated the courtyard, blasting rock and dirt into the air like a volcano. Thick smoke rolled out, swallowing the view. Yu Yingxi lay at the bottom of the crater, his body completely still. Sword Master muttered, looks like he's dead. Spear Master replied, good, now hurry up and carve him. Yan Xin still didn't move. A notice appeared. You meet the conditions to activate the authority gained from Silent Nightmare Invasion, and Night, Blooming Rose. Then Yu Yingxi's eyes flared with brilliant light. The three remaining gods went stiff. What is this? A gigantic monster appeared right in front of them. All three sensed an awful, crushing power coming off that strange presence. While the Fist Master was still stunned, Sword Master screamed, "Move, Fist Master, get out of the way." But it was already too late. A rose's tentacle whipped out and smashed straight into him. The Fist Master clutched his injured arm, baffled. What is that flower-shaped monster? Spear Master snapped. You got careless, Fist Master. Sword Master added, this is even worse than I imagined. Still reeling, the Fist Master muttered, I thought that was all he had, but he can even summon a monster. They stared at the grotesque roses, swaying before them. Jin Sheng gasped, if it's this strong, that's a divine beast. But the moment we kill the summoner, he said coldly, it'll die too. Yan Xin was kept safe inside those grotesque rose thickets, and Yu Yingxi was even snoring like nothing could touch him. Jin Sheng proposed, Fist Master, Spear Master, I'll kill Yu Yingxi, you two distract the monster. The three split up and moved at once, each taking a role. Meanwhile, Yu Yingxi found himself in an empty, pitch-dark void. When he came to, he felt uneasy. Where is this? Yu Yingxi's eyes widened in shock. What? The person in front of him saw him and got overwhelmed with emotion. It was In Ho. He trembled as he called out, Hyung Yu Yingxi. Yu Yingxi sprang up from the chair. In Ho. System reminder, In Ho has offered Othai as a sacrifice. Othai is worth 11S-rank hunters. Yu Yingxi reeled, what the hell? Low-tier gods are already this insane, and In Ho offered him an actual god. System update, mid-tier demonic god ascension in progress. Normal sacrifices, 231 million/10 billion. S-rank potential transcendence, 34/100. Seeing In Ho injured, Yu Yingxi said, I'm proud of you. You passed another trial and brought me another offering. I'll heal you right now. In Ho's daughter begged, please, save my dad. Yu Yingxi froze, Dad, who is this? A notice appeared, the Empress Fairy, incarnation of an angelic guardian, winged protector of the world, possessing transcendent power. Note, when she was near death, In Ho saved her, gave her a name, and a miracle could occur. Yu Yingxi sensed something terrible had happened. In Ho was in critical condition. He activated ring, finger healing of the god. Healing magic bathed In Ho's entire body. In Ho knew it at once. This was Hyung Yu Yingxi's miracle. Yu Yingxi instructed the Empress Fairy, I'm leaving him to you, wait, no. System reminder, name her, and a miracle may occur. Yu Yingxi lit up inside. What a weird prompt, but he couldn't afford to miss a miracle. So Yu Yingxi asked gently, I want to give you a name, is that okay? The girl nodded obediently, yes. Yu Yingxi decided fast, then your name is Anna. He couldn't think of anything better, so he borrowed the name of a character from a novel he wrote long ago. The girl cheered happily, Anna, thank you. The system displayed, congratulations, naming her earned the Empress Fairy's trust. She is a follower worth 10S-rank hunters. Yu Yingxi felt his mood lift, so this is a miracle power surge. No way Anna is worth 10S ranks seriously. And only now did it hit him. He'd been fighting the three Sanctum's bastards who killed Haizu and devoured millions of sacrifices. He needed to get back fast. That's why Yu Yingxi finally woke up. As he sat up, he rubbed his pounding head and wondered if he was really back. Suddenly, a flash of light cut through the air. Sword Master swung down and roared, die. His blade was stopped mid-swing by thorny rose vines. Sword Master cursed, damn it, if it weren't for this flower-shaped monster. Then he froze, what is that? The rose's huge mouth yawned open, like it was about to swallow them whole. A tiny rose blossom dropped into Yu Yingxi's palm. A notice arrived, Silent Nightmare in a mournful tone, warned that he wasn't supposed to wake up yet. Yu Yingxi said, I'm fine, I got stronger while I was asleep too, thanks for protecting me. The system displayed Silent Nightmare blushing in shy embarrassment. Sword Master and Fist Master scoffed together. That annoying avatar of your evil god vanished. Then they sneered, idiot, you think you can beat us alone. Yan Xin let out a cold laugh. His instincts flared, danger was coming from behind. Spear Master swung his saber in a sneak stab. If you're this dumb, you don't deserve to live. Right as the blade tip was about to touch, Yu Yingxi calmly raised the cleaver and blocked it. Spear Master froze, shocked. How can you do that so easily? Yu Yingxi replied, because I did block your attack easily, not like before. Then Yan Xin blinked, stepped aside at the perfect moment. Sword Master also realized it. Yu Yingxi had suddenly gotten stronger. Fist Master guessed he must have eaten more sacrifices while he was hiding. Yan Xin tapped his forehead with an index finger, God's thumb. Right then the assassin was summoned, and with his arrival, the system displayed, remaining time for God's thumb is 666 seconds. Yu Yingxi greeted him cheerfully, long time no see. The assassin instantly cursed him out, weak bastard, did you call me here because you can't handle it yourself again? Yu Yingxi's face darkened, damn it, I'm the older one here. But out loud, Yu Yingxi smiled and asked, "Can you take them down one by one?" The assassin snapped, "Don't order me around." Yu Yingxi gave an awkward laugh. "It's not an order, it's a request, and I'm the original, you know." The assassin shot back, "So what, compared to an original, you're still kinda dumb. Dumb and weak, and on top of that, you're ugly as hell." Yu Yingxi bristled with rage at those words. He yelled, "I can't take this anymore, you bastard." The assassin snorted, "But you are a little stronger than before." He shrugged, "Not bad, still just a low-tier god though." Getting praised like that made Yu Yingxi blush. "What is this, a punch and pat routine?" The assassin held out his hand. Yu Yingxi blinked. Is this an apology handshake?" So Yu Yingxi smiled and grabbed it. "All right, let's go fight." The assassin barked, "You wanna die? I'm telling you to hand over the heavenly demon." Yu Yingxi finally got it. "Oh right." He immediately passed the heavenly demon over to the assassin. The assassin nodded. "Now I can see who I'm supposed to hit." Yu Yingxi added, "Yeah, that one's the weakest." The three gods watched the exchange with dark, murderous eyes. Yu Yingxi activated Skillshare. In Ho reinforced body. Demonic chi erupted across the assassin's body as he equipped the title, Brutal Assassin. Fist Master and Sword Master stiffened, summons, and now a clone whatever 3 versus 2 rushed them. Spear Master was still laughing. "Since I fought the great sage who slays heaven, I haven't felt this excited." Yu Yingxi's side squared up, ready to clash head on. The assassin looked down on them. "Bunch of freeloading deadweights," Yu Yingxi snorted. "They're just coward bastards who ran from their own world, so of course they don't know their place." That set the Fist Master off. "What the hell? How dare you?" Sword Master muttered in a cold, flat tone, so arrogant. Spear Master stayed obsessed with Yu Yingxi's head. "You cocky little punk, I'll chop your head clean off." As soon as he finished, he shot forward like a spear thrust. With a howl, his move crashed down. "Escape the king, usurp the throne," sharp with pain and hate. He swore, "I'll tear you into scraps." As the strike was about to land on Yu Yingxi's solid back, Yu Yingxi said calmly, "I'll let you handle this one, clone." The assassin accepted and moved instantly. He sprang high, his afterimage appearing behind Spear Master. Spear Master scoffed. "A mere clone thinks it deserves to face me." The assassin shot Yu Yingxi a mental message. "I told you, loser. Stop ordering me around." Spear Master jolted. When the hell did he get there? One icy slash from the assassin cleaved him in two. The rest of Spear Master's body toppled down behind him. A grin slowly spread across Spear Master's lips. His lower half erupted into flame, reforming into agile legs made of living fire. Even the assassin didn't expect him to have a trick like that. Spear Master taunted. "Not bad, huh? I'm the embodiment of crimson fire. You can't cut fire with a sword." "I'll kill you first," the assassin said coldly. "Then let's do it." Down below, Yu Yingxi clenched his fist in confidence. "That's my clone, all right." A blade, cold sweep like frost itself, tore across Spear Master's body. Spear Master screamed, stunned. "How can you?" "I can't regenerate." His eyes shook. "Could it be this blade is?" The heavenly demon warned, "Don't treat it like an ordinary sword. That's the heavenly demon's sword." The assassin followed up. "Heavenly demon sword, second form. Heavenly demon grand hell." He smiled. "I once killed a flame hotter than yours." Spear Master's last words came out almost amazed. "To die to the heavenly demon sword, how interesting." System notice, congratulations, Spear Master is an offering equal to 20S. Rank sacrifices, mid-tier demonic god ascension ongoing. S-rank transcendence progress, 58-100. Fist Master panicked, Spear Master. Sword Master clicked his tongue. He acted on his own and brought this on himself. The ground where they stood suddenly exploded from a palm strike. Zyro Ming had returned to the battlefield. She stared at them with lovesick eyes. "My two gods are right here, so irresistible." She vowed sweetly, "I'll do my absolute best, so you'll praise me." The assassin muttered, "Now it's 2 versus 2. Yu Yingxi grinned, 20S, rank sacrifices, hell yeah. Fist Master kept screaming, "You goddamn bastard." Sword Master stayed calm. "We underestimated him. A god is still a god." Fist Master used that, he urged. Fist Master nodded. "Fine, it'll hurt us too, but it's our best option now." He placed his hand on Sword Master's back. A stream of demonic chi poured into Sword Master's body. Sword Master's entire frame trembled as he absorbed the Fist Master's power. He roared that he'd borrow the Fist Master's power and rip his enemy into 100 pieces, just to divide the spoils between the fiends and the venerables. A single sword swing erupted like a tidal wave of force, carving through the air with that heavy system, like pressure you feel in high-tier cultivation fights. Yet both of them stayed perfectly calm, standing as straight as ever, like they'd already seen this kind of kill shot 1,000 times. Yu Yingxi whispered to himself that the energy was insane, so strong that even those two gods might struggle to handle it head-on. Right before that strike could come crashing down, the scene tightened up, like the story was about to drop a brutal turning point. Yu Yinsi simply raised his index finger, casual and precise, the kind of flex that screams underdog no more in a dark fantasy brawl. He ordered, turn around, and his tone carried absolute authority, like a beast tamer issuing a command the world itself had to obey. The attack got flipped back on its caster in an instant, rebounding cleanly as if the system had force, reflected it without mercy. The sword master's eyes narrowed as he judged the pattern, thinking, could this be? Because the footwork and timing felt way too familiar. The plum blossom sword art, he blurted, half in disbelief, half in awe, like he just watched a forbidden manual come alive. The fist master cursed him as a thief, accusing him of using some sword art he'd stolen from who knows where, while the sword master scoffed, that's your counter, it's like scratching an itch. Then he froze in sudden shock when he looked again. Because the battlefield logic he trusted just got shattered. Both of them had already appeared right in front of the sword master's eyes, close enough to smell the blood and hear the breath between heartbeats. The assassin blinked, stepped behind and unleashed Heavenly Demon's sacred sword, Form 2, a vicious martial technique built for survival and clean execution. And Yu Yinsi synchronized from the front, sharing a skill link with Xiang Miri as she pulled the lightning true, her strike perfectly timed for revenge-level impact. Whatever that one-star strike was, it nearly crippled the swordsman on the spot. Juan practically shouted his name, panic all over her voice as she rushed to him. Half of his body was torn clean off, and Yu Yinsi calmly walked up to finish the other half. The imperial brute begged for his life, screaming, "Save me, please." Yu Yinsi raised his fist, ice cold, sorry, but the Heavenly Demon says I shouldn't spare you. Heavenly Demon Sacred Sword, third form. Heavenly Demon Breaker, a straight punch that slammed into his gut like a falling star. That single blow carried a surging force, drilling through the martial brute's body like a cannon. He didn't even get to scream. He died in an instant, pure hopelessness frozen on his face. System notice, congratulations, the fallen fist and swordsman are excellent offerings. Each counts as 20S. Rank sacrifices, mid-tier demon god promotion quest in progress. S-rank sacrifice can exceed progress, 100-100. Congratulations, you have completed the mid-tier demon god mission. Demonic energy churned through Yu Yinsi's entire body like a violent tide. He let out a smug breath. Finally done, demon god quest or not, getting stronger is what matters. A message popped up. Abundant Plenty is worried you're leaning too hard toward the demon god's side. Heavenly Blade Severance insisted this was the best path and told you to keep pushing forward. Yu Yinsi froze for a second when he saw the notice hovering in the air. Xiao Ming stared at the killer with open worship, like she was looking at a living legend. He stood alone in the middle of countless corpses, the battlefield quiet except for dripping blood. She remembered that day. He'd killed the two strongest members of the Three Heroes Guild with one slash. To her, he was her god. The killer ordered him, clean up the remaining Lola trash here, and bring every S-rank hunter to me. Anyone resists, kill them. And once this is over, his voice trailed off with a sharp, threatening pause. Xiao Ming bowed, yes sir, I'll make your words reality. Yan Xin, baffled, asked what they were talking about. He replied, nothing, don't worry. Loser like you, don't you dare die. If you die, I die too, so get stronger, fast. Yu Yinsi shrugged, totally relaxed. Even if you didn't say it, I was going to do that anyway. System reminder, the clone's remaining duration 666 seconds has ended. Summon is being cancelled. And just like that, the killer vanished from the scene. Yu Yinsi walked over to Xiao Ming, his steps steady and unhurried. Then he told her, Xiao Ming, we need to go to a certain place. At the Central Hospital of China, a warm voice rang out, oh my god, the homeroom teacher from Haizhu came to see me in person. You even paid my hospital bill. It's nothing, ma'am. Yu Yinsi said politely, rest and recover. That's all I want, he thought, wild. Mid-tier evil god and I'm speaking Chinese like a local. Who cares, power is power. The woman hesitated, then asked, why is that girl over there? Yu Yinsi caught her meaning immediately. You mean that girl? Standing hurts her feet, sitting hurts her back, so she kneels to stay comfortable. The woman was stunned. Xiao Ming chimed in, yes, kneeling is great for your knees, ma'am. Yan Xin thought bitterly, comfortable my ass. I ordered her to kneel. For a cold-blooded killer like her, kneeling to atone is still too light. The woman switched topics, teacher. Can I ask you something? He answered, of course, ma'am. She asked, is he do well behaved at school? Then she sighed, she's such a sensible child, she hasn't called lately. She must be busy studying, right? Hearing that, Yu Yinsi clenched his fist so hard his knuckles went white. He forced out, yes. Guilt stabbed him deep. He didn't know how to tell her the truth, so he lied. He should have told Haizu's mother and apologized. No matter how he spun it, he couldn't deny it. He'd failed to protect Haizu. He'd pushed her into death. If he couldn't even protect one person, what kind of good god was he supposed to be? Yeah, what kind of good god? Maybe he wasn't cut out for that role at all. Maybe he fit evil god better. While he was drowning in self-blame, a notification from Endless Abundance suggested a resurrection medicine quest and urged him not to abandon being a good god. He jolted, resurrection medicine, don't tell me that's real. Reminder, using it brings terrifying consequences for breaking reincarnation. But she will help so Yan Xin can remain a good god quest. Each person must complete 10-0 good deeds to build virtue, reward, resurrection medicine. Revives the dead note. If you see death, you must save. Yan Xin lit up, revive the dead, then he could save Haizu, but 10 million good deeds. How long would that even take? Wait, this is a hospital, right? If saving people builds virtue, where's better than a hospital? Then let's do it right now. He cracked his knuckles, healing activate. He poured healing energy into every floor as he moved, saving people non-stop. Shocked, emotional voices burst out around him. My hand can move again, my headache's gone, my son woke up. This is a miracle. In Jinan City, Shandong Province, China, the wheels of fate began to turn again. Alert, an A-rank monster has appeared, hunters are rushing in, and civilians are ordered to evacuate to a safe zone. The whole city drowned in frantic screams, people crying out in despair, somebody help me. Right at the critical moment, the monster got erased by Yu Yinsi, clean and brutal. He did the math like a pro, 3 minus 1 equals 2, so there was still another target. The monster beside it caught a savage beatdown, getting hammered without mercy. Seeing Yu Yinsi stride in with killing intent, the crowd gasped, who is that? A hunter? Isn't that SS-Rank Xiao Ming? System, your current virtue points have reached 501 out of 10, 0, 0. He wasn't satisfied at all. After working himself to death, this was all he had to show for it. Suddenly, Xiao Ming arrived and reported. Sir Yu Yinsi, he asked, what is it? She said, by your order, I'm going to eliminate the remaining remnants of the Three Heroes Guild. Yu Yinsi blinked, so that clone had ordered her. Fine, he answered, I get it, go. Xiao Ming smiled with eerie gratitude. Yes, please take care of yourself. A few days later, at Yu Yinsi's apartment complex in South Korea, he finally relaxed. It's been forever since I've rested. Then he sighed, I've been slammed back in Korea. He even hit hospitals to farm virtue by saving lives. Xiang Miri beamed. The top floor is so much bigger and breezier. Then she teased, look at you, landlord now. Yan Xin cheered inside, landlord, my ass. Being called boss landlord still hits way better than brother Xin. Seeing her holding a shirt, he asked, hey, what's with the pink? Xiang Miri said, a gift for Shifu. Then she added, you always wear the weirdest stuff. Xiang Mina jumped in, so we bought a whole batch, 10 outfits. She pushed it over, try it on, it'll fit, boss. Yu Yinsi didn't flinch at pink, sure, I'll try it. He smirked. Real men wear pink these days anyway. Then Xiang Miri got a call, Auntie, the association, her eyes widened, something urgent. She excused herself, I'm heading out first, okay then to him. Stay with my sister for a bit, bye Shifu. Yu Yinsi replied politely, sure, good luck. When he stepped out in the new shirt, Xiang Mina clapped, way too cute, she grinned, wear this all the time, okay. He scratched his cheek, curious, hey, can I ask you something? Xiang Mina answered without hesitation, go ahead, what do you want to ask? Yu Yinsi narrowed his eyes, why are you still pretending your memory hasn't come back? Xiang Mina jolted, what, how did you know? He'd read it in the system's side, info, she was faking amnesia to stay by her younger sister's side. She pressed since when he said, a while then he asked, you did it because you wanted to stay with Xiang Miri, right? Xiang Mina admitted it fast, yes, that's right so. A razor-sharp killing aura burst out, she hissed, if you tell Xiang Miri even one word, I'll kill you. She continued coldly, since you know, sooner or later I'll tell her myself. Yu Yinsi thought, she flips faces faster than a rice paper wrap. Xiang Mina changed the subject. Put that aside, I need a favor, she said, I need you to protect someone. Yu Yinsi frowned me, bodyguard duty. Xiang Mina revealed that creator hunters worldwide had been vanishing for no clear reason, and the association still refused to go public. Yu Yinsi tensed, creator hunters, that was messy. Xiang Mina said, that's why creator hunter Kanggu asked the association to hire you as his guard. It made sense, creator hunters can open item shops that randomly sell powerful gear, but their combat power is usually trash. He still doubted it, but every creator hunter already has an S-rank bodyguard from day one, don't they? Xiang Mina answered seriously, normally, yes, but 2 S-rank guards for an American creator hunter were killed at once, and the hunter vanished. She added, 3 guards for an Italian hunter got ripped in half, and he disappeared too. Yu Yinsi felt the weight of it, that was horrifying. Who the hell is doing this? Xiang Mina said the association was searching for a guard at S-rank or higher, and both Principal Sadok and Shinzo recommended him. She added, Xiang Miri and I agreed too, he nodded, so that's it. He thought, if a national treasure is about to get kidnapped, how can I refuse? Plus, I can rack up good deeds, and this probably ties into that bigger plot. Soon he'd face a trial to stop fate's verdict, or become the destroyer of everything. What he needed now was to reach mid-tier godhood to enter the gods' festival. He muttered, no clue what that festival is, but fine, first he'd hit mid-tier god status, everything else could wait. A reminder popped up, endless abundance approved, and still reminded him to stack virtue work every single day. Yu Yinsi asked, so where's Kanggu now? Then he said, let's go to his place. At Kanggu's hillside villa, Yu Yinsi was escorted inside by staff, straight through the heavy doors. The man in the main chair was Kanggu, male 50, 2 years old. Special note, under the protection of the fire guardian deity and the forge god, and additional information cannot be displayed. Yu Yinsi stared. Kang-gu looked like a young guy, yet he was under 60 these days. Age was just a number, but why were there random question marks? Kang-gu glanced at the demon's sword beside him. Thinking only Yu Yinsi came, he explained, I can't guard you 24/7, so I brought a trusted aide. The man spoke bluntly. Yeah, that makes sense. A bodyguard's human too, so he needs sleep to work. Then he added, anyway, thanks for the help. Yu Yinsi replied, yes, we'll do our best to keep you safe. Inside, he scoffed. This guy's sipping wine already. Does he realize creator hunters are vanishing worldwide? Kang-gu set his glass down hard, the clink sharp enough to cut the air. He stood up. I'm going to the bathroom. We'll talk again when I'm back. The demon's sword bristled, talking with the sacred sword, and you dare leave to pee. He snapped, old man. Yu Yinsi cut him off. Shut it, demon's sword. Kang-gu walked into the bathroom, alone, with the door clicking shut behind him. He thought, so the variable finally appeared. I don't remember this kid from the past, unless... Suddenly a gloomy aura rose behind him. He stiffened. What is that? Kang-gu turned slowly, every second stretching like a horror panel. A monster with jagged, razor teeth was right behind his back, breathing death. Kang-gu went rigid, staring at it like his blood had turned to ice. A furious voice snarled, there you are, creator hunter. A wicked, clawed hand reached toward him, slow and cruel. Kang-gu instantly summoned Yijit's shield, snapping it up in reflex. The creature sneered, that stupid shield is useless. Outside, Yu Yinsi blinked, confused. Why is there a crocodile in the bathroom? The beast shook with rage, too furious to even form proper words. Yu Yinsi didn't hesitate. He hit it cleanly, a no-nonsense strike. Then he turned to Kang-gu, are you hurt? Kang-gu answered, I'm fine, but... Staring at the sword in the monster's hand, Kang-gu muttered, that gear is only sold in the hunter's shop. How does a monster have it? It roared in hatred, damn you, you're the one who killed my mother. Yu Yinsi guessed, so you're Ugly's sibling or something. The crocodile swore, I'll kill you, then peel you and strip you to the bone. Yu Yinsi stayed calm. Seriously, that sounds unhinged. The crocodile's steps dented the floor, each footprint sinking like it carried a ton. It swung its arm and screamed, die, I'll avenge my mother. Yu Yinsi asked, Demon Sword, can you handle it? He answered with action, lunging forward and slashing without a word. A blade line carved straight into the crocodile's body, sharp and decisive. Only then did Demon Sword speak. Leave it to me, Sword Saint. I'll show you how much I've improved. Yu Yinsi nodded, satisfied. Yeah, that's more like it. I was wondering how strong he'd gotten. The crocodile felt insulted. You dare. It snarled, I'll kill you too. Demon Sword moved calmly, his footwork clean and controlled. In the next blink, he was behind the crocodile's back, like a shadow stepping through space. It noticed and sneered, brat, you're fast, but you're still a pathetic human. Let's see how far you can run. Behind Yijit's shield, the other two watched. Kang-gu whispered, are you sure he can handle it? Yanzin said, yeah, he looks flimsy, but he'll finish it. Yu Yinsi had to admit it. Demon Sword really had gotten a lot better. The crocodile swung its sword in wild sweeps, missing every time. Damn it, why can't I land a single hit? Then it froze, stunned so hard it looked like time stopped. Demon Sword's blade had already pierced it from behind, clean and cruel. Its sloppy defense made it feel humiliated, shame burning hotter than pain. Demon Sword said confidently, if it wasn't wearing a helmet, I'd have split its head in two. Yu Yinsi yawned, this is boring, Demon Sword, hurry up already. Kang-gu thought, in this situation he's yawning, and he's letting him handle a monster that feels SS-Rank 2. Demon Sword nodded, yes, I understand. The crocodile fumed, enemy right in front of me and I still can't do anything. Then it decided, no choice left. It opened its mouth wide and charged forward like it was about to swallow the whole room. The two watching asked, confused, what's it doing now? Is something stuck in its throat or what? Yu Yinsi froze, what the hell is that? Something was poking out from inside the crocodile's mouth, slick with saliva. It yanked out a metal canister, then we're all going down together, it hissed. Kang-gu recognized it instantly. It was a magic bomb. Everyone run, the whole hotel. S about to blow. Panic exploded through the room. The crocodile sneered, ha, you're talking too late. It pressed the detonator button with a shaking, hateful finger. Light flared across its face, this is for my mother. Then it stared, disbelief flooding in. How? Its head was already severed, cleanly chopped off mid-breath. The massive body slammed to the floor. Behind it, one arm had been sliced off too, sometime in that blink. Seeing Yu Yinsi snatch the magic bomb back, Kang-gu went pale. Did he just shot an SS-Rank crocodile monster like it was nothing? Demon Sword blurted in worship, as expected of the Sword Saint. He dropped to his knees. My lord felled it in a single move. You're getting scarier by the day. Congratulations, Sword Saint. Yu Yinsi shrugged. I just killed a crocodile, that's all. A memory flashed. Back then, we brought the egg back. We successfully retrieved it from Africa. Out of hundreds, it was the only one that hadn't hatched. We're still searching for the rest, Yu Yinsi thought. So there are about 100 of these. Ignoring that is suicide. Kang-gu asked, confused, kid, what are you doing? Yan Xin turned his head slowly, his expression turning cold. Step by step, Yu Yinsi walked straight toward Kanggu. He stopped directly in front of him, close enough to feel his breath. Yan Xin's mind raced. Did killing that crocodile trigger something? So Ming finally saw the real issue. He spoke bluntly, I've got a question for you. What are you, exactly? Kanggu blinked, what are you even talking about? Yu Yinsi answered, a regressor, Kanggu, you came from the future. Kanggu jolted, how did you know? The status panel displayed, Kanggu male, 52, trait, blessed by the fire god and the forge god. Activating special skill, sight of the eyeless god, scanning the creator's history. Creator Hunter Kanggu. Deep in the vast Amazon rainforest, darkness swallowed the canopy like a lid. At the mouth of a cave, inside was the crocodile's nest, damp and reeking of blood. Arash guessed they were Gustav's descendants. Say revenge and they come running, she muttered. Now open the hunter's shop, slaves, her order cracked like a whip. And the dazzled hunters inside moved like puppets, eyes hollow and obedient. Someone gasped, the hunter's shop is open. Arash saw countless items displayed across the floating interface. She lifted her hand and selected one, not bad. Her target was an advanced healing potion, priced at 700 gold. Then came Uncle Land's spear, with a price tag of 500 gold. Arash turned and asked smoothly, what do you think of this weapon, Lord Alpha? A man stalked toward her with heavy pounding steps, rage rolling off him. Arachne called out, Lord Alpha. He cut in, my brother is dead. How dare that bastard Yu Yinsi, he snarled. First he killed my mother, and now he killed my brother too. I won't forgive him, Alpha vowed, voice trembling with venom. Hatred surged so hard his hands shook, like the bones wanted to snap. He said, Arash, we'll need more weapons if we're going to kill him. Adam replied, I can give you as many weapons as you want, my lord, and I've got a perfect plan. Alpha frowned, a perfect plan, he repeated, suspicious. Adam nodded, yes, I know Yu Yinsi's fatal weakness. Back with Yu Yinsi, he kept pressing Kanggu. Who are you really? Kanggu was a regressor from the future. System Special Authority. Sight of the Blind God has been activated. You will glimpse the life of Hunter Kanggu. Kanggu's shadowy life history appeared, showing him grinding non-stop, working like his fate depended on it. In his first life, Kanggu was blessed by the Fire Guardian and the Forge Guardian. The Fire Guardian warned him, your world will soon be destroyed by a god of ruin. Then it said, I'll lend you my power, stop him, even if it seems impossible. But Kanggu gained the Hunter's shop ability and the power to rewrite destiny. As a regressor, he teamed up with SSS-Rank hunters to protect Earth from Johan and Gustav. At first, it looked like they might actually keep the world safe. Then the Tri-Alliance butchered them, brutally and without mercy. When Kanggu regressed a second and third time, he survived every disaster and crawled back up. But he still couldn't stop Earth's extinction, caused by the abyssal catastrophe's second wave. When he opened his eyes again, he had entered his fourth regression. Destiny rewrite, success or failure, either way, he kept rewinding the same nightmare. So yeah, this was Kanggu's fourth run at saving the world. He felt powerless no matter what he did. He couldn't stop it. In the end, he thought maybe all he could do was accept this world's destruction. After reading Kanggu's past, Yizing looked thoughtful, like he was piecing the whole timeline together. He said, so you went through all of this before I even woke up. Then he pressed, you kept regressing to save the world, but you finally gave up. Kanggu flinched. How do you know? Yizing replied, I have an observation skill. Kanggu realized Yizing had never appeared in any of his previous lives, not even once. This was the man who stopped demon god Johan from descending, defeated Gustav, and even crushed the Tri-Alliance. And that power, it felt like holy force, just like when Kanggu met the Fire and Forge Guardians. What Kanggu couldn't do, this man could, without question. So Kanggu guessed, you're a god, aren't you? Yu Yinsi went stiff. What? He knew Kanggu wasn't wrong, but hearing it out loud still hit different. System Quest Believer. Follow Kanggu's wish and show him overwhelming divine power. Reward, Kanggu's fate. Yu Yinsi's eyes lit up. Faith from an SSS-Rank hunter. Yeah, of course I can do that. So he asked Kanggu, what do you wish for? Kanggu stared, stunned. How can you? Kanggu's hand tightened around his shield grip, knuckles rigid with desperation. Then he said, I have only one wish. Stop the world from being destroyed. Can you grant me that? Yan Xin felt like he'd struck gold. Even without the wish, he had to do it anyway. One move, 2 wins, perfect. So he agreed instantly. All right, I'll try. I can't promise I'll be perfect though. Kanggu got so moved he almost cried. You really are. System notice, Kanggu has become a temporary believer. Kanggu equals 10 SSS-Rank believers. Yu Yinsi cheered inside, 10 SSS-Rank believers, so regressors really are built different but temporary. What kind of catch is that? Info update, if you prevent world destruction as Kanggu wishes, you will gain his true faith. While he is a temporary believer, the value is reduced by half. Mid-tier god promotion quest in progress. SSS-Rank believer can exceed progress, 43,100. Yan Xin clicked his tongue, disappointed, but there was no choice. Handle the situation in front of him first. He asked, I handled demon god Johan, Gustav, and the Tri-Alliance, so the next one who can destroy Earth is. Kang-gu revealed Gustav's son, Alpha, and his followers. Right then, a flood of crimson warning alerts slammed into the interface. Yan Xin felt a bad omen. Why now? What's with these warnings? He received intel. A great demon god is coming for revenge. If you don't stop him, the world will be destroyed. Yu Yinsi frowned. A great demon god. Then it wasn't some crocodile kid based on Kang-gu's memories. It had to be the emperor, right? He told Kang-gu, show me where his son is, I've got things to take care of. Kang-gu nodded at once, understood. Yu Yinsi tried to lighten it. Relax, you're way older than me. Kang-gu refused. No, you're my last hope. Kang-gu's eyes shone with raw faith and stubborn hope, like a man clinging to his final lifeline. Yu Yinsi sighed, helpless. At least he didn't become a permanent fanatic. For now, I need to stack more S-rank faith. Yu Yinsi praised him. Hey, Demon Sword, you've improved a lot, haven't you? Demon Sword answered humbly, it's nothing compared to you, Sword Saint, sir. Yu Yinsi handed him the heavenly demon blade. Here, take it. Train with this first. Demon Sword gasped, isn't that the sword you always use? He tossed his old sword to the floor like it was scrap metal. Then he lifted the heavenly demon blade with reverence. You'd grant something like this to someone as lowly as me. Overwhelmed, Demon Sword collapsed. Such an honor, Yu Yinsi thought. He watches way too many costume dramas. Then he said, Demon Sword, I'm entrusting this to you. Sensing something, he muttered, it's time, he's finally here. Demon Sword flinched. Who he supposed to be? A figure slowly stepped out from the shadows, calm and deliberate. Yu Yinsi's eyes narrowed. There you are. The moment Demon Sword saw him, his jaw dropped wide open. The guy had returned. It was Shinzo, back like a bad memory with a sharp grin. Shinzo shouted excitedly, Sword Saint, I'm here. And Kang Jong, you're here too. Shinzo blinked. Demon Sword snapped. Why are you even here? Yu Yinsi explained, I called him. From now on, you two will be Kang-gu's bodyguards. Shinzo held out his hand. Let's do our best, Kang Jong. Demon Sword shoved the hand away, disgust written all over his face. He growled, I'm enough by myself. I don't need trash like you. Sword Saint, think this through, he sneered. A spoiled pretty boy like him will just slow me down. Shinzo exploded, what you bastard, after you abandoned me, you talk to me like that. The two lit up into a full-on shouting match the instant they met. Shinzo spat, without the Sword Saint, you'd be dead. Demon Sword snapped back. Fine, let's settle it now, this time won't end like before. Yu Yinsi watched them bicker, completely done with both of them. He asked coldly, did you two not hear a word I just said? How about this, he added, you two fight me right now 2-on-1. The instant they felt Yan Xin's pressure, both of them went pale with fear. They immediately kowtowed and begged forgiveness. He ordered, from now on in front of me, teammates do not fight. If you argue again, he warned, I'll take back the items I gave you, understood. Both of them answered at the same time, understood, sir. At the Warrior Tower, floor 41, In-ho went wild, throwing hands like he was born to farm monsters. He slammed a steel fist punch into the beast's face, warping it on impact. The monster's whole body got launched, tumbling through the air. In-ho dropped down beside it, landing light and confident. He brushed off his hands and laughed. I should sacrifice this one to Lord Yan Xin. System, congratulations. You cleared floor 41, reward. A sword that once belonged to the eternal truth seeker. In-ho blinked, a sword for real. A massive greatsword appeared in front of its new owner, heavy with history. In-ho grabbed it tight, feeling the weight settle into his grip. System reminder, the floor 42 trial will begin soon. The moment he entered floor 42, a wave of heat slammed him. He muttered, it's scorching, where am I? In-ho stood in the middle of a desert, and huge fireballs hung in the sky like suns. System, Warrior Tower floor 42. Space, time trial, clear condition. The former water goddess has weakened after being scorched by the sun. At Yu Yinsi's home in Seoul, he lay on his bed and steadied himself. Time to train in my dreams. His eyes slowly closed. All right, sleep. Then his phone rang, and he sat up annoyed. Who the hell is calling this late? Yu Yinsi grabbed the phone and checked the screen. The moment he saw the alert, he froze in shock. Notification, no one is calling for your help. Yu Yinsi frowned, no one, why is he begging for help? Then he wondered, who's the kid sitting next to him? The information on that kid instantly popped up in the interface. Wugong, female, active year, unknown, note, apostle of the weakened water goddess. Yu Yinsi stared, apostle of the water goddess, why is she standing next to him? He asked no one what happened. In-ho pointed up at the fireball in the sky and said that. I don't know how to make it disappear, he added. My attacks don't do anything at all. Wugong sobbed and begged, my lord, please make that evil sun disappear. Save my world from turning into a desert. Yu Yinsi jolted, make the sun vanish. What kind of insane request is that? Wait, there was a system reminder, and it felt way too ominous. System info, the sun of Anti-A has no power limit, active for 4 billion years. Next note cannot be displayed. System reminder, it cannot be evaluated with your current power. Yu Yinsi went cold, I can't evaluate it. If he couldn't evaluate it, that meant it was stronger than him. At minimum, it had to be a general god tier existence. Don't tell me this connects to that warning, son. That word made him think of someone specific. Fire phoenixes circled the blazing sphere, streaking through the sky like living meteors. Wugong sensed something closing in. Ho ordered, "Get behind me now." Info display: Skyblaze Fire Phoenix, Radiant Flame Beast, SS Rank Class. Yunzi thought grimly, Skyblaze, of course I knew it. That fire name he remembered mentioned siblings, so this is how they meet, huh? A note flashed: they will seize No one as a sacrificial offering. Yunzi tensed hard. No way Ho can't beat an SS rank Phoenix like this. He shouldn't interfere with the warrior's inner trials, but if he didn't, no one would die. He used his deadly middle finger to save Ho, breaking the rules without hesitation. That's why a crimson warning immediately erupted across the interface. Warning: if you violate the law of karma, you will suffer the corresponding punishment. Yunzi snapped, "I don't give a damn." Then he growled, "If I do nothing, no one dies." Divine skill, deadly middle finger. The moment the phoenix flock dove in, the air ripped like it was being shredded. They were blown apart by Yunzi's power, scattered like ash in a storm. Ho recognized it instantly. This was Yunzi's divine authority, no question. System reminder: Skyblaze and you are now linked by the law of karma. He knew it was too soon, but he didn't have another option. System declaration: you will be transported to Skyblaze location. Yunzi's silhouette vanished, like a page flip into another scene. He was summoned to the blazing fire temple, heat roaring like a living thing. Staring at the monster, Yunzi muttered, "A bird head, so you're Skyblaze." Then he smirked, "Good, now I can get revenge." It answered, "Correct, young god." Then it hissed, "You dared kill my apostles and my divine beasts." Yunzi was shaken. Kanggu's memories never showed this. Did he change the timeline? Too late now. He'd fight and erase it. Its voice boomed, smug and patronizing, "So I will be generous." Yunzi blinked. What generous about what? He genuinely didn't understand a single thing the bird-headed god was saying. He felt insulted. Under its command, what was this thing plotting, exactly? Reminder: Heavenly Blade Supreme said having a god under your banner can make someone stronger than absorbing that god, he thought. Knew there was a reason. But he'd rather die than kneel. That bird had just said something it never should have said. Yunzi pointed straight at it and cursed, "I'm turning you into fried chicken with butter right now." The sun god raged, "You dare." The surrounding walls shook violently, the temple groaning like it might collapse. It roared, "You mock the great sun god with that filthy mouth." Then it sneered, "You insect are only a nameless low-tier spirit. You will die for this sin." The ground beneath Yunzi started trembling. He swallowed hard, just words, and the pressure was already this monstrous. A terrifying force shot straight toward Yunzi like a divine cannon. An explosion erupted right where he stood, blasting dust and heat outward. The sun god spat, "A pity I can't take you under my banner." Then it snarled, "But you will pay for staining my name." Suddenly it noticed something. A towering silhouette reflected across the wall like a giant's shadow. Yunzi activated a skill, borrowed skill, in Ho's sturdy body. He gritted his teeth. Even with sturdy body, he was injured this badly. That bird head really was insane. It laughed with interest. "You are different from other mid-tier evil gods, just like the rumors hinted." Then it purred, "Now I want you more. Last chance. Offer your followers and come under my banner." Yunzi snapped, "Jesus, this bird never shuts up." Then he growled, "I'm never betraying my followers, not ever." It replied coldly, "Is that so? Then there's no better option left. If I can't eat you, I'll smash everything you care about." Seeing its move, he went stiff. What the hell? System alert: warning, your followers are in danger. Back at the Floor 42 trial, the heat and sand felt like a slow death sentence. Ho and Wugong wandered through the desert, exhausted and half blind from the glare. Ho frowned. Where did the water goddess go? Suddenly, something dangerous surfaced right in front of them. Sand and dust erupted from the ground, shooting up like a twisting pillar. Wugong panicked. "What is that?" Ho ordered, "Get behind me now." Ho glared at the monster. "Who are you?" The sand fiend answered, "I am the first apostle of the abyssal swamp ruler, and my little brother died by your hands." Ho's memory flashed. Abyssal swamp ruler. Oh, so she was that guy's older sister. She declared, "By the blood pact with my master, light of the deepest heaven, I'm here to take your filthy life." Ho understood her goal. "So you want to weaken Yunzi by killing me?" He clenched his fists. "I'm not letting you get your wish." Meanwhile, at the insect kin's border fortress, NTA asked gently, "Are the guards holding up?" Zio Kun answered, "Yes, ma'am." Inside, Zio Kun thought, "The saintess is so kind, she really feels like a god." Then his eyes locked, stunned by what he saw. A massive sandstorm rolled in, thick and violent, swallowing the horizon. The saintess blinked. Why is there a sandstorm all of a sudden? Zio Kun's face drained of color, shock turning into raw dread. The saintess asked anxiously, "Zio Kun, what is it?" He trembled, unable to hold back fear. "Why are they here? We have to run, all of us now." Below the walls was Alpha's crocodile army, flooding in like an ugly tide. At the front, commanding the beasts, stood Azza, grinning like a butcher. Adak thought, while the sun god fights Yunsi, we'll slaughter all his followers, you're dead for sure, Yunsi. The Saintess shouted, monsters. Zyro-kun yelled back, Saintess, tell everyone to evacuate. He raised his voice to the limit, everyone run, get out now. Alpha's gigantic body appeared atop the wall, looming like a nightmare made flesh. Zyro-kun stared up at him, terrified, legs turning weak. Arash declared, there you are, traitor, she spat. I'll dig you out and bury you with all of them. Back with Yunsi, he finally understood, so you did this. Notifications flooded in, over 23,000 anti-A troops killed, 400 heavenly soldiers dispatched, killed. More than 20,000 strike troops wiped out. Inho is in danger at floor 42 of the warrior tower. Warning, your holy power is decreasing. Alpha spoke smoothly. This is only the beginning, then he offered, but if you choose to serve me now, I'll stop. Yunsi's face went dark, rage boiling under his skin. You dare lay a hand on my precious children? His voice turned deadly. He pointed at his own forehead. Fine then, I'll gamble my life with you. Divine skill, God's thumb of slaughter has been unleashed. The sun god froze, what is that? Yunsi told his killer avatar, I'll handle things here. The killer replied, yeah, I've got the situation. You're the real body, it said, go protect Anti-A, then it added, I'll deal with that damn bird. Yanzin's cheeks flushed pink with happiness. Finally, it admitted I'm the real one, damn, maybe its personality isn't as awful as I thought. He stepped into the portal, alright, I'm leaving the chicken to you. The killer snapped, shut up and get lost already. Yunsi walked through the gate, I'll finish this fast. In the grand hall, only the killer and the sun god remained, staring each other down. The killer asked coldly, so you and me, can we start now, you arrogant bird? The sun god felt insulted. Arrogant bird, it snarled. You're just a clone of a trash god, and you dare talk to me like that. I'll burn you to ash, the sun god vowed, voice boiling with contempt. An undying torrent of fire slammed down on the spot where the killer was standing. Demonic energy gathered in his palm, thick and sharp like condensed hate. The killer activated borrowed skill, Shinzo, extreme sword art, first form. The infinite formation divine art spread like a massive shield, blocking the raging flames head on. He thought, I can't stall him long, hurry up, real body, move fast. Over in the insect kin, more and more of their people kept falling by the second. The Saintess rushed over, frantic, calling out for Zyro-kun. Zyro-kun panicked, Saintess, run, get away from here. Alpha looked down at him with smug amusement. You can take a hit, I'll give you that. Yunsi's heavenly soldiers coordinated and charged, trying to block the invaders' advance. Alpha tightened his grip on the sword in his hand, bored and confident. With one slash, countless clan members died, bodies dropping like cut grass. Alpha scoffed, pathetic insects, what a joke. The Saintess trembled, but how can we possibly? Her voice cracked mid-sentence. Arash revealed that little Saintess is one of Yunsi's power sources. Alpha licked his lips, bet she tastes delicious. Zyro-kun faced him bravely. No, I won't let you take the Saintess anywhere. If you touch even one finger on her, he warned, shaking but firm. I'll kill you, even if you are my older brother. Alpha's eyes narrowed, older brother. He answered with a punch, blasting Zyro-kun with one brutal hit. Zyro-kun convulsed and collapsed to the ground, coughing and broken. Alpha mocked him, you couldn't even avenge our parents. Then he sneered, and now you live down here like a dog. I never had a degenerate little brother like you. Now let's see what kind of bug Yunsi treasures most. Alpha grinned, let's see how tasty she really is. Anti-A could only pray, we're not strong enough to stop these monsters. Then she begged, Yunsi, please help us. At Yunsi's office apartment, he stared in shock, why can't I do it? He tried again, forcing a descent toward the insect kingdom. System reminder, summoning a clone has weakened you. You cannot descend to the insect kingdom. Yanzin cursed under his breath, damn it. I can't recall the clone while it's fighting the sun god, but if I don't go they'll be slaughtered, what do I do? Then he heard someone's prayer, please help us, that voice. It was Zyro-kun. Yanzin pleaded, please save the Saintess, please. System reminder, the minor miracle Zyro-kun holds is blooming. Zyro-kun can now evolve. Do you want to temporarily evolve Zyro-kun into a divine beast? Options Z. Yanzin had no choice, divine beast, dragon, yes, then he whispered, I can only trust you now. Zyro-kun cried out in despair, calling a name like a prayer, Yunsi. Yanzin commanded, Zyro-kun, I'm entrusting the insect kin to you. Then he pressed the Z button on the screen, locking it in. Alpha moved in, ready to tear Anti-A apart, his grin widening. Arash thought it was over. Finally, Yunsi, now I can face the Emperor. But Anti-A vanished in an instant, right as Alpha's mouth was still open mid-laugh. Alpha's eyes flashed with disbelief, like reality had slapped him. Before him appeared an arrogant silhouette with wings. At the same time, Alpha's hand was severed. Who are you? He roared. Anti-A saved, trembled with gratitude. Thank you for saving me, but who are you? Beneath those fully spread wings, a new presence filled the battlefield. Zyro-kun stood in a different form. Saintess, it's me, Zyro-kun. The Saintess stared, unable to believe her eyes, Zyro-kun. System update, Zyro-kun has evolved into a divine beast. Divine beast crocodile is worth 20s rank offerings. Yunsi blinked hard, 20s rank value, that's not a small miracle, that's a massive one. Even Alpha didn't expect this weak, traitorous brat to suddenly transform like that. Arash knew it had to be Yunsi's doing, but he should have been fighting the sun god right now. Zyro spoke up, big brother, what a shame. If you hadn't crossed the line, he said, Yunsi's factor could have taken you in. Alpha screeched in offended rage, what nonsense did you just say? Then he snarled, Yunsi's factor, are you begging to die? Arash tried to rein him in, Lord Alpha, retreat for now. He's gotten way stronger, Alpha spat, run, with that traitor right in front of me. Alpha launched himself at Zyro, moving like a violent shadow. He roared, I'll bring that bastard's head back with me. Zyro condemned him, you dared commit the sin of killing Yunsi's believers, and you even laid hands on the saintess. Pay with your life, he said coldly, big brother. The dragon's breath erupted, blasting out a wave of annihilating energy. Alpha's followers froze, stunned into silence by the sheer terror of it. Even Arash despaired, how did everything end up like this? Zyro gave him one last line, I'm sorry, big brother. The spot where Alpha stood exploded in an instant, turning into a ruined crater. A long, deep pit opened up before Zyro's eyes, smoking and cracked. The insect kin cheered, Zyro killed the monsters, we won, we won. Lilith was covered in wounds, but in that moment she was truly happy, we won. Zyro couldn't believe it, I'm this strong, then he steadied himself, no, this is all thanks to Yunsi. So he shouted with fanatical devotion, Yunsi, damn it. System reminder, Zyro's evolution into a divine beast, and his offering value, are restoring your holy power. Yunsi couldn't believe his luck, who knew Zyro-kun could get this strong, bloodlines really can't be cheated. The saintess sent a distress call, Yunsi, many believers are still injured, please save them. He answered instantly, of course you're all my precious citizens, divine skill, healing ring finger. From the heavenly soldiers to the insect kin, everyone got healed, and the crowd erupted in awe. My injured eye can see again, I can fly now, the pain is gone. It's Lord Yanzin's grace, they cried, long live Yanzin. Zyro felt moved, this is Yunsi's blessing, if it's a man like him, I can trust him and follow him. The saintess in his palm said, hey Zyro, he replied, yes, saintess. She smiled brightly, thank you. We protected the insect kingdom today because of you, you were so cool. That made Zyro's face burn red, cool, thank you. He didn't know what to do with it. The saintess kept praising him, my Zyro is so cool, then she teased, come on, catch me. Zyro chased her, grinning, just you wait. System update, Zyro's evolved form has BEEN Chinese letter, cancelled and returned to normal. As Zyro reverted, the saintess gasped, oh my god, Zyro, wake up. Yunsi exhaled, the insect kingdom was safe now, so he could finally help In-ho. He jolted as he switched back to the other battlefield, what the hell is going on here? One glance and Yunsi understood, In-ho was in trouble. On the killer's side, the place where he stood had turned into utter wasteland. He asked in a low voice, Sun God, what did you just say? The sun god repeated without fear, I will stand atop all gods. Then it bragged, even the great evil god, Silent Dream, and Heavenly Blade Severance will tremble before me. If you stop being stupid, it added, I'll grant you the honor of another chance, become mine, and offer your power to me. The killer thought angrily, honor my ass, he just wants my power, that's all. His sharp mouth kicked in, listen, you chicken brain, the sun god roared. What did you say, chicken brain? The killer toyed with it, if you want me as your subordinate, kill the god of ruin, he smirked. Then I'll consider joining your banner. The sun god felt like he was being mocked. What kind of joke is that? The god of ruin is a mysterious existence since the beginning, it sneered. Even the greatest gods can't do a thing about him. The killer sighed, so you're just scared, that's all. The sun god's pride flared again, what, you dare speak such nonsense? Then it hissed, you've forgotten something very important. Look at him, your believer is helpless, just waiting to die. Are you really fine with letting him go out like this? Choose, Yunsi, let your believer die, or become mine and save his life right now. On the 42nd floor of the warrior tower, Astukia declares, Doth I must die, the enemy of my older brother. In-ho hits rock bottom in that instant, sorry Yunsi, looks like this is as far as I can go. His eyes slowly slide shut, take care of yourself. Then Yunsi's voice snaps through the air, In-ho, open your mouth. A spark of hope jolts In-ho awake, he knows that voice, it's Yunsi. The moment he parts his lips, a potion bottle shoots straight in like a bullet. In-ho swallows every drop of the liquid inside that vial. The sand demon squints, curious, where'd that come from? Yunsi can't step in directly again. or they'll trace her to the Abyss Ruler, so all she can do is send him the finest high-grade medicine. The screen flares, flooding everything with blinding light. System notice In-ho has escaped death, revived, and advanced to the next level. In-ho has obtained a new skill, Giantification. In-ho's entire body swells, turning far more muscular than anything he had before. He's now towering even over the sand demon, making her tremble. What the hell? In-ho stands there like a god made flesh, massive and unshakable. He stares at the tiny bottle in his hand and thinks, she always pulls me out of trouble. Her generosity is endless. In-ho turns cold and presses her. You dared stab Yu Yinsi in the back. The sand demon snarls, refusing to fold. Don't think you've won just because you got bigger. We haven't shown you our true form yet. I'll show you what my real power looks like. Suddenly she freezes in place. What? The sand demon gets crushed under In-ho's foot like an ant, flat and helpless. In-ho sneers, this is your punishment for pointing your blade at Lady Yu Yinsi. Water abruptly splashes up from beneath his foot, bursting outward. A column of water surges straight up, shooting high in front of In-ho. The worshipful dancer stares at the rising water and blurts out, In-ho. Through the sun god's orb, they learn everything that just happened. The sun god rages, these pathetic, low-born creatures are useless. What a waste of precious energy. The assassin piles on, mocking him. I can't believe you trusted those cowards. Brain of a bird, huh? Or should you come down and join us instead? The sun god stays arrogant, so you're proud because you cut out a few boils. Their life and death changes nothing. You rejected my final mercy, so I won't spare you anymore. Witness my power. Over Antie, a red beam of light pours down across the entire kingdom. The saintess gasps in fear, don't tell me that's. In Seoul, South Korea, a blazing red pillar also spears down from the sky. On In-ho's side on the warrior tower's 42nd floor, it's the same. He instinctively cries out a name, Yu Yinsi. The massive sphere turns blood, red, glowing like a wound in the heavens. It slowly presses down over all three worlds, heavy and inevitable. The sun god declares, I'll erase the three realms. Try to stop it, Yu Yinsi, if that source of power of yours is real. The sun keeps expanding, growing more monstrous by the second. The dancer panics, the sun is still getting bigger, and In-ho reels, what the hell is happening? Another voice cuts in, the sun god is enraged, and both of them whip around as the dancer whispers that voice. The girl's eyes brighten, shining like she's seen salvation. When she finally sees who's behind her, the dancer recognizes the water goddess. In-ho steps forward and asks, are you the water goddess? The dancer throws herself into the woman's arms, pouting, do you know how worried I've been? She confirms, yes, I am the water goddess, the deity of this world. Thanks to you killing the Abyss Ruler's believer, I was able to awaken. I want to repay you and reward you, but it looks like we have a bigger problem to deal with first. In-ho stares at the sun swelling larger and answers, yeah, but what the hell is that giant sun? She continues anxiously, obviously we can't stop that disaster, sun on our own however. A stream of water unfurls from the water goddess's hand, spreading like a living ribbon through the air. She says she has a plan, we make the least obstructed path, then shoot the sun god with this. In-ho grips the water, forged bow and blurts, stunned, you want me to shoot the sun god with this, but I don't even have arrows. The water goddess smiles warmly, don't worry about arrows, I have one that can strike even the sun god. Back at Kangoo's silk cave penthouse, Shinzo and the demon's sword are completely shaken. Kangoo realizes it's an SS-Rank gate. This was never in my fate line, was Yu Yinsi behind all of this? Suddenly, a warp gate blossoms in the center of the rooftop. Shinzo panics. It's opening now of all times. Yu Yinsi steps out and asks, did you two protect each other and make it out intact, demon's sword? His two believers gush in worship, praising the sword saint, but Yu Yinsi cuts them off calmly, hold it, we've got bigger emergencies. He freezes when a new notification flashes across his vision. System notice, the zealous believer sword demon has reached S-Rank through zealot Xiao Ming. The three Hero Society remnants joined you, except Ayong Feng. Yu Yinsi gasps, demon's sword, you finally hit S-Rank, and he answers modestly, it's all thanks to you and the heavenly demon blade. He takes the heavenly demon in his hands, demon's sword, sorry, but I need this Chinese saber for a moment, I've got fire to cut. The heavenly demon reports back, warning Yu Yinsi, he's grown stronger than the sun god since last time. He replies evenly, yeah, but I've gotten stronger too. As the sun nears the ground, he decides, let's try slicing the sun sideways again, heavenly demon. On the assassin's side, the sun god's firepower keeps blasting in relentless waves. The assassin knows he can't rely on himself anymore. He meant to save this for the destroyer god, but he decides to summon the Heavenly Blade's treasure vault. System reminder, one use of the Heavenly Blade's treasure has been deducted. You will be transferred to the Heavenly Blade's treasure. Outside time will pause for 1 minute. The assassin blinks into the vault space, where countless ownerless swords are rooted into the ground like a forest. He recalls the sun god fight, and Heavenly Blade's words, the vault can't extinguish that fire, but every universe's rare blades gather here, so one must cut flame. He scans the sea of swords, overwhelmed with this many blades. There's only one way to find the right one. He calls out, Heavenly Blade. You hearing this, that bird brain says he'll surpass you and become the supreme god. Heavenly Blade manifests instantly, blazing with furious resolve at such ridiculous arrogance. Heavenly Blade growls, this time I'll pick the sword myself. Go crush that arrogant thing into dust. The assassin's scheme lands perfectly. That line hit Heavenly Blade's pride, and he grins, freebie, nice. What sword are you lending me? Heavenly Blade answers, there is one blade that's perfect for fighting that bastard. The assassin narrows his eyes, thinking, knew it. Of course he had it. When he sees the sword, the assassin jolts, this sword. It's the Demon Moon Sword, a divine, attribute blade once wielded by a knight of the goddess of justice. The assassin accepts the sword without hesitation. The moment his fingers close, he feels icy aura spilling out of the steel. Heavenly Blade swears it can cleave any flame in the entire cosmos. The assassin lights up, all right, I'm trusting you, Heavenly Blade. System reminder, the Heavenly Blade's treasure has closed, and time has resumed. When the assassin returns, the sun god declares, wretched lowborn, I'll erase you and your world. The assassin holds the sword with calm, dangerous confidence. The sun god squints, that brat, could that be the Heavenly Blade's sword? A freezing slash rockets forward, die you bird, brain trash. The sun god spits fire to block the incoming strike. The flames roar, raging like they want to burn everything into nothing. The sun god laughs arrogantly, see not even scratched. The assassin exhales in bitter disappointment, yeah, shouldn't have trusted a scammer. In Seoul, the sun keeps dropping closer, and civilians stampede in panic, run, move, get out of the way. Yu Yinsi is stunned, even the heavenly demon saint sword can't hurt it, and it says, I've cut countless flames, but sunfire is beyond me. Then the heavenly demon suddenly coats itself in a layer of bitter, glacial frost. Yu Yinsi can't tell what's happening, until he senses cold radiating from the blade. What is this? What's going on? The heavenly demon's sword asks softly, little god, let me ask you one thing, do you have righteousness? Yu Yinsi freezes up. He realizes he's hearing that voice through the assassin's sword, like a cross-world phone line. Even the assassin is thrown off, wondering what righteousness is supposed to mean in this hellish moment. A notification pops up. The god of abundance says that if you accept it, you can stop the setting sun of doom. Both of them blurt out at once, stunned except him. A flood of alerts rolls in. The inherited authority of the eyeless god's eyes has activated. Execution Art Demon, Slaying Moonsword, launched at the speed of light. Through the system, he catches a vision of the goddess of justice. She looks outward with anxious eyes, like she can already feel the apocalypse closing in. Baiyi asks, Great Goddess of Justice, are you sure you want to challenge the destroyer god? The goddess answers, firm as steel, if you live curled up like a turtle, you can't call it justice. You've reached the sword god realm, if I fall, will you fulfill my final wish? Baiyi replies loyally, if it's your command, goddess, I'm ready. His hands are empty, yet his resolve is heavy enough to crush mountains. The goddess of justice lifts Baiyi's face, then I know you have the power to slay the destroyer god, my beloved. You will become the master of the heavenly sword, only I could wield it, even though I couldn't defeat the destroyer god. The heavenly sword slips from her grasp, and the grand hall turns silent, leaving Baiyi alone. He swears, I will never forget your last wish, my goddess. No matter what it takes, I will see it done. That heartfelt flashback makes Yu Yinsi tear up. He never expected a story like this behind the blade. Even the assassin feels it. Yeah, I'm kind of moved, not gonna lie. The heavenly sword speaks again. I'll ask you one more time. Do you have righteousness? Yu Yinsi plants his hands on his hips. Righteousness? I don't really get all that pretty talk. But if it means protecting what matters at any cost, then I'll be righteous, even if my enemy is the destroyer god. Baiyi remembers his vow, no matter what it takes, I will see it done. The sword murmurs, honestly, you're a lot like him. Choose me and I will purge it, I will erase that evil. His ideals mirror the goddess' from long ago, sharp and unwavering. In the assassin's hands, the heavenly sword surges, power roaring like a tidal wave. The sun god instantly senses the energy shift, his expression tightening in alarm. Yu Yinsi declares, you won't beat us, because we stand for righteousness. Both of them swing straight into the target, no hesitation and no retreat. The sun god stares in horror at this annihilating strike, coming right at him. The raging sunfire on his body gets battered to the brink, flickering like it's about to go out. Even with embers left, he snarls stubbornly, I can still endure. In-ho raises the bow and shouts, you evil god, don't forget about me. Tears spill past his lashes, hot with fear, grit, and raw determination. He remembers how shaken he was when the water goddess told him her final words. She warned, I was defeated by the sun god, and I'll fade into mist, brave warrior. Use this arrow to protect all things forever. I want to guard this world one last time. She transforms into an arrow and whispers, please help me. In-ho draws the bow to full tension. I'll protect my world, Yu Yinsi's world, and yours too. A torrential water arrow blasts forward, screaming toward the sun like a crashing wave. This final shot is the killing blow meant to erase the sun god, and he screams in despair no. Streams of ice and water fuse together, drilling straight into the sun's core. The sun god is beaten into collapse, his brilliance rapidly dying out. Still, he refuses to yield. It can't end like this. I am the sun god above all others. I can't die like this. Pride hardens into obsession. A god that arrogant won't allow this outcome, not even at the edge of ruin. He spreads his wings and dives toward Earth. Yu Yinsi, I'll burn your world by sacrificing all my holy power. Yu Yinsi panics. He's lost it. Don't tell me that bastard plans to self-destruct. The heavenly demon warns that no matter how weakened he is, if he self-destructs he could blow up the whole earth. After all, he was once a supreme god. Inside the sun god's palace, the air itself feels like it's about to ignite. The assassin is spent and can't return that hit. My body's done, sorry, but I'm counting on you. The earth's fate is in your hands. The earth starts to melt down, heat, warping like a world on the edge of liquefaction. The demon's sword gasps, no way, it tanked the sword saint's attack. And Kangoo breaks down, that can't be real. His chest tightens. Is this life ending before the river of hell even shows itself? A sorrowful voice whispers, just give up, Yu Yinsi. Looks like the apocalypse is destiny. Yu Yinsi answers flatly, give up. Not happening. Quitting before I even try isn't who I am. And besides, we're not out of options yet. Even the heavenly demon doubts him, but Yu Yinsi snaps back that now isn't the time to hesitate. The blade seems to grasp his intent. Yu Yinsi, don't tell me. Yu Yinsi confirms, like him, I'll pour all my holy power into one strike. He's hurt even if he's supreme, so I still have an edge. The heavenly demon hesitates, worried, but if you do that, you'll. He replies, I know, worst case, I die. Even so, if it protects everyone, I'll sacrifice my life as many times as it takes. The heavenly demon flares with renewed strength. Understood. You're nothing like a powerless coward like me. Fine, let's fight to the end. A divine voice rings out, I will grant you power. Only once, and Yu Yinsi blurts, shocked, goddess of justice. In the justice temple, the goddess focuses, channeling holy power straight into him. She says firmly, my body weakened after the destroyer god defeated me, but I moonlight justice, once above all gods, will grant you my faith. System reminder, demon, slaying Moonsword has become your temporary believer. Ascension mission, mid-tier benevolent god. S-Rank believer count 100. Congratulations, mission complete. Ascension complete, Yu Yinsi has advanced to mid-tier benevolent god. With a god's power behind him, Yu Yinsi's presence swells, fierce and unbreakable. The goddess announces, behold the mightiest sword saint authority in all of history. The system also shows the eyeless god's eyes have evolved to rank A. Time will freeze for 1 minute as you continue witnessing the demon, slaying Moonsword's history. The past replays, Knight Baiyi was human, yet he fell in love with a goddess. A mere knight transcended the realm of ordinary gods, climbing past their so-called limits. Baiyi commands, heavenly sword, purge every demon for me. A single slash erupts, surging like a raging tide. That power tears beyond space itself, brushing the edge of the cosmos. Baiyi declares, unwavering, today I fulfill my promise to the goddess. With those words, he launches upward, gathering momentum like a falling star in reverse. One sword stroke carves straight into the enemy, die. The one who became a god falls to Baiyi's heavenly sword, and Baiyi even cleaves the destroyer god into 100 shards. But the destroyer god was born with creation itself, so not even a god, ascended knight could truly kill it. Baiyi curses through clenched teeth, damn it. In the end, Baiyi is defeated, and the explosions scatter the destroyer god's 100 shards across the universe. That knight keeps waiting, until someone inherits his sword and finally destroys the destroyer god. The heavenly demon speaks up. Baiyi once beat the destroyer god with this sword art. You can fight the sun god too, but can you learn it by only watching? Yu Yinsi answers, I think I can. I mean Baiyi's swordsmanship. The heavenly demon recoils. What, you can use the heavenly sword with one look? And Yu Yinsi admits, I'm not 100% sure. I don't know if a mid-tier god can do this, but when I watched the Moonsword's biography, his techniques engraved themselves into my mind. Knight Baiyi, I will carry out your last wish. I'll make it happen. The sun god senses it, startled. Why is his sword aura suddenly? Yu Yinsi sneers, nice instincts. Now it's time for your eternal sleep, bird brain. He pours every last drop of holy power into the heavenly demon. He mutters, I'm sure this is exactly how Knight Baiyi did it. A single slash carrying annihilation power rockets straight at the sun god. The sun god recognizes it instantly. That power is from the heavenly sword. Cornered and defeated, he can only spit a curse, I curse you, I curse you. Right after that, the blue sky clears up again, like the world finally exhales. Yu Yinsi lets out a long breath. Alright, it's over. System update, Yu Yinsi has saved the 3 realms. You have reached the ranks of benevolent god and malignant god, and you qualify to join the festival of the gods. Yu Yinsi frowns, the festival of the gods. The seeker of eternal truth mentioned that before. What kind of event is that, he mutters, feels like bad news. Back in the sun god's palace, the aftermath hangs heavy. The assassin senses it. Time's probably up. You're stronger than I thought, he admits, grudging but honest. Yu Yinsi grins, told you, just trust me. Before fading, the assassin warns him, don't get arrogant, if you die, I vanish too. Yu Yinsi scowls, even so, you could have said it nicer. Then the assassin blurts, almost awkwardly, by the way, you were pretty cool today. Yu Yinsi blinks, thinking the guy looks cold outside but warm inside. Honestly, he kind of agrees he was pretty cool today. Still, something feels off, like someone's staring at his back. Sure enough, two believers are gazing at him with worshipful eyes. Sword Saint, you've reached another realm, teach me that move. They keep cheering non-stop. Long live the Sword Saint, long live, and he yells, stop it, knock it off. Kanggu looks at him with pure admiration. In that situation, he was sure all hope was gone, so of course he thought of giving up. But Yu Yinsi never even considered quitting, and he saved the world. Now he's dodging their fanboy stampede. I said stop chasing me. Kanggu cries, moved to tears. He's the one who can stop the apocalypse. He'd sacrifice everything, so I'll give everything too. He screams like a maniac, long live Yu Yinsi. And Yu Yinsi panics, even you too, Kanggu. So Yu Yinsi ends up sprinting for his life, hunted down by 3 overzealous believers. Long live the Sword Saint, long live Yu Yinsi. He begs, yeah, I heard you. Stop chasing me already. Then a new notification flashes across the screen. He stops running, and his hands start shaking uncontrollably. The 3 believers gape behind him. Sword Saint, are you hungry or something? Yu Yinsi speaks with trembling emotion, finally. System reminder, you achieved the mission goal. The universe becomes more beautiful at 10, 0, 0 merit. Current merit 9, 999, 0, 10, 0, 0. The God of Abundance will reward you with a revival potion for completing the mission. A revival potion appears in Yu Yinsi's palm. At last, I can save Haiju. In a quiet little neighborhood in China, at Haiju's home, the air is strangely calm. In the sky, celestial soldiers struggle as they carry Haiju's body back. The locals gasp, angels, and who is that? Her mother recognizes it, that's. Her hands shake so badly she can barely stand. The celestial soldiers strain, trying to lower Haiju's heavy body safely. She's set down on the ground at last. Her mother rushes in and hugs her tight. Oh my God, my daughter, how many years has it been? Haiju slowly opens her eyes. My head hurts, where am I? When she sees the woman in front of her, she jolts, Mom. Watching through a phone, Yu Yinsi sees the whole scene unfold. Tears fall as he whispers a blessing. I'm so glad, live happily, Haiju. The system displays Heavenly Blade, and his blunt tone basically says you'll feel grossed out. Yu Yinsi frowns, you're so cold, then asks, wait, are you Night Baiyi? Heavenly Blade replies, pay 100 million God coins, and I'll answer. Yu Yinsi explodes, are you robbing me these days? Fine, no way a scammer like you is Night Baiyi. The system shows the goddess of justice has a lot to say but will keep it sealed. She tells you not to come looking for her. Yu Yinsi murmurs suspiciously, why all of a sudden did something happen between you two? Meanwhile in the ant clan, the second, strongest ant Li Hao is climbing the warrior tower. Seeing that, Yu Yinsi quietly celebrates. Someone's finally climbing the warrior tower, and he really needs one more S rank, so this is huge. Still, when will he get a high-tier mission? He's been mid-tier for 2 days, and that bird brain kept him up, so he decides to crash and catch up on sleep. He steps into a separate space, where a peaceful meadow stretches out like a dream. Yu Yinsi soaks in the calm, letting the silence wash the apocalypse out of his bones. Tears of endless prosperity advises him to rest and replenish his holy power. He smiles, genuinely happy, thanks, big sis, for taking care of me. Meanwhile, on the 42nd floor of the warrior tower, the scene shifts. Across the desert, fresh plants begin to sprout, spreading green like a miracle. An entire forest turns lush, bursting back to life in a single sweep. The dancer cheers, the forest is alive again, and Inho can't hold back, wow, it's beautiful. The dancer says, move, it's all thanks to you, seriously, thank you. Inho answers easily, it's nothing, I should be thanking you for bringing the water goddess to help. Alright, let's go, Inho says, and the dancer pouts, really, you could stay a little longer. He admits he can feel his brother climbing the tower, and he needs to get stronger so his brother won't be ashamed of him. The dancer falls quiet for a moment, biting back what she wants to say. In her hands, a blue orb flickers with a soft, watery light. She holds it out to Inho, take it. Inho tilts his head, curious. She explains it's the water goddess's essence, and it'll definitely help on his adventure. Inho accepts it, thanks, seriously. Suddenly, the orb shatters into countless tiny droplets. They swirl around Inho's arm and sink in, and he blurts, I absorbed it, huh? System, congratulations, you have cleared floor 42 of the warrior tower's space. Time trial. Reward, blessing of water, trait, you will never be thirsty again. Inho beams, staring at the arm that absorbed the essence. This'll help a ton up the tower, thanks, kid. The dancer sends him off warmly, then, good luck out there. Before leaving, Inho adds, I hope we meet again. With that, he vanishes from the 42nd floor. The dancer prays sincerely, I'll pray for you, may every dream you wish for come true. Back at Yu Yinsi's house, a storm rolls in, thunder cracking like the sky is splitting. The noise leaves Yinsi tossing in his sleep, never fully resting. He grumbles, irritated, "Thunder this loud, wind this strong, I can't sleep." Before he can finish, a flash of lightning reveals a shadowy figure standing beside his bed. Zyro Ming wears an infuriating little smile, calm and creepy in the dark. Yu Yinsi jolts and yells, "Dad." When the light turns on, he sees it's Zyro Ming. She laughs. "Being greeted by your scream is an honor, truly." He snaps, "What are you doing in my house?" And Zyro Ming reports, "I've completed all the follow-up tasks." Yu Yinsi blinks, confused. What tasks? Then remembers his clone probably ordered her to do something. Zyro Ming says, "By your command, I pulled every Hero Society member into your disciples. Anyone who refused, I quietly dealt with." Now Yu Yinsi finally connects the dots. Thanks to these disciples, he reached mid-tier, so he says politely, "Ah, thank you, you helped me a lot." Zyro Ming blushes. "Move, hearing someone great like you say that. I'm so happy my effort was rewarded. I just wanted to see you one last time. Now my wish is fulfilled, and I have no regrets left. Hey, live a long time and stay healthy." As Zyro Ming pulls a hairpin out, he frowns. Why is she saying this, and what does she mean by one last time? Then he sees it, she's about to do something reckless. That's when Yu Yinsi finally understands what she's trying to do. He blocks her with his reinforced body, his arm hard as steel as it stops her cold. Yu Yinsi panics. "What are you doing? Are you insane?" Zyro Ming trembles. Aye, but the words won't come out. Right after the battle with the heroes ended, the truth comes rushing back. The assassin had ordered Zyro Ming, "Eliminate the 3 Hero Society remnants, recruit SSS-Rank hunters as my disciples, and kill anyone who resists. After you finish the job, self-destruct." The order echoes like a cold system command. Yu Yinsi grips Zyro Ming's hand around the hairpin and asks sharply, "Suspicious, you mean?" "My clone ordered you to self-destruct," he presses, and she confirms with a bitter nod, "Yes, that's the order." Yu Yinsi thinks hard. Back then he really wanted her dead, but now he needs more high-rank believers so she doesn't have to do this. He snatches the hairpin away. "Forget that command. I don't like watching my believers die, got it?" She stares blankly, then answers softly, "Yes." He sees her out with an order. "All right, go home. Breaking into someone's house is insanely rude." She looks down, miserable. "I understand, Sword Saint. Zyro Ming will return as commanded." Watching her slumped back, Yu Yinsi gets a bad feeling. She looks like she'll go somewhere else and self-destruct anyway. With a sigh he calls out, "Hey, Zyro Ming." She spins around, suddenly bright. "Why, yes, my lord. What do you command?" Yu Yinsi rubs his neck. "Nothing big. It's not dinner yet, but want to get Jajangmyeon. He thinks she trekked here, so he should treat her once." Zyro Ming blushes. "Black bean noodles." She wonders if this is that thing. The infamous K-drama line, "Do you want to eat noodles?" Just like she guessed, Yu Yinsi asks again, "Zyro Ming, do you want to eat noodles?" She says yes instantly, and Yu Yinsi panics at her weird move. "Wait, why are you taking clothes off? Put that back on and hurry." Elsewhere in the Hunter Association president's office, the tone turns official. Director Gu Ti says, 2 months until the Silk Cave incident anniversary. This time we bring glory back to our country. Hunter World is a global tournament held every 2 years, where hunters worldwide compete head-to-head. "Where's the promotion list for participants?" he asks. The assistant hands over a file. "We selected hunters up through a rank." The chairman reads carefully, eyes scanning every line. He lets out a surprised "Oh." B rank hunter Yu Yinsi is on this list too. Not bad, but that kid shouldn't be only B rank. This time, we're going to confirm what he's really capable of. Meanwhile, the person in question is absolutely demolishing a bowl of Jajangmyeon. Zyro Ming rates it. "It's different from China S, but still really good." And Yu Yinsi smiles. "Yeah, I'm glad you like it." He adds, half grumbling, "Even if I'm not exactly comfy with an uninvited guest." Before he can finish, Seongmina pops up right beside them. Seongmina asks, curious, "Why is she here?" And Yu Yinsi stammers, not sure how to explain. Seongmina snaps, "What are you thinking? Didn't she try to kill you on purpose?" And he hesitates. "Well, yeah, but you used to want to kill me too," he reminds her. Seongmina chokes. "That's..." She exhales and mutters, "I'm sorry." Yu Yinsi waves it off. "No need, like you, Seongmina." Zyro Ming changed too. Then he pushes food at her. "Stop hiding and try this dumpling. Come on, open up." Mina hesitates, then gives in. "If you're offering, then." Watching them feed each other so casually, the vibe looks way too intimate. Zyro Ming totally misreads the situation, her eyes narrowing. She snaps her chopsticks in half. "You two dating?" Mina turns red. "Huh, why would you say that all of a sudden?" Zyro Ming argues logically. "It's midnight, she's here, and the Sword Saint is personally feeding her." Seongmina freezes, not sure what to say to that. Yu Yinsi thinks it's just leftover habit from when Mina regressed into a kid, then denies it. "Dating? What dating? That's not it." He adds, "If anything, it's more like dad and daughter," and Zyro Ming brightens. "Oh, I get it, then that's fine." As Yu Yinsi turns to finish his sentence, "Right, Seongmina." Mina smacks him in the face with a file. Catch it, idiot. Yu Yinsi groans, why are you shoving it in my face? What's your problem? Xiang Mina fumes, your dungeon schedule, and he blinks, dungeon, isn't that only for a rank and up? Xiang Mina coldly reminds him, that's enough, just be at the location in that file before 10 a.m. tomorrow, and if you're late, you're dead to me. Then she turns on Xiao Ming too, and you, if you show up in front of me again, I'll kill you. After dropping that warning, Nina storms off, face tight with irritation. She can't help cursing under her breath, yeah, you idiot. Then she slams the door so hard it booms through the hallway. Yu Yinsi yells annoyed, are you trying to break my door or what? Does she even know how expensive repairs are? He grumbles. When Xiao Ming suddenly calls, Sword Saint. Yu Yinsi answers with a suspicious huh. Xiao Ming says out of nowhere, don't worry my lord, I can be your concubine too. Yu Yinsi snaps, concubine my ass, eat your noodles and shut it. Staring at the file, he thinks, now I've got to raid a dungeon too, and Xiang Mina clearly misunderstood something, so he needs answers. System notice, the god of abundance says she has a bad premonition about tomorrow, and you should brace yourself. Yu Yinsi frowns, a bad premonition, god of abundance, do you know something? The next day at the dungeon gate, the atmosphere is tense and locked down. Guards block the entrance, unauthorized people stay back. Lai Gan is extremely dangerous. An A-rank gate is opening, everyone step away. Yu Yinsi notes the security is tight, but he still has to get inside. The moment he arrives, he spots Xiang Mina already waiting there. She immediately barks, Yu Yinsi, why are you late? Are you asking to get smacked? With a kid on his back, Yu Yinsi explains, sorry, traffic was insane, and I'm only 5 minutes late. Jung Hyuk cuts in an emergency. 5 minutes is enough for 1,000 lives to vanish. This idiot doesn't even know basic hunter rules. How did they filter this, letting a rank like him in? Yu Yinsi recognizes him as the hothead he met before with Kroko, the S-rank hunter Jung Hyuk. Xiang Mina introduces him, say hello, this is Hunter Dong UK, and he's evaluating you today. Yu Yinsi greets him politely, ah hello. Xiang Mina frowns, and whose kid is that? Yu Yinsi explains, oh she's my niece Xian, my sister had an emergency so I brought her. Xiang Mina scolds him loudly, what were you thinking, bringing a child to work, and he hisses, lower your voice, I just got her to sleep. Dong UK mocks him, seriously, hunters these days are a mess, how are you planning to operate like this? Call me when you're ready, Dong UK says, clearly uninterested. Yu Yinsi thinks, why does this guy act like he's got a personal grudge? Inside the Hell Gate, the whole space reeks of death, thick enough to taste. An infuriating voice booms, calling his name, Yu Yinsi. You killed my apostle and still dare show your face, today, I end you. Let's begin, the festival of the gods. Xiang Mina sighs after hearing what Yu Yinsi says, looking tired of his chaos. She stresses it, you do know this dungeon subjugation is a test to reach S-rank, right? Yu Yinsi jolts, what S-rank? Xiang Mina snaps, didn't you read the documents I sent you? An A-rank dungeon will open here soon. Pass this test and you can become S-rank, though for you this dungeon's probably cake. Yu Yinsi thinks an S-rank means tons of money and fame, but he's a mid-tier god now, so this human paperwork is honestly a hassle. Still, he can't ignore a dangerous gate like this, so yeah, he'll handle it. Yu Yinsi asks to confirm, so I just go in alone and wipe everything out right, but Xiang Mina says no, an S-rank will go with him for safety. Yu Yinsi blinks, an S-rank, so you're coming with me. Xiang Mina sighs regretfully, if only, but the one going with you is S-rank hunter Dong UK, she says, while he's over there complaining about how cramped things are lately. Yu Yinsi blurts him, then shrugs it off, an A-rank gate should be easy, so it'll probably be fine. Suddenly, a strange scent drifts through the air like rot on the wind. Yu Yinsi goes on alert, MS, Xiang Mina, do you smell something rot? And she answers, I don't smell anything. The system erupts with rapid fire alerts, warning high-tier deity detected. The Abyss ruler has requested the festival of the gods be held. Yu Yinsi narrows his eyes, the festival of the gods. The Abyss ruler, that high-tier deity who worships snakes, right. No wonder the stench is that rotten and nasty. System update, the rules of the festival of the gods are as follows. If you propose a festival of the gods to a high-tier deity, they cannot refuse, however. You may refuse a proposal from a high-tier deity. Yu Yinsi gets it, being weaker has one upside at least. System reminder, the great demon god of slaughter and madness, overseer of the festival, has granted you the blessing of slaughter. Yu Yinsi guesses slaughter and madness must be a pair. He's never met them, but they sound like they live for killing. The system offers a choice, accept the festival of the gods from the high-tier deity Abyss ruler, yes/no. A seductive voice whispers, accept it, little god, fight with passion, with thrill, with ecstasy. Yu Yinsi smirks, tempting me, kinda funny, but no, I don't want to fight, get lost. You have refused the festival of the gods from the ruler. A furious roar erupts, what you dare refuse my challenge, coward? Yu Yinsi stays calm. Am I crazy? I almost lost to the sun god. Why fight someone stronger? Get out, I don't want anything to do with you. The Abyss ruler seethes, you insult me, you dare mock me. The moment he says it, the ground beneath them starts to tremble. Other hunters panic and scream, earthquake. Dong Uk jerks around, shocked. What the hell is going on? Even Seong Mina goes pale with fear. Then I have no choice but to kill you, Atta declares. System update. Activating Eyeless God's Eye's authority. Observation: the Abyss Ruler, located on another planet. The Abyss Ruler rages, summoning his power. Come to me. My adorable children, rise from the abyss. Deep below, the abyss churns with violent movement. Monster hands crawl up from the depths, clawing at the surface. One summoned beast after another pours out, answering the call. The Abyss Ruler gloats. Finally, it's time to kill Yu Yinsi and destroy his world. All because he refused the festival of the gods and dared to ridicule me. When the monsters surge toward the dungeon entrance like a flood, Yu Yinsi curses, damn it, he connected to the A-rank dungeon and sent his minions down. System alert: the dungeon's rank has changed from A to S. Hellscar dungeon rank has changed from S to SS. Hellscar dungeon rank has changed from SS to SSS. Dong Uk freaks out. What is this? The gate shouldn't be active yet, and this is clearly beyond S rank. The dungeon door leaks a bizarre, ominous aura like cold breath. From the bottomless pit, thousands of red monster eyes flash open in the dark. They pour out of THE Chinese letter gap in a raging swarm, crawling into the world. Dong Uk barks orders instantly. Damn it, advance soul armor. The armor begins to activate, metal and light locking into place. Dong Uk stands ready in a majestic suit of armor, looking like a walking fortress. Yu Yinsi whistles, impressed. Okay, that's pretty sick. System update: Dong Uk is a notable male wearing armor and a helmet made from SS-Rank metal and devices. It's useful, so try stealing it. Yu Yinsi feels insulted. What, steal it? It's seriously telling me to go pickpocket. Seeing little Xian still sleeping soundly, his voice softens. Man, that's my niece alright. The world's ending and she's still out cold. He turns to Seong Mina. Ms. Seong Mina, I'm leaving her with you, and she stammers, huh, what? Without waiting, Yu Yinsi places his niece in her arms. Seong Mina blurts, wait. What are you planning to do? Yu Yinsi hardens his resolve. What do you think? I'm fixing this, because this mess is my fault. Dong Uk steps in to stop him. Yu Yinsi, your rank can't handle this, fall back. Yu Yinsi doesn't slow down for even a second. In front of him, a whole pack of monsters blocks the way, eyes gleaming with hunger. The moment they spot Yu Yinsi, they get excited. Human meat. I'm starving. I'm gonna eat the little god, one of them howls, drool dripping. Just like that, Yu Yinsi ends up completely surrounded on all sides. The Abyss Ruler curses him viciously. Die, Yu Yinsi. Yu Yinsi calmly raises his index finger, like he's about to flick a bug. Then he activates it, God's authority, sovereign index finger. A monster lunges forward, ready to bite his head off. But before it can finish its threat, his power smashes it. Snapping teeth and tongues loose, it gurgles, Yu. Then it explodes into a burst of gore and ash. System notice: obtain 20,000 God gold. The other monsters freeze. What just happened? Our buddy just. Yu Yinsi lights up, thrilled. 20 million God gold, nice. So what's the rest of you worth? He grins, come here, money. The entire mob panics and screams, run. As Yu Yinsi butchers them, the system keeps updating non-stop. Obtain 20,000 God gold. The Abyss Ruler goes slack, jawed at the massacre. No, impossible. Those beasts could blow up a whole planet, yet he's killing all of them with a single finger. Yu Yinsi sighs, sweet, then admits he can't even count how much he's made. Still, he shouldn't get too greedy. Hey Abyss, can we end this here? He asks, casual and cutting. Alone, Yu Yinsi walks up to the gate inside the abyss, unbothered by the chaos behind him. He lifts his finger again, sovereign index finger, off. The WATERY Chinese letter seal begins to close, shrinking like a wound stitching itself shut. The Abyss Ruler stares, unbelieving. Why would a god with power like that avoid fighting? Yu Yinsi shrugs, because I'm lazy. Now go back to wherever you came from. The abyss slowly fades, dissolving into nothingness. Seeing the number on his phone, Yu Yinsi laughs happily. Ah, so much money. Behind him, Dong Uk trembles in shock. How is that possible? Even Seong Mina is stunned. What, Yu Yinsi, can you seal a dungeon? Little Xian wakes up and whines, Uncle, I'm hungry. Seeing who's holding her, she blinks, curious, who are you? And Seong Mina softens. Hi, sweetheart, you're awake. Xian giggles and pinches Seong Mina's cheek. You're so pretty, you look like a doll. Yu Yinsi snaps, Xian, you can't do that to adults. He bows and apologizes for her. Seong Mina waves it off, it's fine, she's just a kid. Xian tugs his sleeve, Uncle, I'm hungry, let's go eat. Yu Yinsi spoils her, yes, my princess, what do you want to eat? She cheers, hamburgers, I want hamburgers, and he agrees instantly, great idea, let's go. Yu Yinsi reminds her, keep it a secret from mom, okay, and she nods obediently, yes sir. Seong Mina stops them from behind, wait, you can't just leave like this. Yu Yinsi turns, confused, why not? Hellscar is gone, so what else is there to do? Seong Mina complains, if you walk away, your promotion process will get way more complicated. Yu Yinsi shrugs, it's fine, I don't care about becoming S-Rank, because he knows they'd work him like an ox if he did. Dong Uk hears that and instantly gets mad, what did you just say? Yu Yinsi senses a shadow behind him, what is that? Dong Uk shouts, did you just look down on S-Ranks? I know you're talented, but I won't forgive you disrespecting S-Ranks. Yu Yinsi rushes, that's not what I meant, I'm just lazy, and Dong Uk lines in, what? You need a lesson, Dong Uk declares, tomorrow. Be at the Hunter Association training grounds at 9 a.m. Flames burst from the shoes Dong Uk is wearing, igniting like thrusters. He floats into the air, ready to leave. I'll show you what an S-Rank really looks like. With that, Dong Wu took off in a flash, leaving nothing but a cold draft and a nasty aftertaste in the air. He burned with greedy desire for that armor, and that inner voice practically dared him, if you want it, then steal it. Seong Mina, half exasperated and half helpless, propped her chin up like, why do you have to do this? While UNC blinked, huh? She explained that last time, Juk Shuwon pulled the exact same stunt and got beat down hard, and UNC went stiff, seriously. She kept going, without that guy, upgrading would be a nightmare, so tomorrow you're really going to fight him or what? UNC shrugged it off, why would I do that, and added he didn't care much about leveling, he only came to apologize for yesterday. Hearing that, Seong Mina lit up immediately and asked, for real? UNC invited her, want to eat with us, and Seong Mina froze, burgers with you, while Xian in the car also urged her along. UNC tried to be polite, saying she's famous so it'd be a hassle, we'll just go ourselves, but Seong Mina blurted no, let me come. Wait, let me grab a mask and sunglasses first, she said, already scrambling like it was a survival raid. Meanwhile in Antier, deep in the forest, the air tasted like sap and blood, and something was already going wrong. Alpha slunk back in defeat, dragging his pride like broken armor behind him. He collapsed to the ground, replaying that humiliating scene, rage boiling up as he cursed the traitorous bastard who slaughtered his brothers. I'll betray that damned bastard first, he snarled, voice shaking with venom and desperation. A cold, detached voice cut in, one is still alive, good, as if counting corpses was just bookkeeping. Alpha instantly snapped into full alert mode, every instinct screaming danger like a system warning. He spat, who are you, name yourself, trying to sound tough while fear clawed at his throat. The stranger replied, how rude, then added with chilling calm, but I'll let it slide this time. Where's my Arash, the figure demanded. It vanished around here, and his tone made the forest feel smaller. Alpha answered bluntly, that spider, then sneered, it's dead, and hissed at being shamed by something so pathetic. The mysterious one stared at him in a dark, heavy silence. Is that so? Then murmured, why did it rush off without waiting for me? Alpha lost it, shouting that it didn't matter. Send me back to my world now, and threatened, or I'll kill you. The stranger responded by summoning his own black power, and the shadows around him moved like living teeth. Waves of annihilating force slammed toward Alpha, and the voice mocked him, kill me, huh? Alpha trembled, thinking, this pressure is insane. What even is he? The figure introduced himself. I am a blood, iron brother of the insect world, like a title carved from war and bone. Alpha panicked and begged, don't come any closer, sounding less like a warrior and more like prey. The man continued, almost casually, and I am a great deity, as if that explained everything. In Alpha's stunned eyes, that dark power crashed in, and he screamed no as the world went black. The entire forest shook violently, trees groaning like they were about to snap under a divine execution. Back in Seoul, inside a fast food joint, the vibe was a lot brighter, until fame turned it into chaos. Eating with UNC, Seong Mina got recognized instantly, whispers exploding. Is that really Seong Mina? No way, why is she here? UNC scowled to himself, thinking the mask and shades were basically useless, since they were going to spot her anyway. Seong Mina asked, why do you keep staring at me, then teased, aren't you going to eat? And UNC answered, yeah, I am. Suddenly, thunder started slamming down non-stop, like the sky was spamming an ultimate skill. All three of them turned toward the window, startled, and UNC muttered in confusion, thunder already. A plume of smoke rose outside, and Seong Miri appeared, cheering brightly, finally, I made it, master. UNC gaped, Miri, it's been forever. How'd you know I was here? And she replied simply, your scent, master. UNC looked suspicious, thinking my scent. I shower every day, am I really that stinky, or is it something else? When he saw Seong Mina starting to leave, he hurriedly called out, Seong Mina, where are you going? Seong Miri ran up and called sister, then asked, what are you doing here? And Seong Mina hesitated, Then Seong Mina forced a smile and hugged her little sister tight. You came to see me, I'm so happy, and suggested eating, but Miri whispered, sis, everyone's staring. UNC raised an eyebrow and groaned, thanks to you, even more people are piling in here now. The whole shop swarmed them, phones up, snapping the sisters. Thunder Queen, I told you it was Seong Mina, can I get an autograph? UNC knew it was time to bail, because this was turning into a dungeon mob with cameras. The moment he opened the door at home, the piece lasted exactly 0 seconds. Seeing the person inside, UNC jolted, why are you here again? Xiao Ming replied that she still had to receive the next mission from him, so she figured she could support him by helping with housework. Xiangmina snapped in anger, pointing "Hey you" and warned, "I told you I'd kill you if I saw you again." Xiao Ming smiled brightly. Jealousy is so pitiful, and added she's just a woman in a father-daughter relationship with his dear sword saint. UNC had to hold Xiangmina back as she went berserk. "What crazy woman, SS-Rank or not, you're dead." And he snapped. Xiangmina, calm down. Off to the side, Xiang Miri looked crushed like, "You let a woman like that into the house?" And he hurried to explain, "Miri, it's not like that." Xiang Miri turned and left at once. "I'm really disappointed in you, master." While UNC still struggled to restrain Xiangmina's meltdown. In Xian's car, the old man squinted and asked, "Kid, which one is your girlfriend?" Then sighed, "You're too much." UNC flatly denied it, saying none of it was true, not even a little. He felt beyond irritated, thinking this was a total mess, so what the hell was even happening right now? After finally putting out the fire, UNC collapsed on his bed, exhausted, thinking nothing beats his own home. He replayed the chaos from earlier, remembering he'd knocked both women out and left them in the clinic, since they wouldn't stop fighting. Once they woke up, they wouldn't fight anymore, right? That's how it works, right? Then he shrugged, that's their problem, and for once he could sleep peacefully like he'd been starving for it. In the blink of an eye, the next day arrived, like the story just hit fast forward. UNC slowly woke up, eyes heavy, mind still stuck in yesterday's wreckage. Hearing a knock, he frowned, wondering who shows up this early in the morning. Through the monitor, he saw someone pounding like a maniac, the door practically cracking, and he muttered, "Who is that?" Even at dawn, that guy still wouldn't give up, like a grudge quest with no cooldown. UNC turned away, thinking whatever, out of sight, out of mind, I'm not dealing with this. But a door can't stop an S-rank hunter, and it got kicked open instantly, like paper in a storm. Dongwu shouted, "I knew you were home," then barked, "I told you to be at the association training hall today, didn't I?" UNC wailed for his poor door, "My door, that thing was expensive," while Dongwu just kept charging in. Dongwu growled, "Are you even listening to me? Do you need a punch to start obeying?" He threatened, grin sharp with arrogance. The second he stepped inside, Dongwu threw a fist like he was about to deck the homeowner. UNC finally snapped, and he raised a single finger to stop it. With just his index finger, he calmly blocked the punch Dongwu took so much pride in. Dongwu froze in shock, staring like, "He stopped my punch with one finger." UNC said coldly, "Senior or not, I won't forgive you for breaking my door," and warned, "I'm done being patient." Dongwu loaded up power for another punch, spitting, "You little brat." Then he went blank for a beat, when pain suddenly surged through his body. UNC taught Dongwu what manners meant, driving a punch that sent him flying backward. In UNC's head, it was simple, pay for the repairs, then leave, and this was his final warning. Dongwu staggered, furious, "You dare mock me," then snapped, "Fine, I won't hold back anymore. Come forth, soul armor," he roared, like activating a top-tier system skill. The opponent dropped an ultimate this fast, and UNC blurted, "Huh," in disbelief. He couldn't believe his eyes, like the scene had suddenly switched into boss fight mode. Dongwu's soul armor detonated UNC's room, blowing it apart in a brutal burst. UNC crashed through the glass, forced outside, landing hard like he'd been kicked out of his own life. From above, Dongwu spoke coldly, "You made me use soul armor, then admitted, I'll give you this, you're strong. But it won't be that easy," he added, "Pick up a weapon, let's make it fair." UNC remembered the money he'd spent remodeling everything to celebrate becoming a homeowner. He'd been thrilled to finally get a house he loved, and now this man was destroying it without mercy. So UNC decided there would be no more restraint, not after this kind of terror. With the Heavenly Demon in hand, UNC declared, "You've lost my respect, you terrorist." Heavenly Demon Recall, Void Step Leap, he invoked, like a martial arts technique carved into his bones. This time, he was determined to teach Dongwu what fear actually feels like. Dongwu realized only true masters from the martial world could pull off the Void Step Leap. He thought, so that's why this kid is so strong, he's from the martial world. Even after blocking, Dongwu could still feel the vibration rattling his arms, like impact echo. UNC was in front of him, and in the next instant, he appeared right behind Dongwu. By the time Dongwu started to turn around, it was already too late. UNC's punch dropped Dongwu straight down, slamming him to the ground like a fallen boss. The ground under his back collapsed into a crater, like the arena itself couldn't handle that impact. UNC warned him, "If you keep pushing, you'll actually die," he added, "I'll stop if you apologize." Dongwu sneered, basically saying, "You want me to apologize?" Never. Then he muttered, "I didn't want to use this card, but this technique can summon an S-rank monster in a single strike," he threatened, "so don't blame me." Inside his soul armor, Dragon Fist roared out and surged toward UNC like a rampaging beast. UNC stayed calm, watching that Dragon Fist open wide like it wanted to swallow the whole world. "One finger of the divine," he said, pointing down, "Fine, then I'll stop holding back." The Dragon Fist Dongwu bragged about shattered into pieces, like a myth getting crushed by reality. Dongwoo's eyes bulged in disbelief, his face screaming, "No way." A violent explosion erupted, and the shockwave made everything around them tremble. It only stopped when nothing remained but drifting smoke and silence. When the dust cleared, the ground had a new deep pit, like a volcanic maw ripped open. UNC strode forward like a wrathful demon god, and the pressure alone felt like judgment. Dongwoo curled up and begged, "I'm sorry," then rushed, "I'll pay the repair costs, just stop." His entire body shook uncontrollably, fear overriding pride like a system debug. UNC glanced at him, thinking he hadn't held back at all, yet Dongwoo endured it, so that armor had to be insanely valuable. Suddenly the armor UNC craved flashed with a strange green light, sharp and otherworldly. UNC froze, stunned, not understanding what was happening. The armor peeled itself off Dongwoo, moving as if it had a will of its own. Soul armor pleaded, "My new master, please accept me," like loot choosing its rightful owner. UNC was still in shock, it just talked then asked, "Wait, what, you want me to accept you?" The armor glanced at Dongwoo with contempt. "I can't serve a loser like this anymore." Dongwoo panicked, "Soul armor, what's wrong with you?" Soul armor coldly exposed him. "You held me for 623 days and 12 hours, yet improved only 2%. You should have reached at least 6%. A human like you is unworthy." "But he's different," it continued. "His power and talent are exceptional." It mocked Dongwoo. "Compared to him, you're dust." UNC blushed, "Well, I am kinda good." Soul armor introduced itself. "I am the heir of the omnipotent mother AI, and my mission is to evolve into a transcendent entity. So please become my new master." UNC, it said, sincere like a sworn vow. UNC looked awkward, caught between temptation and responsibility. He finally said, "That's kinda tough," and the armor replied, "Oh then." UNC explained, "Don't misunderstand." He added, "It's just that someone else fits you better than I do." "That would be Inho," he said. "He fights every day." UNC nodded. "You'd be better off serving him." After scanning Inho's power, Soul armor said, "I sense strength similar to yours within him." "He's also close to you," it noted, and UNC answered simply, "Yeah." UNC knew he could still borrow Inho's abilities anyway, so it was better to give the armor to Inho, who grinded daily like a workhorse. Soul armor agreed at once, "Then I will follow your command." "Farewell, former master Yang Zio," it said, cutting ties without mercy. With that, the armor slipped into the game world, vanishing like a summoned artifact. A moment later, it began wrapping itself around the new master's body. Inho stared at the new equipment in shock. "God, UNC, this is." UNC replied, "It's yours, Inho." He added, "It'll help you clear the trial." Inho cheered with joy. "Thank you, God UNC," he promised, "I'll do my best." Meanwhile, Dongwoo stayed there, still stunned, like his soul hadn't caught up yet. The mountain behind the city, battered by their brutal fight, was gouged into a crescent-shaped hole. JT watched the entire battle through his computer, thinking this was even more insane than he expected. "He beat Dongwoo's soul armor that easily," JT muttered. "I knew he wasn't a normal rank hunter." The secretary added, "Soul armor chose UNC as its new master." JT went pale. The strongest in the world. Soul armor did that." She replied clearly, "His past miracle of defeating an SS-Rank monster wasn't luck." She added, "That's his real power." JT agreed, then asked grimly, "Fine, so how bad are the damages this time?" The secretary reported, "A little over 100 billion won, sir." JT's face went white. "What, 100 billion won? Were any civilians hurt?" he asked, and the secretary replied, "No, sir." He pressed on, "Good, so where is UNC right now?" UNC was at the hospital at the moment, stuck dealing with the fallout of that homeowner boss fight. Xiang Mina led him to see Dongwoo and demanded, "How hard did you hit him to land him in the hospital for 3 weeks?" UNC mumbled, "I was mad he wrecked my house." Then he asked, nervous, "But if I heal him, I won't have to pay for the damages, right?" Xiang Mina confirmed, "Yeah." She said the association president promised an S-Rank license and a liability waiver if he healed Dongwoo. UNC exhaled hard, thinking he almost lost 100 billion won. And wow, S-Ranks really can get immunity, so he had to heal Dongwoo no matter what. Dongwoo lay on the bed, wrapped in bandages head to toe, like a mummy who'd lost every argument. He looked like a dumped lover sobbing. "Why did you leave me?" Soul armor then muttered, "You like UNC that much, huh? What's so great about a guy who wears sweaters everywhere?" He whined, "Come back, soul armor." Watching Dongwoo ramble, Nina frowned, "What's wrong with him?" And UNC answered, "I'm wondering the same thing." UNC carefully thought that if he walked in, Dongwoo would probably get even angrier. So he healed him from the doorway instead, ring finger healing of the divine, keeping it clean and quick. A wave of restorative energy covered Dongwoo's whole body, and he jolted, my body. When it was done, UNC tugged his chin toward the exit. "Let's go, Xiang Mina," and she blurted, Okay. But Xiang Mina stopped him suddenly. "Hold on, not so fast. Come to the mall with me," she said. "I can't let you go out dressed like that." UNC refused. "The mall," he groaned. "No way, I'm not going." A few days later at the Hunters Association, the atmosphere was formal and tense. Standing at the podium, JT opened the ceremony. Thank you all for coming today, he continued. Today is an important event. An S-rank hunter sat below and Seong-mina praised him. You look sharp. UNC felt stiff in the suit. I could have just worn my sweater. Seong-miri leaned in and said nice. I was going to buy clothes for Master too. Seong-mina smiled, of course, I've got taste. UNC thought to himself that Seong-mina's acting skills were improving daily, like she could go pro as an actress. Then he felt it again. Why does that guy keep staring at me like that? A strange young man was locked onto him, eyes glued on UNC like a hunter tracking prey. Seong-miri noticed the creep too. UNC asked if she knew him, and she revealed that's Steven Choi. He supervised my S-rank exam, she said, and he never shuts up about rejecting a major American guild to come back to Korea. He keeps asking for my number and flirting, she added. Even though I've rejected him a bunch, Seong-mina flared up. What he dares. UNC was annoyed too, but then he glanced at the screen and froze. This is Steven Choi's status window. Name Steven Choi male 25 note. Instant teleportation, personality difficult and extremely jealous. UNC got an idea, thinking, interesting note. Then he wondered if he should poke the bear a little more. Sitting across the aisle, Steven grumbled. I looked forward to this because I heard Lady Seong-miri would attend. He sulked, but I can't even sit next to her. When UNC approached, Steven's eyes widened in surprise. He spoke up, wait, how do you know me? UNC smirked, of course I know who you are. Steven snapped, furious. What, how dare you talk to me so rudely? UNC thought, it's literally in your status window, then asked out loud, Bongzich, right? Who are you calling Bongzich? He said that because he'd read it all. Steven Choi male, 25, special note instant teleportation, petty and jealous, and ashamed of his real name, Choi Bongzich. Steven blushed red and shouted, what, how do you know my real name? Up on the stage, GT announced, now we will begin the award ceremony for S-rank hunters, he added, please remain seated. Also, he continued, could the 12th hunter, Steven and UNC please come up on stage? Steven threatened, just wait until the ceremony ends. UNC still teased him, alright, Bongzich. On stage, JT began testing UNC. This is an S-rank hunter license. He explained it's a device that measures mana points. With this, JT said, we can verify whether you two are truly qualified to be S-rank hunters. UNC stared at the gauge, like a watch on his wrist, curious because he'd just been wondering how much his mana had grown. Steven thought smugly, this is going to be easy. He clenched his fists, and the numbers displayed mana capacity 10, 50 MP. Everyone buzzed. Most S-ranks barely break 8-0, but he was over 10-0, and they praised him for refusing a U.S. guild to stay in Korea out of patriotism. Steven basked in it, thinking, see that, you rude punk. No matter what, your score can't possibly be higher than mine. Then UNC's readout popped up and he went blank. Mana capacity 5 MP.